Shen Xinghe traverses the ancient court, having emerged from the mountains for 5 years, assisting the king of Bailiang in transforming the desolate conditions of the 4 prefectures of Liangzhou into a flourishing realm, with a strong military and prosperous populace. However, due to his remarkable achievements, he incites the suspicion of the king of Bailiang. At a celebration banquet, the king subtly encourages his ministers to suppress Shen Xinghe. Even the betrothed princess joins in the threats. Wanting to discard the donkey after using it, hiding the bow after the birds are gone? I shall simply resign. In a fit of anger, Shen Xinghe resigns from his official position, breaks off his engagement, and steps into the world of Jianghu. Deep within his mind, a mysterious scroll unfurls, revealing that every step he takes enhances his cultivation. With 9 strides, he transcends from a mere waste to attain the 9th rank of martial arts. Journeying 1,000 miles, he can sever a river with a single finger, slaying dragons where they dwell. Traveling 10,000 miles, he directly ascends to the realm of earthly immortals, wielding his sword to cleave the gates of heaven and vanquish the fallen immortals. The king of Bailiang muses, was he not a civil official? How has he become an earthly immortal? Li Fengxian implores, Xinghe, I beg your forgiveness. I truly cannot live without you. The entire Jianghu remarks, we thought that the sword ancestor from 800 years ago was invincible, yet someone even braver has emerged. Years later, Shen Xinghe, armed only with his sword, single-handedly topples the entire Jianghu, casting his gaze towards the heavens above. I am invincible among mortals. If not against the heavens, whom shall I battle? Today, I shatter the void and ascend to the heavens, contending with immortals. Chapter 1. Want to discard the donkey after using it? I simply shall not continue. At the Bailiang Royal Palace in Dali, congratulations, Your Highness, on your victorious return. In the battle on the grasslands, Your Highness beheaded over 20,000 enemies, shattering their morale and greatly uplifting the prestige of our Bailiang army. In the Grand Hall, cups clinked and congratulations resounded. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. Your Highness, I, Jia Pingzhong, the governor of Qinghe County, seek to accuse Shen Xinghe, the governor of Liangzhou. While Your Highness was away leading the army, he abused his power, formed factions, and plundered the people, causing the populace of the 4 prefectures of Bailiang to boil with resentment. I earnestly request Your Highness to mete out punishment to quell the anger of the ministers and pacify the hearts of the 10,000 people. Upon hearing this, the lively atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The ministers and military officials changed their expressions, casting their gazes toward the left side of the hall. Behind the foremost seat of civil officials sat a striking young man clad in green, who, even amidst the banquet, remained engrossed in an ancient tome, his gaze calmly perusing the pages, seemingly oblivious to the shifting atmosphere around him. He was none other than Shen Xinghe, the so-called power-abusing criminal who had thrown Bailiang into turmoil. At the main seat, the king of Bailiang, dressed in a purple dragon robe, furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. At today's banquet, we shall not discuss political matters. All shall be addressed tomorrow. I implore Your Highness to impose severe punishment on the criminal Shen Xinghe, or I shall remain kneeling. Jia Pingzhong cried out, banging his head against the ground. Several civil officials also left their seats and knelt in support, shouting, We implore Your Highness to impose severe punishment on the criminal Shen Xinghe. Witnessing this scene, the other ministers turned pale, realizing that today's events were far from simple. Shen Xinghe finally shifted his gaze from the book, not looking at the kneeling officials, but calmly directing his attention to the king of Bailiang. Faced with the sight of the ministers kneeling and Shen Xinghe's steady gaze, the king of Bailiang, Li Ji, furrowed his brow tightly, appearing quite troubled. After a long pause, he focused his gaze and spoke solemnly. Shen Xinghe has served as the governor of Liangzhou for 5 years, and his achievements are evident for all to see. Our Bailiang owes its current prosperity to his efforts. Yet, the minister's admonishments may not be without reason. This king has just returned after months of leading troops. This matter requires careful investigation. For now, let Shen Xinghe be relieved of his position as governor of Liangzhou, and we shall determine his fate upon uncovering the truth. Upon finishing, he turned his gaze towards Shen Xinghe, revealing a look of helplessness, the meaning quite apparent. It is not that I do not wish to protect you, but the ministers are insistent, and I find it difficult to navigate this situation. Observing the king's sincere yet helpless expression, Shen Xinghe could not help but scoff inwardly. In just 5 years, he had assisted Li Ji in transforming Bailiang from a place of desolation, where the court eyed it covetously, and external threats loomed, into a flourishing state with a strong military. Step by step, he had nurtured it to this day of abundance and strength. How could he fail to see through such clumsy performances? Without his guidance, how could these opportunistic civil officials dare to so boldly accuse him? When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning hare is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. Although Shen Xinghe had always understood this truth, he never expected the day would come so swiftly. Now, just as Bailiang has begun to flourish, Li Ji is eager to discard him. Such narrow-mindedness forebodes a failure to achieve greatness. A trace of faint mockery flickered in Shen Xinghe's eyes as his gaze slowly swept across the hall. The expressions of the ministers varied. Several of those who had knelt moments ago to demand punishment from Li Ji now averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. Ultimately, Shen Xinghe's gaze landed on the foremost military official, a striking woman clad in white. "Xian, you bastards force shit in my mouth and expect me to say it tastes good? This is not the time when I was invited to leave my hermitage by the esteemed 9 visits to the cottage. What nonsense about being like a fish in water and enduring through the ages without doubt. Those words are nothing but mere flatulence." Xianxia silently scoffed, rising to his full height, adjusting his attire, and calmly directing his gaze towards Li Ji. He spoke in a measured tone. "I am but a commoner, toiling the fields, striving to preserve my life amidst chaos, not seeking fame among the lords. 5 years ago, when I left my humble abode, I made a pact with the prince to assist in military training and to bring prosperity, ensuring the people of Liangzhou would no longer be displaced. Now, with a formidable army of 100,000 and ample granaries in the 4 counties of Liangzhou, it is time for me to withdraw and let my achievements speak for themselves." Upon hearing these words, the ministers in the hall erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Li Ji's expression shifted as he recalled the agreement made years ago when he had invited Shen Xinghe out of seclusion. However, over the past 5 years, under Shen Xinghe's governance, Liangzhou had flourished, and he had long since forgotten the past. The excellence of Shen Xinghe's administration had led many commoners to feel gratitude towards him. They only recognized Shen Xinghe as the governor and were unaware that it was he, the king of Bailiang, who had sparked his discontent. Despite Shen Xinghe's steadfast adherence to propriety and his avoidance of any factionalism or overstepping, Li Ji felt that the power granted to Shen Xinghe was excessive and needed to be curtailed to assert his own status and authority. Little did he expect that at the very first step of his scheme, Shen Xinghe would boldly propose his resignation to return home. "What does this mean? I merely wish for you to rise and toast me, and you've upended the table? Is Shen Xinghe so precious, relying on his accomplishments to stand aloof, untouchable by rebuke? Do you not regard me as your king?" Li Fengxian furrowed her brow, her phoenix eyes fixed on Shen Xinghe, filled with disappointment. Initially, when Li Ji had discussed finding a way to suppress Shen Xinghe, she thought it unnecessary and worried that it might hurt his feelings. "It appears that my adoptive father's decision was indeed correct. Although Shen Xinghe is well-versed in literature and possesses great talent, he is overly arrogant and disdainful of his superiors. Yet, after a slight reprimand, he threatens to resign. If you resign and retreat, what becomes of our engagement? Even if you harbor grievances, cannot you endure this small slight for my sake?" Li Fengxian's face turned icy, and she rose, expressing her disappointment to Shen Xinghe. "Shen Xinghe, both thunder and rain are blessings from heaven. Without my adoptive father's recognition, how could you have reached this point today? Moreover, my adoptive father has merely suspended your position temporarily. Once the truth is revealed, justice will be restored to you. Can you not even bear this minor setback as a husband? To hell with your thunder and rain being blessings from heaven. A man of honor exists between heaven and earth, seeking only to have clear thoughts, untainted by guilt towards heaven or earth. I possess the capacity to embrace mountains and seas. Why should I endure your trivial grievances? Furthermore, as my fiancé, you witness my unjust suffering and fail to speak in my defense, instead leading the charge in condemnation. What is the reasoning behind this? An overt display of PUA? Shen Xinghe coldly laughed inwardly, maintaining an expression of utmost calm as he replied, "You are correct, princess. I hail from humble origins, a mere commoner, lacking both ambition and capability. For many years, I have relied on the king's favor and the assistance of esteemed officials, and by sheer luck, have accomplished some matters. I feel inadequate in talent and learning. Today, I formally request to resign and return home. May you all stand in witness, never to meet again." With that, he turned and strode towards the hall's exit, The group of civil officials who had just knelt and vehemently impeached Shen Xinghe were left dumbfounded. Wait, are you really leaving? If you depart, who will sustain the vast expanse of Liangzhou with its 4 counties? Who else could manage it? Chapter 2. A snowstorm sends one to the 9th rank of martial arts. Shen Xinghe. What do you consider your identity to be? In the grand hall of the Liang King, do you think you can come and go as you please? A martial general suddenly bellowed, rising from his seat to block Shen Xinghe's path. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Shen Xinghe, obstructing his way. Shen Xinghe glanced up at the man and recognized him as Yuan Yushan, a highly esteemed young general within the Northern Liang army. For many years, he had harbored affections for Li Fengxian, but due to Shen Xinghe's presence, Li Fengxian had always ignored him, fostering deep jealousy within Yuan Yushan. It was only natural that he would seize this opportunity to challenge Shen Xinghe. With a calm gaze, Shen Xinghe regarded Yuan Yushan without anger or indignation, silently counting in his mind, 3, 2, 1. The next moment, a voice, laced with suppressed fury, indeed emerged from behind him. Let him go. Li Yirong's. His expression dark as he coldly stared at Shen Xinghe's retreating figure. Shen Xinghe, do not presume that without you, this prince cannot survive. The talents of Northern Liang are abundant. I could thrive without anyone. Should you step beyond this door today, our ties shall be severed, and you shall never again set foot in this prince's domain. Sever ties? What a wishful thought. In this vast world, where could Shen Xinghe not find a place to establish himself? Did Li Ji truly believe that the Northern Liang royal residence was a singular treasure in this world? A sardonic smile crept upon Shen Xinghe's lips as he strode towards the hall's entrance. Shen Xinghe, I, Li Fengxian, have misjudged you. I never imagined that a man of your stature could be so ungrateful. Observing Shen Xinghe's departing silhouette, disappointment intensified in Li Fengxian's eyes as she coldly declared, if you cross beyond the threshold today, I shall dissolve our engagement. Ah, what a delightful turn of events. Shen Xinghe felt a surge of joy within, not bothering to look back as he stepped outside the hall. A sudden chill swept over him, and he gazed at the boundless sky. To his astonishment, delicate snowflakes began to fall, transforming the earth into a blanket of white. Who says the heavens are inhospitable? A snowstorm sends one off. With a book in hand, Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, striding boldly into the tempest of snow. Inside the grand hall, all the ministers turned their eyes towards the exit, witnessing the figure, as upright as a pine tree, retreating further into the swirling snow, leaving behind a trail of footprints in the pristine white. They were all deeply moved. At that moment, both civil and military officials were captivated by the scholarly demeanor emanating from that figure. Who says the heavens are inhospitable? A snowstorm sends one off. What a splendid poem. One of the scholars murmured, instinctively expressing his admiration, only to be pulled back by a companion, suddenly realizing the darkened expression on Li Ji's face. Instantly, his complexion paled in fear, and he fell silent, lowering his head in trepidation. Close the palace gates, and let the music play, let the dance commence. Today, intoxication is the order of the day. Even in the absence of him, Shen Xinghe, my great Liang, remains formidable, as the palace doors thunderously shut. The atmosphere within swiftly reignited with fervor. Yet, Li Fengxian sat alone amidst the revelry, her countenance as frosty as winter's chill, her anger intensifying with each passing moment. You just left? Not even a backward glance? Though I declared my intent to sever our engagement, to sever all ties, had you but humbled yourself and sought my forgiveness, I would have granted you another chance. But you strode away without a second thought. What manner of attitude is this? Shen Xinghe, what sort of man are you? From a distant seat, Yuan Yushan observed Li Fengxian's icy demeanor since Shen Xinghe's departure. His fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Shen Xinghe, were you? How dare you provoke the ire of the county lord? You truly deserve death. Upon exiting the Liang royal residence, Shen Xinghe glanced down at the book in his hands. Standing solitary amidst the snow and wind, he silently finished the final page. The world knew him as a voracious reader, perpetually engrossed in tomes, possessing vast knowledge and remarkable talent. Yet, few were aware that he was, in fact, a time traveler. Since the day of his arrival, a mysterious figure, resembling his own visage, had resided deep within his mind, echoing a singular thought, read a myriad of books. With each book he perused, that figure grew taller, now towering over 3 inches. At this moment, Shen Xinghe had finally completed the reading of countless volumes. A sudden surge of profound literary energy erupted from within him. He felt an unprecedented affinity with the very essence of the universe. It was as if his words could command the natural forces, allowing him to wield unique powers. Was this the fabled righteous aura? Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of astonishment. Having traversed through the years, he had long understood that this realm was not merely a mundane empire. It was one where cultivation existed. Individuals could hone martial skills, thereby gaining formidable strength. In the remote depths of the mountains, sages capable of soaring through the skies and feasting upon ethereal energies resided. Some erudite scholars, through years of diligent study, could cultivate a righteous aura, their words holding the weight of the heavens, their strength rivaling that of martial masters. However, throughout history, those who could cultivate such an aura were exceedingly rare, often of advanced age. Typically, one would need to be at least 50 years old to achieve any semblance of success. Shen Xinghe, at merely 26 years of age, despite having read countless texts, still fell far short of the profound wisdom of those venerable scholars. Should word of his youthful mastery of the righteous aura spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world. Is this my golden finger? A glimmer of joy illuminated Shen Xinghe's gaze. Concurrently, in his mind, a miniature figure resembling him rose from a meditative posture. Before it, an endless scroll unfurled gradually. The surface of the scroll was shrouded in a hazy mist, revealing glimpses of magnificent landscapes and ethereal palaces, obscured yet enchanting within the vapor. At the same time, a message materialized in Shen Xinghe's consciousness. Travel 1,000 miles. Read a myriad of books. Travel 1,000 miles. Shen Xinghe murmured thoughtfully, taking a step forward. The miniature figure in his mind mirrored his movement, lifting its leg and stepping ahead. Wherever the figure's foot landed, a glimmer of golden light burst forth. Simultaneously, Shen Xinghe felt an overwhelming surge of potent energy emanating from his dantian. This was the true energy of a martial artist. His eyes sparkled with astonishment and elation. It is worth noting that Li Fengxian had previously conducted a thorough examination of his body, deeming him a rare martial arts waste, destined never to cultivate martial skills. Yet, at this moment, true energy had actually emerged within his dantian. To cultivate true energy in the dantian is the formal hallmark of a martial artist entering the first tier of mastery. Even exceptionally gifted martial talents typically require years of arduous training, practicing in the biting cold of winter and the sweltering heat of summer to reach this level. Yet, with merely one step, Shen Xinghe had leaped from being an incapable martial arts waste to a first-tier martial artist. Such progress was utterly unfathomable. A flicker of extraordinary light danced in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he continued to advance. With each step he took, the true energy within his dantian surged wildly, propelling his cultivation level upward. Second tier, third tier, fourth tier, fifth tier. After stepping forward 9 consecutive times, he ascended to the 9th tier of martial arts. Chapter 3. 10 miles into the innate, encountering robbery. The 9th tier of martial arts. Feeling the powerful surge of cultivation coursing through him, a wave of excitement washed over Shen Xinghe. It is well known that a 9th tier martial artist is regarded as a formidable expert among the common folk. Ascending further leads to the innate stage, the Grandmaster level, and ultimately, the legendary terrestrial immortals. Shen Xinghe, brimming with anticipation, continued to step forward. However, his cultivation level did not rise any further. His gaze flickered momentarily, recalling the previous hint of traveling 1,000 miles. He mused aloud. It seems that every step does not guarantee an increase in cultivation. Instead, one must reach a certain number of steps or cover a specific distance to trigger the mechanism and gain in cultivation. Reading myriad books and traveling 1,000 miles? Excellent. Upon first traversing through time, I was but a child, later ensnared by the mundane affairs of the northern Liang court, bound by obligations and lacking freedom. Now, I find myself in a rare moment of leisure, ready to embark on a journey with sword in hand, to explore the vast and magnificent landscape of this world. With a heart full of joy, Shen Xinghe waved off the approaching bearers of a sedan chair and resolutely stepped into the swirling snow, returning on foot to his residence. As he walked, he envisioned the image in his mind's eye. With each step he took, the figure within his thoughts mirrored his movement. while the dense fog obscuring the image gradually receded, revealing a picturesque scroll that mirrored the surroundings. Furthermore, with every footfall of the figure, a golden footprint was left upon the scroll, countless impressions forming a golden thread that traversed the undulating landscape, recording every place he journeyed through. Shen Xinghe's residence lay in close proximity to the northern Liang royal palace. As he strolled through the snow, he soon arrived at the entrance of his abode, the distance being precisely a mile. The moment he stepped through the threshold, he felt a tremor coursing through his body. A surge of potent and vigorous energy erupted from within, propelling his cultivation to an entirely new realm, the postnatal realm. Upon achieving this level, Shen Xinghe felt as though he had been reborn. His senses sharpened, and the world around him became remarkably vivid. If he focused intently, he could even hear the distinct sound of each snowflake landing on the ground. Shen Xinghe summoned his steward and informed him of his decision to resign from his official post and return home. He instructed the steward to gather all the household servants and distribute the remaining silver among them, sending them on their way back to their respective homes. He then retreated to his chamber, packed a few garments and books into a bundle, and took down a decorative sword that hung on the wall, fastening it to his waist before striding purposefully out the door. Young master, as Shen Xinghe stepped outside, a graceful maid approached him, her delicate features framed by a striking red dress, resembling a vibrant flower blooming defiantly in the icy landscape. This was Xianxia, his devoted maid. With a pitiful gaze and reddened eyes, she implored, "I have long been bereft of family. In this life, I wish only to follow you, young master, to serve by your side. How can you venture forth into the distant mountains without anyone to care for you? Please take me with you." Shen Xinghe's gaze swept over Xianxia. Previously, in his lack of cultivation, he had been unable to discern her true nature, but today, he finally recognized her hidden prowess as a concealed ninth-tier master. What an astute move by Prince Li Ji of Northern Liang, who had begun placing spies around him from the very day he summoned Shen Xinghe from his seclusion. "It is unnecessary," he replied, gently patting Xiao's shoulder. "You need not accompany me. A young ninth-tier warrior remaining in Baoyang holds greater promise than being by my side." Xiao's delicate form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, uncertain of where she had revealed a flaw. Observing Shen Xinghe turning to depart, she immediately called out, "Young master, please wait." Upon finishing her words, she turned and ran swiftly away. Moments later, she returned with a white mink cloak, draping it over Shen Xinghe's shoulders and fastening it with care. Then, from her bosom, she produced a warm wine gourd and placed it in Shen Xinghe's hand, her eyes glistening with a hint of red as she gently advised, "Young master, in this bitter cold, drinking will warm you. I have arranged for a horse and some silver for you." Shen Xinghe sighed and shook his head, extending his hand to tousle Xiao's neatly arranged hair. With a sense of helplessness, he gazed at her. Although he now understood that she had been sent by Li Ji to monitor him, 5 years of companionship had inevitably fostered feelings. In consideration of their master-servant bond, he offered her a final piece of advice. "Li Ji is not a wise ruler, and Liangzhou is a battleground. After my departure, without other capable individuals to assist him, disaster will surely follow. If possible, you should also find a way to leave Liangzhou and marry into a good family." Having said this, he playfully pinched Xiao's cheek, laughed heartily, and strode away, leaving her standing alone in her red attire amidst the wind and snow, like a pet abandoned by its master, lost in a vast world without knowing where to go. As she watched Shen Xinghe's upright silhouette fade into the distance, a trace of sorrow flickered in her beautiful eyes. In the realm of the martial world, one is often at the mercy of circumstances. She had long been ensnared in the mire of Baoyang. Escaping was no simple task. As for marrying into a good family, having encountered such a person as the young master, how could she ever find room for another in her heart? Upon exiting the gates of the estate, Shen Xinghe beheld the magnificent steed that Xiao had arranged for him. Towering and majestic, its glossy black coat gleamed, while its hooves were as white as snow. A remarkable steed indeed. 2 heavy bundles were strapped to the saddle, the contents unknown. Shen Xinghe mounted the horse with ease, raising the wine gourd to his lips for a sip. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, igniting a warm current that dispelled the chill enveloping him. With a gentle squeeze of the horse's belly, he set off. 1 man, 1 horse, 1 gourd of wine, and a sword. He ventured forth into the swirling snowstorm, heading towards the distant martial realm. As he rode, Shen Xinghe contemplated the scene in his mind and discovered that the mysterious figure from the scroll had also mounted a horse, leaving a trail of golden hoofprints upon the unfurling parchment. Riding forth, he soon departed Xianxia city, putting increasing distance between himself and the city walls. Unbeknownst to him, he had already traversed 10 miles. On horseback, Shen Xinghe suddenly felt a slight tremor throughout his body, as if his cultivation had made yet another breakthrough. From postnatal to innate. If this trend continues, would he not ascend directly to the realm of a master in 100 miles? Shen Xinghe's heart quivered, deeply moved. One must understand that a master-level martial artist is already among the elite of the world, a formidable powerhouse capable of establishing their own sect. Even within the entire Great Li dynasty, such individuals are exceedingly rare. A master at the age of 26 is akin to a phoenix among chickens, a rarity throughout history. With such formidable cultivation at his side, the vast world would be his oyster. He could soar like a bird in the azure sky, or dive like a fish into the ocean, free from all constraints. A wave of exhilaration surged within Shen Xinghe, and he could not help but long for a hearty laugh. Just then, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Through the swirling snow ahead, a figure emerged abruptly, clad in black. With a cold visage and a long sword cradled in his arms, he stood resolutely in the center of the path, obstructing Shen Xinghe's way. "Who are you?" Shen Xinghe reined in his horse, fixing his gaze upon the black-clad figure, his brow arching as he inquired in a deep tone. "No information to offer." The black-clad man responded with indifference, his eyes sharp like the edge of a blade, fixed intently on Shen Xinghe. "Here to kill me? Good to know." The black-clad man scoffed coldly, unsheathing his sword with a metallic clang. With a powerful stomp of his foot, he shot forth like an arrow towards Shen Xinghe. The 3-foot-long blade gleamed with a chilling light, piercing through the snowy curtain, aimed directly at Shen Xinghe's chest. "Overestimating yourself." Shen Xinghe sneered, his eyes glinting coldly. An overwhelming aura surged forth from him, rising into the sky, and with that scornful exclamation, it coalesced in mid-air into a resplendent, mysterious ancient sword. The blade, stained with blood, rang out with a mournful battle intent. With a resonant hum, it shot forth. The aura took form, a duel of tongues and wills. The black-clad man's pupils constricted, his heart seized with shock, revealing profound astonishment. He hurriedly swung his weapon in an attempt to block. Clang! The sword in the black-clad man's hand shattered into 2 pieces upon impact. The unstoppable ancient sword circled around the black-clad man's neck. With a cry of despair, the man was cleaved in 2, collapsing to the ground. Streams of crimson blood flowed from the wound in his neck, swiftly staining the snow beneath him. A sight both shocking and tragic from afar. This black-clad man was merely a 9th-grade martial artist. Shen Xinghe did not even need to draw upon his innate martial prowess. With just the recently acquired righteous energy, he could effortlessly slay him. To his surprise, the manifestation of his aura wielded such immense power. If he were to exert himself fully, with the righteous energy he currently possessed, his strength would be roughly equivalent to that of a postnatal warrior. Shen Xinghe mused to himself. After speaking, his gaze suddenly shifted to the silent woods behind him. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "Return and inform the prince that our bond has been severed, and our obligations have come to an end. I have resigned from my official duties and returned to my homeland. Thus there is no need for him to send anyone to accompany or protect me. Should anyone persist in following, let them not blame my sword for its ruthlessness." With that, he cast a deep glance into the forest before gripping the reins and urging his steed onward. He rode past the body of the man in black, galloping into the tempest of wind and snow ahead. As for the corpse on the ground, he did not bother to inspect it closely. Since this individual had been dispatched to carry out such a nefarious task, it was certain he bore no items that could reveal his identity. Even if he did, it was highly probable that they were intentionally placed to mislead. However, the fact that this person had so precisely timed his ambush indicated that the mastermind behind this plot was undoubtedly someone who had participated in the recent banquet at the Liang prince's residence. As for who it might be, many held motives, and Shen Xinghe found himself at a loss and was disinclined to speculate. After all, as long as his cultivation was sufficient, he had no reason to fear anything. If the adversary chose to relent and withdraw, Shen Xinghe would not expend the effort to unearth them. However, should they persist in their folly, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of death. Shortly after Shen Xinghe departed, a figure emerged from the woods he had just surveyed, rushing to the body sprawled in the middle of the road. After examining several areas of the corpse, The figure swiftly rose and, like an arrow released from a bow, sped towards Liangzhou city. 2 incense sticks later, while enjoying the festivities and receiving congratulations from his ministers, Prince Li Ji of Bailiang suddenly received a small note from his subordinate. Setting down his wine cup, he casually unfolded it, glancing over the words, only to have his pupils constrict in shock. What? Shen Xinghe has actually cultivated the righteous spirit. How is this possible? As he read the few lines of black text on the white paper, his breath quickened and his hands trembled uncontrollably, a tempest of turmoil surging within him. It was well known that the 4 counties of Liangzhou, situated in the north and engaged in perennial warfare with the nomadic tribes beyond the frontier, possessed a fierce and valiant populace, yet they lacked proper education. They had long been looked down upon by the central dynasties, regarded as an uncivilized land. However, since Shen Xinghe's emergence 5 years ago, he had poured his heart and soul into revitalizing the 4 counties of Liangzhou, strengthening its military and economy. This enabled him, the Prince of Bailiang, to stand tall in a court, gradually gaining a voice in matters of state. Whenever anyone encountered him, they treated him with utmost respect, fearing even the slightest hint of negligence. Yet, Li Ji was acutely aware that those self-important officials from the capital still harbored disdain for him deep within their hearts. The contemptuous gazes they cast upon him, as if he were a barbarian, pricked at him like thorns. For many years, his greatest aspiration has been to establish educational institutions across the 4 prefectures of Liangzhou, to enlighten the populace, and to completely rid Liangzhou of its barbaric reputation. He had even ventured thrice to the south, humbling himself to personally visit, hoping to lavishly recruit a renowned scholar of great erudition to open an academy in Liangzhou and impart knowledge. Yet, to his dismay, no one was willing to come. Little did he expect that, despite his arduous search, a great sage resided so close at hand. Moreover, how young was Shen Xinghe? At merely 26, he had cultivated the noble spirit of a Confucian sage, a rarity throughout history. Given time, his achievements would undoubtedly be boundless, capable of uplifting the cultural prosperity of Liangzhou. However, such a prodigious talent, capable of altering the fate of Liangzhou, had just recently been let go by his own hand. Had he known this beforehand, he would not only have refrained from rebuking Shen Xinghe, but would have gladly treated him as a revered patron, ensuring he would never leave. Cursed be the moment. Li Ji's countenance darkened in an instant, regret gnawing at him, as he slammed his fist onto the table, sending the wine cup tumbling, spilling its contents across the surface. He was tempted to rise immediately and retrieve Shen Xinghe, but he took a deep breath, forcing himself to quell this impulse. No, I am the esteemed king of Bailiang. I had just declared a severance of ties with Shen Xinghe. If I were to return now, would it not be a tremendous loss of face? What would become of my reputation? Damn it, Shen Xinghe, having cultivated such noble spirit, why did you not inform me sooner? Do you not see me as your prince? Such a remarkable talent must not be allowed to leave Liangzhou. Li Ji's fists gradually clenched, determination flashing in his eyes. Previously, he had been willing to let Shen Xinghe resign and depart, partly due to his anger, believing that Bailiang was now robust and thriving, even without Shen Xinghe. There was another reason, however. He had positioned Xianxia as an informant beside Shen Xinghe, along with others monitoring him in secret. This dual approach, akin to 2 strings tethering a kite, secured Shen Xinghe firmly in place, with the other end of the string held firmly in his grasp. Even if Shen Xinghe soared to the heavens, he could not escape Li Ji's grasp. Instead, he could use this opportunity to methodically devise means to temper Shen Xinghe's pride and sharpness, ultimately leading him to bow submissively and return to his side, obedient as a loyal hound. Yet, he never anticipated that Shen Xinghe, through his extensive reading, would cultivate the legendary noble spirit. No longer is he the feeble scholar, easily manipulated and devoid of power. In a remarkably short span of time, he severed the 2 threads that bound him, transforming a kite, easily retractable by his hand, into a true eagle. Once he departs from the borders of Liangzhou, he will be utterly liberated and no longer constrained by his previous limitations. At this moment, a sense of urgency enveloped him, his gaze glimmering with cold resolve. What does it matter if you have cultivated the righteous aura? As long as you remain within the confines of Liangzhou, you cannot escape my grasp. The Northern Liang Royal Mansion is not a place you can come and go at will. I shall ensure you comprehend the treacheries of the martial world, making you endure countless hardships until you find yourself kneeling, pleading to return to the royal residence. Chapter 5. Shen Xinghe at the Snowy Mountain Temple. After departing from Liangzhou City, Shen Xinghe journeyed south along the official road. After riding for 100 miles, a surge of energy erupted from his dantian, and numerous profound insights into martial arts illuminated his mind. He had officially entered the realm of the Grandmaster. It is noteworthy that within the entire Dali dynasty, there are scarcely more than 100 warriors who have attained Grandmaster status, true paragons of strength. The notion of a 26-year-old Grandmaster is almost unheard of. Perhaps one could find a few in the annals of history, each an extraordinary individual whose names resonate through the ages. Upon reaching this pinnacle, Shen Xinghe felt an unshakable confidence, realizing he was now thoroughly safe. With the martial prowess of a Grandmaster and the protective aura of Confucian righteousness, even if the northern Liang king dispatched his most formidable assassins to pursue him, Shen Xinghe was confident in his ability to evade capture. Moreover, based on his understanding of Li Ji, he knew that Li would not commit such folly. Most likely, he had not yet given up entirely and would attempt to lay traps along the way before Shen Xinghe could exit Liangzhou, seeking to maintain control over him. However, while Shen Xinghe was aware of his cultivated righteous aura, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had already achieved Grandmaster-level martial arts. Even should there be myriad perils ahead, he could cleave through them with a single sword. His eyes radiated confidence as he, along with his steed, gallantly journeyed southward. During the years of his allegiance to Li Ji, Shen Xinghe had mostly kept a low profile. The world knew of a young strategist under the northern Liang king, renowned for his cunning and strategic mind. Yet few had glimpsed his visage. Thus, as he traveled southward, entering towns and villages, he attracted little attention. One evening, snow began to fall heavily from the sky. While traversing a remote mountain, devoid of villages or inns, he had resigned himself to a night spent in the wilderness. Suddenly, he spotted a small temple atop a distant hill. Swiftly, Shen Xinghe directed his horse towards it, arriving at the hilltop just as dusk settled. What met his eyes was a dilapidated mountain deity temple. Pushing open the temple door, he stepped inside, where the once sacred idol lay in ruins. And the offering table and the corners of the beams were ensnared with delicate white cobwebs. The roof bore several gaping holes, allowing the cold wind to sweep through, carrying with it a mournful wail that echoed within the dilapidated structure. Despite its decay, it provided a semblance of refuge from the biting wind and snow. Shen Xinghe nodded affirmatively, leading his horse inside and tethering it to a pillar. He then approached the fallen idol of the mountain deity, offering a sincere prayer. After conferring with the deity, he unsheathed his sword and cleaved the offering table, using the splintered wood to kindle a fire. Once the flames danced to life, he retrieved provisions and a book from his pack on the horse's back and returned to the warmth of the firelight. As he dined, he immersed himself in his reading. As midnight approached, the wind and snow intensified outside. Suddenly, a figure burst through the temple door. Shen Xinghe looked up to behold a young woman clad in a flowing lavender gown, draped in a cloak. Her beauty was striking, with enchanting features and eyes that sparkled with an expressive glimmer. She gazed at Shen Xinghe and inquired, "Sir, I have been waylaid by the storm and lost in the night. May I seek shelter in this temple for the evening?" "Please, do as you wish," he replied, casting a brief glance at her before returning his focus to the book in hand. The woman settled by the fire, shedding her cloak to reveal her graceful figure. Through the flickering flames, she discreetly observed Shen Xinghe, her eyes lighting up at the sight of his handsome visage, and she subtly licked her lips. Leaning closer to him, she whispered softly, "Sir, what book are you reading?" Without lifting his gaze, Shen Xinghe casually picked up a carrot from the ground beside him and tossed it into her lap, saying, "Amuse yourself, and do not disturb me." "Huh?" The woman's expression stiffened as she clutched the thick, long carrot. Her lips twitched slightly. Frowning, she looked at Shen Xinghe and retorted, "Do you take me for a courtesan? Surely you do not expect me to falsely claim you are a virtuous woman? That is different. Courtesans sell their bodies, whereas I offer mine willingly." "Oh, I see." Shen Xinghe raised his head, regarding the beautiful woman. "Courtesans are coerced, while you choose to demean yourself." "You." The woman's composure shattered, and she snapped the carrot in her hands, her face contorting with fury. Glaring at Shen Xinghe, she seethed, "You insolent wretch. I had intended to indulge in some amusement with you before sending you on your way. But since you are so ungrateful, I shall ensure you learn what it means to be unable to survive nor to perish." With that, her visage twisted into a grimace as she howled. summoning a chilling wind that swept through the mountain temple. Her 10 fingers elongated rapidly, transforming into ghastly, crimson claws that lunged toward Shen Xinghe. What kind of fiend are you to dare harm another? At that moment, outside the mountain god temple, a sudden sharp shout echoed. With a resounding bang, the decrepit temple door swung open. A beam of sword light streaked from the entrance, hurtling towards the woman in purple. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly dodged to avoid the incoming attack. Then, a figure flashed at the temple entrance. A ruggedly dressed Daoist priest, adorned with a thick beard and a commanding presence, burst into the temple, enveloped by a swirling tempest of snow and wind. "You vile priest! How dare you disrupt my affairs?" The woman in purple exclaimed, her eyes glinting with a frigid, murderous intent. With claws like hooks, she lunged toward the bearded man. Unfazed, he brought his right hand together, forming a sword with his fingers, and rapidly inscribed a mystical talisman in his left palm. In an instant, a brilliant crimson light erupted from his hand, hurtling towards the woman. Under the illumination of that radiant glow, black smoke billowed around the woman, and she emitted a piercing scream, swiftly retreating outside. "Demon, where do you think you're going?" The bearded man sneered, drawing his sword and pursuing her without hesitation. Just as Shen Xinghe was about to follow to see what transpired, the man returned at a speed several times faster than before, his face a mask of panic. Without uttering a word, he slammed the temple door shut and extracted a yellow talisman from his robe, affixing it to the door. "What troubles you, esteemed Daoist?" Shen Xinghe inquired. "It's bad. I've disturbed a nest of female ghosts," the bearded man exclaimed in a frantic tone. Hastily shedding the bundle he carried and throwing it to the ground. Without delay, he opened the bundle, expertly retrieving vermilion powder and a brush. Dipping the brush into the vermilion, he swiftly began to inscribe intricate and enigmatic talismans upon the dilapidated doors and windows of the temple. Curiosity piqued. Shen Xinghe wondered what kind of formidable force could instill such terror in this seemingly extraordinary Daoist. He stepped closer to the door, peering through the crack. Outside, amidst the swirling snow and wind, a chilling gust swept through, revealing a horde of ghastly female ghosts with distorted, pallid faces, howling as they charged toward the mountain god temple. Chapter 6. Theoretical Strategies and the Chilling Winds of the River. By the heavens, I have truly stirred a nest of female ghosts. Observing the multitude of spirits outside the temple, Shen Xinghe's countenance shifted, realizing he ought to lend a hand. He hurriedly approached his horse and rummaged through his pack for a brush and inkstone. With a brush laden with dark ink, he arrived at the temple door, intent on emulating the bearded man's actions by inscribing something onto the door in beams. The bearded man paused in astonishment, then asked, "Young sir, do you also possess knowledge of talismans?" "I do not, but I wish to contribute in whatever small way I can," Shen Xinghe replied earnestly. The bearded man was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. At this moment, the group of female specters had already surged to the entrance of the mountain god temple, relentlessly battering its doors and windows in a desperate attempt to find a weakness and invade the sanctum within. Under the onslaught of their chilling energies, the dilapidated temple, already in a state of disrepair, began to tremble violently, akin to a solitary boat on the verge of capsizing amidst the tempest. The robust man with the curled beard's countenance shifted dramatically, and he could no longer afford to engage in conversation with Shen Xinghe. He hastened his pace, his brushwork swift as the wind, his arm moving so rapidly that it seemed to leave behind traces of shadow. With great urgency, he inscribed intricate and mysterious vermilion talismans upon the doors, windows, and walls of the crumbling temple, fortifying it against the relentless assault of the ghostly horde. Shen Xinghe, holding a brush saturated with dark ink, approached a window and hesitated momentarily before committing to paper. What words could he inscribe? Words capable of banishing evil spirits and intimidating malevolent forces. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. With renewed clarity, he infused his brush with righteous energy, his arm sweeping through the air as he swiftly began to inscribe upon the window. The bearded man, filled with curiosity, turned to observe what Shen Xinghe was writing. As he focused his gaze, his lips twitched involuntarily at the sight of the chaotic scrawl. What on earth was this boy writing? "Evil spirits begone! Evil spirits begone!" What sort of incantation was this? It must be understood that the art of talismans is profoundly intricate. It demands a harmonious unity of spirit, energy, and intention, all coalescing at the brush's tip. adhering to strict rules to commune with the heavens, summon deities, and manifest unfathomable powers. Did he think that mere scribbles akin to a child's doodling could fend off the malevolent entities outside? What a farce! The bearded man's lips twitched in disbelief, his mind grappling with the absurdity of it all. However, in the next instant, two female specters, shrouded in ominous winds, lunged through the window, attempting to breach the temple's defenses. In that moment, the lines inscribed by Shen Xinghe erupted with a blinding golden radiance. Like the scorching sun, it seared through the air, causing the two specters to emit piercing wails and retreat in panic. What the hell? The bearded man stood agape, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, filled with bewilderment. What was happening? Was this boy perhaps the reincarnation of a celestial sage, with no semblance of order in his writing? A chaotic scrawl that somehow proved effective? No, what he wielded was not the talismanic art of my sect, but rather the righteous energy of Confucianism. Now, it made sense. A gentleman of the Confucian school speaks with heavenly authority, and his words can summon the law. Prose and poetry can indeed vanquish foes, and the ink he spills possesses its own miraculous power. But could it truly be so? A learned Confucian capable of cultivating righteous energy would typically be a venerable elder, at least 50 years of age. Yet this boy appeared to be merely in his early 20s. How many years could he have possibly studied? Even if he began in the womb, had he truly cultivated such righteous energy? What a joke. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of the sage of literature? The burly man with the curling beard was unable to comprehend the situation, yet he was profoundly shaken. However, with the assistance of Shen Xinghe, the pressure he endured was significantly alleviated. After a flurry of activity, the two swiftly adorned every door, window, wall, and beam of the temple with talismans and inscriptions. Outside, the group of female spirits relentlessly stirred the eerie winds, battering against the temple, yet they could not shake its foundations in the slightest. Unmoved by the tempest, the temple stood firm as a mountain. The burly man let out a deep sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. On his weathered face, marked by the trials of life, a smile of survival emerged as he addressed Shen Xinghe. How splendid! With your assistance, these insubstantial female spirits shall never breach the temple's sanctum. As long as we can hold out until dawn, when the yang energy of heaven and earth rises, we will uncover their hiding places and send their souls scattering. Upon hearing the burly man's words, Shen Xinghe's expression shifted and his lips twitched. He gazed at the burly man as if he were an old general bedecked with flags, and said with a hint of exasperation, "Brother, such words should not be spoken lightly. Do you know what this implies in our homeland? You are brazenly planting flags." Planting flags? What does that mean? The burly man was momentarily taken aback, his confusion evident. But in the next instant, his expression drastically changed as he abruptly turned towards the temple's entrance, exclaiming, "Oh no, there's a giant among them." Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous and overwhelming gust of sinister wind surged forth, crashing like turbulent waves against the shore. The inscriptions and talismans adorning the temple's walls and windows shone brightly, yet they could not withstand the terrifying onslaught of the malevolent wind. The dilapidated mountain temple crumbled as if it were made of brittle twigs, and in an instant, the entire roof was blown away by the ferocious gale. Shen Xinghe felt as though he were enveloped in darkness, devoid of light. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself within a courtyard surrounded by towering walls. Before him stood a pavilion, and above the high walls and eaves of the pavilion hung blood-red lanterns, exuding an eerie crimson glow. Within the pavilion, amidst a throng of female spirits, stood an exceptionally tall figure. Her long hair was intricately coiled, and she wore a flowing green robe, her face adorned with heavy makeup, resembling that of a middle-aged woman. From her elevated position, she looked down upon the two men. Yet, when she spoke, her voice was a rough, masculine tone. "You too, with your meager and inconsequential skills, think to escape my grasp? Since you have arrived, you shall remain in my abode as mere fertilizer." With that, she waved her sleeve, and from within it emerged twisted green vines that surged toward the two men. "Monsters and spirits, do not be so audacious," the burly man roared, his voice booming with fury as he swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, his sword soared into the sky, splitting into 9 beams of light above him. As the great Han warrior pointed forward with his sword technique, 9 beams of sword light whistled through the air, their momentum like a rainbow, shattering the encroaching vines into fragments. A row of female specters standing on the pavilion soared into the air, bearing their fangs and claws, lunging towards the two men. Shen Xinghe's expression turned serious. He dared not be negligent. He swiftly took out a brush, dipped it into the thick ink of his inkstone with his left hand, and began to write in the void with incredible speed. The wind is bleak and the waters are cold. The valiant shall depart and never return. Chapter 7. Master S. Sword Chi. One sword slays demons. With vigorous strokes, Shen Xinghe poured ink as the lines of poetry took shape in the air. It was as if a chilling winter snow began to drift in the surrounding sky, enveloping the entire courtyard in a somber atmosphere of tragic grandeur. A phantom of a swordsman clad in white emerged in the void, wielding a long sword, singing as he advanced, exuding a relentless spirit of heroism. With a single stroke, he cleaved the foremost female specter in twain. The remaining specters changed color, their eyes filled with terror. Unyielding, Shen Xinghe continued to write in the air, inscribing verses of timeless power. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom and all others wither. The fragrant array surges through Chang'an, the city adorned in golden armor. As the verses were completed, a brilliant ray of golden light burst forth. Formidable cavalry clad in golden armor surged from the void, their iron steeds charging, the clash of blades ringing out. They radiated an indomitable aura of slaughter as they charged at the dozen alluring female specters. The gleaming spear tips thrust and swept, causing the specters to tremble and scream, desperately calling for rescue from the middle-aged woman standing on the pavilion. "Grandmother, please save us." The woman, referred to as grandmother, paled, astonished at Shen Xinghe's formidable strength. With just 2 poems, he had thrown her years of cultivated specters into disarray. Unable to withstand his might, with a cold snort, a glint of frost flashed in her eyes as she forcefully waved her large sleeves. In an instant, a chilling wind surged through the courtyard. Twisted branches and vines surged from all directions, overwhelming the scene as they sought to ensnare Shen Xinghe and the bearded warrior. The bearded warrior's expression changed dramatically. He quickly reached into his bosom and produced 2 yellow talismans, tossing them into the air. The talismans ignited instantly, transforming into 2 blazing crimson flames that swept outward, incinerating the approaching branches into ash. Shen Xinghe's expression shifted as he lifted his brush, preparing to compose another poem. At that moment, the brush he held suddenly twisted and transformed, becoming a living vine that coiled towards his wrist. Shen Xinghe's expression changed. He hastily flung the brush away. "Without a pen, how do you intend to write poetry?" The middle-aged woman laughed heartily, her laughter resonating with a coarse and powerful timbre. "Who told you that poetry must be inscribed with a pen?" Shen Xinghe cast a glance at the middle-aged woman, his eyes filled with the disdain of a fool. Within his chest, a surge of righteous energy roiled, and standing with his hands clasped behind his back in the courtyard, he began to recite aloud, with hair bristling in anger. "At the railing I stand, as the rain ceases. I lift my gaze to the heavens and let out a long howl, my spirit ablaze with fervor. 30 years of fame, mere dust and earth. 8,000 miles of road, clouds and moon." As each impassioned line flowed from Shen Xinghe's lips, it instantaneously resonated with the cosmos. The once gloomy courtyard, shrouded in despair and chilling winds, was suddenly filled with the clamor of clanging swords and the cries of battle. It felt as though one had been transported to a fierce battlefield, where yellow sand was stained with blood and the dead were wrapped in horsehide. Countless iron steeds surged forth from the void, brandishing sharp blades and weapons, boldly charging into the sky. Like vines that obscured the sun, determined to strangle the two, they were swiftly severed. Drive the chariots, trample the Helan Mountain Pass. With ambitions fierce, feast upon the flesh of the Hu people. Jest and drink the blood of the Xiongnu. Let us, from the beginning, reclaim the old rivers and mountains towards the heavenly gate, with the final word escaping his lips. All the vines surrounding the courtyard were utterly cleaved, revealing the vast night sky anew. This astonishing scene left the burly man in a state of bewilderment, his eyes wide as he muttered, "Is this the power of a cultured person imbued with righteous energy? More outrageous than the legends." The elderly woman, now thoroughly enraged, contorted her face into a grotesque grimace and let out a chilling howl. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through, transforming into a colossal locust tree, standing tall in the courtyard. Its massive trunk was so thick that it required a person to encircle it with both arms. The vast canopy blocked out the sun, while faces twisted in agony. The shadows of tormented souls roamed within its shade, emitting haunting cries. "This is bad. The old hag has revealed her true form. We must flee." The burly man's expression changed drastically as he dashed to Shen Xinghe's side, seizing his arm to lift him into the air, seeking escape from the terrifying estate. However, as they began to ascend, the ground erupted violently, and thick roots burst forth from below. They swiftly ensnared their ankles and legs, pulling them back to the earth. Then, the shadowy canopy of the locust tree began to tremble violently, a torrent of dark energy converging in the air, forming a grotesque visage that was both male and female. Coldly, it gazed down upon Shen Xinghe, its voice a chilling blend of both genders, shrieking with torment. "What I loathe most in this life are the nonsensical verses and articles of you scholars. I will tea yet." Shen Xinghe's expression remained unchanged. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he leisurely remarked, "Do you not appreciate poetry and prose? You should have mentioned it earlier. I possess a modicum of skill in martial arts as well." With that, he reached for the sword at his waist, exerting a slight force to draw it forth. In an instant, he swung the blade downward. Whoosh! At that moment, a brilliant beam of sword light illuminated the heavens and the earth, descending with the force of a long rainbow, cleaving directly through the formidable trunk of a massive locust tree, splitting it in two. The once raging and oppressive dark winds that swept through the realm abruptly halted, only to dissipate like clouds scattered by the wind. The ominous and haunted courtyard transformed, akin to a painting consumed by flames, swiftly vanishing before one's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the entire expanse of sky and land returned to its original state. Snowflakes danced gracefully from the heavens, settling upon the shattered and chaotic remains of the mountain god's temple. The colossal locust tree lay split on the ground, its trunk severed. Ethereal spirits and wandering ghosts flitted among the branches, emitting soft, mournful wails. Clang! The sound of Shen Xinghe sheathing his sword resonated distinctly. The burly man with a prominent beard trembled, regaining his senses. With a stiff neck, he turned his head, staring in astonishment at Shen Xinghe, his voice trembling. "Why, you are a master-level martial artist?" Chapter 8. The Heart of the Ghost Mother Tree, Physical Transcendence. "Brother, you have keen eyes," Shen Xinghe replied with a slight smile, offering a respectful gesture to the burly man. The man twitched his lips in disbelief, rendered speechless. What need was there for keen sight? With that single sword strike, he had effortlessly vanquished a formidable century-old demon. How could someone wielding such terrifying power that could alter the very colors of the heavens be anything but a master-level martial artist? Yet, the perplexing matter remained. Were you not a scholar who dabbled in literature? How had you suddenly transformed into a swordsman? A grand Confucian with an expansive spirit. A martial arts master whose skills transcended the natural order. Either of these identities would have been acceptable to the burly man, yet their confluence left him bewildered. Moreover, more importantly, how could someone so young, barely in their 20s, achieve such mastery in both realms? Was he perhaps an ancient being who had lived for centuries, defying age and playing with the world? The burly man felt a jolt in his heart, swallowing hard as he politely inquired, "I am Xianxia, 24 years of age. May I ask how to address you, esteemed brother, and your age?" "I am Shen Xinghe, 26 years old." "Shen Xinghe?" Xianxia's heart quivered slightly as he scrutinized Shen Xinghe once more, cautiously asking, "It has come to my attention that beneath the banner of the Northern Liang King resides a strategist, renowned for his astute judgment and brilliant schemes. In a mere span of 5 years, he has transformed the previously desolate 4 prefectures of Liangzhou into a well-governed realm, earning the esteemed title of a talented aide to the throne, his name purportedly being Shen Xinghe. However, I have heard whispers that just days ago, he fell into discord with the Northern Liang King and has since resigned, departing from Liangzhou City. Could it be?" "Indeed, it is I," Shen Xinghe responded with a slight smile, openly acknowledging the truth. Xianxia was taken aback, a gasp escaping his lips as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. A 26-year-old master warrior. Furthermore, he has cultivated the noble chi of Confucianism. He is not only a man of exceptional intellect, but also a top-tier strategist gifted with the talents of governance. Even a wandering recluse, like myself, understands the necessity of seizing such a rare gem of talent. What could the Northern Liang king have been thinking to let Shen Xinghe slip away so easily? Truly, it is an astonishing folly. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe was momentarily taken aback himself, having discovered a blind spot in Xianxia's self-introduction. Fixating on the rugged visage of his counterpart, adorned with an unkempt beard and etched with the lines of experience, he inquired with a hint of confusion. Wait a moment, did you just claim to be 24 years of age? Xianxia cleared his throat, embarrassment creeping into his expression as he explained. It is merely the result of years spent exposed to the elements, which has made me appear somewhat older than I am. Shen Xinghe's lips twitched, rendered speechless. This was not merely a matter of appearing a tad older. He looked as though time had hastened its passage. With that weathered face, one could easily mistake him for a man of 42 rather than 24. For a moment, both stood in silence, the atmosphere growing awkward. It was Xianxia who broke the stillness, clearing his throat once more to shift the topic. He gestured toward a massive, split tree lying on the ground, shrouded in ominous energy, and remarked, "This is a ghost mother in Sephora, possessing hundreds of years of spiritual essence. Such trees grow in the extremities of the world's darkness, maturing into malevolent beings over centuries, capable of commanding wandering souls and malevolent spirits. They delight in tormenting the living to death, transforming them into vengeful spirits to further enhance their own power. Fortunately, Brother Shun intervened today, or countless innocent lives would have been at risk." With that, he leaped gracefully into the cleft of the ghost mother tree, searching diligently. Moments later, his gaze fixed upon a certain spot, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword and sliced through. Soon, he extracted a palm-sized piece of dense, jet-black mysterious wood from within the trunk and returned to Shen Xinghe, presenting it with reverence. "Brother Shun, this heart of the ghost mother tree is the essence of its spiritual power, capable of binding spirits and commanding the departed. It holds considerable value. I implore you to keep it safe." "Oh." Shen Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly as he accepted the heart of the ghost mother tree. His curiosity piqued as he examined it closely. Then, raising her head, she gazed at the phantoms flitting about within the shadowy canopy of the ghostly locust tree, and inquired, "What shall be done with these spirits? They are merely wandering souls, born of the ghostly mother locust. Now that she has perished, they have lost their shelter. By dawn, when the sun rises, they will dissipate into nothingness. Perhaps I should guide them to the afterlife." Having concluded her thoughts, Xianxia turned once more and strode purposefully toward the ghostly mother locust. Shen Xinghe's gaze momentarily sharpened, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he pondered how this Taoist would perform the rite for the departed souls. Subsequently, he watched as Xianxia drew the sword from her back, forming a hand gesture, and with a single stroke, she cleaved through a faint, ethereal spirit, scattering it into oblivion. Shen Xinghe's lips twitched slightly. "Ah, so this is physical salvation? What was I truly expecting?" As Xianxia wielded her sword to liberate the souls, she casually engaged in conversation with Shen Xinghe, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Brother Shun, you are quite young, yet hold significant esteem from the king of Baoyang. If you were to remain in Baoyang, your future would undoubtedly be bright. What prompted your sudden resignation?" At her words, Shen Xinghe offered a faint smile, but did not directly address her query. Instead, he gazed skyward and recited, "How can one bend the brow and bow to the powerful, rendering me unable to wear a happy countenance?" What a profound sentiment, Xianxia mused, letting out a heartfelt sigh. "In my life, I have the utmost admiration for those scholars who can articulate such eloquence. With just a few strokes, they can convey the essence of everything, surpassing 1,000 words, something a simpleton like myself could never master." After a moment, she turned to Shen Xinghe and inquired, "May I ask what your plans are for the future? Where do you intend to go?" "I have no immediate plans," he replied. "I merely wish to leave Liangzhou swiftly and then wander the vast lands to behold the splendid landscapes of this world. I have heard that in 3 months, the third princess of the Dali dynasty will host a literary and martial gathering in the capital, inviting talented youth from all corners of the realm. Even young elites from countries such as Nanshu and Beimang will attend. I am inclined to partake in the festivities and witness the spectacle. I wonder if you would be interested in accompanying me?" "Oh." Shen Xinghe's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The capital of Dali, an ancient city of 6 dynasties, has long captured my imagination. Such a grand event is indeed rare. Let us travel together. Chapter 9. The King of Baoyang. Where did this masterful expert come from? Swish, swish. In a courtyard within the king of Liang's residence, Li Fengxian donned a loose-fitting white martial attire, leaping and twisting through the yard, wielding a long spear that carved the air with a whoosh. Despite her chest heaving with exhaustion and beads of sweat glistening on her pale face, she clenched her teeth and persisted in her practice. It seemed she sought to channel her pent-up frustrations through this vigorous display. Eventually, the spear in her hand could no longer withstand the mounting force, shattering with a resounding crack. Li Fengxian finally came to a halt, casting the shattered gun barrel to the ground. Her full chest rose and fell with agitation, her eyes brimming with vexation. It has been a full fortnight. Shen Xinghe, where on earth have you vanished? For such an extended period, not a whisper of news has reached me. Do you truly wish to sever our ties? Must I, a woman, cast aside my dignity and seek you out? Even if I spoke hastily that day, uttering words that were indeed excessive. Is it not true that you too bear some fault? To disappear without a trace, what kind of man are you? The more Li Fengxian pondered, the angrier she became, her chest heaving with emotion. Extending her hand, she commanded in a low voice, "Bring me another gun." Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Her delicate brows knitted together, and she turned to glance behind her. Upon catching sight of the figure standing behind, her gaze faltered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. "Foster father? When did you arrive?" "I have been here for a while," Li Ji replied with a faint smile, his eyes fixed on Li Fengxian. "With your cultivation at the preternatural level, yet you failed to sense my approach. It is evident your mind is elsewhere, contemplating Xinghe. I presume? Why would I think of him?" Li Fengxian retorted with a cold snort, gritting her teeth. "That heartless scoundrel, even if he returns begging on his knees, I shan't grant him an audience." "Haha, you speak in contradiction. Having watched you grow since childhood, how could I be unaware of your feelings?" Li chuckled softly, imparting earnest wisdom to Li Fengxian. "Xinghe is indeed a prodigious talent of our time. Yet he suffers from a common flaw found in scholars, excessive pride in his abilities. His resignation from office may not be a misfortune. Let him endure hardship, and once he sheds his sharp edges, he will learn the value of reverence and become more manageable in the future. But he is nowhere to be found now. How can we speak of the future? Rest assured, I would never so easily allow him to depart from Liangzhou. I have already positioned a century-old tree demon to lie in wait along his path. Prepare to capture him and provide him with a taste of hardship." "What?" Li Fengxian exclaimed, her expression instantly filled with concern. "Xinghe is merely a frail scholar, weak and feeble. How could he withstand the clutches of a demon? Will your arrangements truly not harm him?" At this moment, she remained entirely unaware that Shen Xinghe had already cultivated the aura of righteousness, still perceiving him as a powerless scholar. Indeed, he will sustain injuries, but without experiencing true hardship, how can we completely temper his arrogance? A glint of hidden ruthlessness flickered in the depths of Li Ji's eyes. Softly, he reassured Li Fengxian. "But fret not, I have made all necessary preparations. The tree demon will not inflict any lasting harm. Instead, it will capture him and torment him day and night, allowing him to fully experience the pains of the world." As the edges of his character were entirely smoothed out and he found himself deeply entrenched in despair, "You would then personally lead a team to slay that tree demon, rescuing him from the abyss of hopelessness. At that moment, your position in his heart would become utterly irreplaceable. Even when you eventually marry, you would possess greater leverage, firmly guiding your husband. This is the art of power and the mastery of the human heart. Fengxian, you're my adopted daughter. It is time for you to learn some strategies to alleviate my burdens." Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Li Fengxian's gaze flickered momentarily, a glimmer of unusual light passing through her eyes. Although she did not absorb the essence of Li Ji's teachings on power and control, the notion that such a method could firmly hold Shen Xinghe in her grasp stirred her heart. Indeed, from the very first encounter with Shen Xinghe 5 years ago, she had been captivated, vowing never to marry anyone but him. Yet, unlike ordinary women, she was a warrior, a commanding general, with a personality that was exceedingly assertive. Even in matters of romance, she sought to maintain the upper hand. She did not wish to be dominated by Shen Xinghe. Rather, she aspired to place him beneath her sway, ensuring he would obediently heed her commands. Thus, a fortnight prior, she had consented to Li Ji's plan to suppress Shen Xinghe under the pretext of scheme. As she listened to Li Ji's strategy, her eyes gleamed with a flicker of inspiration, and deep within, she murmured to herself, "Xinghe, For now, I must ask you to endure this hardship. Though you will suffer greatly, it is ultimately for your own good. After I rescue you, I promise to make amends." Li Fengxian nodded in agreement to Li Ji's proposal and inquired, "Father, are you certain everything has been arranged without any oversight?" "Rest assured, this matter has been personally orchestrated by me. It is foolproof, and no mishap shall occur," Li Ji replied with unwavering confidence. No sooner had he spoken than a guard rushed in, delivering a note to Li Ji. Upon unfolding the note, his fingers trembled, and his expression shifted dramatically. How can this be? Father, what has happened?" Li Fengxian asked with curiosity. "Shen Xinghe, he has actually slain the tree demon and escaped from my ambush." "What?" Li Fengxian was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across her face. "How is this possible? He is merely a frail scholar. Without your protection, even a band of common mountain thieves could easily subdue him. How could he possibly slay a formidable demon with centuries of cultivation?" The intelligence report mentioned that he was accompanied by a bearded Daoist, likely in his 40s, who might have been responsible for slaying the tree demon. This demon, endowed with extraordinary talent and hundreds of years of experience, possessed strength comparable to that of an innate martial artist. Could this Daoist truly be a master-level figure? When did such a powerful individual emerge within Xianxia? I was completely unaware. Li Ji was instantly engulfed in an overwhelming fury, gripping the note tightly in his palm. His countenance darkening to an extreme. Li Fengxian, with her brows furrowed, solemnly inquired, "Adoptive father, what shall we do now? Should we continue to lay ambushes along his path?" Time was of the essence. Li Ji sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he replied, "He is guarded by that enigmatic master. Unless we dispatch a master-level warrior, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Yet, there are but a few such formidable figures scattered throughout Xianxia, and none can reach him before he departs." Ultimately, Li Ji sighed once more and stated gravely, "Very well, I shall make alternative arrangements for this matter. For now, you need not concern yourself with it. In 3 months, the third princess will host a literary and martial gathering in the capital, inviting the young talents of the realm to engage in discourse on the arts of warfare. In the coming months, I implore you to refrain from the mundane affairs of the military and focus on honing your strength, preparing to lead our forces to the capital. At that time, we shall showcase the martial prowess of Baoyang before the talents of the world. Furthermore, bring along ample gold and jewels. Should you encounter any individuals of potential, recruit them to Baoyang for our use." "Understood." Li Fengxian Kalisput herfist respectfully, responding earnestly. Fengxian will not fail the trust of her adoptive father. Chapter 10. Gazing at the flow of the river from Wangjiang Tower. Here lies the grand city of Lijing. In the balmy spring of March, the grass flourishes and the orioles sing. 2 weary figures appeared outside the towering gates of Lijing. Their gaze filled with awe as they beheld the imposing gate tower ahead. These were Shen Xinghe and Xianxia, who had journeyed southward from Xianxia. "Brother Yin, let us proceed. I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast." Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, leading his steed alongside Xianxia as they entered this ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Half an hour later, the two found themselves in the illustrious Wangjiang Tower, renowned as the finest tavern in the realm, seated in an elegantly adorned private room. The view outside displayed the majestic Li River, where shimmering silver danced upon the broad waters, boats traversed the expanse, and waterfowl soared gracefully through the air, creating a picturesque tableau of vastness and natural harmony. Before them lay a grand feast, a table laden with exquisite dishes they had never before encountered. Xianxia swallowed hard, yet hesitated to lift his chopsticks, cautiously turning to Shen Xinghe and asking, "How much silver does this banquet cost?" "Not much, perhaps just over 200 taels," Shen Xinghe replied nonchalantly. "What? Over 200 taels?" Xianxia nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. "Do you possess such wealth?" "Of course not. It is precisely because I have exhausted my funds treating you to several meals that I promised to take you out for a grand feast as compensation," Shen Xinghe explained. "You dare come to such a place without silver, and yet you order so many dishes?" Xianxia was momentarily at a loss for words, staring incredulously at Shen Xinghe. "You do not intend to treat me to a lavish meal only to vanish like a wisp of smoke afterward, do you? As a dignified husband, how could I engage in such shameless behavior? Your imagination is quite vivid, I must say. Perhaps it would be prudent to keep your thoughts to yourself." Shen Xinghe chuckled and replied, "At present, I lack currency, but rest assured, once we finish our meal, provisions will be on their way to us. What do you mean by that? Do you have acquaintances in Lijiang City? Why ask so many questions? Just focus on enjoying your meal. As Shen Xinghe spoke, he deftly picked up a piece of fish and savored it with great pleasure. Indeed, this sea base is splendid, its flesh tender and exquisitely delightful. The flavor is utterly authentic. No wonder it is renowned far and wide as the Wangjiang Tower. After expressing his admiration, he reached for another dish, relishing each bite with a look of sheer satisfaction. In eager anticipation of the sumptuous feast promised by Shen Xinghe, Xianxia had refrained from eating since noon yesterday, and his stomach was already growling with hunger. Now, confronted with a table laden with delectable delicacies, he could no longer resist. Why ponder the consequences? Let us feast first. After all, it would be a shame to let such a lavish spread go to waste. Thus, the two famished companions began to indulge themselves in the banquet before them, devouring the dishes with unrestrained enthusiasm. Despite being in a private chamber, their refined abilities allowed them to clearly hear the lively discussions emanating from the bustling hall outside. Inside the hall, voices mingled in a cacophony, with the most fervent topic among patrons being the imminent sword and tea conference. This gathering, personally presided over by the third princess, would attract the brightest young talent from across the realm, promising an unprecedented spectacle not seen in a decade. Word had spread that Yi Fengxing, the current heir of the Mingjian villa, had transcended the innate realm 3 years prior and spent an additional 3 years comprehending the essence of swordsmanship within the sword forest. He was hailed as the most formidable successor of the Mingjian villa in a century and had already arrived in Lijiang City. Seizing the opportunity presented by the sword and tea conference, he intended to challenge the heroes of the world and refine his own sword path. Rumors also circulated about a prodigious martial artist from the North Mang Prairie, personally mentored by 2 grandmasters, who had defeated his peers years ago, leaving even many seasoned warriors in his wake. It remained uncertain if he would attend this time. Additionally, the renowned female warrior, Li Fengxian of Baoyang, though a woman, was said to be as formidable as any man. Allegedly, her beauty rivaled that of celestial beings, and her spear techniques were nothing short of miraculous. She too was expected to arrive in the capital shortly. The Tianfeng Tower S rankings of the top young masters under 30, categorized by heaven, earth, and humanity, listed the foremost 100 throughout the realm. However, many of these youthful experts had previously devoted themselves to seclusion and had no notable achievements to their names, hence their absence from the rankings. It was likely that significant changes would occur in the rankings following the sword and tea conference. As Shen Xinghe relished his meal, he attentively absorbed the conversations of those outside. Hearing discussions about his former fiancée, the northern Liang warrior maiden, Xian Li Fengxian, stirred no particular emotions within him. At that moment, from another chamber, a voice filled with disdain and scorn suddenly echoed, with a ranking that fails to breach the top 10. How dare Yi Fengxing question the heroes of the world? As for the so-called Northern Mang prodigy, a mere barbarian cannot possibly fathom the depths of profound martial arts. And that Northern Liang warrior maiden, Li Fengxian, how pitiable it is that in the vast Liangzhou, home to countless heroes and legends, it has come to needing a woman to bear the banner. As these words resounded, the entire hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Numerous gazes turned towards the direction of the private room, speculating about the identity of the individual within who dared to utter such arrogant claims, belittling the world's champions. Yet, there were those who found his words intolerable. A slender young man clad in black martial attire, whose countenance was as stern as his demeanor, abruptly slammed his palm on the table and stood up, gripping a long sword. He strode to the entrance of the private room and called out in a deep voice, "With such audacity, you must possess remarkable skills. I am Ma Wenjiao from Liangzhou, and today I would like to witness your prowess." As he spoke, an aura of authority erupted from him, and he prepared to stride boldly into the chamber. It was revealed that he was a 9th-rank martial artist. At such a young age, Ma Wenjiao had achieved such cultivation, indicating he was no ordinary individual. It was no wonder he was incensed and sought to challenge the occupant of the room. The patrons in the hall buzzed with speculation, their gazes converging as they awaited to discern the true identity of the enigmatic figure within the chamber. However, just as Ma Wenjiao approached the entrance, a young man dressed in the attire of servant, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. Extending a hand, he pressed it against Ma Wenjiao's shoulder. "Step aside." Ma Wenjiao scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. With a powerful surge, he attempted to shake off this presumptuous servant. Yet, the force he unleashed dissipated entirely upon contact with the servant's palm, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Instead, the servant's grip tightened on his shoulder. His expression cold as he stated, "My master is dining. No disturbances are permitted." Ma Wenjiao's expression shifted. He exerted his strength repeatedly, yet found himself unable to escape the servant's grasp. His face paled, and in shock he exclaimed, "A post-heaven expert." The hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, eyes widening in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous servant standing at the door to the private room was, in fact, a formidable post-heaven martial artist, effortlessly subduing Ma Wenjiao with a single hand. "Even the servant in my household cannot be bested by you. Thus, you are unworthy of our presence. Depart at once." The voice from the private room once again resonated with an air of haughty superiority, imbued with an unmistakable sense of disdain. Ma Wenjiao's countenance turned a deep shade of anger, yet he found himself powerless against his adversary. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a low, measured tone. "Today, I find myself lacking in skill and have no further words to offer. May I inquire your esteemed name? In the future, should my cultivation progress, I shall return to seek your guidance." "I believe that would be unnecessary," the imperious voice from the private room retorted. "You are not my match today, nor will you ever be in the days to come. I shall only cast you further aside, rendering your silhouette increasingly distant, unworthy of knowing my name. Otherwise, you would merely cultivate futile obsessions, inviting inner demons, which would serve you no good." His words were steeped in overwhelming confidence and unmasked contempt. Ma Wenjiao trembled with indignation, his face ashen, yet he remained helpless. With a heavy snort, he etched today's humiliation deep within his heart and turned to leave. The numerous diners in the hall cast curious glances toward the private room, eager to discern the identity of its mysterious occupant. However, no further sounds emerged from within, compelling them to retract their gazes. Before long, the chatter in the hall resumed, albeit with a shift in topic following the earlier incident. The patrons no longer discussed the prowess of the young martial artist, but turned their attention to other tales from the martial world. Whispers of the legendary Jiazi divine sword, forged once every 60 years in the sword-forging city, circulated, igniting anticipation for the heroes and swordsmen who would converge to contest its possession. The much-anticipated Burning Mountain Sword Conference was set to commence, promising another rare occasion for the martial community. Each time the Jiazi divine sword emerges, it is not merely a significant event in the martial world, but also a grand literary gathering, inviting scholars from across the realm to compose poetry and bestow names upon it. One wondered what stunning verses would arise this time. Speaking of verses throughout history, how many literary figures have ascended the Jianglu, gazing upon the river, spontaneously composing poetry? It was said that a young literary prodigy had emerged in the southern Chu literary scene, renowned for his youthful charm and unparalleled talent, proclaimed the southern Chu poet immortal. Soon to arrive in the capital, he had declared his intent to ascend the Jianglu and compose a poem that would overshadow the ages. What? A poem that would overshadow the ages? Such audacity! Indeed, his words were bold, yet he possessed genuine talent. I have read his poetry. His style is ethereal and boundless, undeniably deserving of high praise. Among the younger generation in our Dali literary circle, I doubt there exists anyone who could rival him. In the bustling hall, diners came and went, engaging in lively discussions. Meanwhile, within the private room, Shen Xinghe and Xianxia swiftly finished their meal, savoring the fruits of their indulgence. Shen Xinghe summoned the waiter from outside and inquired, "I have heard that there is a custom at Wangjiang Tower, allowing diners to compose poetry by the river. Should their verses be of exceptional quality, they may dine free of charge." "Indeed, this custom exists," the waiter replied respectfully, "but the merit of the poetry must be judged by the master of the establishment." "That is only natural." Shen Xinghe smiled. "Please fetch me some writing materials." "Yes. Please wait a moment, my lord." Wangjiang Tower, renowned throughout the ages, has long been a gathering place for countless literati who, gazing at the river from its heights, have left behind many memorable and celebrated works. For many scholars, a lifelong dream has been to compose a poem of their own at Wangjiang Tower. Consequently, it is common to find numerous poets and scholars visiting daily to create verses, with the tower perpetually stocked with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. Before long, the waiter returned, accompanied by two maidservants carrying the four treasures of the study. The maidservants approached the window, unfurling a blank horizontal scroll by the riverside. One maid prepared the ink and respectfully addressed Shen Xinghe. "Please, my lord, compose your poem." Shen Xinghe smiled faintly, rising gracefully to take the brush, approaching the scroll. He gazed out at the rolling river, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Soon, his gaze sharpened, revealing confidence, and he lowered the brush to the scroll, beginning to write with fervor. "The ancients have flowed away with the river, leaving only Wangjiang Tower in this place. The river flows on, never to return, while the white clouds drift aimlessly through the ages. The clear river reveals the trees of Hanyang, while fragrant grasses flourish on Parrot Islet. As dusk falls, where's my hometown?" The misty waves on the river evoke sorrow in the heart. With a sense of mastery, Shen Xinghe's brush danced like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he completed the 8 lines of poetry. The maidservants, holding the writing materials, were momentarily captivated, their eyes lighting up with admiration. Though they were but maidservants, working in the esteemed Wangjiang Tower required rigorous selection, and they were well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Thus, they recognized the extraordinary quality of Shen Xinghe's poetry at a glance. Moreover, his calligraphy was graceful and spirited, a sight they had seldom encountered. "Please wait a moment. My lord, I shall take this poem to our master for evaluation," the waiter said, bowing respectfully to Shen Xinghe before departing with the maidservants. Once they had left, Xianxia leaned in anxiously and whispered, "Brother Shen, is your poem truly worthy? If this poem is not worthy, what poetry could possibly be?" Shen Xinghe replied with unwavering confidence and a serene smile. "Do you understand the significance of the phrase the foremost of the Tang 7-character regulated verse?" Despite Shen Xinghe's reassurances, Xianxia remained uneasy. What kind of poetry could be worth 200 taels of silver? What if it does not meet the standards of Wangjiang Tower? Will we not truly become unwelcome diners? A sense of unease washed over him, his expression marked by trepidation. He felt more anxious than when confronting demons and monsters. Shortly, the door to the private room swung open. A middle-aged man dressed in a blue long robe, adorned like a scholar, entered with palpable excitement. Clutching the poem recently penned by Shen Xinghe, he surveyed Shen with astonishment before respectfully inquiring, "I am Wanquan, the proprietor of Wangjiang Tower. May I ask for your esteemed name, young sir?" "There is no need for names," Shen replied. "Might I suggest that, mister? When consider waiving the cost of this meal in light of my poem?" "Certainly, without a doubt," exclaimed Wanquan. "Your poem possesses an extraordinary spirit, as if it were divinely inspired. Rarely have I encountered such a work in my lifetime." He did not disguise his admiration and respect as he continued. "I humbly request that you personally inscribe this poem upon the walls of Wangjiang Tower. Would you be so gracious?" "Of course, I would not impose without recompense," when added, as he gestured to a serving girl who unveiled a tray covered with red silk, revealing neatly stacked ingots of gold. "I present to you this 100 taels of gold with my utmost respect." Beside them, Xianxia stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard, deeply shocked. How could a mere poem not only exempt them from such an extravagant feast, but also warrant an additional 100 taels of gold for the inscription? This poem must be extraordinarily valuable. Yet, Shen Xinghe remained unfazed. He thought it rather presumptuous for the innkeeper to expect such a price for a mere inscription. However, considering that the poem was not entirely his own creation and the esteemed reputation of Wangjiang Tower, he nodded in agreement, saying, "I shall inscribe it. Please bring me a brush." "Please, follow me," when Wanquan replied, his eyes gleaming with delight upon hearing Shen's consent. He led Shen to the viewing platform outside the tower, where they began to select the perfect spot for the inscription. The patrons within the tower gazed on in astonishment, murmuring among themselves, "Is he truly going to inscribe a poem on the tower?" Wangjiang Tower had stood for centuries, and while countless poets had composed verses by the flowing river, few ever attained the honor of having their work inscribed upon its walls. The last inscription had occurred years ago, so who could this talented poet be? Could it be the legendary Southern Chu poetry Immortal? Who could say? Regardless, it was undoubtedly a rare and splendid literary work. Come, let's hurry and witness this marvel. As Shen Xinghe followed Wanquan to the viewing platform, he turned to gaze up at the tower. The ornate structure was adorned with numerous poems, each showcasing a unique literary style. After scanning the walls, Shen's gaze settled on the most prominent vacant space directly above the plaque of Wangjiang Tower. There lies the most remarkable position upon the entire Wangjiang Tower, where the poetry inscribed will undoubtedly draw great attention. Yet it is destined to attract an even greater share of criticism, unless the composed verses are truly unparalleled and impeccable, capable of overshadowing all other inscriptions throughout history on the Wangjiang Tower. They're certain to be drowned in the scorn of literary figures across the realm. Throughout the ages, countless literati have inscribed poetry upon this tower, yet none have dared to confidently place their works in that esteemed location. However, Shen Xinghe possessed absolute confidence. Pointing to that very spot, he declared to Wen Wangquan, "Master One, I shall inscribe my poem there." What? Upon uttering these words, Shen Xinghe incited a wave of astonishment. The curious onlookers, gathered in throngs, were left utterly shocked, their eyes reflecting a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Did I hear correctly? He intends to inscribe his own poetry upon the plaque of Wangjiang Tower. To aspire to such a position is no trivial endeavor. One must either achieve everlasting renown or court humiliation and ridicule for eternity. Throughout history, so many illustrious scholars and poets have left their mark. Yet none have dared to inscribe their works in that sacred space. His audacity is anything but modest. Should we label this confidence or sheer arrogance? I am eager to witness the masterpiece he dares to produce. Such hubris is remarkable. In an instant, the surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, their curiosity reaching a fever pitch. Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's proclamation, Wen Wangquan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation in his gaze. Yet, recalling Shen Xinghe's poetic prowess, he ultimately nodded and instructed the nearby attendant. "Quickly, fetch a ladder for our esteemed guest." "No need for that." Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, stamping his foot and leaping into the air. In an instant, he soared several feet high, gracefully alighting upon the plaque of Wangjiang Tower. With a brush in his right hand and an inkstone in his left, his pen danced across the surface with the swiftness of the wind. What a surprise! It turns out he is also a martial artist. Moreover, judging by his agility, he is at least an adept warrior. When did such a gifted individual emerge in the realm, possessing both literary and martial talents? Why have I never heard of him before? What an exquisite calligraphy style! Regardless of the content of his verses, the finesse of his brushwork alone is already commendable. Shen Xinghe wrote with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had completed 8 lines of poetry. With a light leap, he returned to the ground. The gathered spectators tilted their heads in rapt attention, fixated upon the freshly inscribed verses. Once the ancients have flowed with the river, this place is left with only the Wangjiang Tower. The opening lines are truly extraordinary. As the poem unfolds, it refreshes the spirit. The river flows away, never to return, while the white clouds drift empty for 1,000 years. This line carries profound meaning, ineffably delightful, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Marvelous indeed. It is truly an exceptional work destined to endure through the ages. Not merely a fine piece, this is a genuine masterpiece, worthy of timeless acclaim. No wonder this individual exudes such confidence, daring to inscribe his poetic verses in such a conspicuous manner. Indeed, this poem is extraordinary, surpassing all other renowned works. Among the crowd, many erudite scholars well-versed in the intricacies of poetry were instantly awestruck upon witnessing the 8 lines penned by Shen Xinghe. The more one savored and recited the lines, the more profound and impeccable they seemed. All prior doubts stemming from Shen Xinghe's placement of the verses on the plaque swiftly transformed into admiration and reverence. If one lacks the capability yet strives to stand out, it is merely an act of ostentation, a display of overreach. Conversely, if one's prowess is substantial, it is an expression of spirited confidence, a declaration of one's rightful place. In that moment, exclamations of wonder echoed throughout, and Shen Xinghe instantly became the focal point of attention. With an air of nonchalance, Shen Xinghe lightly clapped his hands and returned his brush and inkstone to a waiting maid. He then called out to Xianxia, navigating through the throng as they descended the staircase, preparing to depart from Wangjiang Tower. However, at that moment, a figure blocked their path. The servant, possessing acquired cultivation, respectfully bowed to Shen Xinghe and said, "Esteemed young master, please hold your steps. My master appreciates your talents and wishes to invite you for a private conversation. Might you consider gracing us with your presence?" Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the private room. Were it anyone else extending an invitation, with no pressing matters at hand, he might have obliged to sit for a while. However, The enigmatic individual within that room had previously exhibited excessive arrogance, bearing an insufferably haughty demeanor, which left Shen Xinghe quite disinclined. Thus, he declined with a firm shake of his head, stating, "My friend and I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall defer this for another time." He then prepared to leave. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from within the private room. Even if there is no time for a lengthy discussion, surely there is a moment to share a drink? I am Luo Sheng, the heir of the Wei Yuan Marquis. This drink is a toast to you. As his words fell, a wine cup shattered against the door. Soaring towards Shen Xinghe, with a sharp gaze, he extended his hand to catch the cup, miraculously preventing a single drop from spilling. Simultaneously, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall. The individual from the private room was none other than Luo Sheng, the heir of the Wei Yuan Marquis. It was said that the young Marquis was passionately devoted to martial arts, beginning his training at the tender age of 3, and by 18, he had already attained the acquired realm. He traveled the world with a spear, challenging masters from various sects, undefeated among his peers. Now at 27, he had already entered the innate realm, standing as the foremost expert among the younger generation of the Great Li, ranked second on the list of talents at the Listening Wind Tower. Across the realm, among those under 30, only the famed Raging Sea Blade could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. No wonder he could afford such arrogance, previously dismissing the world's heroes with such bravado. Hearing the murmurs around him, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he downed the wine in one gulp. He then removed the wine gourd from his waist, uncorked it, and poured a full cup, smiling gently. It would be remiss not to reciprocate. Allow me to toast the young lord. With that, he flicked his wrist, sending the cup soaring through the air. The cup sliced through the void with precision, returning through the very hole it had emerged from moments before. Inside the private room sat a young man clad in luxurious brocade attire, his gaze falling upon the returning cup with a hint of disdain as he raised his right hand to catch it. However, as soon as he grasped it, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force erupting from the diminutive vessel, akin to a tidal wave. It caused him to emit a muffled grunt as he and his chair slid back several feet, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, only then dissipating the force. Yet, in his haste, he failed to temper his grip, and the cup shattered in his hand, spilling wine and dampening his palm. Chapter 13. A polymath of arts and arms, renowned in legion. Such formidable internal strength. The brocade-clad youth's spirit surged, and a glint of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. This individual's martial arts prowess is evidently far superior to my own. When did such a figure emerge in the martial world? Why have I never heard of him before? His emotions surged uncontrollably. He lifted his gaze toward the outside, as if striving to see beyond the barriers of the private room, his eyes betraying an uncontainable fervor for battle. Meanwhile, outside the private room, Shen Xinghe, after casting the cup, descended the stairs alongside Xianxia. The numerous patrons in the hall observed the retreating figures of the two, their expressions filled with astonishment. Who on earth is this person? His actions were not merely a toast to the young lord. It was clearly a retort to provocation. They had heard the sounds of the chair sliding and the cup shattering, indicating that the young lord had failed to catch the cup, suffering a hidden loss in the contest. What? Could it be that this person's skills surpassed those of the young lord, who ranks second on the list? How is that possible? It is difficult to say. As the saying goes, in the deep mountains, tigers and leopards hide. In the fields, unicorns conceal themselves. Even with the vast intelligence network of the Listening Wind Tower, it is improbable they could truly grasp the affairs of the world. Perhaps this individual is a newly emerged young master. If that were the case, he is indeed formidable, a master of both literary and martial arts, capable of rivaling the second-rank young lord. Such a remarkable talent, excelling in both realms. Who could he possibly be? After Shen Xinghe and Xianxia descended the stairs, they had not gone far when a voice suddenly called out from behind. Turning around, they saw a servant of the young lord hastily approaching them, holding 2 red invitations, which he respectfully extended to Shen Xinghe. My master, in his previous attempt at testing, inadvertently offended you and has sent me to apologize. Here are 2 invitations to the literary and martial arts tea gathering, as a token of his regret. Furthermore, my master hopes to engage in a friendly contest with you on that day. I have accepted these 2 invitations. Please convey my gratitude to your esteemed host upon my return. Shen Xinghe smiled faintly as he accepted the invitations. This upcoming literary tea gathering is unprecedented in its grandeur, inviting the finest young talents from across the realm to the capital. thus attracting countless onlookers eager to partake in the excitement. For several days now, the vicinity surrounding the capital has been teeming with people. However, entry into the tea gathering is not granted to just anyone. One must possess an invitation. Initially, Shen Xinghe pondered where to procure such an invitation, but with someone presenting them directly, he graciously accepted. As for the young Marquis's anticipation of a sparring session at the literary tea gathering, Shen Xinghe merely smiled, not placing much significance on it. Having journeyed over 3,000 miles from Liangzhou to Lijing, he had significantly enhanced his prowess, attaining the realm of a grandmaster. Even across the entire realm, few could qualify as his rivals. To engage in combat with a mere young adept of innate cultivation would indeed be a display of undue advantage. With merely 3 days remaining until the literary tea gathering, Lijing was overflowing with people, and all major inns had reached full capacity. Nevertheless, Shen Xinghe and Xianxia, having acquired 100 taels of gold at Wangjiang Tower, swiftly found accommodation. Subsequently, the two parted ways to explore the renowned landmarks surrounding Lijing, indulging in leisurely pursuits. During Shen Xinghe's latest excursion through the mountains and rivers, the poem he inscribed at Wangjiang Tower spread rapidly throughout Lijing, igniting a fervor among the literati congregated in the capital, who extolled its brilliance. The following day, the delegation from Nanshu arrived in Lijing. Despite his youth, the talented individual was renowned throughout the land, celebrated as the poet immortal of Nanshu, whose literary prowess was said to transcend antiquity and modernity. He personally ascended Wangjiang Tower, leaning against the railing to compose poetry by the river. However, after 3 attempts, he failed to pen a single character on paper. Ultimately, he sighed deeply and cast aside his brush, leaving behind a poignant remark. Before me lies a scene unworthy of description. The poem has already been inscribed above. Once this incident spread, it caused quite a stir in Lijing. The poet Immortal of Nanshu, hailed as the foremost literary talent of the age, could only exhale a sigh of resignation in the face of Shen Xinghe's poem, unwilling to inscribe a single word for fear of humiliation. The value of Shen Xinghe's poem undoubtedly rose to new heights. Moreover, it was rumored that on that day at Wangjiang Tower, Shen Xinghe not only composed that timeless masterpiece, but also engaged in a clandestine contest with the young Marquis Luo Sheng, who had already attained the innate realm and ranked second among the elite. Though the true nature of their encounter remained unseen due to the barriers obscuring the private room, the sounds emanating from within suggested that the young Marquis may have suffered a subtle defeat in their contest. It is evident that this individual possesses not only remarkable talent and eloquence, but also profound martial prowess, making him a rare gem of both literary and martial excellence. As news of his identity spread, it sparked an insatiable curiosity among the populace regarding Shen Xinghe. Questions abounded. Who is this extraordinary figure? What's his name? Who is his mentor? What brings him to Lijing? Various factions clandestinely mobilized to investigate further. Upon the arrival of the Bailiang envoy in the capital, they secured an entire tavern. As Li Fengxian entered the city, she received reports from her loyal subordinates regarding the emergence of a young prodigy of both literature and martial arts. Her primary purpose for visiting the capital was to recruit talents for the 4 prefectures of Bailiang, as commissioned by the king of Bailiang. She promptly summoned her aides to inquire about the particulars. Receiving a piece of parchment inscribed with the poem Wang Jianglu, she glanced at it briefly before handing it to a red-clad maid standing nearby. Hongxiu, I am not well versed in poetry and prose. Could you discern whether this poem is truly exceptional? This maid, Hongxiu, had once been Shen Xinghe's personal attendant, but after his departure from Bailiang, Li Fengxian had brought her into her service. Hongxiu took the poem, examined it briefly, and her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Is this the poem of the young master? What did you say? Nothing, my lady. I merely found the structure and eloquence of the poem quite unusual, reminiscent of the young master's style. However, the young master is not proficient in martial arts, since this mysterious figure is a paragon of both. It must be a case of misjudgment on my part. Very well, I understand. You two may leave now. Investigate further into this individual's background and report back to me once you have gathered all pertinent information. Such a multifaceted young talent must be ours. Li Fengxian waved her hand, dismissing them. Once alone in the chamber, a trace of weariness appeared upon her countenance. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a lonely and wistful light, and she murmured to herself, biting her silver teeth, Shen Xinghe, how cruel you are, truly leaving without a trace for over 3 months. without even a whisper of news. Do you not think of me at all? Will you attend the upcoming literary and martial arts tea gathering? I shall not relent. If need be, I will bring you back to Baoyang by force and seek forgiveness from my foster father. Chapter 14. The Provocation of the Poet Sage of Nanshu and the Dilemma of Dali. The millennia-old Lijing, an ancient capital of 6 dynasties, boasts not only picturesque landscapes, but also numerous historical sites from the 6 dynasties. Shen Xinghe, enraptured by the beauty of nature, found himself lingering in the scenery, even neglecting to return to the tavern for a night's rest. He spent his days immersed in the mountains and waters, marveling at the wonders of the day and stargazing at night, losing track of time. Before he knew it, 3 days had swiftly passed, and the day of the literary and martial arts tea gathering had arrived. Yet, he remained outside the capital, wandering among the renowned historical sites, only returning after the midday sun had fully risen. With the agility of a grandmaster, he swiftly returned to the city of Lijing. The venue for the literary and sword tea gathering was nestled within a royal garden known as Yuan Garden. Ordinarily, this garden served as a forbidden realm for the royal family, strictly prohibiting any outsiders from entering. However, today it was open to the public. Scholars, poets, and talented youths flocked from various regions, free to roam the garden, compose verses, and sip tea. From the break of dawn, the royal garden was abuzz with a lively throng, teeming with people. Yet, within Yuan Garden lay an inner courtyard, accessible only by invitation. To enter this sanctuary signified true participation in the literary and sword tea gathering, offering a chance to behold the legendary beauty of the third princess, renowned for her unparalleled grace. Upon arriving at Yuan Garden, Shen Xinghe suddenly recalled that the invitation bestowed upon him by the young Lord Luo Shang had been left behind in his room, forgotten amidst his 3-day indulgence in the scenic landscapes. Although his mastery would allow him to return swiftly for the invitation, he found the prospect tedious. Thus, he employed his grandmaster-level skills, launching into the air with remarkable speed, and effortlessly breached the inner courtyard. The guard stationed at the entrance scarcely perceived a flicker. As a gentle breeze swept by the time they realized, Shen Xinghe had already entered the inner sanctum. In stark contrast to the bustling outer courtyard, the inner courtyard exuded a tranquil atmosphere. Those permitted within were either celebrated young talents of the realm or esteemed martial artists from various sects, alongside the nobility of the capital. As Shen Xinghe meandered forward, he noticed a cluster of figures gathered amidst a bamboo grove and approached out of curiosity. There, numerous couplets hung high on the bamboo stalks, remnants of a poetic contest that had transpired earlier in the day. At that moment, several elegantly attired young literati were engrossed near a particular green bamboo, their brows furrowed in deep contemplation over an intricate upper line. As he drew nearer, he overheard fragments of their discourse. Damn it, what manner of eccentricity is Bai Chen? How could he conceive such a perplexing upper line? This couplet, centered around Wangjiang Tower, was a blatant retort to the poet who had inscribed verses there 3 days prior. Regrettably, that enigmatic poet had not graced the event with his presence. Otherwise, his extraordinary literary prowess might have yielded a matching response. Even in the absence of that talent, could it be that within the esteemed literary circles of Dali, there was not a single soul capable of countering the challenge? Frustration mounted. Here in the capital, at a gathering teeming with exceptional youths, they found themselves stymied by a riddle posed by a foreigner. If word of this spread, would they not become the laughingstock of the world? How can the learned gentlemen of our great Li dynasty hold their heads high before the world in the future? Observing the discussions among the crowd ahead, Shen Xinghe exhibited a hint of curiosity. He raised his gaze towards the lengthy scroll suspended from the green bamboo. Upon it, with vigorous strokes resembling a dragon and snake in flight, was inscribed a couplet: Wangjiang Tower, gazing upon the flowing river, beneath Wangjiang Tower, gazing upon the flowing river. The tower and the river endure through the ages. Beside it, another green bamboo bore a blank scroll, devoid of any words, as no one had yet devised an appropriate response to complete the couplet. This upper line possesses a certain significance, specifically themed around Wangjiang Tower, suggesting a lingering sentiment, a deliberate challenge directed at me. Shen Xinghe smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Soon, he conceived a suitable response and approached a nearby table adorned with the scholar's 4 treasures. He picked up a brush, dipped it in rich ink, and stood before the blank scroll hanging from the green bamboo. With a graceful leap, he soared into the air, the brush tip poised above the white paper. As his form gently descended, he penned his response with fluidity and finesse, completing the couplet in one continuous motion. He then turned and drifted away. The surrounding young talents were captivated by his actions, their gazes converging upon the newly inscribed line, Xianxia Pavilion, gazing upon the sea's edge, before Xianxia Pavilion. Gazing upon the sea's edge, the pavilion and the sea's edge endure through the ages. How could I not have thought of this? This couplet is impeccably matched, ingeniously crafted, and truly a rare gem. Marvelous. Indeed, it is remarkable. Moreover, Xianxia Pavilion is a renowned scenic spot in the southern Chu, making this retort all the more fitting. Who could have penned such a brilliant response? I recognize him as the talented individual who composed poetry at Wangjiang Tower 3 days prior. He has indeed returned to the literary gathering. What? Where is he? How curious. He was just here, and now he has vanished in the blink of an eye. As the crowd searched for Shen Xinghe, he had already stepped out from the bamboo grove, continuing his journey forward. Moments later, a serene expanse of water appeared, a crystal-clear lake resembling a gemstone. On the grassy banks, a large assembly sat in anticipation, the main venue for this literary gathering. The Book and Sword Tea Gathering, as it was named, attracted young talents from various regions, reciting poetry and engaging in literary duels, while also featuring young martial artists from different sects showcasing their skills. From a distance, Shen Xinghe observed two figures amidst the crowd, leaping and clashing fiercely, the sound of weapons colliding ringing out across the lakeside. Among them, one figure was particularly familiar to him, his former fiancée, renowned as the celestial warrior of the northern Liang, Li Fengxian, clad in a white martial attire. She wielded a Fangtian Huaji with a commanding presence, her movements swift and powerful, embodying an extraordinary spirit. Though a woman, she stands equal to any man. Engaged in combat with Li Fengxian was a tall man adorned in the attire of a foreign tribe. Viaojing Akrising Shapid Sabir. He struck with the swiftness of the wind and the speed of lightning, relentlessly pressing Li Fengxian. The attention of all onlookers by the shore was captivated by the fierce duel between these two young masters, their gazes following the movements of the combatants. Oblivious to the arrival of Shen Xinghe, finding a spot at the rear of the crowd, Shen casually seated himself, raising his gaze briefly before shaking his head. It was evident that Li Fengxian was no match for the foreign youth, and would likely succumb before long. Meanwhile, along the lakeside, a yellow canopy adorned with a phoenix totem sheltered several tea tables. At the head of the table sat a breathtakingly beautiful woman, the third princess of the Great Li dynasty, Song Qinghe. Closest to her, at two adjacent tea tables, were two other women, Princess Xiao Qianyun of Nanchu and Tuobier, daughter of the Khan of the Baiman grasslands. The atmosphere within the tent appeared harmonious, yet was fraught with subtle tension. The Great Li dynasty had proactively organized this literary and martial gathering, intending to showcase the prowess and strength of its youthful talents to Baiman, Nanchu, and neighboring countries. However, they had not anticipated that both Baiman and Nanchu had come well prepared. A prodigious young talent had emerged from Nanchu, whose poetic skills were unparalleled, standing out even amongst the literary elite of the Great Li dynasty. Earlier that morning, he had composed verses in the Qingzhou forest, challenging the entire youthful literary circle of the Great Li with a line that remained unmatched. This predicament had left the third princess feeling utterly humiliated and disheartened. She had hoped that during the martial discussions in the afternoon, her nation's young warriors would reclaim dignity for the Great Li. Yet, to her astonishment, a once-in-a-century martial genius had also arisen from the Baiman grasslands. Armed with a single saber, he had vanquished numerous young masters of the Great Li. Even the esteemed heir of the Weiyuan Marquis, Luo Sheng, who had once been a beacon of hope for the princess, fell beneath his blade. Though the northern Liang princess, Li Fengxian, had now entered the fray to confront him, the situation suggested that she, too, might not prove to be a worthy adversary. Should this indeed be the case, it would solidify the notion that the Great Li was inferior in both literature to Nanchu and martial prowess to Baiman. The painstaking efforts and countless resources expended to host this literary and martial tea gathering would thus culminate in utter disgrace, rendering the Great Li a laughingstock. This outcome was one the third princess could not bear to accept, her heart ablaze with anxiety, desperately hoping for someone to emerge at this critical moment and turn the tide. At that very instant, a lady-in-waiting entered the tent, hastening to the side of the third princess, her face alight with joy as she reported, "Your Highness, Someone has finally matched the line left by young Master Bai in the Qingzhou forest. Chapter 15. There is still one person in our great Li who can battle you. Oh. The third princess's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing this, and she eagerly inquired, "What is the corresponding couplet? Speak it aloud for this princess to hear." The couplet reads, "Gazing at the sea pavilion, gazing at the sea corner before the sea pavilion, gazing at the sea corner for 10,000 years. For the sea corner for 10,000 years. As the third princess silently pondered this couplet, a flicker of brilliance ignited in her beautiful eyes. She quickly asked, "May I inquire who the talented individual is that composed this line?" "It is the gentleman who penned a poem at the Wangjiang Tower 3 days ago." "Indeed, it is he." The long princess of the southern Shu, Xiao Qianyun, had her visage partially obscured by a layer of purple gauze, concealing most of her face, revealing only a pair of exceptionally lively and luminous eyes. One could not help but imagine that the countenance hidden beneath the veil must possess the beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall, a face that could eclipse the moon and shy the flowers. Upon learning that the couplet was indeed crafted by Shen Xinghe, a glimmer of intrigue danced in her eyes, and she remarked, "This gentleman truly possesses remarkable talent. Might we invite him for discussion?" The third princess promptly inquired, "Where is this gentleman now?" The lady-in-waiting replied softly, "After composing the couplet, he departed, and his whereabouts are unknown. Then let us seek him out. Once found, bring him to my tent. This princess wishes to meet the talented individual of our great Li." Following her command, the third princess's mood lifted, and the tension in her exquisite face finally gave way to a smile. Ever since she had read Shen Xinghe's poem at the Wangjiang Tower 3 days prior, her curiosity about this mysterious talent had grown immensely, and she longed to meet him. Today, Shen Xinghe had come to her aid in her moment of despair, countering by Yi Chen's couplet, which felt akin to reclaiming a victory for the great Li dynasty, further deepening her gratitude and curiosity towards this enigmatic figure. She yearned to summon him before her and discern whether the rumors of his eloquence and striking handsomeness were indeed true. Meanwhile, from the northern grasslands, Tuobiwearer observed the third princess of the great Li and the long princess of the southern Shu, both of whom held exalted statuses. She found it laughable that they were so excited over a poem and a couplet from a gentleman they had never met. A wave of disdain washed over her, and she scoffed, revealing a hint of contempt in her gaze. These southern women, with their ample bosoms, surely lack sense. What value do such poetic verses hold? No matter how well written, what worth do they possess? Those frail scholars, who are utterly incapable of lifting a finger, can they truly be considered men? Only those with the robust physique of a stallion, unwavering will, and abundant courage can be regarded as true men. At the same time, outside the gauzy tent, the fierce battle between Hu Yanzhua and Li Fengxian raged on, and as time passed, Li Fengxian began to reveal signs of decline. On the grassy outskirts of the battlefield, the warriors of the great Li dynasty sat cross-legged, their brows furrowed and faces etched with grave concern. Ever since the envoy from the northern Mang dispatched Hu Yanzhua to the arena, Great Li had suffered a string of defeats. Even the esteemed young Lord Luo Sheng, ranked second on the martial arts leaderboard, found himself powerless against Hu Yanzhua's formidable crescent blade, succumbing to defeat. It is no exaggeration to assert that at this moment, Li Fengxian embodied the last flicker of hope for the entire great Li martial community. Should she also be vanquished, it would signify that a single individual wielding a blade had decisively toppled the entire martial realm of Great Li. Such an outcome would undoubtedly cast an immense shadow of shame over the younger generation of warriors in Great Li, leaving them unable to hold their heads high in the future. At the edge of the battlefield, the young Lord Luo Sheng, nursing an injury to his left arm, sat with his blood-soaked sleeve, his expression solemn and filled with resentment. He grappled not only with the bitterness of his defeat, but also the unbearable reality that the illustrious Great Li dynasty, a pillar of the Central Plains martial world, could not produce a single young master capable of contending with Hu Yanzhua. He could only watch helplessly as this foreign barbarian flaunted his prowess in the capital of Great Li, a sight that was particularly intolerable for someone of his proud disposition. As humiliation and indignation surged within him, an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If he were present, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope to defeat Hu Yanzhua. However, earlier that morning, he had ordered his subordinates to await the arrival of Shen Xinghe at the inner courtyard entrance, instructing them to return immediately should they catch sight of him. The prolonged absence of his subordinates signified that the individual had yet to appear. Could it be that his presence in the capital was merely coincidental and not intended for the sword and tea gathering? Were his two invitations rendered futile? With his brow deeply furrowed, the young lord's anxiety reached a crescendo. Just then, a sudden roar echoed from the battlefield ahead. Xianxia, wielding his curved blade, soared into the air, unleashing a tempest of slashing light that rained down upon Li Fengxian in a fierce assault. Unable to withstand the onslaught, she let out a muffled groan as her spear slipped from her grasp. Xianxia delivered a heavy kick to her chest, sending her hurtling backward. She crashed violently to the ground, her exquisite face paling as a trickle of blood escaped her lips. What a northern Liang's female warrior. She was nothing extraordinary. Even at 7/10 of his strength, she could not withstand his might. Her reputation was merely a facade. With a disdainful snort, Xianxia lowered his blade to his side and shook his head, his face a mask of disappointment as he lamented. I have long heard that the younger generation of the great Li martial community boasts two great masters, the tide-subduing blade and the cloud-covering spear. I had hoped for a worthy exchange during my visit to the south. Yet I never anticipated that the tide-subduing blade would shy away from battle and the cloud-covering spear would be utterly feeble. The so-called Northern Liang Ice Fairy is nothing but a hollow title. Is it possible that the esteemed great Li martial community cannot produce even a single formidable warrior? You have truly disappointed me. The provocative words ignited the fury of the crowd, who erupted into a cacophony of insults. Impudent. How dare a mere barbarian from the outskirts speak so arrogantly? Our Dali martial world is teeming with hidden talents. It is inconceivable that you dare to judge us. Yet, unmoved by their wrath, Xianxia's piercing gaze swept over the assembly with an air of dominance as he bellowed. Today, I, Xianxia, stand here, a lone man with a single sword, challenging the entirety of the Dali martial world. Who among you dares to defy me? At his proclamation, an unexpected silence fell over the scene. Although many youthful masters were incensed by Xianxia's arrogance, they could not deny that he was indeed a rare prodigy in martial arts, one not seen in a century. Even the formidable Luo Sheng and Li Fengxian had fallen before him, leaving no one bold enough to challenge him recklessly. Young Lord Luo Sheng, witnessing Xianxia's display of bravado, was seized with rage and gritted his teeth, retorting, Xianxia, do not let your success blind you. There's at least one person in our Dali martial world who can stand against you. Oh, Xianxia's interest was piqued, and he turned to Luo Sheng, inquiring, who do you speak of? I do not know his name, but he resides within the capital and may very well attend this gathering today. You do not even know his name, yet you fabricate tales. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Xianxia scoffed, utterly disbelieving Luo Sheng's words. Nonetheless, he shifted his gaze toward the surrounding crowd and arrogantly shouted, is the person the young lord spoke of present? Who dares to step forth and face me? Upon hearing this, expressions of intrigue spread among the crowd as they glanced at one another, curious if a hidden master truly lay among them. Even a third princess, concealed behind her veil, exhibited a glimmer of hope, wishing that indeed, as young Lord Luo Sheng claimed, there existed an unknown master who might rise to the occasion and restore dignity to the Dali martial world. However, Tuobier merely curled her lips in disdain, utterly skeptical of the young lord's assertions. Furthermore, even if such a person existed, they could scarcely be a match for Xianxia, who had been meticulously trained by the two grandmasters of the northern Man grasslands. Li Fengxian, assisted by Hong Xiu, returned to her designated seat within the tent. As she gazed at Xianxia, who was reveling in his display of bravado on the grass outside, her strong-willed nature felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Though she secretly hoped for someone to emerge and vanquish Xianxia, providing her with a sense of vindication. The earlier encounter had made her acutely aware of the depth of his prowess, which likely approached the realm of mastery. Within the vast realm of the Dali martial arts community, she was acutely aware of all the notable young masters, and none could rival Xianxia. As for the individual mentioned by Luo Sheng, she perceived it to be merely a fabrication, concocted to preserve the last vestiges of dignity for the Dali martial arts circle. Amidst the crowd, Shen Xinghe wore an expression of resignation. Initially, his purpose for attending the sword and tea gathering was merely to partake in the festivities and witness the young talents from various regions. At most, he intended to compose some poetry and showcase his literary flair, with no intention of engaging in combat. Given his esteemed mastery, it would be an undue advantage to spar with these fledgling practitioners, most of whom had only attained the innate realm. However, as the saying goes, the tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Although Shen Xinghe had no plans to intervene, Hu Yinzhu's relentless taunts met with silence, only emboldened him further. He boisterously laughed, questioning whether the individual he sought was absent or merely too cowardly to confront him. He jested that among the people of Central Plains, no one could possibly bear the zodiac sign of a timid turtle. Enraged by the brazen arrogance of the frontier tribes, a young master of acquired realm beside Shen Xinghe shouted defiantly and stood, ready to confront Hu Yinzhu. Shen Xinghe, however, restrained him with a firm hand. Stepping forward himself, with a cold gaze directed at Hu Yinzhu, he spoke in a calm and unperturbed tone. Allow me to experience the prowess of this so-called first genius of the North Ming. Although Luo Sheng had not seen Shen Xinghe that day, his voice lingered in his memory. Upon hearing it, he was immediately captivated, rising with excitement as he exclaimed, "You truly have come." The crowd, witnessing Luo Sheng's fervor, quickly understood that Shen Xinghe was the enigmatic master capable of contending with Hu Yinzhu, and they turned their curious gazes towards him. However, upon seeing Shen Xinghe, their expressions shifted to one of skepticism. He was clad in a white scholar's robe, appearing entirely like a delicate literatus, devoid of any martial aura. How could such a slender figure possibly match the formidable Hu Yinzhu in combat? Doubts flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. In the distance, behind a veil, upon seeing Shen Xinghe's emergence, Li Fengxian's heart skipped a beat, her mind momentarily blank. She became entranced, forgetting her surroundings. Fixated on the handsome visage she had long yearned for over the past 3 months, a face that had haunted her dreams. A handmaiden standing behind the third princess, her eyes sharpened with focus, immediately remarked, "Princess, this young master is the talented poet who composed verses at Wangjiang Tower 3 days ago." What? The third princess was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed upon Shen Xinghe, who had already stepped forward, making his way towards Hu Yinzhu. Concern flickered in her beautiful eyes as she turned to Tuobiware and said, "This young master is a gifted scholar of our Dali. His prowess in martial arts may not be his forte. Could you please intervene and request Hu Yinzhu to show mercy? It is crucial that this sparring remains lighthearted and does not result in harm." Third princess, I regret to inform you that I cannot grant this request. Hu Yinzhu is a distinguished disciple of the 2 grandmasters of our Beimang, a figure of nobility, and he is not my subordinate. I hold no authority to command him. Furthermore, our Beimang men revere martial strength. Giving anything less than full effort would be the utmost disrespect to an opponent. I cannot condone such a notion. Tuobiware responded with a slight smirk, her refusal straightforward. However, you need not worry, third princess. This contest is merely a friendly exchange, and Hu Yinzhu is wise enough to know his limits. He will certainly not take this young man's life. Yet, as the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, one cannot avoid injury entirely. It will depend on his own abilities. Upon hearing this, the third princess's expression shifted slightly, her heart simmering with anger. Yet she found herself powerless against Tuobiware. It was impossible for her to intervene, so she could only silently pray for Shen Xinghe. Meanwhile, Hu Yinzhu observed Shen Xinghe as he stepped out from the crowd, his gaze revealing a hint of scrutiny. To his surprise, he found himself unable to discern Shen Xinghe's true level of cultivation. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary person, devoid of any martial knowledge, with vulnerabilities evident everywhere. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was an inexplicable essence of naturalness and simplicity that suggested depths beyond comprehension. This feeling was eerily familiar, as he had only sensed it from his 2 masters, leading him to realize that Shen Xinghe might be extraordinary. A serious expression crossed his face as he inquired, "Who are you?" "You are not worthy of knowing my name," Shen Xinghe replied calmly, his gaze steady. Hu Yinzhu's expression darkened instantly, anger flaring his eyes as he coldly demanded, "What weapon do you wield?" "I need no weapon to deal with you," Shen Xinghe replied, his arrogance palpable. Utterly preposterous. Hu Yinzhu's fury surged, and with a disdainful snort, he declared, "Let me see what skills you possess to dare speak such words. Within 10 moves, I shall defeat you." With that, he let out a fierce shout, stomping his foot heavily, his curved blade slicing through the air as it came crashing towards Shen Xinghe. Chapter 17. The entire arena stunned, and Master under 30. Facing Hu Yinzhu's menacing curved blade, Shen Xinghe remained tranquil, standing his ground without making any defensive moves. He appeared as though he had been struck dumb by the lethal aura emanating from Hu Yinjua's weapon. This is not good. Upon witnessing this scene, the third princess, Li Fengxian, and the others immediately changed countenance. Unable to restrain themselves from rising to their feet, their hearts lodged in their throats. It was not until the curved blade of Hu Yinjua was a mere half-foot from Shen Xinghe's brow that his gaze abruptly sharpened. With fingers as swift as lightning, he pinched the crescent blade between them with a resounding clang. The weapon, which embodied Hu Yinjua's extensive cultivation, was suddenly immobilized as if caught in a vice, rendering it utterly motionless despite Hu Yinjua's desperate efforts to strike downwards. Astonishment washed over Hu Yinjua as his expression shifted dramatically, waves of disbelief surging within him. Before he could even react, Shen Xinghe let out a cold snort and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The resounding crack of breaking bones echoed in his ears as several ribs fractured, forcing a muffled groan from his lips. His entire body was propelled into the air, soaring several feet before crashing heavily to the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping palpable as all eyes were glued to the spectacle, filled with incredulity. It was well known that Hu Yinjua was a direct disciple trained by two grandmasters of the North Mei, having attained the innate realm, nearly invincible among his peers. The onlookers had initially believed that if Shen Xinghe could merely hold his own, it would be a remarkable feat, however. No one could have anticipated that a single kick could shatter several of Hu Yinjua's ribs and send him sprawling several feet away. This was indeed an exaggeration beyond belief. Not only did Shen Xinghe's kick shatter Hu Yinjua's invincible dream, but it also left all present in a state of utter bewilderment. Lying on the ground, Hu Yinjua clutched his chest in agony, his gaze fixed incredulously on Shen Xinghe as he stammered, "Why, you are a grandmaster?" Shen Xinghe cast a nonchalant glance at him, neither affirming nor denying the claim. Internally, he mused that a grandmaster could indeed be considered a master. However, to the eyes of the others, this was taken as tacit acknowledgement. Only a grandmaster possessed such formidable power, effortlessly overturning a youthful prodigy of the innate realm with a single kick. A collective gasp echoed across the grassy banks of the lake. A grandmaster under 30. Such a martial genius is rare throughout history, indeed, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. He is destined to ascend to the ranks of terrestrial immortals. How could such an astonishing talent in martial arts have gone unheard of until now? Who exactly is he? Amongst the crowd, the one most profoundly shaken was undoubtedly Li Fengxian. It is worth noting that she was once Shen Xinghe's fiancée, their bond incredibly close. She had meticulously examined Shen Xinghe on multiple occasions, confirming him to be an exceedingly rare martial arts waste, incapable of cultivation in this lifetime. Just moments ago, due to the unexpected appearance of Shen Xinghe, her emotions surged, leaving her in a state of utter blankness, momentarily unresponsive. It was only at this moment that the reality struck her, sending shockwaves through her mind. He was undeniably a martial arts waste, incapable of embarking on the path of cultivation. When had he acquired such martial prowess? Moreover, he had attained the status of a master. How could this be possible? Behind Li Fengxian, the red-sleeved attendant felt a stirring in her heart, gazing at the figure clad in white standing elegantly in the arena, her eyes brimming with longing. She yearned to rush to Shen Xinghe's side and call out to him as she once did, addressing him affectionately as young master. After her initial astonishment, the third princess's eyes sparkled with sheer joy. She had not anticipated that Shen Xinghe not only possessed extraordinary literary talents, unmatched in poetry and prose, but also remarkable martial skills. At such a young age, he had already become a master, a person of such unparalleled talents, excelling in both literary and martial arts. Was truly a rare gem for the Great Li dynasty. With impatience, she turned to the female officials beside her and instructed, "Quickly invite this young master into the tent." Then, reconsidering, she added, "No, I shall personally welcome him." Rising swiftly, she stepped out of the silk tent. Her stunningly beautiful face was tinged with an unmistakable excitement. Her cheeks slightly flushed like blooming peach blossoms, ready to burst with vitality. With her enchanting eyes fixed upon Shen Xinghe, a glimmer of affection danced within them as she sweetly inquired, "May I ask how to address you, young master?" Shen Xinghe clasped his hands in salute, bowing respectfully to the third princess, responding with a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor arrogant. "I am Shen Xinghe, honored to meet the third princess." "Huh? Shen Xinghe?" That name sounds somewhat familiar. Murmurs began to ripple through the surrounding crowd upon hearing his introduction. Soon, someone recalled, exclaiming in surprise, "I remember now. Isn't Shen Xinghe the name of the foremost strategist under the Northern Liang King? In just 5 short years since his emergence, he has implemented policies in Liangzhou, devising countless strategies that transformed the previously destitute 4 prefectures into a well-ordered, prosperous region, rich in resources and strength, truly a talent fit for a king's advisor. Indeed, I recall as well, it is said that he has a betrothal with the Northern Liang warrior maiden, Li Fengxian. However, it seems he abruptly fell out with the Northern Liang king several months ago, resigning from his position and departing Liangzhou. With names so similar and ages aligning, could they truly be the same person? As the murmurs spread, a glint of intrigue sparkled in the third princess's beautiful eyes, revealing her astonishment. Being the third princess of the great Li dynasty, she was undoubtedly well acquainted with the name Shen Xinghe. Behind her, the long princess of the southern Chu kingdom, Xianxia, and the princess of the northern Mang kingdom, Tuobai, also appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions tinged with surprise. Yet, the 3 ladies felt a stirring within, and in unison, they turned a glance at the ever-composed Li Fengxian. At this very moment, Li Fengxian could no longer concern herself with the gazes of those around her. Her eyes fixated intently on Shen Xinghe, her heart a tumultuous blend of excitement, longing, and resentment. 3 months, an entire 3 months. You heartless scoundrel, have you finally deigned to appear before me? This matter shall not be so easily overlooked. I will not grant you forgiveness so readily. Li Fengxian inaladepoli, adopting a stern expression as she coldly addressed him. Shen Xinghe. Oh. Yet before she could finish her words, Shen Xinghe met her gaze with a calm demeanor. He greeted her with a gentle smile, his tone polite yet distant. Miss Li, it has been months. I hope you have been well. Chapter 18. Has the Northern Liang King S head been kicked by a donkey? Miss Li? He referred to me as Miss Li. Stunad, Li Fengxian stut fruzen. Her mind buzzing with disbelief. During the past 3 months, she had envisioned countless reunions with Shen Xinghe, yet she never anticipated that he would stand before her so nonchalantly, uttering her name with such formality. In that instant, the world around her seemed to dim. She acutely sensed that an invisible and formidable barrier had formed between her and Shen Xinghe, one that had developed unbeknownst to her. The warmth of his polite smile now revealed a disconcerting distance. He was no longer her fiancé. It was only at this moment that Li Fengxian awoke from her reverie, abruptly realizing this harsh truth. A sharp pain pierced her heart, as if struck by a heavy blow. Yet her pride forbade her from displaying weakness in front of others. After a brief change in expression, she quickly regained her composure. Suppressing the urge to cry and forcing a smile, she calmly replied, I have been well. Thank you for your concern. However, anyone with even a modicum of perception could discern the complexity of her emotions reflected in her eyes and tone. Not to mention, the astute princesses, Song Qinghe, Xiao Qianyun, and Tuobai immediately recognized the underlying nuances, their expressions revealing a knowing amusement as they pieced together the implications of the brief exchange. Around them, the young elites from various regions of the Great Li began to murmur among themselves. Previously, they had only heard of Shen Xinghe's vast knowledge and unparalleled strategic acumen, a rare talent for the throne. Today, they finally grasped the astonishing depth of his martial prowess. Having attained the rank of master at such a tender age, such a rare prodigy, how could the Northern Liang King be so foolish as to let him depart from Liangzhou? Surely, anyone fortunate enough to possess such a talent would cherish and elevate him as a treasured ancestor. The Northern Liang King's decision to dismiss him was truly baffling, as if he had forgotten the days when the 4 counties of Northern Liang were impoverished and destitute. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd fell upon Li Fengxian's ears, striking her with an unsettling sharpness, causing her fists to clench involuntarily. However, the third princess felt a stirring in her heart, realizing that this was a rare and opportune moment. If she could seize the chance to recruit Shen Xinghe, persuading him to remain in Lijiang to serve the court, the strength of the Great Li nation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Such a talented individual could even be drawn in with the promise of a princely title. The third princess's enchanting eyes glimmered as they swept over Shen Xinghe's handsome visage, her mind contemplating the possibilities. Princess Xiao Qianyun of South Chu was equally fixated on Shen Xinghe, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. A sweet, melodious voice emerged from beneath her purple veil. I have long heard of your unparalleled poetic talent, esteemed sir, and I have admired you for quite some time. Our South Chu's literary genius, Bai Chen, is also well-versed in poetry and prose. It would be a rare delight for two great talents to meet on this auspicious occasion. Why not compose a few verses on the spot, allowing us to witness your brilliance, which could surely become a tale for the ages? Shen Xinghe had already observed the remarkable scholar accompanying Xiao Qianyun, who had been fixated on him since their encounter, his gaze bearing a subtle hint of provocation. He quickly deduced that this individual was likely the famed poetic immortal of South Chu, Bai Chen. In terms of martial prowess, there might exist some formidable old masters capable of temporarily overshadowing him, but when it came to poetry and prose, Shen Xinghe was confident that his extensive reservoir of knowledge would not leave him wanting. Thus, with a gentle smile, Shen Xinghe replied, "If that is the case, I invite the princess to propose a topic." Xiao Qianyun's gaze sharpened slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "As we are in the season of spring, where grass grows and orioles fly, let us take flowers as our theme." "That sounds splendid," the third princess exclaimed, clapping her hands. She promptly summoned the 4 treasures of the study and had 2 blank scrolls hung in the clearing on the grass, awaiting the poetic duel between the 2 men. Though the crowd gathered by the lakeside was predominantly composed of warriors, they turned their attention to the impending literary contest between Shen Xinghe and the South Chu prodigy. Their interest peaked. Many scholars and literary figures, upon hearing the news, converged from all directions, and soon the throng grew larger. All eyes were fixed upon the 2 renowned young talents, eager to witness the clash of their poetic prowess. A contest emblematic of the rivalry between the literary circles of Great Li and South Chu. Bai Chen, adorned in a resplendent white brocade robe, wore a gentle smile, exuding an ethereal charm reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens, his demeanor strikingly refined and extraordinary. After a moment of focused contemplation, he soon donned a confident smile and was the first to put pen to paper, inscribing his verses upon the blank scroll. As each character flowed from Bai Chen's brush, a radiant brilliance enveloped the skies around him. A myriad of splendid and colorful flowers bloom gracefully in the void, as if a rich fragrance wafts through the air. This is the legendary manifestation of talent, a conduit between heaven and earth. Bai Chen has remarkably cultivated the fabled aura of righteousness. How old is he this year? While his poetic talent is astonishing, his knowledge and cultivation rival that of esteemed scholars, leaving one utterly astounded. How infuriating! If it's a contest of poetry, then so be it. Why flaunt the aura of righteousness? This boy is clearly trying to show off, disrupting Shen Xinghe's state of mind. As those exquisite blossoms unfurl around Bai Chen, a wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. Even the third princess gazes on with wide-eyed surprise, never expecting Bai Chen to possess such skills. Her delicate brows furrow slightly, revealing a hint of concern. She fears that Shen Xinghe's composure may be disturbed, preventing him from performing at his usual level. Only a young Daoist, his hair and beard thick, with a rugged appearance etched by the elements, scoffs disdainfully, muttering, "A fool's errand, lacking self-awareness." Observing the wondrous flowers conjured by Bai Chen's aura of righteousness, Shen Xinghe's eyes reflect a peculiar expression. "Ah, splendid. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet you have chosen to conceal your true self. You too wield the aura of righteousness, do you? Well, since that is the case, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I reveal my hand." A smile graces Shen Xinghe's lips as he lifts the gourd of wine from his waist, uncorks it, and takes a hearty swig. Invigorated by the liquor, he brandishes his brush, letting it dance across the blank scroll before him. In an instant, as his brush touches the paper, the skies erupt with swirling clouds, and radiant light illuminates the heavens. Chapter 19. The Regret of Li Fengxian. What on earth is happening? Why is the sky suddenly transformed? It is Shen Xinghe. He has begun to compose poetry, and he too commands the universe with his words. Moreover, the grandeur of his presence far surpasses that of Bai Chen's earlier display. They are incommensurable. Shen Xinghe has also cultivated the aura of righteousness, and it is even more robust than Bai Chen's. Ha ha ha! Bai Chen has indeed overstepped, bringing disgrace upon himself. Shen Xinghe's remarkable achievements at such a young age are unprecedented, destined to elevate our Dali literary scene for a century. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the sky is alive with shifting light and shadow. Flowing clouds drift by, celestial palaces emerge, and the spring breeze carries forth a symphony of blooming flowers. A ethereal figure, a fairy, dances gracefully amidst the sea of blossoms, her garments fluttering, her movements unparalleled. It is as if she embodies the essence of heaven and earth, a divine maiden reveling in the skies above. In that moment, all present are entranced, lost in reverie and yearning. Compared to this celestial maiden, the few flowers conjured by Bai Chen's aura of righteousness seem utterly insignificant. Even Bai Chen himself was momentarily shaken, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle in the sky, and could not help but pause his pen. As everyone else was enraptured by the celestial phenomenon, Shen Xinghe's brush danced with vigor, completing the poem in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, he had finished the entire composition. The closest, the three princesses, including Xiao Qianyun, immediately turned their gazes towards him, deeply enthralled by the poem, and began to read aloud. The clouds desire garments. The flowers yearn for beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing. The dew glistens thickly. Had we not seen it atop the mountain of jade, we would meet beneath the moon at the Yao Terrace. The moment Song Qinghe and Xiao Qianyun read the verses, their beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, their hearts racing with excitement. Despite having read countless poems in their lives, they had never encountered such exquisite and resplendent prose. Their spirits were stirred, and their gazes towards Shen Xinghe transformed from mere admiration to an unmistakable infatuation. The renowned poet of Nanchu, Bai Chen, upon reading Shen Xinghe's 4 lines of poetry, was suddenly lost in reverie, falling into silence. After a moment, he slowly turned to glance at the 2.5 lines of poetry he had just penned. With a swift stroke of his brush, he erased everything, deeming it unnecessary to continue. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed deeply to Shen Xinghe, exclaiming, "Brother Shen, your talent is extraordinary, unparalleled throughout history. I humbly bow to your greatness." The crowd erupted in astonishment. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? The illustrious poet of Nanchu, hailed as the most talented literary figure in centuries, is actually conceding to Shen Xinghe? It was unfathomable what kind of timeless work could compel Bai Chen to abandon his incomplete poem and surrender. Let everyone see it at once. Curiosity surged through the gathering as they clamored to know what verses Shen Xinghe had composed. The third princess promptly commanded a lady-in-waiting to publicly recite Shen Xinghe's poem. Upon hearing the 4 lines, the assembled literati were immediately stirred, filled with awe. They marveled at the extraordinary nature of such writing, declaring that Shen Xinghe truly deserved the title of Poet Immortal. The younger martial artists, though not well-versed in poetry, could discern the excitement among the literati and grasp the exceptional nature of Shen Xinghe's verses through their discussions. They were moved and began to speculate. Who is this Shen Xinghe? At such a tender age, not only does he surpass his peers in cultivation, having already reached the realm of mastery, but he has also cultivated the legendary Confucian spirit, a rare talent in both martial and literary arts. It was said that the king of Baoyang had made 3 trips to Jiangnan, personally visiting several renowned scholars, hoping to invite them to Liangzhou to establish an academy and spread knowledge. Yet, none of those esteemed scholars had paid him any mind. At such a tender age, Shen Xinghe has cultivated an impressive aura of righteousness. His future accomplishments are boundless, far surpassing those aged over 50 who barely managed to cross this threshold. Indeed, 100-fold stronger. Why would King Baoyang overlook such a prodigious talent so close at hand, opting instead to seek distant scholars from Jiangnan? Ultimately, not only did he fail to summon the esteemed scholar, but he also let Shen Xinghe slip away. This series of actions is utterly absurd. One must wonder if his mind has been clouded. Around her, whispers swirled like sharp steel needles, piercing Li Fengxian's heart, causing her body to tremble and her complexion to pale slightly. Unable to restrain herself, she clenched her fists tightly, her heart engulfed in confusion. Have I truly erred alongside my adoptive father? Should I have treated him differently that day? Standing nearby, Tuobo glanced furtively between Li Fengxian and Shen Xinghe. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her beautiful eyes as she leaned closer to Li Fengxian, inquiring, "I have heard that you once had a betrothal with young Master Shen, which you took the initiative to dissolve. A figure of such unparalleled talent, both scholarly and martial, is simply unmatched in this world, even surpassing the mightiest men of the grasslands." I cannot fathom any reason for your decision to break off the engagement. Tuobi Ware's words struck Li Fengxian like a sharp blade, piercing her most vulnerable spot, causing her heart to ache and nearly suffocate. She shot a cold glare at Tuobi Ware, her voice frosty as she retorted, "This matter is between him and me. It does not concern you." "Perhaps not," Tuobi Ware replied with a leisurely smile, adding salt to Li Fengxian's wounds. "But who knows what tales may unfold between young Master Shen and me in the future. Rest assured, it will certainly not involve you." With that, she provocatively glanced at Li Fengxian before lifting her teacup and approaching Shen Xinghe. "Young Master Shen, I raise a toast to you. This is our grassland's specialty milk tea. You are warmly invited to visit our land in the future." That wretched girl, Li Fengxian sata, wishing fervently to wield her halberd and strike down Tuobi Ware on the spot, as she watched Shen Xinghe, who wore a gentle smile amidst a throng of admirers. Engaging in merry conversation with 3 grand princesses, Li Fengxian suddenly felt an acute sense of alienation, as though she were the sole outsider in that place. Yet, that man once belonged to her. He was her fiancé. What would have led them to this point? Was everything truly irreparable? But all I have done was for his sake. Li Fengxian's face turned ashen, her heart twisted in anguish. Her fists were clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Just then, Shen Xinghe, amidst the crowd, unexpectedly turned to gaze in her direction, a smile gracing his face as he pushed through the throng and approached her. Li Fengxian's eyes suddenly sparkled, a glimmer of brilliance returning to her previously dull gaze. I knew it. He must still harbor feelings for me. His earlier indifference was merely a facade to provoke me. Now, he can no longer maintain that pretense, can he? Shen Xinghe, do you think this will upset me? I am not the least bit affected. When will you cease this childish behavior? As Shen Xinghe approached, Li Fengxian immediately adopted a stern expression, displaying an air of icy indifference, awaiting his apology. However, when Shen Xinghe drew near, he merely nodded lightly in greeting before turning his attention to Xianxia, who stood behind her, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Xianxia, it has been a while. How have you been? Has your back pain recurred?" Chapter 20, a name known throughout the realm. Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's inquiry, Xiao's heart fluttered, her face lighting up with astonished joy as she hurriedly replied, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am quite well." Afterwards, noticing how much thinner he had become, a hint of compassion flickered in her beautiful eyes as she couldn't help but say you, however, seemed to have lost weight. "Haha, I must admit I have grown unaccustomed to not enjoying your home-cooked meals." Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, a hint of nostalgia evident in his gaze. If there was anything he missed about Xianxia after leaving, it was certainly Xiao's cooking. Li Fengxian stood quietly to the side, listening to the exchange between Shen Xinghe and Xianxia, her expression suddenly stiffening. She realized, to her dismay, that she had overestimated her significance. Shen Xinghe had not come over to seek her out. He was merely reminiscing with his former maid. Yet, even with a mere servant, he could engage in such amiable conversation, while he treated her with cold indifference, as if they were strangers. Li Fengxian, of such little worth that I cannot even compare to a servant in your eyes. Shen Xinghe, how cruel your heart is. Li Fengxian felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, her chest heaving with anger as she gritted her teeth. Her countenance was as frigid as ice, and she retreated to her seat, pouring herself a cup of tea in solitude. The third princess, however, was not about to let this rare opportunity slip by. She quickly approached Shen Xinghe again, expressing her desire to recruit him through her words. Yet, Shen Xinghe politely declined her offer, stating that he had grown fond of the carefree life of a wanderer and had no intention of returning to court. Faced with Shen Xinghe's refusal, the third princess did not press further. After all, she was not like the foolish king of Baoyang. She understood that when dealing with a talented individual, one must show respect and honor their wishes, never resorting to coercion. Particularly when Shen Xinghe was not merely a strategist of exceptional caliber, but possessed extraordinary talents. He is an extraordinary talent, a martial arts prodigy who has reached the realm of mastery before the age of 30, with limitless potential for the future. Such a rare genius, unparalleled throughout history, can only be met with goodwill, not enmity. Thus, in the end, the third princess bestowed upon Shen Xinghe a token. This token, when presented to any official within the Great Li territory, would grant him the same respect as that afforded to a prince, ensuring the unwavering support of local officials, and even the ability to mobilize regional forces. Although, given Shen Xinghe's current prowess, he likely had little need to seek assistance from the authorities. He graciously accepted the token after expressing his gratitude for the third princess's thoughtful gesture. The princess of the southern Shu, Xianxia, also took the opportunity to extend an invitation to Shen Xinghe. Earlier, he had composed a couplet in the Qingzhou forest, referencing the famed Zhanhai Pavilion of southern Shu. This autumn, a once-in-60 years celestial tide would grace the estuary of the Longjian River, a magnificent spectacle akin to 1,000 galloping horses. Since the young gentleman is a wanderer of the world, why not visit southern Shu? Qianyun eagerly anticipated the chance to ascend the pavilion with him and admire the extraordinary scene together. Shen Xinghe had long heard of the Longjian's furious tide, a sight to behold, and smiled in agreement, expressing his intention to witness it. In light of this, Qianyun promised to await Shen Xinghe's arrival at Zhanhai Pavilion. As she exchanged a glance filled with expectation, a gentle breeze swept past, lifting the veil of purple silk that partially obscured her face, revealing a half of her stunningly beautiful visage, enchanting Shen Xinghe with a fleeting smile. He was momentarily captivated, his gaze sharpening with a sense of awe. As evening descended, the day-long literary and martial arts tea gathering finally came to a close. Yet the impact of this gathering did not wane. It swiftly spread throughout the entire capital. Among all discussions, Shen Xinghe undoubtedly emerged as the most radiant star amidst the assembly of exceptional young talents. At merely 26 years of age, he had attained mastery in martial arts, showcasing both profound knowledge and a strategic acumen of a sage capable of guiding nations. Each of these identities alone would qualify him as a leading young talent of the age, sought after by various factions. How much more so for Shen Xinghe, who embodied all three. The poetic genius of southern Shu, renowned for his unparalleled literary talent. The martial prodigy of northern Mang, unmatched among his peers. In comparison to him, all others appeared dim and insignificant, merely serving as a backdrop that accentuated Shen Xinghe's unparalleled brilliance. Simultaneously, it highlighted the narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness of Li Ji, the king of Baoyang. On this day, the entire capital was in a frenzy, with every street and alley abuzz with tales of Shen Xinghe's exploits. He was undoubtedly the foremost prodigy of the Great Li, akin to a dazzling comet streaking across the sky, abruptly manifesting before all. The radiance emanating from him was so profound that it left everyone in sincere admiration, rendering them merely capable of gazing in awe. While the populace marveled at Shen Xinghe's remarkable talents, they could not help but deride the Northern Liang king for his inability to recognize true brilliance. Such an exceptionally gifted young man, with a future brimming with promise, should have been coveted by any faction striving to retain him, even pampered like a beloved son. Yet, the Northern Liang king, in his folly, attempted to suppress Shen Xinghe with his crude machinations, thereby expelling a truly unparalleled prodigy from his ranks. The world could think of no better term than fool to describe the Northern Liang king. How ironic it would be if he were to realize the gravity of his miscalculation, only to regret it deeply. It served him right. Had he forgotten the disarray that plagued the 4 counties of Liangzhou before Shen Xinghe's emergence? After merely a few years of improved circumstances, he seemed to have forgotten his own lineage. They say one slaughters the donkey once the millstone has been removed, yet he, in his impatience, sought to discard the donkey before the grinding was even halfway complete. Truly a foolish endeavor. After Shen Xinghe's departure, who will be capable of mending the chaos in Liangzhou? Meanwhile, in the bustling capital of Lijing, amidst the lively discussions of countless individuals, the Northern Liang king, Li Ji, found himself in a state of utter disarray. 1,000 miles away in Liangzhou city. During Shen Xinghe's tenure in Liangzhou, he had not appreciated the complexities of governing the region. He had simply delegated all responsibilities to Shen Xinghe, who had managed everything with remarkable efficiency. Within just a few short years, the 4 counties of Liangzhou had flourished, possessing both resources and military strength. No problem was too daunting for Shen Xinghe to resolve. However, now, only a few months after Shen Xinghe's departure, the administrative affairs of the 4 counties had descended into chaos. A myriad of incidents, both trivial and significant, arose incessantly, with his subordinates unable to address even the slightest issues, continually beseeching their king for decisions, which left Li Ji exasperated. On multiple occasions, Li Ji had erupted in fury, chastising his officials. You cannot even resolve these minor matters. What purpose do you serve? How did things function previously? The officials, feeling utterly wronged, replied, in the past. Everything was overseen by Lord Shen. We merely followed his directives. Now that Lord Shen is no longer present, we are indeed at a loss, unsure how to proceed. Shen Xinghe. Once again, Shen Xinghe. Could it be that my vast Liangzhou, with its 4 counties, cannot thrive without him? Li Ji seethed with rage, expelling the officials from his presence. Yet, once they departed, he found himself alone in the desolate palace, contemplating the myriad of troubling administrative issues, feeling overwhelmed yet again. Did I truly err? The northern Liang king furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself as he began to reminisce about the days when Shen Xinghe was still in Liangzhou. At that moment, a guard hurriedly entered the hall, kneeling with a letter in hand, and proclaimed loudly, "Report to the prince." The news from the princess in Lijing City pertains to the information regarding the sword and tea gathering. Oh, Li Ji's gaze sharpened as he commanded. Present it to me at once. His mood was fraught with agitation, and he yearned for uplifting news to alleviate his spirits. This time, with Li Fengxian leading the expedition to the capital, she had brought a substantial treasure trove, and he believed such a grand allure would undoubtedly attract a multitude of talents. Chapter 21. I shall not accept your apology. Let me see what talents Fengxian has managed to recruit for Liangzhou during her journey to the capital for the sword and tea gathering. Li Ji eagerly accepted the letter from his subordinate, swiftly tearing it open to extract the contents within. Upon unfolding the letter and placing it before him, he gazed at it with great anticipation. However, as he read on, his smile gradually faded, his expression contorting with disbelief, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. What? Shen Xinghe also participated in the sword and tea gathering? He shone brilliantly at the event, reciting a poem that left the audience in awe, compelling even the renowned poet of South Chu to concede defeat, earning him the title of the finest scholar in Dali. He was also an extraordinary martial talent, a rarity of century, with unfathomable prowess that had already attained the realm of mastery. His fame skyrocketed after the gathering, prompting the Tsingfeng Tower to swiftly adjust the rankings, placing him at the pinnacle of the talent list. How could this be possible? Reading the stark words on the parchment, Li Ji was struck with a tumult of emotions, his heart racing in complexity. Initially, he had harbored a glimmer of hope. After Shen Xinghe departed Liangzhou, devoid of his protection, he thought he might languish in poverty, facing constant setbacks, ultimately returning to him in humility, seeking forgiveness. Yet, to his astonishment, Shen Xinghe had thrived after leaving Liangzhou, making a remarkable impression in Lijing City, causing a sensation throughout the land. How infuriating! Was he not a martial arts failure? What did he hone his skills? How could I have been so oblivious? This rascal had concealed his true abilities so thoroughly before me. Why did he not reveal such talents sooner? Had I known, I would never have allowed him to depart. In an instant, regret consumed Li Ji, his insides twisting with remorse. He berated himself for being so foolish as to suppress Shen Xinghe, ultimately forcing him to resign and leave Liangzhou, thereby losing a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. No, such an extraordinary talent must not slip through my fingers. I must find a way to win him back to Liangzhou. Indeed, after 5 years of acquaintance, we share a bond of some significance. Furthermore, he once had an engagement with Fengxian. If I humble myself, acknowledge my faults, and send Fengxian to plead for his return, I am certain I can win Shen Xinghe's heart and have him back under my command. At that moment, Li Ji cast aside any pretense of the northern Liang king's dignity. What matters is not the face one presents to the world, but the future of Liangzhou, which holds paramount importance. As long as Shen Xinghe is willing to turn back and return to Liangzhou, I would not hesitate to have him personally mount his steed. Li Ji immediately commanded his servants to fetch writing paper, laying it upon the desk with utmost seriousness as he began to compose. In no time, 2 letters were completed. The first was addressed to Shen Xinghe, structured in 3 distinct parts. The initial segment was imbued with remorse, emphasizing a singular notion: I have come to realize my errors. That night, I was inebriated, and my words should not weigh heavily upon your heart. The second part employed an emotional appeal, recounting the 5 years since Shen Xinghe's emergence, highlighting the harmonious relationship between ruler and subject and the deep respect and affection the people of Liangzhou hold for him. The final segment painted a picture of promise, assuring Shen Xinghe that upon his return to Liangzhou, I would willingly share all my riches and honor with him, treating him as a brother, declaring that from henceforth, all that I possess would be equally his. The second letter was destined for Li Fengxian, instructing her to deliver the first letter to Shen Xinghe and to employ any means necessary, even seduction, to ensure his return to Liangzhou. Upon completing the correspondence, Li Ji hastily dispatched the 2 letters into Li Fengxian's hands, urging swift delivery. Afterward, he paced the grand hall, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Moments later, a fierce determination crossed his features. Such a prodigious talent, if not utilized for my benefit, must be eliminated. Shen Xinghe, it would be wise for you to return willingly. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to send you on your way. He returned to his desk, took up his pen, and penned a secret letter, dispatching it through clandestine channels to Yuan Yushan, who was also in Lijing. He expressly instructed that this confidential missive must remain unknown to Li Fengxian. The distance between Liangzhou and Lijing was vast, with mountains and rivers obstructing the way. Despite employing the fastest means of communication, the exchange still took considerable time. By the time the 2 letters reached Li Fengxian, it was already the evening of the 5th day after the book and sword tea gathering. During these 5 days, Li Fengxian found herself unable to enjoy either tea or food, her heart tormented as she contemplated seeking out Shen Xinghe. Yet, she reasoned, I am a woman. Why should I lower myself to seek him out when he, a man, does not come find me? Besides, I had done nothing wrong. Although I may have spoken harshly that night, it was all for his own good, even if I were to concede 1,000 faults. Should not such a distinguished man be able to forgive me and come to seek reconciliation? Hence, for 5 long days, Li Fengxian remained sulking in her room, refraining from pursuing Shen Xinghe, until the arrival of Li Ji's letter finally provided her with a way forward. It was the command of my adoptive father that compelled me to seek you out, not a sign of submission on my part. With this thought in mind, Li Fengxian promptly set out with her entourage to the inn where Shen Xinghe resided. Upon arrival, she discovered that Shen Xinghe had vacated his room and departed from Lijing City not long before. Fortunately, ever since Shen Xinghe rose to prominence, countless eyes had been vigilantly observing his every move. Utilizing the extensive intelligence network she had cultivated over the years in the capital, Li Fengxian swiftly discerned Shen Xinghe's whereabouts. Leading a substantial group, she mounted swift steeds and, under the cover of moonlight, pursued him through the night. Eventually, they caught up with Shen Xinghe on a hillside several dozen miles south of Lijing City. Li Fengxian instructed the others to wait at a distance and approach Shen Xinghe alone, presenting him with a letter from Li Ji. Gazing coldly at Shen Xinghe, she spoke in a frosty tone. This is a letter from my adoptive father, and he hopes you will return to Liangzhou City. Shen Xinghe took the letter from Li Fengxian, but did not even glance at it before tossing it into the fire before him. Li Fengxian's expression changed instantly. Her brows knitted tightly as she demanded in a low voice. What do you mean by this, Shen Xinghe? It means nothing. Shen Xinghe chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly. It was Li Ji himself who declared our bond severed, stating that once I stepped outside, I should never return. It has only been 3 months, and now a mere letter seeks to summon me back to Liangzhou. What do you take me for? Li Fengxian took a deep breath and replied solemnly, I understand your anger. The actions I took with my adoptive father were indeed improper, but they were intended for your own good. Do you not bear any fault in this? Moreover, we have already apologized to you. What more do you desire? Apologize? Shen Xinghe was instantly provoked to laughter. If apologies were effective, there would be no punishments in the world. Should I kill you first, and then apologize to your corpse? Whether to apologize is your affair, but accepting it is mine. I do not accept your apology at this moment. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. Chapter 22. A Sword to Sever the Master. Hearing Shen Xinghe's resolute words, Li Fengxian's face turned pale, as if struck by a heavy blow. She did not anticipate that Shen Xinghe would reject her so decisively in Dima for my own good. Am I to admit to some unfounded accusations, allowing my dignity to be trampled upon, merely to satiate Li Ji's inexplicable desire for control? If that is the case, I extend my gratitude, but I implore you never to act in my favor again. This benevolence is beyond what Shen Xinghe can bear. I suggest you reserve it for someone else. Shen Xinghe let out a cold snort, delivering his words with unyielding cruelty. Each utterance was akin to a sharp dagger, ruthlessly piercing Li Fengxian's heart, leaving her visage pallid. In that moment, she finally awakened to the reality that the rift between her and Shen Xinghe had reached an irrevocable point of no return. Yet, she remained unwilling to accept this truth, desperately pressing on with her inquiries. Shen Xinghe, is your heart truly so unyielding? Do our 5 years of affection hold no value in your eyes? Is it truly beyond redemption? Shen Xinghe refrained from addressing Li Fengxian's question directly, instead responding with a detached inquiry. Can spilled water ever be retrieved? Can a broken mirror ever be mended? His words struck Li Fengxian like a heavy blow, causing a wave of suffocating pain in her chest, rendering her face ghostly pale. It felt as though she had carelessly lost something of utmost significance in her life. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over as despair enveloped her. A few subordinates who had accompanied Li Fengxian stood at a distance, closely observing the exchange between the two. Yuan Yushan, secretly infatuated with Li Fengxian, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Shen Xinghe's rejection. However, witnessing the devastation on Li Fengxian's face, filled with regret and sorrow, ignited a burning jealousy within him, causing his eyes to blaze with anger. How infuriating! What superiority does this pretty boy, Shen Xinghe, possess over me? He promptly stepped forward, raising his voice to admonish Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe, how dare you provoke the princess's ire? You are courting death. Silence. This is not your place to speak. Step back. Li Fengxian's beautiful eyes narrowed with a chill, casting a cold glare at Yuan Yushan. The nature of her relationship with Shen Xinghe, regardless of its tumultuous state, was a matter solely between the two of them, not for others to intrude upon. Yuan Yushan was stunned into silence, his expression shifting from green to white, contorted in discomfort, feeling utterly wronged. I merely stood up to speak on your behalf, and yet you turn and scold me? Nevertheless, he would not harbor anger towards Li Fengxian, but instead directed all his fury towards Shen Xinghe, his gaze icy with murderous intent. Shen Xinghe, however, scoffed impatiently. Enough of your theatrics, all of you. Let the ambushers reveal themselves. Let us settle this matter directly and save me the trouble of wasting time. Upon hearing this, Li Fengxian's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes reflecting confusion. What do you mean by theatrics? What does that imply? I do not comprehend. Shen Xinghe let out a cold snort, a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes. My ears can detect the sound of arrows from miles away. Do you think I cannot hear someone unsheathing a blade within 100 meters? With that, he extended his right hand, reaching into the air to grasp 2 small stones. Channeling his internal energy, he hurled them with great force. The stones whistled through the air, each striking a different target, shattering a century-old tree and a massive boulder into pieces. From behind the tree and stone emerged 2 agile figures, like fleeting shadows, leaping forth to a mere 10 meters away from Shen Xinghe. Armed with weapons, they positioned themselves, their eyes glinting with a chilling intensity, their energies firmly locked onto Shen Xinghe. What is happening here? Upon witnessing the scene, Li Fengxian's expression shifted dramatically as she asked in a hushed tone. Yuan Yushan, seeing that matters had escalated, discarded any pretense and produced a sealed letter from within his robes. Fixing a cold gaze upon Shen Xinghe, he declared loudly, by the command of the prince, if Shen Xinghe chooses to repent and return to Liangzhou, he shall be protected along the way. However, if he remains obstinate and refuses to return, then he shall be struck down without mercy. With a smirk curling his lips, he fixed a condescending stare upon Shen Xinghe. Do not presume that your status as a master-level warrior renders you invincible. These 2 predecessors are also masters, their profound abilities surpassing your comprehension. Specially dispatched by the prince to deal with you. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Now, I grant you one final opportunity. Will you return to Liangzhou and serve the prince once more? Li Fengxian, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Concern etched across her face as she implored Shen Xinghe. Xinghe, you must yield and apologize to your adoptive father. The power he wields is beyond your imagination. Do not continue to defy him. Preserving your life is paramount. Shen Xinghe scrutinized Li Fengxian for several moments, discerning no hint of deception in her demeanor. It appeared that Li Ji had issued this command without her knowledge, and she was genuinely unaware of the situation. Thus, he allowed a light smile to grace his lips, responding with an air of indifference. The power in Li Ji's hands may be beyond my imagination, yet my own cultivation level is likewise unfathomable to him. These 2 master-level fools I regard as insignificant as mere chickens and dogs, daring to seek my life? How utterly preposterous! As his words fell, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he swiftly drew the sword at his waist. The sword's aura was as sharp as frost, striking fiercely at the master-level warrior to his right. The warrior was instantly taken aback, his face transforming in shock as he hastily raised his long blade to block. However, under the might of Shen Xinghe's infused energy, that blade, capable of slicing through iron like mud, proved utterly inadequate. With a single stroke, Shen Xinghe severed his opponent, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved straight through the forehead of the master-level warrior. A vivid crimson line appeared, slicing downward and bisecting the entire body. Thus, the master was cleaved in twain by Shen Xinghe's sword. Chapter 23. Do you dare threaten me? A grandmaster? Witnessing his comrade being so effortlessly cut in half, another master-level warrior stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, as a tempest of fear surged within him. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled, desperately seeking an escape. Yet, Shen Xinghe would not allow him to evade. A murderous intent surged in his gaze as he swiftly pursued. However, the quality of the sword in Shen Xinghe's hand was mediocre. Having just been infused with a star energy and struck with full force, the blade could no longer endure. With a resounding crack, it shattered into countless fragments. A glimmer of determination flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he decisively raised his hand and swept it with a flourish of his sleeve. In that moment, the overwhelming prowess of his grandmaster-level cultivation revealed itself. The mighty energy surged forth, causing the scattered shards of the blade to emit a resonant and piercing sound, like a tempest roaring through the air as they hurtled towards the fleeing master. Hearing the whistling of the shards approaching from behind, the master was filled with dread. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and turned back. He wielded his sword with the swiftness of the wind, deftly parrying the incoming shards in a flurry of clashing sounds. However, the delay allowed Shen Xinghe to close the distance. With a cold snort, he leapt into the air, delivering a heavy palm strike towards his opponent. The terrifying force of his palm was akin to a mountain collapsing, overwhelming and unstoppable. It shattered the sword in the master's hand and struck with ferocity against his chest, resulting in the instant obliteration of his ribcage and internal organs. The master was thrown backward, flying several meters before crashing to the ground, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, two master-level martial artists had fallen to Shen Xinghe's might. This unexpected and dramatic reversal left everyone present in a state of shock, their minds reeling in disbelief. You are Grandmaster. Li Fengxian's heart surged with tumultuous waves as she gazed at Shen Xinghe, her disbelief rendering her speechless. A Grandmaster at the mere age of 26? What kind of absurd talent is this? Shen Xinghe paid no heed to Li Fengxian's astonishment. His gaze, now sharpened with murderous intent, turned coldly towards Yuan Yushan in the distance. Under the weight of Shen Xinghe's piercing stare, Yuan Yushan trembled, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling dread crawling over his skin. He could hardly fathom that Shen Xinghe, so young, had already achieved the status of a grandmaster. The Northern Liang King had tasked him with eliminating such a formidable opponent. Was this not sheer folly? His pupils dilated, and instinctively he turned to flee. Yet, even a master-level warrior stood no chance against the swiftness of Shen Xinghe. His mere postnatal cultivation was no match for such prowess. How could he possibly escape? In a moment of desperation, Yuan Yushan suddenly cast his gaze towards the nearby Xianxia. A flash of resolute determination crossed his eyes as he swiftly extended his hand, pulling Xianxia before him. With his right hand clawed tightly around her slender neck, he shouted at Shen Xinghe, "Do not approach. I bear no grudge against you. I am merely acting under the orders of the prince. Release me at once, and if you dare take a step forward, I will take this woman's life. She once served as your personal maid for 5 years. Should she perish, it would surely cause you great sorrow, wouldn't it? How dare you threaten me?" Shen Xinghe, with a disdainful snort, fixed his cold gaze upon Yuan Yushan. The murderous intent in his eyes was palpable, almost tangible, as the overwhelming aura of a grandmaster was fully unleashed, crashing down upon Yuan like a tidal wave. Instantly, Yuan Yushan felt a chill in his heart, paralyzed with terror, unable to even move a finger under the weight of such a formidable presence. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as Shen Xinghe approached, extending 2 fingers to press heavily against his forehead. A sharp blast of sword energy erupted, piercing through Yuan Yushan's skull. His face retained an expression of utter fear and despair, the light in his eyes fading rapidly, transforming into lifeless ashes as his body crumpled to the ground. Having survived the ordeal, Xiao's expression bore no signs of elation. She performed a graceful bow to Shen Xinghe, respectfully stating, "I am profoundly grateful for your rescue, my lord." Yet, as she spoke, her eyes reddened, and tears began to flow. "Why are you crying?" Shen Xinghe inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "I have been orphaned since childhood, taken in by the northern Liang King's South Dark Court, controlled by a deadly poison, and trained as a mere pawn. I have never experienced the warmth of the world." Xianxia softly wept, her beautiful eyes glistening with sorrow. "Only during the 5 years in your household have I felt like a human being. Without the chance to accompany you in this life, serving by your side feels like existing as a mere shell." Upon hearing her words, Shen Xinghe could not help but internally sigh. In a certain sense, Xianxia was indeed a pitiable woman, her fate adrift and her autonomy stripped away. However, he could not afford to take her words at face value. A flicker of light danced in his eyes as he addressed her. "If you truly wish to serve me as before, I can offer you an opportunity." As he spoke, he unsheathed the sword at her waist and extended it towards her. "End your own life now, and I possess the means to allow your soul to continue following me." As he spoke, Shen Xinghe's gaze remained fixed upon Xianxia. This was a chance he was offering her, a test as well. If a hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes, it would signal that she did not possess unwavering trust in him. Her previous words of sorrow could merely be an act designed to elicit his sympathy, with intentions more sinister than those of Yuan Yushan. Shen Xinghe would not hesitate to eliminate her, if all her words were true, and she genuinely wished to follow him. Even to the extent of sacrificing her own life without a second thought, he could not bear to let this devoted maid, who had served him for 5 years, continue to sink into despair. Is the young master serious? If I could follow you, even if it meant becoming a ghost, what would it matter? Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, Xiao's eyes instantly brightened. A glimmer of determination flashed within her gaze. Without hesitation, she took the long sword from Shen Xinghe's hands and drew it forcefully across her fair neck. In an instant, a splash of crimson appeared, and she fell lifeless into Shen Xinghe's embrace. Li Fengxian, standing nearby, was profoundly shaken by this scene, her heart tumultuous with emotion. Here was a mere servant, unconditionally trusting Shen Xinghe. When it came to matters of life and death, she did not utter a single unnecessary question. For the mere chance to remain by Shen Xinghe's side, she willingly took her own life. In contrast, she, once Shen Xinghe's fiancée, had been unable to share his heart. When he faced oppression from his adoptive father, desperately in need of support, she not only failed to stand by him, but also aligned herself with his adversary, aiding her father in exerting pressure on him, hoping to compel him to submit. Had she truly erred? At this moment, through her comparison with Xianxia, Li Fengxian finally recognized her own selfishness, filled with profound regret. Cradling Xiao's lifeless body, Shen Xinghe felt her gradually cooling warmth, and he finally understood her feelings for him. He called out loudly behind him, "Brother Yin, please assist me and retain Xiao's soul." Chapter 24. Encountering the Dragon on the River. Ever since Li Fengxian and her companions had caught up, Xianxia had been quietly sitting by the fire, munching on a sweet potato and watching the unfolding drama. Only upon hearing Shen Xinghe's call did he finish the last bites of his snack. Wiping his hands on his clothes, he stood up and walked briskly to Shen Xinghe's side, glancing at the lifeless body of Xiao in Shen Xinghe's arms. He sighed and said, "Have you made your decision? Then take out the heart of the Ghost Mother. I shall assist you with the incantation." Shen Xinghe carefully laid Xiao's body flat on the grass, then returned to his horse, retrieving the palm-sized, pitch-black heart of the Ghost Mother from his saddlebag and handing it over to Xianxia. Upon receiving the heart, Xianxia's expression grew solemn, channeling his magical power. The heart of the Ghost Mother began to levitate from his palm, floating above Xiao's body. Xianxia then brought his hands together before his chest, swiftly forming several intricate hand seals. He raised his hands in succession, casting a series of spells upon the heart of the Ghost Mother. The heart of the Ghost Mother tree quivered slightly, emanating a faint, dark halo that enveloped the body of Xiao. Beneath this nebulous aura, a shadowy soul gradually emerged from Xiao's corpse, drifting away like a wisp of smoke. With a swift motion, it was drawn into the ethereal heart of the Ghost Mother tree. Following that, the tree's heart trembled once more, and Xiao's spirit floated out. Her delicate face bore an expression of bewilderment as she glanced down at her insubstantial form, recollecting the events that had transpired. A glimmer of surprise surfaced in her beautiful eyes as she gracefully approached Shen Xinghe, bowing deeply. "This humble servant, Hong Xiu pays her respects to you, my lord. Shen Xinghe nodded slightly, extending his hand to grasp the heart of the Ghost Mother tree. This treasure contained the essence of a ghostly locust tree, cultivated over several centuries. The souls residing within were nurtured and protected by it, allowing them to manifest even under the blazing sun. Even if the tree's heart were to be damaged in the future, causing the soul to reincarnate, it would have gained significant benefits from the nurturing it received. It could be said that for Hong Xiu, it was entirely advantageous. After resolving matters concerning Hong Xiu, Shen Xinghe turned his gaze towards Li Fengxian, his expression calm as he spoke. Considering your ignorance of Li Ji's secret orders, I shall spare your life today. Be wise in your future endeavors, and take your people back. With that, he lifted Hong Xiu's lifeless body and, accompanied by her soul and Xianxia, strode into the night. The scene of several lives lost felt too ominous to linger upon. He sought a more serene and picturesque location to lay Hong Xiu to rest. Li Fengxian stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed on Shen Xinghe as he departed without a backward glance, until he vanished completely into the shadows. Tremors coursed through her body, her heart filled with profound regret. In that moment, she found herself envying Hong Xiu. Though merely a maid who had lost her life and become a wandering spirit, she had the fortune to remain by Shen Xinghe's side. Yet, Li Fengxian understood deeply that such a fate was utterly unattainable for her. She had irrevocably lost the chance to reconcile with Shen Xinghe. The root of all this misfortune lay with Li Ji. It was his ludicrous scheming that had driven her and Xinghe to this dire situation. The audacity to wish for Xinghe's demise was unforgivable. At that moment, Li Fengxian's resentment towards Li Ji reached its zenith, and a seed of rebellion quietly took root in her heart. If only she could remove Li Ji and take his place. Employing various means to win back Shen Xinghe's affection, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. Days later, along a winding river, a passenger boat floated downstream. In a spacious and well-lit cabin, Shen Xinghe sat opposite Xianxia across a tea table. Hong Xiu gracefully prepared tea for the two, her movements elegant and refined. Xianxia gazed at Shen Xinghe in astonishment and remarked, "Do you intend to journey to Sword-Casting City to contend for the soon-to-be forged Jiazi Divine Sword?" "Indeed." Shen Xinghe nodded, stating, "With my current prowess, ordinary mortal iron cannot withstand the infusion of my true energy. Only those exquisite, legendary swords can serve as my weapon. In this world, renowned swords are possessed solely by the strong. With my cultivation, is it unreasonable to aspire to wield a Jiazi Divine Sword?" Yet, despite this assertion, the Jiazi Divine Sword is famous throughout the realm, forged only once every 60 years. Each emergence inevitably incites a tempest of bloody conflict. Merely being a grandmaster is the threshold for participation in this contention. Xianxia scrutinized Shen Xinghe and said, "As far as I know, although you have attained the grandmaster realm, your martial techniques are utterly dismal. Compared to genuine grandmasters, there remains a significant disparity. Are you truly daring enough to engage in the fiery contest for the Jiazi Divine Sword and risk perishing in the chaos of battle? Should I seize it? Then I shall. If not, I shall retreat. It is merely a matter of joining the fray, not a determined pursuit," Shen Xinghe replied with a slight smile. He lifted a cup of freshly brewed tea prepared by Hong Xiu, took a sip, and said leisurely, "Moreover, there are still several months before the Jiazi Divine Sword is completed. What if, during this time, I achieve a breakthrough and reach the Immortal on Earth realm? Do you think reaching the Immortal on Earth is as simple as visiting a brothel?" Xianxia scoffed, her expression one of incredulity. "A 26-year-old Immortal on Earth? What a jest! Spare me the exaggeration." After saying this, she paused, suddenly realizing that this young man was indeed an anomaly, defying all common sense. If one day he truly claimed to be an Immortal on Earth, it would not seem strange at all. "You are truly a peculiar creature," Xianxia mused sincerely. No sooner had her words left her lips than the boat began to shake violently, as if it had encountered a tempest. Yet, the river they traversed was calm, and it was inconceivable for such waves to arise. Something is amiss. Shen Xinghe and Xianxia exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. Without hesitation, they surged out of the cabin onto the deck, gazing towards the rear of the boat. What they beheld was the previously tranquil river suddenly beset by a ferocious wind, with tumultuous waves rising. Even the sky above was cloaked in dark, swirling clouds, rapidly advancing towards the vessel. Beneath the surging waters, a colossal silhouette emerged. letting out a thunderous roar as it broke the surface of the raging waves. It was a fearsome black dragon, adorned with glistening scales and exuding an air of menace. Chapter 25. One finger to part the river and shake the dragon. In the world of mountains, rivers, and lakes, while dragons are rare, they are not entirely extraordinary. As Shen Xinghe and Xianxia journeyed southward from Liangzhou to Lijing, they had previously encountered two dragons. Nevertheless, the two serpentine dragons, the largest among them merely measuring 5 or 6 zhang in length, were eclipsed by the presence of a colossal beast emerging from the tumultuous waters. This particular dragon, monstrous in size, boasted a head that alone spanned a formidable width of 5 or 6 zhang, resembling a heavy black mountain rising from the surging river. The white waters cascaded in torrents, akin to silver waterfalls, flowing down the grooves formed by the protruding scales and horns of its gargantuan head. Each scale on its body was more than half a foot long, sharp and rugged, glinting with a metallic sheen reminiscent of black iron. Its maw was lined with rows of fearsome, interlocking teeth, each one razor-sharp, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. The passengers aboard the vessel, upon sighting this terrifying head emerging from the depths, were instantly paralyzed with fear, their cries resonating in a chaotic chorus. Even Shen Xinghe and Xianxia could not suppress their reactions, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern. Could it be that such a colossal dragon existed in this world? Was it possible that this was the legendary millennia-old serpent from the fabled Rage Serpent Lake? Xianxia inhaled sharply, his pupils constricting in horror as he exclaimed in disbelief. The ancient serpent of Rage Serpent Lake? Shen Xinghe's brow furrowed deeply, his heart sinking. Having traveled with Xianxia for months since departing from Liangzhou, he had encountered numerous tales of the extraordinary while traversing the martial world. Indeed, he had heard whispers of an ancient serpent dwelling in a lake named Rage Serpent, whose power was said to be extraordinary. 2 centuries prior, a peerless cultivator who had reached the realm of terrestrial immortals engaged in a fierce battle with this serpent for an entire 3 days and nights. Though he ultimately gained the upper hand, he could not slay the beast. Severely wounded, the serpent retreated to the depths of the lake, leaving even the terrestrial immortal powerless against it. Hadn't this ancient serpent been confined to the Rage Serpent Lake, 1,000 miles away? How could it suddenly appear here? Shen Xinghe's brow knitted in worry as he pondered aloud. Suddenly, Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, "I understand now. It is attempting to traverse the river to become a dragon. According to legend, when a dragon reaches a certain level of cultivation, it will follow the rivers and streams, enduring numerous tribulations along the way. If successful, it may transform into a true dragon. This year marks the rare tidal period of the Lan River, occurring once every 60 years. In a few months, the turbulent tides at the mouth of the Lan River are said to reveal the Dragon Gate. This ancient serpent surely hopes to journey into the sea and leap over the Dragon Gate, transforming into a true dragon of the world, which is why it has emerged from its millennia-long dwelling in Rage Serpent Lake." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's brow furrowed even further. Though the river was not particularly narrow, the tumult generated by the serpent's passage would be immense. At this moment, they were still several dozen zhang away, and the waves crashing against their vessel threatened to capsize it. If the ancient serpent truly approached, destruction of the ship and loss of life would be the only outcome. He maintained a cordial relationship with Xianxia, relying on his formidable cultivation to effortlessly traverse the water and reach the shore. However, the passengers aboard the vessel were on the brink of peril. Although Shen Xinghe was not one to meddle in others' affairs, the thought of witnessing dozens of vibrant lives being mercilessly consumed by the relentless waves stirred a sense of compassion within him. Casting a swift glance towards the riverbank, he noted that the distance between the shore and the passenger boat was merely a few paces. A resolute gleam flickered in his eyes as he leaped into the air. With a commanding shout, he extended a finger. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his fingertip, halting the river's flow in its tracks. The tumultuous waters, confronted by an invisible barrier, were forced to divert, revealing the rocks and silt below. With a mere gesture, he had stilled the river. As the vessel lost its buoyancy, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, twisting grotesquely, causing the passengers to exclaim in shock. Xianxia stood transfixed at the bow. Witnessing Shen Xinghe's ability to partition the river with a single finger, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this the might of a grandmaster? However, As the force dissipated, the river resumed its flow. Shen Xinghe snorted coldly and pointed again, renewing his command over the waters while shouting to the passengers. Everyone, make haste to the shore. The occupants of the boat, finally breaking free from their stupor, scrambled to disembark, their feet sinking into the muddy rocks as they rushed towards the safety of the bank. Even at the Grandmaster level, one could not yet traverse the skies. Soon, Shen Xinghe began to descend. Just then, a red-clad figure burst forth from boat, transforming into a silken ribbon that wrapped around his waist, suspending him in midair. With the assistance of the red-sleeved figure, Shen Xinghe stood aloft, repeatedly extending his fingers. With each powerful gesture, he continued to partition the river, forcing the waters to flow around this area, thus creating a precious escape route. Seizing the opportunity that Shen Xinghe had afforded them, the passengers hurriedly abandoned the vessel, racing towards the shore. Xianxia, too, sprang into action, swiftly ferrying the elderly and children to safety. In a matter of mere seconds, all passengers successfully reached the bank. At that moment, the menacing ancient serpent, a creature of legendary ferocity, surged forth amidst towering waves. Shen Xinghe leaped to the shore, glancing back just as a colossal wave crashed down, obliterating the passenger boat. It was only then that he remembered his steed, the ebony horse named Cloud-Treading Snow, tethered within the cabin, left behind on the vessel. Indeed, as the passenger ship shattered, the horse was instantly swept away by the surging waters, struggling and neighing violently. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by a terrifying maw, vast and bloodthirsty. How dare a vile creature consume my steed? Shen Xinghe's fury surged, and with a pointed finger, he unleashed a piercing ray of energy towards the dragon. However, this formidable force, capable of damming rivers, merely struck the dragon's tough scales, resulting in a trivial wound. With a furious roar, the dragon turned its head abruptly, unleashing a wrathful bellow directed at Shen Xinghe. Chapter 26. The divine sword emerges, winds rise, and clouds gather. Shen Xinghe stood resolutely on the riverbank, his gaze sharp as a blade, locked in a fierce confrontation with the enraged dragon amidst the tumultuous waves. The standoff lingered, yet the mighty black-scaled dragon let out another furious roar, seemingly reluctant to allow any complications during its transformation from river to dragon. It shot Shen Xinghe a menacing glare before submerging itself in the river, continuing its forward journey. Had I possessed a suitable weapon, I would not have let you off so easily today. Shen Xinghe muttered coldly, watching the dragon's figure fade into the distance. Though he spoke with bravado, he was acutely aware of the old dragon's formidable prowess, honed over a millennium, rivaling that of terrestrial immortals. With his current cultivation, even armed with divine weaponry, he would find it challenging to contend with such a foe. Since you wish to seize the opportunity of the Lanjiang tide to transform, you will surely appear at the Lanjiang estuary in a few months. I shall settle the score then and make you compensate for my steed. He resolved, his thoughts firming upon the necessity of acquiring a suitable weapon. Shen Xinghe's determination to journey to Sword Forging City to seize the legendary Jiazi sword intensified. Even if he could not obtain this freshly forged divine blade, he would seek another precious sword. At that moment, a clamor erupted behind him. Turning around, Shen Xinghe beheld the passengers he had rescued earlier, now kneeling in unison, fervently bowing and expressing their profound gratitude. This display of reverence was somewhat disconcerting for him, prompting a glance at Xianxia, and the two hastily made their exit. After bowing for an extended period, the crowd looked up to find Shen Xinghe had vanished, leaving them in astonishment. Whereas our benefactor gone? How could he disappear so suddenly? They wondered. Surely, he departed to avoid our gratitude, embodying the true essence of a great hero, humbly concealing his achievements. Yet, they lamented, we do not even know his name. How shall we repay him? I recognized him. He is none other than Shen Xinghe, the celebrated prodigy of the Dali Kingdom who has captured the capital's attention just days ago. What? Our benefactor is truly Shen Xinghe? Indeed, it is only he who, at such a tender age, possesses the extraordinary prowess to sever rivers with a mere gesture. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations and fervent discussions. Over the following days, the tale of Shen Xinghe's single-handedly halting the mighty river and challenging a 1,000-year-old dragon began to circulate through the martial world. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Liangzhou City, within the royal palace of the northern Liang, the furious roar of the Northern Liang King echoed. Impossible. Absolument impossible. Shen Xinghe is merely 26 years old. During his 5 years in Liangzhou, he has devoted himself entirely to governance, forsaking sleep and sustenance. How could he possibly have the time to hone his martial skills? How could he attain the realm of a grandmaster? You are well aware that during his time in Liangzhou, he was tirelessly consumed with state affairs. Knowing this, how can you harbor such suspicion and oppression against him? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Li Fengxian stood coldly beneath the hall, her mindset having undergone a profound transformation. A flicker of light danced in her eyes as she inwardly cursed Li Ji. Yet, her expression remained inscrutable. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Li Ji, adoptive father. It is entirely plausible. The 2 grandmasters you dispatched were utterly defeated by him, unable to withstand even a single move. This I witnessed with my own eyes. Shen Xinghe is undoubtedly a grandmaster. Li Fengxian's words struck Li Ji like 2 piercing daggers, inflicting deep wounds to his heart. It is essential to understand that each grandmaster is a formidable force, requiring immense effort to cultivate. The Northern Liang King possesses but a handful of such warriors. To have lost 2 at the hands of Shen Xinghe was a torment that nearly caused Li Ji's heart to bleed. In that moment, his regret and fury reached a zenith, giving rise to profound fear. For one must realize that grandmaster-level warriors are nearly the pinnacle of martial prowess, second only to the legendary terrestrial immortals. To decapitate a general amidst a sea of soldiers is as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Should Shen Xinghe harbor resentment and return to Liangzhou with the intent to assassinate, taking his head would be child's play. No, this king cannot allow such a thing to transpire. Even if you are a grandmaster, what of it? If you cannot serve my purposes, you shall still meet your end. A chilling glint flashed in Li Ji's eyes. Days later, Li Ji rode alone into a desolate and remote mountainous region. Approaching a concealed valley, just as he was about to enter, a youth clad in white, wielding a sword, suddenly emerged to block his path. Halt. State your name. Even with Li Ji's status, he dared not show any disrespect in the presence of this white-clad youth. Politely, he introduced himself. I am Li Ji, the Northern Liang King, and I have urgent matters to discuss with Senior Liu. Might you convey my request? Upon hearing the title of the Northern Liang King, the white-clad youth's expression remained unchanged. He did not become more welcoming. Instead, he replied in a calm tone. It turns out that the king of Northern Liang has arrived. But my master is currently in seclusion, contemplating sword techniques. Before entering seclusion, he instructed that unless it is a matter of utmost urgency, one must not disturb him. I kindly request that you take your leave for the time being. Once my master emerges from his meditation, I will convey your visit to him. May I inquire how long Senior Liu intends to remain in seclusion? The exact duration is unclear, but I assure you he will emerge before July of this year to head to Sword-Casting City and seize the soon-to-be-released Divine Sword of the Year. Before July, Li Ji murmured to himself, calculating that it is merely a matter of 3 to 4 months. In such a brief time, it is unlikely that Shen Xinghe could achieve any breakthroughs in his cultivation. Thus, he nodded solemnly to the young man, saying, in that case, I must entrust this matter to you, young brother. I will leave someone to wait 10 miles away, and please notify me at the earliest moment upon your senior's emergence. I shall personally come to pay my respects. Once the agreement was made, Li Ji turned and departed the valley, a glimmer of icy killing intent in his gaze. Yulong Shanjian Lu Qianxiu, the foremost master of swordsmanship in northern Liang. He has wielded his sword across the world for 20 years, ranking 13th on the Earth ranking of the Tower of Listening Wind, which lists the strongest in the world. In the past 2 decades, he has devoted himself to the way of the sword, entering a state of seclusion. Rumors have even circulated that he may have broken through the shackles, reaching the legendary realm of the earthly immortal. Shen Xinghe, even if your cultivation has reached the Grandmaster level, your youth and lack of experience render you no match for Senior Liu. The day your senior emerges from seclusion will undoubtedly be the day you meet your end. On another note, after encountering the Jiao Dragon and traversing the river for several days, Shen Xinghe and Yin Qixia parted ways due to different paths. Although his steed had been devoured by the dragon, Shen Xinghe did not procure another mount. Instead, he traveled light, traversing the vast landscapes on foot, admiring the scenic beauty along the way. After several months of such arduous journeying, He finally arrived at the renowned sword-casting city just days before the Divine Sword of the Year was to be unveiled. The moment he stepped through the city gates, the figure in the mysterious scroll in his mind had just completed a journey of 9,000 miles. Suddenly, an invisible sword aura descended from the heavens, infusing this figure. Instantly, the figure trembled, releasing a surge of intangible sword intent. Chapter 27. The Infinite Sword Body, the harmonious chant of 10,000 swords. Deep within his mind, at the moment the mysterious figure in the scroll unleashed its invisible sword aura, Shen Xinghe, who had just entered sword-casting city, felt his body shudder. He distinctly sensed a chilling, intangible sword energy coursing through every inch of his flesh and organs. It was as if his very essence was being refined. And in a brief moment, his bloodline and innate qualities underwent a tremendous transformation. The aura emanating from him shifted dramatically, resembling a celestial sword unsheathed, radiating an indescribable sharpness and brilliance. The city of sword casting derives its name from the art of sword forging, with the most numerous establishments being the weaponsmithies. Recently, as the date for the emergence of the fabled Jiazi divine sword draws near, countless wanderers from the martial world had traversed great distances to witness this grand event. The streets of the entire city are abuzz with heroes, each adorned with their swords, coming and going. In that moment, whether it be the iron swords suspended from the beams and walls of the smithies, or the blades gripped by the hands of the wandering knights, they all began to tremble in unison. Then, as if possessed by a spirit, they leapt from their sheaths, soaring into the air, their steel resonating with a crystalline melody, producing an exquisite symphony of sword songs. In an instant, a chorus of 1,000 swords echoed throughout the city, a formidable sword aura ascending towards the heavens, as if to herald the arrival of sovereign. Cheers erupted, and jubilation filled the air. A myriad of blades bowed in deference. This astonishing spectacle persisted for several breaths before it finally subsided. The swords that had ascended lost their sentience, gently returning to the ground. The multitude on the streets, having witnessed that extraordinary scene, were left in a state of profound astonishment. After a brief silence, an uproar of incredulity erupted. What was that just now? 1,000 swords soaring, their energy piercing the sky. This is a marvel unheard of. Am I dreaming? Could it be that the impending arrival of the Jiazi Divine Sword has unleashed a transcendent sword intent, compelling all swords to pay homage? It is quite possible. Yet, this is not the first Jiazi Divine Sword forged by the city. Previous iterations had not triggered such remarkable phenomena. What do you know? This year's Jiazi Divine Sword is extraordinary, being the 9th of its kind crafted by Sword Casting City. As the saying goes, 9 is the ultimate number, resonating with the principles of heaven and earth, enigmatic and profound. It may even surpass the previous 8 in strength. Thus, the emergence of this Jiazi Divine Sword promises fierce competition, attracting many renowned sword masters eager to vie for it. The forthcoming sword debate at the Burning Mountain will undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. One can only wonder if formidable beings of legendary prowess will emerge. The entire sword-casting city is nestled against the mountains, with the renowned Burning Mountain looming close behind. This mountain is intricately connected to the fiery veins of the earth. Perpetually shrouded in mist, its vegetation sparse. The main peak is home to a volcano that has not lain dormant. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, the founder of Sword Casting City discovered an extraordinary method of weapon forging within this very volcano. After decades of toil, this site was transformed from a mere natural volcanic crater into a celestial furnace, harnessing the divine fire from the Earth's veins to forge the world's first Jiazi Divine Sword. On the day the sword was completed, it sent shockwaves through the world, rendering all famous blades pale in comparison, and firmly establishing the reputation of Sword Casting City. Every 60 years, the sword forging city forges a brand new Jiazi Divine Sword. On the day this divine sword is born, it stirs the entire martial world, with numerous formidable warriors engaging in bloody competition, a spectacle referred to as the Burning Mountain Sword Conference. This grand event has persisted for centuries without interruption. Now, the 9th Jiazi Divine Sword is on the cusp of emergence, within the heart of the main peak of Burning Mountain by the sword forging furnace. A constant stream of people bustle about, diligently preparing for the arrival of the 9th Jiazi Divine Sword. The current lord of the sword forging city, Daoists, personally oversees the proceedings, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. However, just moments ago, a melodious and crystal-clear sword chant unexpectedly resonated from the roaring furnace. An astonishing surge of sword energy erupted from the furnace, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. It was as if this divine sword, having undergone countless trials and lying dormant for 60 years, could no longer contain its eagerness to emerge prematurely. This sudden turn of events left everyone aghast, their faces shifting with bewilderment. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not last long, and the sword chant gradually subsided. Yet, uncertainty lingered in the air, as no one could discern the nature of what had just transpired. Could it be that a transcendent master of the sword had entered the city, and the divine sword had sensed the sword intent emanating from them, yearning to acknowledge its master? Who could this remarkable being be? Perhaps a terrestrial immortal had graced the city with their presence? Du Guiyun felt a stir in his heart, gazing toward the direction of sword-forging city at the foot of the mountain, murmuring to himself, "It seems this burning mountain sword conference is of extraordinary significance. An unprecedented spectacle. I wonder to whom this divine sword will ultimately belong, and what name it shall bear." As the townspeople buzzed with excitement, fervently discussing the astonishing sight of myriad swords soaring into the sky at the city gates, Shen Xinghe slowly lowered his head to examine his palm. In that fleeting moment, a profound and mysterious insight surged within him, enlightening him that after traversing 9,000 miles, he had triggered a special reward from the enigmatic scroll in his mind. He awakened an astonishingly rare constitution, the Wujia sword body. Those endowed with this constitution are born as divine masters of the sword, their sword intent commanding the submission of myriad swords. Furthermore, they possess a clear sword heart, granting them extraordinary comprehension of all sword-related supernatural abilities, allowing their cultivation to advance at an astonishing pace. Shen Xinghe murmured to himself, a glimmer of awe reflecting in his eyes as he marveled at the power of this constitution. Though he had arrived at sword-forging city as anticipated, he harbored little confidence in seizing the Jiazi divine sword. His cultivation level, primarily enhanced by the mysterious scroll in his mind, had reached the Grandmaster level. However, it lacked the long-term refinement and honing that comes with time. His martial skills were inferior even to those of the most ordinary entry-level warriors, and his practical experience was woefully inadequate. Confronting a true master of unparalleled caliber, one would likely fall after only a few exchanges. However, at this moment, awakened to the boundless sword body, he experienced an epiphany as if guided by an unseen hand, gaining profound insights into the art of swordsmanship. If only he could acquire a few extraordinary sword manuals and learn the sublime techniques contained within. Shen Xinghe mused. Yet he understood that this was merely a fanciful wish of his own making. The formidable sword manuals, revered throughout the martial world, were fiercely guarded secrets by the various sections. Even a powerful being from the immortal realm could not compel them to relinquish such tomes without extraordinary fortune. With the emergence of the Jiazi divine sword only days away, where could he possibly find manuals of such caliber for his enlightenment? But wait, there might be a place within the sword-forging city that could grant him access to supreme sword techniques. A spark ignited within Shen Xinghe as he recalled a specific location in the sword-forging city that might fulfill his desires. His eyes brightened, and he set off immediately. Chapter 28. The Sword Cliff observes poetry, sword chi shattering the skies. Upon entering the city, Shen Xinghe hastened his steps. Along the way, he frequently paused to inquire with the residents of the sword-forging city for directions. Soon, he traversed the entire city and arrived at the burning mountain at the city's rear. Following a winding path through the sparsely vegetated forest, he journeyed swiftly. After half an hour of travel, he finally reached his destination. Raising his gaze, he beheld a towering cliff, reaching high into the clouds. The cliff's face was remarkably smooth, as if carved by a colossal divine being from the heavens with a sharp axe. Etched into the cliff at regular intervals were lines of poetry, 8 verses in total, arranged neatly upon the precipice. Each verse exuded an indomitable spirit, radiating a majestic aura of who but I. This was none other than the renowned sword cliff of the sword-forging city. Since the founding of the sect, every 60 years, a remarkable Jiazi divine sword has been forged. On the day of its completion, anyone from the martial world may come to contest for it. The city has but 2 requirements for the eventual victor. The first stipulates that should the sword-forging city ever face peril and require assistance, The sword-bearer or their successor must lend their utmost aid. The second requirement mandates that each time a Jiazi divine sword emerges, the city extends an invitation to illustrious poets and scholars to compose verses in honor of the sword, ultimately selecting one to bestow its name. The sword's owner must then channel their sword intent to inscribe that poem upon the sword cliff. To this day, 8 verses remain etched upon the cliff, symbolizing the 8 Jiazi divine swords that have previously emerged. Each verse encapsulates the essence of its respective divine sword and the pure sword intent of its master, remaining sharp and indelible even after a century of the element's relentless passage. Once a master of swordsmanship stood beneath the sword cliff, immersing himself in the profound sword intent encapsulated within 8 poetic verses, ultimately grasping an extraordinary sword technique. Since that moment, countless practitioners from the martial world have endeavored to emulate him, flocking to the base of the sword cliff in search of enlightenment. Yet, over the course of centuries, the number of wandering souls lingering at the sword cliff has reached millions, including many exceptionally gifted individuals. However, only a scant few have managed to gain any substantial insight. Gradually, the act of seeking enlightenment at the sword cliff has transformed into a legend within the martial community. In recent days, with the imminent emergence of the legendary sword of the Jiazi, the sword-forging city has become a bustling hub, teeming with heroes from all corners of the realm. The sword cliff, renowned and significant, naturally draws many to its majestic presence. When Shen Xinghe arrived, he found at least 1,000 people congregated beneath the towering cliff, a scene of vibrant commotion. However, the 8 poetic verses inscribed upon the cliff embody the fierce sword intent of the 8 legendary swords and their masters, enveloping the area within a realm of intangible sword energy. Stepping into this domain invites an onslaught of unseen sword intent, akin to being pierced by a myriad of blades, rendering those of lesser cultivation utterly defenseless. Consequently, the vast majority of onlookers could only observe from a distance of 100 feet, while only a select few gifted individuals dared to enter the realm of sword energy, seeking to refine themselves amidst its pervasive force. As Shen Xinghe stepped forth from the crowd towards the cliff, an elderly man with graying hair, in his twilight years, kindly cautioned him, "Young man, do not be reckless. The sword energy ahead is merciless, capable of severing the very soul. You are still young. If you rashly enter, beware of jeopardizing your foundational cultivation." "Thank you for your warning, Elder. It will not be an issue," Shen Xinghe replied with a slight smile, continuing his stride forward. Alas, the youth's audacity was not lost on the elder, who shook his head with a sigh as he watched Shen Xinghe disregard the advice and step into the sword energy domain. Nearby, a burly man in his 40s, wielding a long knife, snorted disdainfully. In their youth, they often overestimate themselves, believing they are unparalleled martial prodigies. I have seen many like him. I wager he will not even traverse 10 paces before succumbing to the sword energy's assault and returning in disgrace. 10 paces? You flatter him. I would wager he will last a mere 5. Another voice chimed in, laughter accompanying the remark. All eyes were fixed on Shen Xinghe, eager to witness the folly of this audacious youth daring to enter the realm of sword energy. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shen Xinghe maintained a calm demeanor as he advanced with purpose. 3 paces, 5 paces, 10 paces, 20 paces. In the blink of an eye, he had ventured 30 paces into the sword energy domain, seemingly unfazed, moving forward with an air of tranquility and grace, as if strolling leisurely beneath the sword cliff. What was happening? How could that young man venture so far? Has the realm of sword aura dissipated? A martial artist, with a perplexed expression, stepped forward skeptically. Instantly, he felt a jolt of terror as waves of formidable, invisible sword intent assaulted his mind. His soul ached as if subjected to torment, prompting him to retreat in alarm. In disbelief, he murmured, how could he traverse such a fearsome realm of sword aura? Is he truly a once-in-a-millennium martial prodigy? Of course. Do you know who he is? Months ago, he made waves in the capital at the tender age of 26, having already reached the realm of a master. Now, he stands first on the ranking list, hailed as the most formidable genius in a century. Shen Xinghe. Among the crowd, someone who had previously attended the sword and tea gathering in Lijiang recognized Shen Xinghe's identity, sparking a wave of astonishment. What? He is Shen Xinghe? The young master at 26. No wonder he possesses such strength. able to stroll through this terrifying realm of sword aura. Such a prodigy is rare throughout history. Under the awestruck gazes of the onlookers, Shen Xinghe walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly unfazed by the dread of the sword aura. Possessing the infinite sword body, he felt as though he had returned home upon arriving at the base of the sword cliff. The invisible sword intent, which others regarded with trepidation, swirled around him in jubilant celebration, as if welcoming a sovereign. Soon, Shen Xinghe approached the cliff, raising his gaze to the first line of inscribed poetry. The long winds of 10,000 miles stir, a sword cleaves the clouds, sweeping the heavens. Centuries ago, the founder of the sword-forging city crafted the first divine sword known as the Cloud Cleaver. The moment Shen Xinghe's eyes fell upon the verse, a tumult surged within his mind. He envisioned a formidable sword master standing atop the mountain, cleaving through the heavens, causing the clouds to roll back in a breathtaking spectacle. An indescribable understanding blossomed quietly in his heart. Suddenly, the two inscriptions that had lain silent for centuries released a radiant divine light, and myriad sword auras surged skyward. Chapter 29, the 24th on the Earth ranking, the 7 Wounds Sword Demon, Wu Qingxiu. What is happening? Why is the first inscription on the sword cliff suddenly illuminated? Such potent sword intent, I can feel it from this distance. As the myriad sword auras soared into the sky, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Many, who had relied on their own prowess to enter the realm of sword aura, seeking to refine their martial will amidst the invisible sword intent swirling before the cliff, suddenly changed their expressions. They keenly sensed that the sword intent within the realm had suddenly intensified. It was as if it had awakened from a deep slumber at this very moment. The fierce sword intent surged into the heavens, causing many to pale in shock, compelling them to hastily retreat from the cliff to evade the sudden onslaught of this escalating sword aura. Several dozen zhang away from Shen Xinghe, another figure stood at the base of the sword cliff. This individual, appearing to be in his early 50s, bore a sallow complexion, pale lips, and a posture that seemed to struggle against the weight of illness. Yet, he managed to withstand the formidable aura of sword intent emanating from the cliff, making his way to its foot, an indication of his extraordinary cultivation. He was none other than the notorious 7 Injuries sword demon, Wu Qingxiu, ranked 24th among grandmasters. Originally, he had his eyes closed, deeply immersed in the sword intent of the area. However, at this moment, sensing a shift at the cliff, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of unusual light piercing through them as he turned to gaze at Shen Xinghe. With his profound cultivation, he could distinctly perceive the formless sword intent erupting from the cliff, swirling around Shen Xinghe as if myriad rivers converging into the sea, a gathering of dragons, invigorating him in his pursuit of sword mastery. This was the fabled innate sword bone. Wu Qingxiu's pupils suddenly constricted, and his brows furrowed slightly. With a cold snort, he unleashed a sudden attack. A piercing scarlet sword energy shot forth from his fingertips, aimed directly at Shen Xinghe. What was happening? Why did Wu Qingxiu suddenly launch an assault on Shen Xinghe? Known as the 7 Injuries sword demon, he was infamous for his peculiar temperament, oscillating between good and evil due to his practice of the 7 Injuries sword. It was highly probable that upon witnessing Shen Xinghe's extraordinary talent, capable of provoking such anomalies at the sword cliff, he sought to eliminate him before he could grow stronger. How audacious! This old monster had no shame. After decades of fame in the martial world, to attack a junior was one thing, but to execute a sudden ambush was utterly disgraceful. Although his temperament was sinister, there was no doubt about the might of a grandmaster, especially one ranked 24th. At merely 26 years of age, Shen Xinghe, even if he were the top youth expert on the Earth ranking, could not possibly contend with him. Today, it seemed he was in grave peril. In the distance, the onlookers erupted into an uproar. Witnessing Wu Qingxiu disregard his status to launch a surprise attack on Shen Xinghe, concern spread across their faces, lamenting for the young swordsman. Shen Xinghe was deeply engrossed in the comprehension of the sword intent contained in the first poem from the cliff, when suddenly he felt a chilling murderous intent approaching. His gaze sharpened instantly, and, with his right hand, he formed a sword with his index and middle fingers, sweeping horizontally and unleashing a strike. In an instant, a fierce sword energy, imbued with the essence of the cloud sword, erupted from his fingertips, sweeping through the air like a rainbow, shattering the scarlet sword energy that Wu Qingxiu had sent forth. Observing this, Wu Qingqiu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a look of realization. Indeed, I was correct. You have indeed stepped into the realm of grandmasters. A grandmaster at the age of 26 is unprecedented. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes today, I would have found it hard to believe. What? Shen Xinghe has already become a grandmaster? How could this be possible? A grandmaster under the age of 30? Such a notion is utterly unprecedented. Surely, it must be a jest. One may cast doubts upon Wu Qingqiu's character, yet his prowess remains indisputable. The fact that Shen Xinghe could effortlessly parry his strike marks him as a true grandmaster without question. I recall that several months ago, whispers circulated through the martial world, claiming that Shen Xinghe had once intercepted a river with a mere finger, engaging in fierce combat with an ancient dragon from Raged Jiao Lake, a creature with a millennium of cultivation, without faltering. At the time, I dismissed it as mere rumor. Could it truly all be factual? If so, it implies that he was already a grandmaster during the Sword and Tea Conference in Lijiang. What an extraordinary prodigy, truly terrifying. Beneath the sword cliff, Shen Xinghe cast a cold gaze towards the distant Wu Qingqiu, his brow furrowing as he spoke in a low voice. What concern is it of yours whether I am a grandmaster? Do you, an old relic, presume to test me? Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's disrespectful tone, Wu Qingqiu's countenance darkened considerably, his gaze icy as he admonished, "Young man, do not be so impetuous. Is impetuosity the hallmark of youth? I have traversed the martial realm for decades, and never has a junior dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are the first. That is because you have never encountered me before. Had you met me sooner, your old bones would have been dismantled long ago." Shen Xinghe had been minding his own business, contemplating poetry and philosophy beneath the sword cliff, when he was suddenly ambushed. The attack was merciless and aimed directly at his vital points. No matter how good-natured Shen Xinghe usually was, his temper flared at this moment, and his words were sharp and unyielding. A few exchanges left Wu Qingqiu's face ashen, his expression grim as he fixed Shen Xinghe with a chilling stare and asked, "Youngster, you have come to Forging Sword City with designs on the Jiazi Divine Sword, have you not? And if I have not?" Shen Xinghe retorted, "The Jiazi Divine Sword is a rare treasure of the world, a matter of great significance, unfit for the grasp of a mere fledgling like you." Wu Qingqiu scoffed disdainfully. "Today, I shall sever that ambition of yours. Should you be fortunate enough to survive my blade, perhaps 60 years hence, on the day the next divine sword emerges, you may have another chance to contend." As his words fell, a flash of malice ignited in Wu Qingqiu's eyes. He abruptly raised a hand and pointed forward, unleashing a more ferocious, crimson sword energy that shot from his fingertip, aimed at Shen Xinghe's head. Alas! The old monster Wu Qingqiu had truly set his murderous intent upon him. Despite Shen Xinghe's unparalleled talent and his ascension to the Grandmaster realm at such a tender age, his combat experience paled in comparison to that of Wu Qingqiu, a veteran of many years. Today, it seemed that his prospects were grim. As Wu Qingqiu launched his attack once more, the crowd of onlookers 100 paces away erupted into a cacophony of gasps, their concern for Shen Xinghe palpable. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe's eyes glimmered with focus, fixating intently on the gesture with which Wu Qingqiu initiated his strike. In an ephemeral moment, a profound realization dawned upon him, as if he could perceive every facet of Wu Qingqiu, discerning the intricate pathways of his inner energy and its subtle nuances. Without hesitation, he formed a hand gesture, directing a single finger forward. Instantly, a crimson sword energy shot forth from his fingertip, exuding an unparalleled ferocity as it surged towards the sword energy unleashed by Wu Qingqiu. Chapter 30. Return the Favor in Kind. Clang. The crimson sword energies from Shen Xinghe and Wu Qingqiu clashed fiercely in midair, producing a sound reminiscent of clashing metal. Shen Xinghe's sword energy shattered on impact, while Wu Qingqiu's light dimmed slightly, its trajectory veering off course. It narrowly grazed Shen Xinghe's body before striking a nearby stone, obliterating it into dust. This exchange clearly favored Wu Qingqiu. However, no trace of joy flickered in his eyes. Instead, they widened in astonishment as he queried, "How do you possess the 7-injury sword?" It is worth noting that the 7-injuries sword was his unique and secretive technique, a culmination of various martial disciplines he had mastered and developed over 2 decades ago. It was through this exceptional skill that he had successfully breached the barriers of cultivation, transcending to the realm of a grandmaster, dominating the world for the past 20 years with few rivals. Yet, he had never imparted this technique to anyone. So how could Shen Xinghe wield it? Merely the 7 injuries sword is but a trivial skill, hardly difficult to learn. I grasped it with a mere glance. He boasted audaciously. You must be employing some form of deception to mislead me. Dreaming in broad daylight. Wu Qingxiu scoffed coldly, rising without further ado, charging towards Shen Xinghe. With both hands forming intricate gestures, he unleashed a barrage of sword energies, each a different hue, assaulting Shen Xinghe from every angle like dazzling rainbows slicing through the air. Shen Xinghe responded with a dismissive snort, unperturbed. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Wu Qingxiu, meticulously observing his every move. Leveraging the extraordinary insight granted by the boundless sword body, he rapidly absorbed the formidable technique of the 7 injuries sword, which transformed energy into sword strikes. Mirroring Wu Qingxiu's actions, he executed hand gestures of his own, launching a series of vividly colored sword energies, engaging in a fierce battle. As the confrontation intensified, Wu Qingxiu's astonishment grew. As the originator of the 7 injuries sword, he was acutely aware of the technique's complexity and the arduous training it required. Years of relentless effort had finally led him to mastery. Initially, he could not fathom that Shen Xinghe had merely glimpsed the technique and comprehended it independently. He suspected Shen Xinghe was employing some special form of trickery to confound him with a similar sword energy technique. However, as the duel progressed, he gradually perceived something amiss. The sword technique employed by Shen Xinghe was unmistakably the 7 wounds sword. Initially, his mastery of this martial art was somewhat unrefined, resulting in a fierce yet somewhat uncoordinated sword aura. In comparison to his own swordplay, there existed a significant disparity in power. Yet, within the brief span of their confrontation, he could distinctly sense that Shen Xinghe's command over this martial art was advancing at a terrifying pace. With each strike, the potency of his blows incrementally increased, nearly catching up to his own. Moreover, there was a subtle indication that he might surpass him, akin to the pupil surpassing the master. This revelation sent a jolt through him, leaving him utterly astonished. What manner of prodigy is this lad? Within less than the duration of a stick of incense, without studying the techniques or memorizing the incantations, merely by observing a few demonstrations, he was able to master a profound martial art he had never encountered before, bringing it to an extraordinary level of proficiency. What an astonishing aptitude for comprehension. In that moment, Wu Qingxiu was profoundly shaken. This was precisely one of the extraordinary benefits bestowed upon Shen Xinghe by the rare and remarkable Wuji sword body. It endowed him with an exceptional understanding of all sword-based martial arts, enabling him to learn, master, and even surpass them at an unparalleled speed. As their fierce battle wore on, the onlookers in the distance began to discern the unfolding spectacle, their astonishment palpable. Could it be that I am not mistaken? The martial art Shen Xinghe is wielding is indeed the 7 wounds sword, and he has only just learned it? How could this be possible? Previously, it had been said that there exists a lineage in the martial world that excels in returning one's own techniques against them. Yet that was due to the lineage's accumulation of martial arts from around the world, with each generation exhibiting extraordinary talent, dedicating years of seclusion to master and integrate various techniques. However, to witness someone like Shen Xinghe, who could directly learn and apply his opponent's sword moves in real time to counter them, had never been heard of before. This level of comprehension is simply unfathomable. Moreover, why do I sense that Shen Xinghe's execution of the 7 wounds sword is becoming increasingly fluid, subtly hinting at a tendency to overpower Wu Qingxiu? It is astonishing that a mere imitator, having learned on the fly, could achieve a level of mastery over a technique within such a short time that surpasses that of its very creator. The crowd was in an uproar, collectively astounded by the unbelievable reality before them. The so-called Wuji sword body signifies boundlessness, a lack of confines, and no upper limit. The extraordinary comprehension it grants Shen Xinghe not only facilitates his rapid understanding and mastery of various sword techniques, but also enables him to swiftly identify and rectify the flaws and deficiencies inherent in these arts. Gradually, he would refine and perfect them, ultimately elevating their power to unprecedented heights. At this very moment, the true terror of the infinite sword body was most acutely felt by Wu Qingxiu. The more he engaged with Shen Xinghe, the more his heart raced in trepidation. For Shen Xinghe's rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. With each strike, the potency of his swordsmanship seemed to escalate. Now, The 7 injuries sword chi unleashed from Shen Xinghe's hand was so keen that it surpassed Wu Qingxiu entirely. This left Wu Qingxiu questioning whether he was indeed the originator of this martial art, or if it was Shen Xinghe who truly held that distinction. In a moment of mental shock and bewilderment, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust a finger forward, and instantly, a brilliant purple sword chi shot forth from his fingertip. With an alarming speed that was almost blinding, it struck from an unconventional angle, aimed directly at Wu Qingxiu's head. Despite Wu Qingxiu's extensive combat experience allowing him to evade, he was still pierced by the sword chi in his shoulder, instantly staining his robes with crimson blood. "You little brat, today I have fallen to you." Wu Qingxiu seethed, his eyes blazing with fury as he vowed, "I shall repay this injury in due time." After uttering this fierce proclamation, he turned and fled without further ado. Although Shen Xinghe's agility was not on par with his, he did not pursue. Instead, he stood at the foot of the sword cliff, watching Wu Qingxiu retreat in disgrace, his voice cold and resolute. "Old man, today I spare your wretched life. In the future, keep your eyes wide open. Wherever I appear, you would do well to stay far away. Should you dare show yourself before me again, I will ensure you meet a dire fate." Chapter 31. Enlightenment at the Sword Cliff. The duel begins. Shen Xinghe had actually triumphed. He had defeated the Grandmaster Wu Qingxiu, ranked 24th on the Earth ranking. Moreover, he had done so using Wu Qingxiu's own ultimate technique, the 7 injuries sword, against him. It was utterly unfathomable, incredible. Surely, I cannot be dreaming? The most astonishing part is that he is merely 26 years old. With such extraordinary talent and comprehension, given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the legendary realm of the Land Immortal. I can almost envision the future. Within a century, the entire martial world will belong to him. Witnessing Wu Qingxiu injured by Shen Xinghe's sword chi and fleeing in panic, the crowd of onlookers erupted into astonishment, utterly taken aback. Yet, Shen Xinghe paid no heed to their shocked gazes and murmurs. He turned once more, lifting his gaze toward the sword cliff ahead, where 8 verses were inscribed. As he scanned each couplet, it was as if he beheld 8 unparalleled divine swords, radiant and poised, suspended upon the precipice. Resolute clouds, shattering mountains, winter thunder, slaying dragons. As Shen Xinghe's eyes fell upon the 8 verses carved into the cliff, they seemed to awaken from a long slumber, unleashing an unprecedented surge of sword intent. The sword chi soared toward the heavens, shattering the clouds that drifted across the vast expanse above. Before the sword cliff, a realm enveloped by an invisible sword intent surged with an unprecedented intensity, amplifying its power manifold. Many martial artists who initially stood safely 100 feet away were suddenly swept away by the explosive wave of sword intent. In sheer terror, they hastily retreated several hundred feet, finally escaping the expanding domain of sword energy. With lingering dread, they turned back to behold the scene. The 100-foot expanse before the sword cliff, previously imperceptible and intangible, now manifested visibly. Even to the naked eye, one could discern the piercing and ethereal sword intents slicing through the void. The 8 verses inscribed upon the cliff erupted with a transcendent sword energy, coalescing into 8 dazzling phantasmal swords that descended gracefully from the cliff, encircling Shen Xinghe in a slow, deliberate dance within the void. Seated in a meditative posture, Shen Xinghe closed his eyes, immersing himself in the astounding sword intent embodied by these 8 divine swords, striving to comprehend their techniques. What was unfolding? The arrival of Shen Xinghe had triggered such an extraordinary phenomenon, the likes of which had never been heard before. Could this truly be the legendary Sword Cliff Enlightenment? Yet, even the esteemed elder of the earthly immortal realm, when pondering profound techniques before the Sword Cliff, had not summoned such a magnificent celestial spectacle. Unbelievable. One could only wonder what extraordinary martial arts Shen Xinghe might ultimately grasp. In the distance, the multitude of onlookers were left in profound astonishment by this scene. Soon, the events transpiring at the Sword Cliff reverberated throughout the entire sword-forging city. Countless wandering heroes, drawn from all directions to witness the birth of the legendary sword, were suddenly informed that Shen Xinghe had ascended to the Grandmaster realm. Under the watchful gaze of 1,000 eyes at the Sword Cliff, he had vanquished Wu Qingxiu, ranked 24th on the earthly list, employing the newly learned 7 injury sword. The initial reaction was one of disbelief, a conviction that such rumors must be unfounded. Such an outrageous claim. Even a 3-year-old would not believe it. If true, I would go to Meifeng Mountain tomorrow to propose to the revered Master Mieju. However, as more individuals returned from the Sword Cliff, confirming the veracity of the news, the entire sword-forging city erupted in excitement. Everyone was astounded, marveling at Shen Xinghe's exceptional martial talent, deeming him a prodigy of the ages. A grandmaster at the age of 26. One would be hard-pressed to find another in the annals of martial history. A grandmaster of such youth, if all goes well, would undoubtedly ascend to the earthly immortal realm in due time. Warriors of the earthly immortal realm command the heavens and the earth, capable of single-handedly toppling a city, instilling fear even in the imperial family of the Great Li. What a fool that king of Baoyang is. Does he possess the intellect of a nightpot? At long last, such a prodigy has been acquired, yet instead of treating him with reverence akin to that of an ancestor, he has been driven away, which is nothing short of a farcical tragedy. Ha ha ha, I fear that the king of Baoyang, that old Deng, must be regretting his actions deeply by now. Furthermore, many individuals have set out for the Sword Cliff. Upon witnessing Shen Xinghe seated alone at the base of the cliff, encircled by 8 ethereal swords, they were struck with profound awe. Even those formidable warriors who had set their sights on the Jiazi divine sword found themselves shaken by this revelation, their expressions turning grave as they realized that this young talent, once obscure just months ago, had ascended with the swiftness of a comet and could very well become a fierce competitor in the contest for the divine sword. Several grandmasters made their way to the Sword Cliff, observing Shen Xinghe in deep contemplation from a distance. They felt the overwhelming sword intent surging within 100 paces of the cliff and were visibly moved. Among them was the renowned master of swordsmanship from Baoyang, the 13th ranked on the Earth ranking, Xianxia. He arrived one fateful night, a long sword slung across his back, standing atop a boulder several hundred feet away. Bathed in the cool moonlight, he gazed at the figure seated in meditation below the cliff, his tall silhouette focused on enlightenment. And a flicker of brilliance passed through his eyes. Such a rare talent is seldom seen throughout the ages. Given time, he shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. Alas, he is too proud of his own abilities, oblivious to the truth that a tree standing out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. In my youth, I received great favors from the Baoyang royal family, and now, entrusted with a task by the same, I must resort to employing the old against the young and engage in the suppression of talent. However, I wish to see what exquisite sword techniques you might glean from the poetic inscriptions upon this cliff. I shall grant you a few more days of life. Once I procure the divine sword, I shall return to sever you. Xianxia cast a final, lingering glance at Shen Xinghe's figure before turning away. For several days hence, Shen Xinghe remained seated before the sword cliff, surrounded by the fluctuating apparitions of the 8 divine swords. He became utterly absorbed in the profound sword intent contained within these spectral forms, losing all sense of time. Days swiftly passed, and soon the moment of the Jiazi divine sword's emergence arrived. In the sword-forging city, countless heroes from distant lands converged upon the burning mountain, gathering at the foot of the main peak, eager to witness this extraordinary event that occurs only once every 60 years. With a resounding clang, the vibrant toll of a bell echoed through the mountains, marking the official commencement of the Burning Mountain Sword Conference. Chapter 32. The Jiazi Divine Sword can open the gates of heaven. With the sonorous bell resounding through the mountains, the 9th Burning Mountain Sword Conference formally commenced. A multitude of martial artists gathered at the base of the main peak of Burning Mountain, their gazes turned skyward. There, halfway up the peak, 9 towering wooden pavilions had been erected, each standing 100 feet high. Atop each pavilion, a dazzlingly sharp sword gleamed menacingly, with a crimson banner cascading from the pinnacle to the ground. Upon a long scroll, elegant strokes weave verses of grandiose ambition and imperious poetry. This tradition has persisted since the second debate of the sword on the mountains, each time before the emergence of the divine sword of the Jiazi. The sword-forging city prepares 9 exquisite swords crafted by the city's master artisans as offerings. Concurrently, they invite the eminent literary figures of the world to compose poems that name the forthcoming Jiazi divine sword. Ultimately, from the collected verses, the finest 9 are selected, inscribed upon a lengthy scroll, and displayed atop a hastily constructed wooden tower. Those formidable warriors vying for the Jiazi divine sword may ascend the respective tower to claim the sword hanging above. Should they favor a particular verse for naming the soon-to-be-unveiled divine blade? If multiple warriors are drawn to the same name, they must engage in a contest of prowess. Only the victor may seize the sword from the tower, marking the contest as the battle for renown. Following the acquisition of the sword, these warriors shall engage in further duels until the ultimate champion is determined, thereby earning the right to become the master of the Jiazi divine sword. As the bell tolls, figures swiftly emerge from the crowd, rushing towards the 9 towers with the swiftness of the wind and the speed of lightning. The excitement among the spectators is palpable, with exclamations of astonishment echoing through the throng. Among them, seasoned veterans of the martial world recognize the sword masters participating in the contest, their eyes wide with awe. That is Lu Xianxia, the dragon sword of the Wanderers, who dominated the martial realm 2 decades ago. 20 years prior, he had already reached the pinnacle of mastery, standing atop the grandmasters, thereafter retreating from worldly affairs to meditate on the sword for 20 years. What level of skill he possesses now is beyond imagination. He may have taken that critical step into the realm of the legendary terrestrial immortals. And there stands the young man in red, the blood-rained sword demon, who stirred a storm of bloodshed in the martial world a decade ago. Was it not said that he had been besieged and slain by several masters? Who would have thought he still walks among us? Moreover, he appears rejuvenated, transformed into a youthful visage, surely having cultivated his blood transformation technique to an extraordinary level. If he were to lay claim to the Jiazi divine sword, the martial world would surely descend into chaos once more. That elderly figure in green is Majin Shan, the king of the snowy ridge blades. Is he not a renowned master of blade techniques? Why is he also participating in this contest for the sword? What do you understand? Who says only sword experts are entitled to join the contest for the Jiazi divine sword? The Jiazi divine sword, forged once every 60 years in the sword forging city, is not merely a blade capable of slicing through iron. It conceals an astonishing secret, rumored to be connected to the legendary realm of the Immortals. Is that true? It is merely a sword, yet it intertwines with tales of divine beings? Let me ask you, the Jiazi divine sword is forged every 60 years, and we are now witnessing the 9th iteration. Do you know where the previous 8 divine swords have ended up? The young hero, who had previously expressed doubt, found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the inquiry. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he was indeed awakened to a startling realization. The legendary divine swords of the sword forging city were renowned throughout the world. Yet, within the realms of the martial world today, no whispers of the 8 divine swords could be found, as if they had vanished shortly after their emergence. Could it be that they had been shattered in battle? Or perhaps they had been hoarded by powerful individuals or esteemed sections? The young man raised an eyebrow, uncertainly remarking, "The divine swords possess unparalleled sharpness, capable of slaying even those at the earthly immortal realm. Who could possibly break such divine weapons? Furthermore, swords are instruments of slaughter. These exquisite swords are coveted treasures by countless martial experts. Who would dare to confine them to obscurity, even if there were those who relished collecting divine armaments? How could anyone possibly gather all 8? Surely, at least 1 or 2 of these swords would remain in circulation within the martial world. What could possibly be the truth behind this?" The young man, his face etched with confusion, could not help but press for answers. "This delves into the hidden secrets of the martial world, known to but a few," replied the venerable elder, his hair a silvery hue, as he stroked his long beard and spoke with an air of tranquility. After a prolonged pause, tantalizing the audience, he offered a cryptic smile and continued. "Legend has it that the ancient founder of the sword forging city acquired the art of sword crafting from techniques that fell from the celestial realm. The divine swords forged are not mere mortal weapons. They possess the power to open the gates of heaven and tear through the void. For centuries, every elder who obtained a divine sword ascended to the earthly immortal realm within a decade or so. Thereafter, they utilized these divine swords to shatter the void and enter the fabled celestial realm." What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The legends of opening the celestial gates and breaking through the void, were they truly real? Did the mythical celestial realm exist above the vast heavens? Had the predecessors who wielded these divine swords indeed ascended to immortality? Such matters seemed distant and elusive, their veracity difficult to ascertain. Yet these tales undeniably circulated within the martial world. The elder spoke solemnly, It is precisely because of this that whenever the divine swords emerge, they attract countless unparalleled experts who risk life and limb, engaging in bloody battles, even at the peril of their own demise, to partake in this brutal contest. Indeed, who could resist the allure of breaking through the void and ascending to immortality? As the onlookers debated fervently, the fierce contest for reputation had officially commenced. Renowned grandmasters from the martial world unveiled their unique skills, resulting in the most intense of rivalries. In an instant, the mountaintop was filled with the soaring energy of swords. Many martial experts, who had long since retreated from the world, even rumored to have perished, re-emerged to engage in fierce combat. A plethora of long-lost martial arts techniques emerged, presenting an extraordinary spectacle for the martial world. The atmosphere stirred the hearts of countless spectators, igniting their passions and fervor. Meanwhile, beyond the sword cliff, Shen Xinghe remained quietly seated on the ground, meditating upon the sword intent contained within the 8 ethereal divine swords surrounding him, seemingly oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding in the world outside. As time progressed, the battle atop the burning mountain intensified perilously. Many formidable warriors succumbed, retreating in dejection after sustaining injuries, some even spilling their blood at the mountain summit. The figures remaining upon the peaks dwindled. Yet those who persisted were indisputably the elite of the contemporary era. On the sheer cliffs, fierce duels ensued, with sword energies crisscrossing the air, leaving behind striking marks of combat. By midday, only 3 silhouettes remained, their forms stained with blood. Each occupied a peak, their gazes sharp as blades, gripping their azure swords. Poised in a standoff. At that moment, a resounding and fervent sword chant erupted from the volcano's summit, piercing the heavens and shattering the silence. Chapter 33. The Divine Sword chooses its master. The final confrontation with the Grandmaster. With a thunderous clang, the sword chant reverberated, echoing through the vast expanse as if resonating within the hearts of all present. In that instant, the entire realm seemed to fall into silence. Even the winds ceased their flow. Under countless watchful eyes, a dazzling silver sword light burst forth from the volcano's mouth, soaring into the skies above. In an instant, the heavens were stirred by fierce winds, with clouds swirling tumultuously. The sword's brilliance was blinding, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that seemed poised to rend the very firmament. The Xianxia divine sword had finally emerged. It was hard to fathom that a mere sword could possess such a cataclysmic aura upon its arrival. The Xianxia divine sword was indeed worthy of its legendary status. I have finally come to believe the tales. Such a magnificent weapon could not possibly belong to the mortal realm, but must be the sword of a celestial being. Yet, the question remains, who will ultimately claim this divine weapon? At the foot of the burning mountain, countless martial artists gaze skyward, their eyes fixed upon the radiant sword. A culmination of decades of effort and resources, now gleaming with a transcendent light and soaring sword energy. Their spirits were profoundly shaken, and their eyes sparkled with an unmistakable fervor. Du Guiyun, the lord of sword-casting city, beheld the divine sword in the sky, his expression brimming with excitement. He recognized that the mission he bore was fulfilled at last. The 9th Xianxia divine sword had finally been forged, allowing him to honor his ancestors. Now, it remained to be seen into whose hands this divine sword would ultimately fall. Du Guiyun took a deep breath, his gaze settling on the remaining 3 formidable contenders after the fierce competition. Yulong Divine, Sword Lu Qianxiu. Snow Ridge Blade, King Ma Jinshan. Red Rain, Sword Demon Li Feiyun. All are grandmasters of extraordinary prowess, whose skills rival the very fabric of creation, each with 1 foot poised on the threshold of the celestial realm. They stand as the pinnacle of the martial world, the most exalted beings within the entire Jianghu. The outcome of this confrontation among the 3 is entirely anticipated, each worthy of the illustrious name of the Xianxia divine sword, destined to become the 9th master of swords throughout the ages, their names to echo through eternity. The 3 grandmasters gazed skyward at the sword, a transcendent blade that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens, their eyes ablaze with unmasked fervor. In an instant, their gazes sharpened with determination, ready to leap into action and seize the prize. However, at that moment, the Xianxia divine sword released a thunderous and exhilarating sword cry. As if responding to an unseen summons, it transformed into a dazzling beam of light, akin to a meteor streaking across the firmament, racing towards the distant mountains and forests. This sudden turn of events left all spectators astounded, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. What could possibly be occurring? The Jiazi divine sword had only just emerged. Why did it suddenly take flight? Could it possess a spirit of its own, a will independent of its wielders? Yet, there were no such occurrences reported when the previous 8 Jiazi swords were unveiled. In that direction lay the Sword Cliff. Sword Cliff? It was noted that Shen Xinghe had been meditating there for several days, and the earlier contest for the sword had not transpired. Now that the Jiazi divine sword had suddenly flown away, could it be connected to him? A murmur of speculation arose among the crowd. The 3 formidable warriors atop the mountain, witnessing the flight of the Jiazi divine sword, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They could not simply allow the divine sword to escape. With a cold snort, they unfurled their forms and pursued the sword's trajectory without hesitation. The martial artists gathered at the foot of the mountain, upon witnessing this spectacle, swiftly followed suit. An overwhelming throng surged forth, racing towards the sword cliff. Among them, the majority of martial practitioners possessed modest skills, their lightness and movement average, requiring them to take a lengthy detour. Yet, there were also a select few masters of agility, moving with the grace of swallows, leaping effortlessly from boulder to treetop. In a mere moment, they reached the sword cliff, having covered several miles. As they gazed ahead, they beheld the 3 grandmasters already at the cliff's edge, swords drawn, each occupying a strategic position, their spirits brimming with battle intent. Where their gazes converged stood Shen Xinghe, having risen from the ground, his back turned to the cliff, standing upon a slab of green stone. In his hand, he wielded an exquisitely crafted sword, its blade straight and glimmering with a chilling radiance. His expression remained remarkably calm as he regarded the 3 foremost grandmasters, betraying not a trace of fear. You young one, the Jiazi divine sword is a celestial artifact of the world, not something a mere novice like you can lay claim to. Those who wish to live should swiftly surrender their swords. The blood-rain sword demon, Li Feiyun, coldly snorted, his gaze icy as it bore down on Shen Xinghe, his voice dripping with disdain. Although his true age surpassed 80 years, his mastery of the blood transformation technique had granted him a youthful visage, resembling that of a 30-year-old with white hair. At this moment, his cultivation surged, enveloping his body in a faint crimson mist, his eyes seeming to harbor an ocean of blood. Any ordinary person who met his gaze would find their mind overwhelmed, succumbing to madness. Yet Shen Xinghe remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility, unaffected as he replied coolly, "The sword is in my possession. If you desire it, come and take it." Why waste words? What audacity! Today, I shall measure just how much weight you carry, daring to speak so arrogantly. Li Feiyun fumed, a cold snort escaping his lips. Suddenly, he thrust his sword, stomping his right foot heavily on the ground, transforming into a swift crimson shadow that charged toward Shen Xinghe. As he approached within 10 paces, his figure flickered oddly, splitting into 3 ethereal afterimages that leapt into the air from 3 distinct directions. The sword's edge gleamed with a chilling light, resembling 3 cold stars. As it struck fiercely toward Shen Xinghe, without hesitation, Shen Xinghe coldly snorted, his sword dancing rapidly in his hand, unleashing 3 streams of sword energy that met the 3 figures. However, all 3 were indeed real. With a deft swing of his sword, he effortlessly shattered the 3 streams of energy. In an instant, the 3 figures simultaneously wielded their swords, unleashing a barrage of over 100 strikes in mere moments. Reality and illusion intertwined. A dazzling array of sword light erupted like a myriad of stars, enveloping Shen Xinghe in an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Indeed, he was the blood-rain sword demon who, a decade ago, single-handedly swept through the martial world, igniting endless bloodshed and instilling terror in countless martial artists. His opening move was an unforgiving and formidable killing strike. Chapter 34. 8 Swords Soar, the heavens change color. Faced with Li Feiyun's relentless assault, akin to a tempest of blades raining down from all directions, Shen Xinghe took a deep breath, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. With a decisive shout, he swung his sword. A single sword cleaves through the clouds, shaking the heavens. A torrent of sword energy erupted from his divine blade, imbued with boundless might, as if it could sweep through the universe and purify the skies. In an instant, the overwhelming onslaught of sword light was completely swept away. Then, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he swung his sword once more, cleaving downward. Winter thunder roars, shaking the firmament. Before the sword's edge, boundless sword energy surged and roared like thundering tempests, unleashing an awe-inspiring power. It directly cleaved through one of Li Feiyun's doppelgangers, causing it to dissipate in an instant. Cleave the clouds, winter thunder. Is this the sword technique you have gleaned from the poetic inscriptions at the Sword Cliff? Indeed, there is some profundity to it. The blood-rained sword demon, Li Feiyun, had visited the base of the Sword Cliff many years ago, observing the 8 poetic inscriptions upon it, and deriving immense insights from the sword intent embedded within. Thus, he instantly recognized that the 2 sword techniques employed by Shen Xinghe were, in fact, an evolution from the inscriptions at the Sword Cliff, containing the formidable sword intent of 2 legendary divine swords from ages past. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes as he coldly mocked. However, you are still too inexperienced. You do not yet qualify to be my adversary. Even with my left hand injured, wielding only one arm, I remain invincible in this realm. Today, this divine sword shall undoubtedly belong to me. As his voice fell, Li Feiyun unleashed the blood demon technique to its utmost, transforming into a swift, ghostly, blood-red shadow, relentlessly striking at Shen Xinghe. The onslaught surged like an unending tide, a frenzied barrage aimed at Shen Xinghe. Yet, he stood like a towering mountain amidst the raging storm, unyielding against the winds and waves. Strength may rise and fall, yet the bright moon illuminates the great river. After a fierce exchange, he finally seized upon a flaw in Li Feiyun's defense. A chilling light flashed in his eyes as he struck out fiercely with his sword. Despite Li Feiyun's rapid evasion, a deep gash was inflicted upon his chest. His pupils constricted in alarm, revealing a flicker of fear, his countenance darkening noticeably. He shouted loudly to the distant figures of Lu Qianxiu and Ma Zhinshan. This wretched brat is too diabolical. How long will you 2 merely spectate? Are you truly willing to watch him carry away the divine sword? Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianxiu and Ma Zhinshan exchanged solemn glances. Although the 3 of them, given their status in the martial world, attacking a junior together would not bode well for their reputation. They had discerned through the earlier clash between Li Feiyun and Shen Xinghe that the latter's swordsmanship was terrifyingly formidable. If they fought him one-on-one, none could guarantee reclaiming the divine sword from Shen Xinghe's grasp. If they wished to seize this once-in-60 years opportunity, cooperation was their sole recourse. A resolute glimmer flashed in the eyes of the 2 powerful figures as they stepped forward in unison. Like unsheathed swords, they exuded an overwhelming aura of strength as the 3 formidable warriors launched their combined assault upon Shen Xinghe. In an instant, the 100-foot expanse before the Sword Cliff was engulfed in swirling dust and flying stones, with sword energy crisscrossing the air. Shen Xinghe, brandishing the divine sword, emanated a radiant sword light akin to a soaring dragon, valiantly battling against the 3 greatest warriors of the age. As time passed, an increasing number of martial artists rushed to the Sword Cliff from the foot of the Burning Mountain's peak. Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, they were left utterly astounded, their hearts surging with overwhelming disbelief. My heavens, am I truly not mistaken? The red-rained sword demon, the dragon godsword, and the snowy ridge madblade, 3 of the foremost grandmasters of our era, have surprisingly banded together to besiege the solitary figure of Shen Xinghe. Such a formidable assembly could surely rival even the celestial beings of the land. Yet, remarkably, Shen Xinghe appears to be handling the situation with ease. To what unfathomable heights has his strength ascended? It is utterly astounding. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Shen Xinghe is merely 26 years old this year. Such prodigious talent is beyond comprehension. Is this youth truly human? Could he possibly be an ancient demon in human guise, or perhaps a reincarnated celestial being? No wonder even the epic divine sword was drawn to him, soaring from the peak of Burning Mountain to the Sword Cliff. The new generation pushes the old aside. Yet might this epic divine sword truly fall into the hands of a mere 26-year-old grandmaster? It is difficult to say. After all, Lu Qianxiu and his companions are seasoned grandmasters, their cultivation already reaching an ethereal level. Given enough time, Shen Xinghe may yet falter. As soon as this thought crossed the mind, Shen Xinghe, encircled by the 3 formidable masters, suddenly swung his sword in a powerful arc. A fief sword aura erupted, momentarily repelling the 3 grandmasters and allowing him to break free from their encirclement. A sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. He positioned the epic divine sword before him, his left hand forming a sword with 2 fingers resting upon the blade, and his cultivation energy surged violently. The true chi within him boiled forth like a river bursting its banks, gushing from his dantian. Around him, the fabric of space trembled as 8 ethereal sword figures rapidly materialized. Each of the 8 swords bore a unique form, yet all radiated a blinding brilliance, exuding an astonishing sword intent that seemed capable of rending the very heavens. Suspended above Shen Xinghe's head, the 8 swords sang in unison, creating a thunderous resonance. With a decisive gesture, Shen Xinghe pointed the sword's tip forward, and the 8 divine swords shot forth like an unstoppable rainbow, tearing through the sky toward the 3 grandmasters. Instantly, the faces of the 3 masters shifted dramatically as they sensed an overwhelming life and death crisis. Without hesitation, they unleashed their most powerful techniques to collectively resist the onslaught of the 8 swords. With a thunderous boom, the 3 grandmasters were sent reeling backward, their bodies raked by intersecting sword auras that carved deep, distressing gashes into them, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. From a distance, countless martial artists were left in shock, their minds reverberating with disbelief at the tumultuous uproar. The 3 grandmasters had been defeated. Even united, they were no match for Shen Xinghe. Was that sword technique Shen Xinghe had just executed a result of his recent insights into the sword path at the sword cliff? 8 swords soaring, shaking the very earth. In a mere few days, he had crafted such an extraordinary and unparalleled martial art. His comprehension is nothing short of miraculous. It appears that the ultimate possession of the legendary Jiazi divine sword undoubtedly belongs to Shen Xinghe. As discussions erupted among the crowd, a sudden tempest arose. The previously clear and tranquil sky became tumultuous, swirling with ominous clouds. Chapter 35. Confrontation with the celestial being of the land. What is happening? Why is a serene day turned tumultuous so abruptly? In that fleeting moment of atmospheric change, numerous martial artists became aware, lifting their gazes towards the heavens. Witnessing the howling winds and tumultuous clouds above, they displayed expressions of awe. This extraordinary celestial phenomenon, so unexpectedly manifest, was evidently no ordinary occurrence. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary phenomena that arise when a martial arts master ascends to the realm of the celestial being of the land. A well-informed elder of the martial world, visibly excited, exclaimed, "What? The celestial phenomenon triggered by the ascension to the celestial being of the land? Who is breaking through?" The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes swiftly turning towards the front. Soon, all gazes converged upon a singular figure. It was a frail, white-haired elder, whose age belied his remarkably upright stature, as steadfast as an ancient pine. His body was marred with blood, deep and crisscrossing sword wounds, yet his expression remained resolute. He radiated an unparalleled sharpness, akin to a celestial sword that has weathered countless storms, now fully unsheathed and honed to perfection. It was Yulong Divine Sword, Xianxia. He had achieved a breakthrough in battle, successfully entering the realm of the celestial being of the land. With such an ascent, it seemed that Shen Xinghe's fate had become precarious. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their shock palpable. Even Ma Zhenshan and Li Feiyun, who had just fought alongside Xianxia, were deeply moved, feeling the overwhelming sword intent emanating from him, along with the surging waves of his cultivation. Their eyes betrayed a complex blend of envy, astonishment, and reluctance. "You have truly taken that monumental step." Under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers, Xianxia took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the winds surged, lifting his form, allowing him to hover steadily in midair. He traversed the skies, riding the winds, as if journeying towards the North Sea at dusk. This was one of the most prominent symbols of a celestial being of the land. Subsequently, Xianxia ascended step by step, striding towards the tumultuous sky. With each step he took, the aura of his cultivation intensified. Ultimately, he reached the pinnacle of the heavens, standing tall at the heart of the universe. Under the awestruck gazes of all, the aura he exuded had reached an unimaginably formidable level, vast as the depths of an ocean. It seemed he had transcended the mortal realm, standing above all sentient beings, stepping into an entirely new and distinct world. Is this truly the legendary celestial being of the land? Having lived for over 60 years, I am fortunate today to witness the birth of a terrestrial immortal, rendering my life worthwhile. I wonder what terror might unfold should a powerful being of this realm unleash their full might. Countless martial artists gaze skyward, their eyes fixed upon Lu Qianxiu, who stands amidst the swirling clouds, his robe billowing in the wind, exuding an astonishing aura. Among the multitude of awestruck gazes, Lu Qianxiu gradually lowers his head, surveying the starry river below with a calm demeanor. He speaks in a resonant tone. Initially, I intended to seize the divine sword and allow myself a period of reflection before taking this final step. However, I find myself compelled to break through ahead of schedule today. To have pushed me to this extent, you have every reason to feel proud. With that, Lu Qianxiu casts a profound look at Shen Xinghe, letting out a deep sigh filled with regret. At such a young age, your remarkable cultivation and unparalleled talent are truly unprecedented in my lifetime. We bore no grudges, and our conflict was merely over the sword. I should not have sought to annihilate you. Alas, I have pledged my word to the king of Baoyang and cannot allow you to leave alive today. You must take matters into your own hands. With Lu Qianxiu's declaration, the crowd erupted in a clamor. His visit to the sword-forging city was not solely to claim the sword, but also to fulfill the king of Baoyang's order to eliminate Shen Xinghe. Faced with the murderous intent of a terrestrial immortal, it seems that Shen Xinghe's fate is sealed, with little hope of escape. How ungrateful the king of Baoyang is. Having benefited from Shen Xinghe's 5 years of dedicated service, during which he meticulously governed the North Liang. Yet, upon rising to power, he has cast aside his loyal servant, even sending assassins after him. Such actions are utterly ruthless. Such envy and spite betray a narrow-mindedness that will surely dissuade future heroes from serving Baoyang. What a short-sighted folly. Digging his own grave. It is a lamentable loss for the martial world that Shen Xinghe, a prodigious master at such a tender age, may perish here today, squandering a glorious future. As the crowd deliberates, their gazes towards Shen Xinghe are laden with regret and sorrow. Yet, upon hearing Lu Qianxiu's words, Shen Xinghe reveals no fear. His expression remains unchanged. With a cold snort, he retorts, "You, a mere defeated foe, dare to speak so boldly before me? Even as a terrestrial immortal, you hardly possess the qualifications to take my life." As his words hang in the air, Shen Xinghe's thoughts shift slightly, and he softly calls out. The Ghost Mother tree, nestled within his chest, quivers gently. The crimson soul shadow of Hong Xiu swiftly emerges from his attire, encircling him with remarkable speed, transforming into an exceptionally flowing crimson robe. It enveloped Shen Xinghe, lifting his body into the air. Ascending to the heavens, he stood amidst the tumultuous winds and clouds, the scarlet garment billowing in the breeze as he confronted Lu Qianxiu from afar. Confidence in youth is commendable, yet excessive arrogance and a lack of self-awareness can only lead to one's demise. Very well, I shall personally guide you on your journey, allowing you to witness the true power of a terrestrial immortal. To become the first individual I vanquish after breaking through is indeed a stroke of fate for you. As his words resonated, Lu Qianxiu's gaze suddenly sharpened, his sword slicing forward with a swift motion. In an instant, the world around them shifted, the sky swirling ominously. From the edge of his sword, a formidable and awe-inspiring sword energy surged forth, emanating a terrifying force capable of rending the heavens as it swept towards Shen Xinghe like a tidal wave. Countless spectators below felt their minds whirl in shock, utterly astounded. Is this the power of a terrestrial immortal? With a single strike, the heavens tremble. How could a mortal body withstand such a cataclysmic assault infused with the might of the cosmos? Shen Xinghe is surely doomed. Numerous martial artists were left in awe of Lu Qianxiu's astonishing sword strike, seemingly foreseeing the tragic scene of Shen Xinghe spilling blood in the sky. Yet, on Shen Xinghe's face, there was not a hint of fear. Instead, his eyes gleamed with an unprecedented fervor for battle. His cultivation surged dramatically, unleashing the potential of the Wuji sword body to its utmost. The swords of countless onlookers quivered uncontrollably in their hands. Chapter 36. In the presence of 300,000 celestial sword immortals, one must bow low. What is happening? Why is my sword suddenly moving? It feels as though it wishes to unsheath itself. A wave of panic washed over the martial artists as they glanced down at their trembling swords. Even with a firm grip, they could not contain them. It was as if a mysterious force was calling them forth, ready to soar into the sky. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Shen Xinghe had fully harnessed his cultivation and the bloodline potential of the Wuji sword body. His demeanor transformed into an exceptionally sharp presence, resembling a celestial sword unsheathed. With brilliance radiating from him, he stood proudly in the air, his sword intent shattering the swirling winds and clouds. A flash of divine light sparked in his eyes as he bellowed, "Sword come!" In that moment, the tremors and resonant chants of the swords in the hands of the martial artists below reached a crescendo. At Shen Xinghe's command, they surged forth from their sheaths, 3 feet of gleaming cold blades emitting a thunderous cry. They transformed into a torrent of silver brilliance, ascending into the sky like a river forged entirely of sword light. Soaring majestically towards the heavens, surrounding Shen Xinghe, countless blades resonated in harmonious convergence, transforming into an awe-inspiring, lifelike dragon of swords. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, it emanated an overwhelming sword intent that shook the very skies, colliding fiercely with the sword energy unleashed by Xianxia. Below, myriad martial artists beheld this astonishing spectacle, akin to a divine miracle. They widened their eyes in disbelief, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves as they exclaimed, "It is indeed Shen Xinghe. He has borrowed our swords." Reflecting back, just days prior, a wondrous scene had unfolded in the sword-forging city, where thousands of swords soared and sang, heralding the imminent emergence of the legendary Jiazi divine sword, which had released a trace of sword intent, triggering a celestial phenomenon. In hindsight, could it be that Shen Xinghe's arrival in the city was the cause? With a hiss, the swords came forth, as if he commanded 1,000 blades to heed his call, as though all swords in existence bowed to his authority. Such a feat was utterly unfathomable, unheard of until now. In that moment, I found myself questioning who truly embodied the essence of the earthly immortals. Could Shen Xinghe genuinely defy the heavens and triumph over Xianxia? Countless martial artists gazed skyward, witnessing the magnificent spectacle of myriad sword lights cascading through the vast firmament, converging into a colossal dragon, a celestial wonder of rare occurrence in a century, shaking their very souls to the core. In the next instant, under the scrutiny of innumerable eyes, the sword energy dragon, forged from a multitude of sword lights, collided with the sword energy struck by Xianxia in a resounding clash. The individual swords that comprised the dragon trembled violently, their resonating cries echoing through the cosmos. Starting from the dragon's head, the terrifying sword energy swept through, shattering them effortlessly, as if they were mere straw. In the blink of an eye, those once sharp blades disintegrated, bursting into countless fragments. However, Xianxia's sword energy also dwindled in this process, ultimately losing all its potency after shattering the entire sword dragon. It transformed into an intangible breeze, passing gently before Shen Xinghe, causing his garments and hair to flutter. "You managed to withstand my strike," Xianxia remarked, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Shen Xinghe with a hint of surprise. With a sigh, he continued, "If only you could ascend to the realm of earthly immortals, I would surely be no match for you. Alas, you shall not have that opportunity. Though the chasm between the earthly immortal and the Grand Master is but a single realm, there exists a profound distinction between the celestial and the mundane. A mere step separates them, akin to the vastness between heaven and earth, representing 2 entirely disparate domains. That previous move must have exhausted your entire cultivation. Can you still borrow swords for another duel?" Xianxia gazed at Shen Xinghe with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of superiority, as if looking down upon the multitude. He then directed his attention to the Jiazi divine sword in Shen Xinghe's grasp, stating, "This divine sword is destined to be mine. Do you know what name I have chosen for it? With aspirations soaring to the heavens, I ascend to the peak, aspiring to become an immortal. This sword of ascendance shall serve as my vessel to transcend from martial prowess to the path of enlightenment. Prepare yourself, for with the next strike, I shall send you on your way to the afterlife." Upon hearing these words, Shen Xinghe's gaze revealed a trace of disdainful laughter. Such grandiloquent poetry. Yet, it is lamentable that you're overly fixated on the concept of immortality. What nonsense is this distinction between the mortal and the celestial? The so-called immortals are merely those of great strength. Just because one possesses a higher realm does not mean they can command the winds and the clouds, placing themselves above all else. Today, I I shall demonstrate to you that your perceived difference between mortals and immortals is nothing but a farce. The strongest in this world will always be humanity, and within the expanse of heaven and earth, there exists but a single sword. Hence, the notion of separation between mortals and immortals is unfounded. Your bravado remains unwavering, as always. Youthful arrogance is one matter, but do not overestimate your own strength. Since you dare to utter such bold claims, let us see how you withstand this sword of mine. With a dismissive snort, Xianxia raised his long sword high. In that instant, the heavens stirred with tumultuous winds. It was as if all the essence of heaven and earth converged upon this singular blade, dimming the very skies. Xianxia's aura surged, akin to one ascending a lofty peak, rapidly climbing under the gathering celestial essence. Ultimately, he reached that ethereal summit, leaping into transcendence. A fierce sword intent emanated from his being, powerful enough to alter the hues of the heavens and shake the firmament. With a leap, he became a flying immortal. The blade in his hand gleamed coldly like snow, transforming into the sole entity within the cosmos, thrusting directly toward Shen Xinghe. Is this the true strength of a terrestrial immortal wielding their full power? How could a mere mortal withstand such force? Gazing upward at the astonishing sword light that seemed capable of illuminating the world, countless martial artists were struck with profound shock. Their hearts sank into despair, devoid of any thought of resistance. Even Li Fiyun and Ma Jinshan, two masters standing at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, were shaken to their cores. Chilled to the bone, they pondered how they would counter such a flying immortal-esque strike if faced with it. The conclusion was inevitable. There was no possibility of defense, only the acceptance of fate. Yet, within Shen Xinghe's eyes, there was no trace of fear, only a hint of disdain. Gripping the divine sword tightly, he exuded an unprecedented sword intent that pierced the clouds, coldly asserting, a flying immortal strike. So what? There are 300 million sword immortals in the heavens. Yet they must bow before me. As the words fell, the vast expanse of the sky trembled, and in an instant, radiant seven-colored celestial light illuminated the heavens. Within that infinite celestial radiance, numerous awe-inspiring figures of immortals densely filled the firmament. A terrifying pressure emanated, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. Yet, upon the appearance of those ethereal figures, they all turned towards Shen Xinghe, bowing their heads in reverence. Countless celestial beings bent the knee to a single individual. After this homage, the sword intent radiating from Shen Xinghe surged with even greater ferocity, as if capable of tearing the firmament asunder, cleaving through the 9 heavens. His gaze, sharp as a blade, struck out with a powerful sweep of his sword. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though time and space itself had come to a standstill. The raging winds and tumultuous clouds paused, and across the cosmos, everything else faded into obscurity. In that realm, there existed only one sword. A dazzling silver sword aura erupted forth from the tip of Shen Xinghe's blade, akin to the first ray of primordial celestial light that pierced the darkness at the dawn of creation. It exuded an unparalleled brilliance, sweeping through the sky. Xianxia, gathering all his cultivation and elevating his spirit to its zenith, unleashed a flying sword strike, only for it to meet this formidable sword aura. The two clashed for but an instant before his sword let out a mournful cry and shattered on the spot. The expression on Xianxia's face shifted dramatically, as the confidence that once radiated from his eyes was replaced with boundless terror. How could this be possible? Yet, he had no time to react. In the next heartbeat, he was mercilessly engulfed by the sword aura. His entire being vanished without a trace. Then, the sword aura that Shen Xinghe had cleaved forth continued its relentless advance. Powerful and overwhelming, like a silver rainbow dividing the heavens, it swept across the sky in the blink of an eye. It severed a towering peak miles away, before finally dissipating. The mountain crumbled with a thunderous roar, transforming into countless fragments that cascaded down its slopes. In an instant, the earth trembled under the thunderous sound, resonating in every heart. The earth-shattering noise reverberated, sending shockwaves through the multitude of martial artists gathered at the sword cliff, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment as their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. After a prolonged silence, gasps of disbelief erupted, akin to a pot boiling over, igniting fervent discussions. Could it be? Shen Xinghe truly defeated Xianxia? Surely, am I not dreaming? The earthly immortals are invincible, and unless two immortals engage in a life and death struggle, it is almost impossible for one to fall. This has been an unwavering decree throughout history, yet today it has been shattered. With the body of a mortal defying the celestial, Shen Xinghe has indeed achieved the impossible. We are witnesses to history today, having successfully ascended to the realm of earthly immortals. Yet being slain by a mortal of Grandmaster caliber, Xianxia may very well be the first of his kind in all of history. Moreover, after effortlessly slaying Xianxia with a single stroke, the residual force of the blade could sever mountain peaks several miles away, rendering one in awe of the sheer ferocity of such a strike. Even more astonishing is the fact that Shen Xinghe is merely a grandmaster at the tender age of 26. If given time, should he traverse that threshold and ascend to the realm of earthly immortals, one can only speculate the heights he might achieve. Perhaps even the sword ancestor, who swept the world with unmatched prowess 8 centuries ago, pales in comparison to him. Previously, I had heard tales that mastering martial arts to their utmost could allow one to cleave the heavens and shatter the void, and I had dismissed it as mere folklore. Yet now, I find myself a believer. The sword that Shen Xinghe borrowed from me, which had shattered, no longer stings with regret. In the future, I shall boast that Shen Xinghe borrowed my sword before the sword cliff and felled an earthly immortal with a single strike. By heavens, that is enough to boast for a lifetime. Before the sword cliff, thousands of martial artists are swept up in a tide of excitement, fervently discussing the events. The Lord of Sword-Casting City, Daoists, equally animated, strides forth from the crowd. With hands clasped in respect, he bows to Shen Xinghe, who hovers in the air, and proclaims, "I am Daoists, the Lord of Sword-Casting City. Congratulations, young hero Shen, on your triumph over all and becoming the master of the 9th Jiazi divine sword. Please bestow a name upon this sword." Upon finishing, he gestures grandly, and a throng of subordinates rushes forth from the assembly, each bearing a long scroll inscribed with verses. Daoists points to the 9 poems behind him and addresses Shen Xinghe, young hero Shen. These 9 lines are the finest verses selected from the compositions of talented scholars across the realm dedicated to the Jiazi divine sword. Since you did not partake in the contest for a name, you may choose one line to name the sword. The Jiazi divine sword is a rare artifact forged by generations of sword-casting city over 60 years, utilizing countless resources and manpower. Since Shen Xinghe has acquired the divine sword, he must naturally respect and adhere to certain customs. However, he does not even glance at the 9 verses Daoists presents and responds, "Lord Daogu, I already possess a name for this sword in my heart. There is no need to borrow another's poetry for its designation." With that, clad in crimson garments that billow majestically, he ascends directly before the sword cliff. Before the blade, a brilliant sword aura erupts, extending several feet. Using the sword as a quill, he swiftly etches 2 lines of poetry upon the cliff with fervor. In the blink of an eye, the verses are completed. Shen Xinghe sheathes his sword and stands tall, bowing from the void to Daoists, stating earnestly, "Lord Daogu, today I have acquired the divine sword, and I owe a favor to Sword-Casting City. Should your esteemed city require my assistance in the future, simply send word, and I shall not decline." He declares the sword's name to be Jamais, and, with that, Shen Xinghe strides upon the air, departing into the horizon. Under the gaze of countless martial artists, he swiftly vanished into the distant sky. It was only at this moment that a cacophony of sound erupted from the sword cliff, as numerous stones cascaded downward. As the rubble fell, the 2 verses inscribed by Shen Xinghe on the cliff finally came into view. Instantly, the attention of the crowd was drawn, their eyes fixated on the sword cliff. There, the couplet was etched in ironclad strokes, powerful and vigorous, akin to a dragon in flight. The content exuded an overwhelming aura of confidence and invincibility, proclaiming, with 300,000 celestial swordsmen above, even they must bow before me. Chapter 38. A place among the 3 lists, stirring the martial world. With 300,000 celestial swordsmen above, even they must bow before me. What imposing couplet! To question the celestial swordsmen with mere mortal flesh, compelling even the gods to lower their brows. What astonishing audacity! The most remarkable aspect is that Shen Xinghe did not merely utter these words. He truly accomplished them. With his modest mastery, he overcame Xianxia, who had already entered the realm of earthly immortals, Such an achievement is unparalleled throughout history. Break the bows of the celestial swordsman. The name of this ninth divine sword, the Jiaji divine sword, carries a grandeur that far exceeds that of the previous 8 divine swords. Only a prodigious talent like Shen Xinghe, who has achieved success at such a young age, could forge such a name and compose such verses. Moreover, with his extraordinary prowess and divine weapon in hand, it seems likely that the entire martial world shall belong to him in the coming century. I cannot fathom how the king of Baoyang, that old fellow, could have misjudged such a rare martial genius, resulting in Shen Xinghe's expulsion from Baoyang. As if mere expulsion were not enough, he even sent Xianxia to pursue him. Now, it appears he has reaped the consequences, as Xianxia has instead fallen at Shen Xinghe's hands. If Shen Xinghe can slay an earthly immortal, then taking the life of the king of Baoyang would be child's play. I fear that upon learning the news, the king will be so terrified he won't be able to sleep a wink. He deserves it. A self-inflicted calamity. Who could blame this old fool for his folly? I truly wish to see the expression on the king of Baoyang's face upon receiving this news. Ha ha ha. Before the sword cliff, thousands of martial artists gaze at the couplet inscribed by Shen Xinghe, all captivated by the powerful spirit emanating from those words, their hearts stirred and astonished. Although the burning mountain sword debate had reached its conclusion, the crowd remained gathered before the sword cliff, discussing animatedly, unwilling to disperse. The brilliance of this debate was unprecedented, far surpassing all previous gatherings. Not only did the newly unveiled Jiaji divine sword fly from the peak of Burning Mountain to the sword cliff, claiming its master, but also a top-tier grandmaster had broken through his cultivation during battle, ascending to the earthly immortal realm, causing celestial phenomena. What left everyone utterly astonished was, even the esteemed Xianxia, having attained the status of an earthly immortal, could not fulfill his aspirations to seize the legendary Jiazi sword. Instead, he met his demise at the hands of the mere 26-year-old Shen Xinghe, who, despite possessing only the cultivation of a grandmaster, accomplished the astonishing feat of vanquishing an immortal with a single strike, rising upon the corpses of the previous generation of formidable warriors. The epic confrontation of the day solidified Shen Xinghe's unparalleled reputation in the martial world. In the following days, as various practitioners from across the land gradually departed to return to their homes, the events of the Burning Mountain Sword Conference spread like an unprecedented tempest, sweeping through the entire realm at an astonishing pace. Within just a few days, the name Shen Xinghe resonated throughout the martial community, causing a sensation that left all who learned of the news in utter disbelief. The Listening Wind Tower promptly adjusted the rankings of the heaven, earth, and human lists. Shen Xinghe, already positioned at the pinnacle of the human list, experienced no changes in his rank. The Earth list, comprising the top 100 martial artists of the present age, initially did not include Shen Xinghe. However, following his remarkable achievement of slaying an earthly immortal at the Sword Cliff, his prowess was irrefutably established. Consequently, the Listening Wind Tower elevated him to the 4th position on the Earth list. The 3 individuals preceding him were all long-established earthly immortals, their legends circulating widely throughout the martial world, incomparable to the newly emerged Xianxia. Without further accomplishments, it would be challenging for Shen Xinghe to unseat their positions. Above the earth and human lists lies the most prestigious heaven list, showcasing the strongest warriors from antiquity to the present. Although discrepancies in rankings may arise due to the differing eras of many powerful figures, the significance of this list remains unquestionable. The invincible earthly immortals, standing above all humanity, merely meet the threshold for entry onto this prestigious list. After thorough deliberation, the Listening Wind Tower ultimately placed Shen Xinghe at the 100th position on the heaven list. Though he occupied the last spot, this recognition was a testament to Shen Xinghe's formidable strength, creating 2 remarkable records. First, he became the only grandmaster on the entire heaven list. Second, he is the sole young prodigy in history to have his name concurrently appear on the heaven, earth, and human lists. Following the announcement of this ranking, the martial world erupted once more in a fervor of discussion. While the entire martial community buzzed with excitement over Shen Xinghe's meteoric rise, within the North Liang Royal Palace in Liangzhou, a heavy atmosphere of oppression lingered. This intelligence had reached the palace late one night, while the North Liang king was fervently engaged in intimate endeavors with the queen. A servant approached the window and spoke in a hushed tone, "Your Majesty, news has arrived from the sword-forging city. Oh, upon hearing this, the king of northern Liang was instantly invigorated. His spirits lifted as he burst into laughter. Quickly, tell me, did Lu Qianxiu seize the divine sword of the year? Did he also slay Shen Xinghe? His subordinate hesitated for a brief moment before reporting earnestly, Your Majesty, at the recent sword debate on Burning Mountain, there indeed was a confrontation between Elder Lu and Shen Xinghe. However, it was Shen Xinghe who emerged victorious, and the divine sword has fallen into his possession. What? The creaking sound of the bed curtains abruptly ceased, followed by Li Ji's furious voice. What nonsense! Before his departure, Lu Qianxiu explicitly stated to me that he could step into the realm of earthly immortals at any moment. How could he possibly be defeated by that inexperienced lad Shen Xinghe? Your Majesty, every word I spoke is the truth, the subordinate replied solemnly. During the battle, Elder Lu indeed entered the realm of earthly immortals, yet he was still slain by Shen Xinghe's sword. This is an indisputable fact witnessed by thousands, and it has already spread throughout the martial world. Upon hearing this, the king of northern Liang was instantly rendered weak with fear. The sound of his consort's panic cries filled the room. Your Majesty, what has happened? Please do not frighten me. Inside the bed curtains, the consort pinched the king's acupoints for what felt like an eternity until Li Ji finally opened his eyes slowly. Upon awakening, he struck himself several hard slaps across the face, exclaiming, Li Ji, you absolute fool. Why did you provoke Shen Xinghe? In that moment, he was filled with regret. Wishing he could turn back time. Given the chance, he would kneel and beg, ensuring that Shen Xinghe never left northern Liang. Alas, time could not be rewound, and no amount of self-inflicted pain would alter the reality of the situation. In the days that followed, he could only live like a frightened bird, engulfed in endless dread, awaiting the inevitable reckoning from Shen Xinghe. Meanwhile, having departed from the sword-forging city, Shen Xinghe did not hasten back to northern Liang to settle scores with Li Ji. Instead, he continued his journey southward, reaching the borders of the southern Chu kingdom. He prepared to arrive at the mouth of the Lan River, where he was to meet the southern Chu's princess Xiao Qianyun, ascend the Xianxia Pavilion, and jointly behold the breathtaking spectacle of the Lan River's tidal waves. Additionally, he sought to settle accounts with the old flood dragon that had devoured his steed before attempting to leap over the dragon gate. He would first inquire whether the sword in his hand consented to the endeavor. Chapter 39. The Princess's Sacrifice. The calculations of the southern Chu royal family on the 18th day of the 8th lunar month, following the Mid-Autumn Festival. The southern Chu kingdom celebrates its annual tide viewing festival. On this day, the mouth of the Lan River roils with furious tides, immense waves crashing, creating the magnificent spectacle of the Lan River's tidal fury. Adjacent to the river's mouth stands a steep, towering cliff resembling a great black sword, deeply embedded in the ocean, unmoved by the winds and waves of countless years. Atop this perilous cliff, a wooden pavilion has been erected, known throughout the world as the Xianxia Pavilion. It serves as the perfect vantage point for observing the extraordinary tide phenomenon. In years past, the royal family of the southern Chu kingdom would host a grand banquet at the Xianxia Pavilion, inviting the most esteemed literary talents to compose poetry and admire the scenic beauty, thereby demonstrating their reverence for scholars across the realm. However, this year, the southern Chu royal family has deviated from tradition, extending no invitations to any literary figures or officials. In fact, all members of the royal family received strict orders to refrain from approaching the Xianxia Pavilion during the tide viewing festival. Days prior to the festival, a significant number of imperial guards sealed off the area, effectively surrounding the Tingqiao Pavilion. Numerous scholars from all corners of the nation gathered, gazing at the towering Xianxia Pavilion atop the cliffs, unable to suppress their murmurs of speculation. What could be the reason behind this unusual decision? Why has the royal family forsaken tradition and barred any literary talents from entering the Xianxia Pavilion to enjoy the views? As I recall, 6 months ago, the Grand Princess journeyed north to Lijing to attend a literary gathering, where she made an agreement with the celebrated scholar Shen Xinghe from the Great Li Kingdom, inviting him to southern Chu for the tide viewing festival. This peculiar situation this year is likely related to that pact. What? Is that true? For the sake of entertaining an outsider from the Great Li, the royal family has denied the entrance of our own southern Chu scholars to the pavilion. Such actions from the royal family could surely alienate our literary community. If Shen Xinghe were merely a youthful talent, no matter how exceptional his poetic gifts, The royal family would have no justification for such behavior. Yet, one must recognize that, aside from his unparalleled literary prowess, Shen Xinghe is a learned sage who has cultivated an extraordinary talent at merely 26 years of age. A man of deep strategy and governance, capable of influencing the tides of the world. He is even said to possess celestial abilities, having his name concurrently inscribed in the 3 prestigious lists of heaven, earth, and man, an unparalleled genius throughout history. It is no exaggeration to assert that with his myriad identities, Shen Xinghe could easily command the forces of the realm. The royal family's willingness to lower themselves in order to court such a prodigy is entirely understandable. Yet, despite this, I cannot swallow such indignity. Southern Chu has always prided itself on governance through culture, and today, as a myriad of talents converge here, representing half of our literary landscape, I refuse to believe that no one possesses greater literary skill than Shen Xinghe. Should he indeed arrive, I shall challenge him to a contest. Indeed, a contest. Within the Xianxia Pavilion, the Grand Princess of Southern Chu, Xianxia, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, leaned against the railing, gazing out at the sea. The gentle sea breeze caressed her attire, accentuating her graceful figure with exquisite precision. Her ethereal presence resembled that of a celestial being descended from the heavens, poised to take flight at any moment. In the coolness of the sea breeze, fragments of discontented chatter from the scholars drifted through the air. Unbidden, memories of a recent conversation with her father echoed in Xianxia's mind. The realm is currently divided into 3 factions. The Great Li dynasty holds a strong position in the Central Plains, while the Northern Mang royal court is amassing troops on the grasslands, poised to march south and sweep across the Central Plains at any moment. Only I, the Southern Chu, possess the weakest national strength, confined to a mere corner. The reason for our survival until now lies in the unwavering unity of our civil and military officials, as well as the protective presence of our ancestral guardians, whose celestial prowess has kept the Great Li dynasty at bay. However, with the ancestral guardian's lifespan nearing its end, Southern Chu finds itself precariously perched on the brink of disaster. Shen Xinghe, possessing extraordinary talent and unparalleled martial prowess, represents an exceptional opportunity for us as he journeys south into Chu. Should he indeed honor his appointment on the day of the Tide Viewing Festival, you must ensure that he remains in Southern Chu to be utilized for our cause. Yet, the young hero Shen, brimming with youthful exuberance and lofty aspirations, regards fame and fortune as mere fleeting illusions, leaving us with little to entice him. Since ancient times, heroes have cherished beauty. I believe that with earnest preparation, a solution will emerge. Even if we cannot retain him in Southern Chu for our purposes, we must forge an unbreakable bond between him and our realm. Father Emperor, are you suggesting that? There are no buts. This is a responsibility you must embrace as the crown princess of Southern Chu. Surely, you do not wish to witness the devastation of our lands and the suffering of our people, do you? The Emperor of Chu descended slowly from the dragon throne and, placing a reassuring hand on Xianxia's shoulder, remarked, "I'm aware of the fondness you harbor for that Bai Chen, but alas, he is not a celestial being. Henceforth, you must cease all encounters with him." Xianxia's thoughts became tumultuous. Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd in the distance. Look to the sky. Someone approaches. Who could it be, soaring through the air as if a celestial being? It is Shen Xinghe. It is said that he possesses a mysterious artifact that allows him to don crimson robes, traversing the azure skies. During the fateful confrontation atop the burning mountain, it was with that very artifact that he ascended to battle, striking down Xianxia with a single sword. Xianxia turned at the sound and indeed beheld a figure clad in red, gliding gracefully from the distant horizon. The figure landed before the Xianxia Pavilion, transforming into a gallant young swordsman dressed in crimson. He bowed to Xianxia, who was gazing out at the sea, and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Crown Princess, Shen has come as promised. May I ascend the pavilion to converse?" "Miss Xiao has awaited your arrival," she replied with a smile, suppressing her chaotic thoughts as she welcomed Shen Xinghe into the Xianxia Pavilion. As she turned to accompany him inside, she could not help but steal a glance back at the throng of people. Among them, a young man in white, holding a folding fan, stood out like a crane amidst a flock of chickens, none other than Bai Chen, the poet of Southern Chu. Their gazes, separated by 100 paces, met for a fleeting moment in the air. Xianxia swiftly averted her eyes and hurried into the pavilion. In the crowd, Bai Yichen watched as the figure of the young lady disappeared into the depths of the pavilion, his complexion paling as if struck by a heavy blow. His fists clenched tightly. Chapter 40. Raging tides surge. A dragon emerges. The sword's intent soars to the skies. As Shen Xinghe entered the Xianxia pavilion, the crimson robe he wore shimmered momentarily, transforming into a red silhouette that gracefully descended to the ground beside him, manifesting as the figure of Xianxia, who stood respectfully behind him. With Shen Xinghe's current cultivation level, there were few in the world he deemed worthy of caution, capable of ensuring Xianxia's safety. Thus, even in the presence of outsiders, there was no need for her to withdraw. She could appear openly before everyone. On the day of the literary sword tea gathering, Xiao Qianyun had encountered Xianxia, who then was a maidservant trailing behind Li Fengxian. However, now she had taken on a spectral form, appearing beside Shen Xinghe, clearly indicative of a tale that had unfolded. Yet, Xiao Qianyun had no intention of delving into it, refraining from posing any inquiries. After welcoming Shen Xinghe into the Xianxia pavilion, she gestured for him to take a seat at a tea table. Her gaze drifted through the pavilion, taking in the expansive view of the Lanjing River mouth in the distance, the ideal spot to witness the magnificent tide. Xiao Qianyun humbly knelt beside the tea table, personally pouring a cup of clear tea, presenting it with her delicate hands before Shen Xinghe, saying, "Please, esteemed sir, enjoy this tea." It was noteworthy that Xiao Qianyun, a princess of high standing, would not typically serve tea in such a manner. This extraordinary gesture stirred something within Shen Xinghe. With his current level of cultivation, he could effortlessly hear the discussions of scholars hundreds of feet away. His eyes flickered momentarily, and instead of reaching for the cup, he smiled and remarked, "How could a mere commoner like me receive such honor from the esteemed princess? While others might find themselves unworthy, I, Shen, am an exception." Xiao Qianyun, holding the teacup, replied softly, "Countless princesses have graced history, yet only one can claim the distinction of being able to confront divine beings with the prowess of a mortal. You, noble sir, are a distinguished guest of Nanshu, and it is only fitting that we extend our utmost courtesy. Should you have any desires, I, Qianyun, shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Her words, combined with the serene atmosphere of the unoccupied Xianxia pavilion, subtly hinted at deeper implications for Shen Xinghe. He quickly realized that this cup of tea might not be as innocuous as it appeared. Xiao Qianyun, unfazed, regarded him with her enchanting, watery autumn eyes, asking, "Why does the esteemed sir hesitate to accept the tea? Perhaps you do not enjoy the art of tea tasting?" Shen Xinghe chuckled heartily, responding, "I am but a worldly man, fond of fine wine, fragrant tea, luxurious silks, gallant steeds, and beautiful companions, all delights that appeal to my heart. Is it then that this tea lacks sufficient aroma?" He allowed his gaze to sweep over Xiao Qianyun's exquisite, graceful figure before he remarked with a subtle glimmer in his eyes, "The fragrance of the tea is delightful, indeed a rare gem of the mortal realm. Then why does the esteemed sir not partake? Is there some concern weighing on your mind?" Xiao Qianyun gazed deeply into Shen Xinghe's eyes, her voice echoing with intrigue. "Is there anything in this vast realm that even the esteemed gentlemen fear and regard with trepidation? Princess, your provocation is rather overt. I assent to it." Shen Xinghe chuckled heartily and remarked, "However, I, Shen, do indeed relish this approach. If I cannot even savor the bait presented before me, what use is my cultivated prowess?" With a boisterous laugh, Shen Xinghe took the teacup from Xiao Qianyun's hands and raised it to his lips, draining its contents in one swift motion. He then placed the cup on the table and, with a nonchalant tone, instructed Xiao Qianyun to remove her veil. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Qianyun's gaze momentarily flickered. Yet she complied with a nod. With a delicate hand, she reached behind her ear and unveiled the purple veil that had long concealed her visage. Instantly, a breathtakingly beautiful celestial face emerged into the open air. Her skin, as flawless as jade, brows like azure ink, a perfectly sculpted nose, luscious lips, and bright eyes adorned with pearly teeth, exuded an ethereal charm. The terms of unparalleled beauty and enchanting grace fail to encapsulate even a fraction of her allure. Her demeanor was otherworldly, akin to a celestial being descending from the ninth heaven, imbued with a sense of transcendent elegance. Even Shen Xinghe found himself momentarily entranced upon beholding her countenance. Finally, he comprehended why this esteemed princess of the southern Chu had always donned a veil. Should her true visage be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a commotion wherever she roamed. At that very moment, as Xianxia unveiled her face, a thunderous roar akin to rolling thunder resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, causing the very ground to tremble. The annual spectacle of the raging tide had finally arrived. This year marked a rare occurrence, the Lanjiang Heavenly Tide, which would reach heights and grandeur far surpassing those of previous years. Shen Xinghe gazed through the window of the Zhanhai Pavilion, casting his eyes toward the distant estuary. Indeed, he witnessed the sea swell suddenly erupting into a frenzy of tumultuous waves. Towering surges, fierce as a stampede of countless steeds, surged forth from the far-off horizon, swiftly approaching. The wave crests rose several meters high, their momentum akin to a cataclysmic force. As they crashed upon the coastal rocks, a deafening roar akin to thunder resonated from the mountaintops. In an instant, rocks were scattered. Tumultuous waves crashed against the shore, stirring up mountains of foam. On both banks of the Lanjiang, throngs of spectators gathered from all directions to witness the magnificent spectacle, their hearts stirred by the awe-inspiring sight, filled with exhilaration. The exclamations of the crowd mingled with the resounding roar of the waves, echoing throughout the expanse. Many talented poets and scholars, their spirits ignited, composed verses in celebration of the tide, eliciting waves of applause from those around them. Meanwhile, within the Zhanhai Pavilion, perched upon the coastal cliffs, Shen Xinghe stood alone, occupying the finest vantage point of this renowned edifice, savoring tea while observing the tide. The illustrious princess Xianxia of the southern Chu knelt beside the tea table. Like a humble maid, she bowed her head and served with utmost reverence. Should the scene be witnessed by the esteemed scholars of the southern Chu kingdom, who held Xianxia in the highest regard, akin to a goddess, they would surely be struck with profound sorrow and disbelief, with some even harboring thoughts of vengeance against Shen Xinghe. As time progressed, the waves surging from the sea grew ever higher, crashing against the coastal rocks and causing the earth to tremble with thunderous roars. The entire realm resonated with the cacophony of the tumultuous tides. When this extraordinary spectacle reached its zenith, a thunderous dragon's roar, imbued with boundless majesty, suddenly echoed from the upstream of the Lanjiang River. It was as if the heavens had been rent asunder, momentarily drowning out the roaring waves, causing every soul present to tremble with awe. Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened, and an intense aura emanated from him. The folded brow, sword resting on the table, quivered, emitting a crisp sword cry and igniting a fervent battle spirit. Chapter 41. Directly entering the land of the Immortals. With a deafening roar, the dragon's cry reverberated through the skies, overpowering the tumultuous noise of the waves. The crowds gathered along the banks of the Lanjiang River were suddenly seized by astonishment, turning their gazes upstream. There, on the vast expanse of the river, monstrous waves surged forth. Amidst the raging waters, a fearsome dragon, exceeding 100 feet in length, stirred the winds and roared fiercely. Its scales, as hard as iron, glimmered with a metallic sheen. The surrounding tempest exuded an awe-inspiring and terrifying might as it thundered down the river. The spectators along the banks were left aghast, gasping in disbelief and uttering cries of terror. Is this the legendary dragon? Such a creature truly exists in this world, more terrifying than the tales suggest. Where could such a massive dragon have come from? Is it the ancient dragon from the angry Jiao Lake of the Great Li, rumored to be the purest bloodline, the longest living, and the most powerful of all dragons? We heard months ago that this ancient dragon intended to traverse the river to the sea, transforming along the way and stirring endless storms. Today, it has indeed made its appearance. What? The river dragon transforming into a true dragon is not merely a legend? Are we about to witness the miraculous sight of a river dragon becoming a dragon today? Beware. The dragon approaches. The waves are immense. Everyone retreat quickly. Do not get swept into the river. The crowds gasped in horror, hastily retreating to the sides of the riverbank. Just moments after they cleared the area, the surging waves crashed forward, sweeping over the riverbank and engulfing the very spot where the crowd had stood. The journey of the dragon from the river to the sea was not merely a simple swim. It required the absorption of the river's spiritual essence along the way, refining its bloodline and undergoing transformation, all while facing countless tribulations. For an entire month, without rest, the ancient dragon, steeped in profound cultivation and nearly exhausted, journeyed from the Fury Jiao Lake to this place. Yet, after a millennium of waiting, the moment to transform into a dragon was finally at hand. The potential for success hinged on this singular endeavor. Gazing at the nearby mouth of the sea, a flicker of resolute determination flashed within the colossal dragon's eyes. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, its majestic form surged from the tumultuous waves, soaring into the sky. As its powerful body erupted from the water, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark clouds churned ominously overhead. Strikes of ferocious lightning, as thick as barrels, danced across the sky like a silver serpent, emanating an aura of unparalleled destruction as they rained down upon the dragon. The vast ocean mirrored the fury of the storm, unleashing towering waves that surged back into the river from the sea's mouth. Even the Xianxia pavilion, perched atop a 100-foot cliff, was battered by the waves' relentless assault. Resembling a frail boat adrift in a tempest, at risk of being shattered by the merciless storm. Such a terrifying spectacle left Xianxia pale, her hand trembling uncontrollably as she poured wine for Shen Xinghe. In stark contrast, Shen Xinghe remained remarkably composed, seated firmly at the tea table, as unwavering as a mountain amidst the storm. Nearby, the divine sword, Xinghe, quivered slightly, emitting a soft hum. At this moment, ordinary observers could only witness the tumultuous upheaval of the sea and the dramatic change in the heavens following the dragon's ascent. However, those like Shen Xinghe, whose cultivation had reached a certain level or who had honed their skills in observing the qi, could vaguely discern a magnificent golden dragon gate standing resolutely amidst the swirling tempest at the river's mouth, enveloped by an endless array of divine radiance. The dragon ascended with fierce vigor, its 100-foot form dancing wildly in the air as it approached the dragon gate. Above, the chaotic clouds roiled, and countless bolts of lightning descended. The seemingly indestructible black scales of the dragon, under the might of the heavenly thunder, crumbled like fragile paper, leaving its body a gruesome sight, marred and revealing patches of bone. Yet, the light in its eyes grew ever more resolute as it emitted a thunderous roar, making a final, arduous leap over the dragon gate. The moment it crossed the threshold, the tempestuous thunder ceased. The dark clouds that had surged through the sky transformed instantly into myriad auspicious clouds. Rays of golden light, imbued with a sacred aura, cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the dragon's battered form. Under this golden glow, its mangled body began to heal rapidly, new black scales sprouting forth. Its foreclaws, once merely extensions, grew robust and powerful, swiftly transforming into true dragon claws. Upon the crown, dragon scales shattered and protruded, giving rise to two magnificent black dragon horns. In but a fleeting moment, the astonishing metamorphosis from a river serpent to a true dragon was completed. The mundane river serpent had transformed into a celestial dragon of the 9 heavens, and it had indeed succeeded. I could scarcely believe my fortune to witness the birth of a true dragon with mine own eyes. My life would be without regret henceforth. May the true dragon bestow its blessings, ensuring that our great Chu experiences favorable winds and timely rains. The countless citizens along the banks of the Lan River were immediately swept into a fervor, their voices rising in a thunderous uproar. Many fell to their knees, fervently offering prayers and reverence. Above the 9 heavens, the newly transformed true dragon soared, its 100-foot-long body twisting and coiling amidst the multitude of gazes. Suddenly, it unleashed a mighty roar, turning its head and diving from the sky, powerfully approaching the Xianxia pavilion. Just before crossing the dragon gate, it distinctly sensed a hostile aura within the pavilion, locking onto it with unwavering intensity. Having successfully transformed into a dragon, it was only fitting to confront the ant that dared to provoke it. Witnessing this spectacle, the myriad of citizens along the banks were utterly astonished. What was happening? Why was the black dragon suddenly heading towards the Xianxia pavilion? My thoughts drifted back months prior when rumors had circulated in the martial world. Shen Xinghe had once pointed across the river, rescuing a boatload of passengers from the jaws of the old river serpent, thus establishing a grudge. Now that the old serpent had successfully transformed, was it seeking vengeance against Shen Xinghe? What? Such a thing could not be. If it sought retribution against Shen Xinghe, that would be one matter, but the princess was also within the pavilion. What calamity might befall her? From afar, countless citizens gasped in alarm, their worries reaching a fever pitch. Within the Xianxia pavilion, Xianxia gazed at the fearsome black dragon head looming in the sky outside, feeling the terrifying power it emanated. She was struck with dread, her complexion paling and her body trembling uncontrollably. Shen Xinghe gently grasped her wrist, his tone soothing and calm. "Do not fear. Remain here and help me warm the wine." His voice, though soft, seemed to carry a unique magic that instilled a sense of tranquility. Feeling the warmth radiating from Shen Xinghe's palm, Xiao Qianyun's trembling heart gradually settled. Nodding obediently, she cast aside her fears of the tempest outside. Shen Xinghe rose to his full height, extending his right hand, and grasped the Jime sword from the air. He approached the railing of the Xianxia pavilion, laughing heartily as he stepped forth into the void beyond the pavilion. At that moment, he was not adorned in the red sleeves that had transformed into garments. Yet as he took that step, the figure within his mind also stepped forth from the mysterious scroll. Behind this figure, glimmering golden footprints connected in a continuous line, traversing an extensive journey of countless miles. The instant he stepped forth, the winds and clouds in the heavens began to swirl. Shen Xinghe ascended directly into the realm of terrestrial immortals. Chapter 42. Treading the clouds and drawing the sword against the dragon. Shen Xinghe stepped into the void above from the Xianxia pavilion. In that instant, his cultivation broke through, propelling him into the realm of terrestrial immortals. The heavens transformed in a heartbeat, as tumultuous winds and swirling clouds surged from all directions, while the sky above burst forth with radiant hues, and resplendent golden lotuses blossomed in the void. Below, the furious sea roared, conjuring towering waves that reached heights of 100 zhang, although others had similarly ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. The celestial phenomena triggered by Shen Xinghe's elevation today surpassed that of Lu Qianxio's ascension at Sword Cliff by at least tenfold. This astonishing spectacle was visible for hundreds of miles, as the overwhelming might of the heavens swept across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. On the banks of the Lan River, countless citizens who had gathered to witness the tide were left utterly astonished, their hearts shaken to the core. What was happening? Why had the sky suddenly changed? The myriad rays of light above, along with the blooming golden lotuses in the void, were the very celestial phenomena foretold to accompany the ascension of a terrestrial immortal. Could it be a terrestrial immortal? Is it Shen Xinghe? It could only be him. A terrestrial immortal at the mere age of 26. What a jest. Could it be that his elevation required no cultivation at all? Moreover, even if a terrestrial immortal were to emerge, the scale of this celestial phenomenon was truly monumental, surpassing even the wondrous events that accompanied the transformation of the dragon moments ago. On the banks of the Lan River, countless citizens looked up in awe. They beheld a towering cliff, 100 zhang high, standing majestically at the mouth of the Lan River. The sea was in turmoil, waves crashing relentlessly against the cliff, sending plumes of water soaring 100 zhang into the air. In a void before the towering cliff, 100 zhang black dragon coiled menacingly. Its sinuous form resembled a mountain range, clad in ominous dark scales that radiated a chilling grandeur, overlooking the wooden pavilions built upon the cliff. The mere presence of its fearsome head nearly matched the height of the pavilions, exuding a terrifying pressure that shook the earth. In the void before the Xianxia pavilion, Shen Xinghe stood defiantly, wielding his azure sword. Clad in a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind, he faced the 100 zhang dragon across the expanse. Though his form was insignificant when compared to the imposing black dragon, akin to a mere speck of dust, his spirit was unyielding, emanating a fierce sword intent like a celestial blade unsheathed. As the winds stirred and the skies roiled, the golden lotuses blossomed in the void, creating a breathtaking tableau of confrontation between man and dragon. This magnificent scene etched itself deeply into the hearts of all who witnessed it, a memory destined to remain indelible throughout their lives. Even those scholars of the Southern Shu who harbored resentment towards Shen Xinghe could not help but feel a profound sense of admiration. Soaring through the clouds, sword in hand, facing the dragon, at this very moment, Shen Xinghe epitomizes the dreams of every young adventurer as he stepped forward into the realm of terrestrial immortals. The mysterious figure traversing the long scrolls in his mind seemed to attain a sublime transformation, radiating a unique ethereal charm. Subsequently, a phrase emerged from the depths of Shen Xinghe's consciousness. Gaze upon the heavens and the earth, the mountains and the seas. Read countless tomes, traverse myriad paths. Behold the cosmos. Previously, guided by the voice in his mind, Shen Xinghe had read countless tomes, successfully cultivating the righteous aura, continuing to follow the guidance. He traversed great distances, experiencing a meteoric rise in his martial prowess, ultimately stepping into the realm of terrestrial immortals. Now, he received a third piece of guidance. Shen Xinghe speculated that adhering to this new instruction would undoubtedly amplify his strength. However, he had no time to ponder its meaning, for now. He buried it deep within his heart, raising his gaze to the looming black dragon before him. With the folded brow, sword firmly in hand, its blade trembled with excitement. Emitting a low, eager hum, Shen Xinghe fixed his cold gaze upon the black dragon and spoke solemnly. Months ago, you devoured my steed. By all rights, a life should repay another. Yet, the heavens are merciful. I offer you two choices. First, bow to me and become my steed. Second, I will sever your head, avenging my fallen companion. Such a pitiful ant dares to utter such arrogance. The black dragon roared in fury, its golden eyes blazing with wrath. With a thunderous roar, it bellowed, "Today, I shall make you pay for your insolence." With that, the massive dragon swung its tail with tremendous force, unleashing a tail strike shaped like a dragon's tail, radiating a terrifying might aimed directly at Shen Xinghe. With a cold snort, Shen Xinghe responded by sweeping his sword, unleashing a dazzling sword light that cleaved through the incoming tail strike with ease. He then struck again, unleashing a fierce and awe-inspiring sword aura, imbued with the power to rend the very heavens, aimed squarely at the black dragon. With a furious roar, the black dragon unleashed a terrifying black light, resembling a bolt of dark lightning, which shattered Shen Xinghe's sword energy in an instant. In the ensuing chaos, both man and dragon roared in unison, ascending to the lofty heights of the heavens. Below, countless citizens along the banks of the Lan River gazed up in astonishment. The recently transformed black dragon, having shed its serpentine form after a millennium, engaged in a fierce battle with Shen Xinghe, who had just ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Amidst the tumultuous skies, storm clouds swirled as the thunderous roars of the dragon reverberated through the firmament. The immense body of the black dragon, spanning 100 feet, clashed violently with dazzling beams of sword energy, illuminating the heavens. Darkness enveloped the earth, and the sun and moon were obscured. Fragments of shattered black scales and searing crimson dragon blood cascaded from skies, plummeting into the tumultuous sea below. The two adversaries battled relentlessly, their conflict raging from the celestial heights down to the ocean surface. The terrifying aftermath of their combat sent shockwaves through the waters, stirring up towering waves that soared 100 feet high. The battle then surged from the ocean's surface to the very edges of the sky, transforming the clouds in an awe-inspiring spectacle. This extraordinary scene, reminiscent of legendary myths, stirred the hearts of countless spectators along the banks of the Lan River, leaving them in utter astonishment. Even Xiao Qianyun, within the Zhanhai Pavilion, found herself captivated by the celestial clash, unable to resist moving to the edge of the balcony. She tilted her head upwards, gazing at the vast expanse of the heavens, where the figure of the warrior wielding a 3-foot azure blade, with sword energy slicing through the air, confronted the divine dragon with poise. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a unique brilliance, reflecting waves of emotion. Chapter 43. The True Dragon Submits. The Visitor from Beyond. Is this the battle of the world's pinnacle powerhouses? The culmination of martial arts, possessing such earth-shattering, terrifying strength, is simply unfathomable. Who will ultimately triumph between Shen Xinghe and the Black Dragon? I surmise it must be the Black Dragon, for while terrestrial immortals are rare, a few exist in the world. Dragons, however, are mythical beings, and this one has existed for ages. Indeed, this black dragon not only boasts a formidable lineage, but also possesses a millennium of cultivation and profound mastery. Centuries ago, when it was still a mere flood dragon residing in Fury Flood Lake, it battled a martial master at the realm of terrestrial immortals for 3 days and nights. Now, having undergone a transformation into a true dragon, its strength has undoubtedly surged to unprecedented heights, beyond Shen Xinghe's capacity to withstand. Nevertheless, it cannot be dismissed that even if this black dragon has an extraordinary bloodline, Shen Xinghe is far from ordinary. Even in the Grandmaster realm, he was capable of slaying a terrestrial immortal with a single stroke. Now, having entered the domain of terrestrial immortals, his prowess must be even more formidable. Perhaps he might indeed vanquish the Black Dragon, achieving the legendary feat of dragon slaying. On both banks of the Lan River, countless citizens gazed skyward, witnessing the fierce duel between Shen Xinghe and the Black Dragon, with sword energy spanning the horizon and the terrifying scene of darkness engulfing the earth, stirring their spirits profoundly. Among the crowd, someone inadvertently glanced towards the Xianxia pavilion, their eyes widening in astonishment. Isn't that the princess? Of course. The princess was hosting a banquet at the Xianxia pavilion on behalf of the royal family, sharing this wondrous spectacle with Shen Xinghe. A fact known throughout the nation. What was so surprising about that? The appearance of the grand princess was not surprising. However, the issue lay in the fact that she was not adorned with a veil. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately struck with astonishment, hastily turning their gazes toward the Xianxia pavilion. Although the distance rendered the details indistinct, it was unmistakable that Xiao Qinyun indeed bore no veil upon her face. The numerous talented scholars of Nanshu were instantly engulfed in shock. The grand princess had truly removed her veil. It was rumored that she had concealed her visage with a veil since her adolescence, claiming that she would only unveil her true appearance before her beloved. The revelation that she had unveiled herself today raised the possibility that she had developed feelings for Shen Xinghe. This was not entirely unexpected, for Shen Xinghe's handsome countenance and unparalleled literary talent had made him the youngest terrestrial immortal in history. Who among the women of the world could resist such a lure? If the grand princess were indeed smitten with him, it would be quite natural. However, if this were the case, it would be less troubling if she were genuinely enamored. The real concern lay in the possibility that the princess had no choice in the matter and that the royal family sought to recruit Shen Xinghe as a consort, reducing her to a mere pawn in their scheme to win him over. What? Our Nanshu princess, of noble birth, would resort to employing the arts of seduction merely to attract an outsider? If this were true, it was utterly unacceptable. But what good would my refusal do? In matters of state, what power do we possess? Alas, we could only lament our weakened nation, bereft of talent and lacking our own terrestrial immortal. The talented scholars were expressions of helplessness, sighing deeply in resignation. Amidst the crowd, Bai Chen gazed at the breathtaking figure leaning against the railing in Xianxia pavilion, his complexion pale and heart-wrenched with despair. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes filled with a profound sense of helplessness and reluctance. As the discussions among the crowd continued, a sorrowful and piercing dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the sky. The crowd quickly looked up. They beheld the imposing form of a black dragon plummeting from the clouds, its massive body marred by deep, ghastly sword wounds, crimson blood cascading through the air. With a thunderous crash, it fell into the boundless ocean, creating towering waves. Moments later, with a fierce roar, it soared back into the sky. Yet just as it ascended, Shen Xinghe had already pursued it from the clouds. Standing against the wind and the void, he loomed above, his sword angled menacingly at the dragon's head. A chilling sword aura surged forth, extending several feet, as his cold gaze fixed upon the black dragon, his voice resonating with authority. I offer you one final chance. Submit, or face death. The choice is yours. If you remain obstinate, the next strike will sever your head. Roaring defiantly, the black dragon unleashed an anguished cry, its voice rife with indignation. However, under the piercing, murderous gaze of Shen Xinghe, the desire for survival ultimately eclipsed its pride. With a low growl filled with resentment, the black dragon bowed its noble head before Shen Xinghe. This was as it should be. A satisfied smile crept across Shen Xinghe's lips, and the murderous intent in his eyes dissipated. He leaped gracefully onto the dragon's head, standing poised between its two majestic horns. The black dragon emitted a deep, rumbling roar, its 100-foot-long body swirling and dancing, soaring through the skies with Shen Xinghe atop. Remarkably, Shen Xinghe had not only vanquished the black dragon, but had also successfully claimed it as his steed. Incredible. The sheer power of Shen Xinghe alone was already formidable. And now, with the black dragon as his mount, what adversary could possibly stand against this duo? At this moment, Shen Xinghe could likely lay waste to cities and obliterate nations with ease. He was truly invincible in the world. On both banks of the Lan River, countless spectators gazed in awe at Shen Xinghe, who was gallivanting across the vast sky upon his black dragon, their hearts stirred with excitement. Men looked on with envy, while women gazed at him with admiration. Even Xiao Qinyun, within the Xianxia pavilion, felt her heart flutter. A man who could compose poetry and wield a sword to slay dragons was the epitome of masculinity. Throughout history, there had been no other man to eclipse his brilliance. And soon, her pure and pristine maidenhood would belong to this man. In that instant, Xianxia found her breath quickening uncontrollably. Beneath her flowing purple gown, her bosom rose and fell rhythmically, her autumn-like eyes filled with reflections of Shen Xinghe, completely oblivious to the presence of Baichen. Standing upon the black dragon, Shen Xinghe soared through the skies for a while, nodding in satisfaction as he prepared to return to the Zhanhai pavilion. Just then, two brilliant beams of sword light shot forth from the distant depths of the sea. As they approached, it became clear that two figures clad in azure robes stood upon the flying swords. Upon seeing Shen Xinghe atop the black dragon, their expressions shifted dramatically. Pointing a finger at him, their brows furrowed in anger as they sternly shouted, "Impudent mortal! By what virtue do you dare to subdue a true dragon as your mount? Descend at once." Chapter 44. The martial world below, the immortals above. Look, more people are flying down from the sky. Could they be two more earthly immortals? When did earthly immortals become so numerous? But unlike Shen Xinghe, who walked upon the void, these two were riding flying swords. They were not earthly immortals, but rather legendary practitioners of the mystical arts, those rumored to dwell among the sacred mountains and blessed waters, hidden from the world. Capable of severing heads from miles away, no wonder they had the audacity to chastise Shen Xinghe so brazenly. Perhaps, while earthly immortals seemed invincible to mere mortals, they remained insignificant in the eyes of these mountain-dwelling immortals. Would Shen Xinghe willingly hand over the formidable black dragon he has painstakingly subdued to them? It seems inevitable that a clash between the two parties looms on the horizon. The legendary battle between the celestial beings of the mountains and the terrestrial immortals is a thought that stirs excitement within one's heart. Countless citizens along the banks of the Lan River gazed into the distant sky, their spirits stirred by the sight of two sword-wielding figures soaring through the air. Shen Xinghe's gaze darkened as he looked up. He was already aware of the existence of the mountain celestial beings. His companion, Xianxia, who journeyed 3,000 miles with him, was a cultivator of the mystical arts. However, Xianxia had fortuitously stumbled upon a mysterious ancient tome in a desolate mountain and had embarked on a self-taught path of cultivation. According to his own words, his mastery was not particularly profound. Hidden within the remote recesses of unfrequented mountains were many true celestial beings of unparalleled strength. Yet, even if a genuine heavenly immortal were to descend upon the mortal realm, Shen Xinghe would remain unafraid, let alone a mere cultivator. With a cold snort, he raised his sword and pointed it at the two cultivators, his voice icy and commanding. "What I ride is of no concern to you. If you dare to challenge, then come forth. If you fear the fight, then be gone." Impudent mortal, what audacity! Do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? The two cultivators immediately erupted in furious indignation at Shen Xinghe's words, as if they had been gravely insulted. Their tone and demeanor exuded a sense of superiority. Looking down upon him with haughty disdain, with a scornful sneer, they coldly remarked, "Your mastery of mundane martial arts, which has allowed you to attain the realm of terrestrial immortals, is indeed commendable. To ordinary mortals, you are an unattainable existence. Yet in our eyes as mountain celestial beings, you are but a jest. What nonsense is this terrestrial immortal? At best, you are merely a mud loach peering into the sky from a well, causing a ruckus in a trivial realm, thinking you are so remarkable. You must understand that beyond this realm, there lies the vastness of mountains and seas, a world you cannot even begin to imagine. We celestial beings feast upon the essence of the heavens and the earth, comprehending the profound mysteries of the universe, a level of existence forever beyond your narrow-minded perspective as a mere martial practitioner. Enough, since delving into myriad tomes and cultivating the lofty spirit of Confucianism. Shen Xinghe had maintained his composure, rarely succumbing to anger. However, the disdainful words of these so-called mountain celestial beings, incessantly referring to the mundane realm and belittling him as a mere martial artist, provoked him beyond measure. Their condescending tone ignited a fierce ire within him, and unable to contain his emotions, he let out a cold laugh and unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the two. "What nonsense about mountain celestial beings! Receive my blades, should you survive, then continue your barking. Impudent mortal, you dare to brandish your sword at celestial beings? You have chosen the path to your own demise. A middle-aged Taoist's expression darkened, and he coldly commanded. As his voice fell, he formed a hand seal and waved his grand sleeves. Suddenly, from within his robe sleeve, a yellow talisman flew forth, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant yellow light. It transformed mid-air into a yellow flying sword, exuding an astonishing sword intent that pierced the heavens. With a swift slash from above, it shattered the sword aura unleashed by Shen Xinghe. The middle-aged Taoist then formed a sword seal with his hands and pointed at Shen Xinghe. Instantly, the talisman-transformed yellow flying sword emitted a thunderous sword chant, resembling a long rainbow shooting through the sky, hurtling towards Shen Xinghe. Utilizing a talisman as a sword? Quite intriguing. A flicker of peculiar light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Facing the approaching yellow flying sword, he neither flinched nor dodged, instead reaching out to grasp it directly. With a resounding clang, his fingers tightened like iron pincers, firmly clutching the flying sword. Regardless of its violent thrashing and the intense sword chant it produced, it could not escape his grasp. Finally, with a heavy cold snort, Shen Xinghe exerted force with his 5 fingers. The translucent yellow flying sword, akin to exquisite jade craftsmanship, shattered with a sharp crack. A burst of yellow light flashed, transforming back into a mysterious yellow talisman that reappeared in Shen Xinghe's hand. My spirit sword talisman. The middle-aged Taoist's expression shifted dramatically. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Impudent mortal, return my spirit talisman at once." As his voice fell, he swiftly formed hand seals and waved his sleeves. Instantly, the heavens trembled with wind and thunder, conjuring a terrifying storm of destruction that surged toward Shen Xinghe. However, before Shen Xinghe could act, the colossal black dragon beneath him let out a thunderous roar. An invisible dragon might radiated outward, enveloping all directions in an instant. The formidable storm of destruction, capable of rending the heavens, was swiftly dissipated under this dragon's might, collapsing in an instant. This was the world's only true dragon, capable of summoning winds and rains, a natural divine ability bestowed upon it. To attempt to attack Shen Xinghe, who stood atop it, using the arts of wind and clouds, was nothing short of folly. Having faced 2 setbacks in quick succession, the middle-aged Taoist's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. His eyes nearly blazed with fury as he glared at the black dragon, shouting, "Impudent beast! How dare you aid the wicked? Brother Su, why waste breath on a mere beast?" Another Taoist interjected hastily. "A simple mortal warrior and a wretched dragon do not warrant our efforts in a contest of spells. Let us employ the dragon prison net to capture it, allowing them to witness the true means of the celestial realm." Your words hold great merit. The middle-aged Taoist, referred to as Brother Su, found a way out. With a cold snort, he extended his right hand. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a dazzling golden net. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it into the sky. He then formed a seal with both hands, rapidly reciting an incantation. The mysterious golden net soared into the heavens, blossoming with radiant golden light. Radiant strands of golden light crisscrossed the heavens, weaving into a vast net that obscured the sun. It emanated an astonishing and terrifying aura as it descended from the sky, hurtling towards Shen Xinghe and the dark dragon beneath him. Chapter 45. The Sword Strike Against the Celestial Being. As Shen Xinghe beheld the colossal golden net descending from the heavens, the dark dragon beneath him trembled, its immense body sensing an instinctual fear rooted in its very bloodline. It was as if this golden net was its natural nemesis. A flicker of agitation shone in the dragon's golden eyes, which erupted into a resounding roar directed at the sky. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as ominous clouds swirled above. Terrifying bolts of silver lightning rained down from the firmament, striking the golden net. Yet, despite the relentless assault of countless thunderbolts, the golden net remained unscathed. Instead, it seemed to absorb the immense power contained within the lightning, its golden radiance growing ever more brilliant. Like a vast cloud of gold, it enveloped the sky, descending upon them. With a fierce roar, the dark dragon writhed in agitation, swiftly soaring towards the horizon, desperate to escape the net's impending grasp. However, no matter how far it fled, the golden net remained inexorably close, rendering escape impossible. The 2 Daoist priests, standing upon their flying swords, erupted into triumphant laughter. Do not waste your efforts. This dragon-capturing net is a celestial treasure designed to restrain all serpentine dragons of this world. Even if you have leapt over the dragon gate and transformed into a true dragon, you cannot escape its clutches. Today, my brother and I have brought this treasure to usher you, this wretched dragon, to the Immortal Island. This is your celestial destiny. It is your fate and must not be defied. On both banks of the river, countless citizens gaze skyward at the immense golden net, and at the black dragons struggling beneath it in vain, their hearts filled with awe. Was this truly the legendary celestial treasure? Its grandeur and boundless power were evident. Who could possibly escape such a net? Unless Shen Xinghe could cleave the heavens with a single sword strike and shatter this golden net. It seemed unlikely he would emerge unscathed today. Alas, human strength is ultimately finite. How could mere mortals contend with celestial beings? The martial arts of the world below, even at their zenith, paled in comparison to the immortals who practiced their craft atop the mountains. Whispers of astonishment and concern rippled through the crowd. All harbored profound reverence for the enigmatic cultivators of legend. Even Xiao Qianyun and Hong Xiu from the Zhanhai Pavilion wore expressions of intense anxiety, their beautiful eyes filled with worry for Shen Xinghe. Yet, amidst the collective concern for Shen Xinghe, he stood calmly atop the dark dragon, raising his right foot slightly to halt its ascent in the sky. Lift your gaze and behold the resplendent golden net that envelopes the sky in your hand. The sword resonates with a celestial fervor, unleashing an unparalleled intent to ascend. You, young man, do you truly believe that your meager blade can sever my prisoning dragon net? I implore you to abandon such futile aspirations, for they are naught but a waste of effort. The two Taoist priests clad in green, upon witnessing Shen Xinghe brandishing his sword, poised to strike, could not help but sneer disdainfully. This treasure is known as the prisoning dragon immortal net, a rare and supreme artifact capable of ensnaring even the true dragons of the nine heavens. How could a mere martial artist like you hope to contend with it? A commoner, utterly lacking in self-awareness. However, in the face of their mockery, Shen Xinghe remained unfazed. Instead, a slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of derision. His gaze, sharp as a blade, emanated an indomitable might. With this sword, I can vanquish demons, shatter stars, shake mountains, rend the earth, and cleave the heavens. It was a mere net to me. As his words resonated, the long sword in his grasp sang with a fierce intensity and, in a swift motion, cleaved through the air. Instantly, a brilliant beam of sword light erupted from the blade, illuminating the world as if it were the singular essence of existence. It surged forth like a rainbow, slicing through the golden net above. The two Taoists felt the overwhelming force of the sword energy, as if it could tear the very heavens asunder, and their expressions changed dramatically. Yet, upon witnessing that the prisoning dragon immortal net remained unscathed after the sword light passed, they exhaled in relief, their faces betraying their disdain as they mockingly proclaimed, "You foolish boy, merely posturing. How could your mundane weapon, akin to worthless scrap metal, hope to damage an immortal treasure? A mere mortal dares to provoke the celestial. Today, you shall not escape your doom." Yet, before their taunts could fully escape their lips, the golden net that had descended from the heavens suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance at the point where the sword energy had struck. To their horror, a gaping rupture materialized, tearing through the net. With a thunderous roar, the black dragon beneath their feet surged upwards, bursting forth through the breach in an instant. How can this be? The prisoning dragon net has been shattered by the sword energy of a mere mortal. The priests were engulfed by disbelief, their minds reeling. Before they could regain their composure from shock, Shen Xinghe's assault followed swiftly. He leapt upon the black dragon, diving from the sky. His sword pointed forward as he unleashed the ferocious technique of 8 swords ascending. Instantly, the air around him was filled with an endless torrent of sword energy, coalescing into 8 awe-inspiring spectral swords. These 8 divine swords radiated brilliance, their song resounding like thunder, transforming into 8 resplendent rainbows that shot towards the 2 Taoist priests. Their expressions turned grave as they hurriedly summoned a brass divination plate in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Soaring into the sky, the object expanded against the wind, transforming into a magnificent bagua shield with a diameter of several zhang, radiating a brilliant yellow light as it positioned itself before him. With a clang, 8 divine swords pierced through the air, striking the brass shield. This formidable celestial artifact trembled violently, as a multitude of pitch-black fissures rapidly erupted across its surface, crisscrossing like a spider's web, soon covering the entire shield. Then, with a thunderous crash, it shattered into countless fragments that scattered in every direction. Shen Xinghe, riding upon a black dragon and wielding a divine sword, descended with a fierce aura. The two middle-aged Daoists finally displayed signs of fear in their eyes. With intense rage, they glared at Shen Xinghe and shouted in a voice that trembled with trepidation, "Impudent mortal, do you know who we are? We are disciples of the Pengzhou Immortal Mountain in the EC. If you dare to harm even a single hair on our bodies, you shall invite catastrophic misfortune and find no place to bury your remains." Even as death loomed, their incessant clamor continued. Shen Xinghe paid no heed to their hollow threats. His gaze icy, he snorted disdainfully and swept his sword through the air. In an instant, a blade of sword energy surged forth, and the two Daoists let out wretched screams as crimson blood rained down from the heavens. The entire realm fell into a profound silence. Chapter 46. Spirit Clouds Descend. Power reaches the heavens. Hiss! Shen Xinghe has slain those two cultivators. With a single sword stroke, he shattered the vast golden net that obscured the sun. To what extent has his power ascended? Well done. I have long found those two fellows unbearable. They are merely cultivators, after all. What is there to be so arrogant about? With their noses pointed skyward, they carried themselves as if they were true celestial beings. Indeed, what is so remarkable about cultivators? They were just slain by the so-called mundane warriors they looked down upon. Shen Xinghe, you are commendable. You truly uphold the honor of us warriors. Before their demise, those cultivators mentioned something about the Pengzhou Immortal Mountain. What kind of place is that? Who knows? It is likely their place of training. Although Shen Xinghe has successfully slain them, he has undoubtedly attracted significant trouble. On the banks of the Lan River, countless townsfolk gazed upward, gasping and murmuring in astonishment. Under the scrutiny of myriad gazes, Shen Xinghe commanded the black dragon to spiral in the sky, catching the lifeless bodies of the two cultivators. He meticulously examined their corpses, retrieving every item before kicking the two bodies off the dragon's head, sending them plunging into the turbulent waves below. Then, Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged upon the dragon's head, commencing his examination of the recovered items. First and foremost was the glimmering dragon binding net. Its overall form resembled an exquisite net woven from golden threads. Light as a feather in his hands, it emanated waves of impressive energy. Though the net bore a gash in its center, a result of Shen Xinghe's strike, he had witnessed its terrifying might when fully unfurled, as if it could ensnare the very heavens and earth. Such a treasured item, even if damaged, when its golden threads are extracted, would undoubtedly be deemed priceless. Shen Xinghe cast a few glances at it, revealing a satisfied smile as he tucked it into his bosom. He then picked up two azure flying swords, scrutinizing them closely. These swords measured approximately 3 feet in length and bore no distinguishing features from those typically wielded by ordinary martial artists. However, their blades shimmered with a pale blue hue, forged from an unknown, mysterious metal. The surface of the blades was adorned with several intricate and enigmatic inscriptions, emanating a faint azure glow. The two middle-aged Daoists had soared through the skies on these very swords, flying in from the depths of the EC. If all went as anticipated, these would indeed be the legendary flying swords crafted by immortal cultivators through special means, capable of severing a head from 100 paces away. Regrettably, Shen Xinghe was not an immortal cultivator. He possessed no magical powers and lacked the knowledge to refine or activate such treasures. In his hands, these flying swords were no different from ordinary iron blades, and thus, he decided to store them away for the time being. Aside from the damaged dragon binding net and the two flying swords, the two middle-aged Daoists had little more than a few talismans and vials of elixirs remaining. Unfortunately, Shen Xinghe was unfamiliar with these talismans and elixirs as well. He could only temporarily set them aside, awaiting the day he would encounter someone knowledgeable to assist in their identification. Those two foolish individuals, possessing such meager belongings, had the audacity to claim themselves as immortals of the mountain. They seemed more akin to beggars. After counting his spoils, Shen Xinghe did not hasten to return to Xianxia Pavilion. Instead, he settled cross-legged atop the black dragon, his eyes reflecting a contemplative light. He pondered the meaning behind the phrase that had appeared in his mind upon entering the realm of terrestrial immortals. Observe the mountains and seas of the world. Did it imply that he must behold every mountain and every sea across the globe? With a thoughtful gaze, Shen Xinghe murmured to himself. At that moment, he found himself above the East Sea, at the mouth of the Lan River. He felt a stirring within, directing his gaze downward to the boundless ocean. At that instant, the wondrous spectacle of the Lan River's tidal surge had yet to dissipate. Below, the sea roared with turbulent waves, surging forth in towering crests reaching dozens of feet high, crashing against the cliffs with the force of a stampede, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. It formed a breathtaking tableau of tumultuous waves against the heavens. Even with Shen Xinghe's current cultivation level, witnessing such a magnificent and earth-shattering scene of fury evoked a profound and sincere admiration within him. The might of the cosmos was vast beyond measure, far beyond the capacity of human strength to withstand. As he immersed himself in this awe-inspiring spectacle, the endless, mysterious scroll of his mind mirrored the scene of towering waves. Suddenly, this vision surged forth from the scroll, ascending into the air. Like an unfurling painting, it rapidly converged into a stream of blue light, diving down from the heavens. Flying towards the enigmatic figure, strikingly similar in appearance to Shen Xinghe, I circled around him, bestowing an ethereal charm upon his presence. Meanwhile, seated atop the black dragon, Shen Xinghe's body suddenly quivered slightly. Within him, it felt as though an invisible orifice had been unexpectedly unsealed. In an instant, it transformed into an insatiably voracious black hole, fervently drawing in the celestial essence that permeated the surrounding void. Within a radius of several hundred miles, the boundless earthly spirit energy was irresistibly attracted, converging from all directions and pouring into his being with fervent intensity. The ferocity of the absorption was so overwhelming that it caused the very heavens to change hue. The originally intangible celestial essence materialized into a tangible spiritual mist, swirling and undulating across the vast sky, forming a colossal funnel with a diameter of 100 jaw. The base of the funnel descended, connecting directly to the crown of Shen Xinghe's head. The magnificent celestial essence surged in through the Baihui acupoint at the crown, inundating Shen Xinghe with its power. Observers below, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, widened their eyes in astonishment, erupting into an uproar. Look at the sky. What could this possibly mean? I have no idea. Such celestial anomalies are unprecedented. Could it be that Shen Xinghe is cultivating some profound technique, drawing in the celestial essence to refine his physique? It is highly plausible. What method could possibly induce such a spectacle? It is simply unfathomable. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Their theories varied and inconclusive. Yet, had a cultivator been present, they would have been utterly astonished, for what Shen Xinghe was experiencing at that moment was none other than the legendary spiritual cloud bestowal. Only those of extraordinary cultivation, upon breaking through significant realms, could evoke such a breathtaking phenomenon through the fervent absorption of celestial essence. As the endless celestial energy flowed into him from above, Shen Xinghe's body began to coalesce with the magical powers characteristic of a cultivator. His cultivation level surged upward at an astonishingly terrifying pace. It was not until a stick of incense had burned down that the spectacle of the spiritual cloud bestowal finally subsided, and Shen Xinghe's cultivation level became firmly established. Although he remained unclear about the delineations of a cultivator's realm and was uncertain of the exact level he had attained, he could distinctly perceive the immense power within him, a force that could undoubtedly be deemed transcendent. Should he fully harness and manifest this power, it would elevate his prowess beyond that of a terrestrial immortal. To read countless tomes cultivates the righteous spirit of Confucianism. To traverse vast distances fosters martial prowess. Observing the mountains and seas of the world, he now possessed the magical powers of a cultivator. In the depths of his mind, the enigmatic scroll seemed to beckon him, urging him to traverse every cultivation system the world possessed. Shen Xinghe's gaze flickered momentarily as he murmured to himself, "Though I possess great power, I am bereft of any spells. How I wish someone would provide me with a tome of incantations." A thought ignited within him, and he commanded the black dragon to soar towards the towering cliff by the sea, its massive head hovering before the Xianxia pavilion. With a graceful leap, he dismounted the dragon and re-entered the pavilion. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired of Xianxia, "Have you ever heard of the Pingzhou Immortal Mountain?" She replied, "I have heard my father mention it. It is an island in the depths of the East Sea, home to many celestial beings who seclude themselves in cultivation." Xianxia's delicate brow furrowed, Her eyes filled with concern as she cautioned Shen Xinghe. You have slain their kin today. The Immortals on the island will not take this lightly. It would be wise to retreat from the spotlight for now. Retreat from the spotlight? Do you think I fear those so-called Immortals? Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, unperturbed, and playfully pinched her flawless, porcelain cheek. It seems I must demonstrate my prowess to your highness. With that, he bent down, extending his arms, and amidst Xiao Qianyun's startled exclamations, lifted her effortlessly. With a joyful laugh, he strode into the Xianxia pavilion, cradling her in his embrace. Chapter 47. The Celestial Descends to Earth. Xiao Qianyun's exclamation. Xiao Qianyun gasped, caught off guard as Shen Xinghe swept her into his arms. Her body trembled slightly, realizing what was about to transpire. Her exquisite, snow-white visage flushed crimson in an instant as she shyly buried her face in his chest. Through the fabric, she felt the strength of his muscles and heard the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in his chest. Xiao Qianyun's heart raced violently, her delicate teeth biting down on her red lips as she shyly closed her eyes. Her slender, beautiful eyelashes quivered, mirroring a blend of fear and eager anticipation. Meanwhile, 100 paces away, the gathered talents of South Chu witnessed Shen Xinghe entering the Xianxia pavilion, lifting Xiao Qianyun with ease. Instantly, their eyes widened in disbelief as they shouted, "That scoundrel Shen Xinghe has the audacity to disrespect the princess. What does he intend to do with her in the pavilion?" One exclaimed, "Is it not obvious? A solitary man and woman, kindling a fervent fire. What else could they be up to?" Just moments ago, Shen Xinghe's commanding presence, having bested celestial beings, was nothing short of astonishing. Throughout the ages, he stood alone in his brilliance. Only such a prodigy, unparalleled and awe-inspiring, could be deemed worthy of our South Chu's beloved princess. No, how can the precious princess be sullied by the hands of a brutish man from the North Liang? I cannot accept this. Another protested vehemently. What does your acceptance matter? They are a match made in heaven, while you, an unremarkable figure, dare to voice opposition? The crowd was instantly abuzz with fervent discussions, creating a cacophony of noise. Amidst them stood the solitary figure of Bai Yichen, the poetic immortal of the Southern Chu, who listened to the clamor surrounding him. The mere thought of what might be transpiring between Shen Xinghe and Xiao Qianyun in the Xianxia pavilion at that very moment sent a chill through him. His folding fan slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, as his complexion turned pale, devoid of color. Clutching his chest, he felt a sharp pain, as if he could not draw breath. It was as though the entire world around him had suddenly lost its hue, with frigid winter snow drifting through the air. Before the Xianxia pavilion, a fearsome, 100-foot-long black dragon let out a deep roar after Shen Xinghe entered the pavilion, before vanishing into the depths of the sea. The prideful nature of dragons is such that they seldom bow to anyone. Yet, once they do, it signifies an acknowledgement of their master's strength and status, ensuring unwavering loyalty. At this moment, the celestial spectacle of the Lanjiang tidal surge had yet to conclude. Towering waves surged violently against the coastal cliffs, echoing thunderous roars. It was only after more than an hour that the tumultuous waves began to subside, leaving behind only the gentle ripples of their aftermath. Inside the Xianxia pavilion, chaos reigned, with countless silk drapes strewn across the ground. Xiao Qianyun lay languidly against Shen Xinghe's chest, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her skin, having been touched by the warmth of affection, glowed with a rosy hue, still marked with traces of tears. One could easily imagine her previous state of distress, resembling a weeping pear blossom, pleading for mercy. If only the princess were a celestial being of the land, Shen Xinghe mused, playfully twirling a strand of her hair around his finger, his voice trailing off with lingering desire. What do you mean? Xiao Qianyun asked, lifting her head in confusion, her voice slightly hoarse. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already collapsed. How infuriating. You're utterly despicable. A blush of embarrassment crept across her cheeks, radiating beauty. Just then, a brilliant, multicolored light descended from the heavens with astonishing speed, piercing through the air and entering Xiao Qianyun's brow. She trembled slightly, a look of bewilderment flashing in her eyes. Moments later, clarity returned, but her gaze bore a strikingly different brilliance, as if she had become an entirely different person. Staring blankly at Shen Xinghe, who was pinned beneath her, she glanced down at her own body. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, blazing with fury as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! What have you done to me?" With that, She raised a delicate jade hand and brought it down upon Shen Xinghe with great force. Her once gentle hand now contained the strength capable of shattering stone. Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, swiftly grasping her wrist. With a powerful twist of his torso, he flipped her beneath him, his gaze icy as he demanded, "Speak. Who are you? What have you done to the princess?" However, the consciousness that occupied Xianxia's body exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, it grew increasingly irate. With an air of disdain, akin to that of a lofty being regarding mere ants, it bellowed imperiously, "Bold mortal, how dare you offend me? Do you have any notion of who I am?" The recently quelled anger within Shen Xinghe ignited once more. With a sharp clap, he declared coldly, "I care not who you are, soon. You shall know precisely who I am. What do you intend to do? Cease at once." Deep within the East Sea lies a mysterious island perpetually shrouded in ethereal mist. The island teems with spiritual energy, lush vegetation, and a plethora of rare birds and beasts. Atop a mountain peak, a venerable Daoist with white hair and beard sat in quiet meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a hint of perplexity. They have been gone for quite some time. Why did they not return? Could there have been an unforeseen mishap? The Daoist furrowed his brow and extended his finger, performing a calculation. Moments later, his expression darkened considerably. Which villain dares to disrupt the grand affairs of my Hangzhou Immortal Mountain? They are courting death. As his words fell, he let out a cold snort. Rising from the mountaintop, with a single step, the winds and clouds surged beneath him, manifesting a billowing white cloud that lifted the Daoist skyward, his flowing robes fluttering as he soared toward the shores of the East Sea. Chapter 48. The bright moon rises over the sea. The sword cuts the white-browed immortal. Now, what do you comprehend who I am? In the Zhanhai pavilion, Shen Xinghe gently lifted Xianxia's delicate chin, smiling down at her with an air of superiority. "It is young Master Shen," Xianxian murmured, her eyes glistening with mist, her gaze dreamy. Shen Xinghe's brows knitted together, revealing a trace of displeasure. Xianxian trembled slightly, biting her lip, reluctant to respond. "Yes, good elder brother." Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He pinched her tender, rosy cheek and said softly, "Yet, I prefer your initial rebellious demeanor. Do restore it." Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, Xianxian was overcome with embarrassment and indignation. She closed her eyes and buried her face in the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Noticing her state, Shen Xinghe refrained from further pressing her. Having already subdued her, he decided to allow her a brief respite before inquiring about the circumstances that had transpired. Rising to his feet, Shen Xinghe was soon approached by Xianxia, who emerged from behind the gauzy curtain, presenting a set of clean garments with utmost gentleness to assist him in dressing. Shen Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement and walked toward the window, standing beside the railing that overlooked the sea. He lifted his gaze toward the outside, where the sun had long since set, and the night sky was sparsely dotted with stars. After an entire day of tumultuous waves, the boundless sea has settled into tranquility, gently undulating beneath the night sky. A perfectly round and luminous moon rises slowly from the horizon where the heavens meet the ocean, casting a chilling silver light that blankets the entire surface of the sea, creating a shimmering display. The moon rises over the ocean, and, at this moment, we share the same view across the ends of the earth. Gazing upon this captivating celestial panorama, Shen Xinghe feels an immense sense of relief, as if his heart has been liberated. Concurrently, in his mind, the mysterious scroll reveals itself. This celestial marvel of the moonlit sea emerges from the scroll with the same fervor as the tumultuous waves of the day, transforming into a stream of ethereal blue light that envelopes the figure, swirling continuously around him. In that moment, an indescribable enlightenment rises within Shen Xinghe, as if he has gleaned a profound technique from the breathtaking sight before him. With but a thought, he could effortlessly manifest this power. Although Shen Xinghe refrains from testing this newfound ability, an intuitive sense tells him that when unleashed, it would possess the might to shake the very heavens and earth. Noticing the transformation of the mysterious scroll within his mind, a glimmer of insight flashes in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Contemplating, he murmurs. The third hint speaks of observing the mountains and seas of the world. Yet, the sea I beheld by day and the one I witness now, though both belong to the same expanse, offer two entirely different insights. Could it be that the mountains and seas referred to in the hint do not signify a specific mountain or sea, but rather encompass the entirety of the world? Am I to traverse the earth, witnessing the myriad mountains and seas, countless wonders, to comprehend the path of enlightenment, to emulate the principles of heaven and earth, to grasp the profound truths embedded within the rivers and mountains of nature? Shen Xinghe muses inwardly, deep in thought. Suddenly, a furious roar pierces the air from the distant sea. His brow furrows, and he raises his gaze. Before him, under the night sky, stand an elderly figure in a Daoist robe with white eyebrows, towering upon the clouds, extending a great hand downward. Instantly, the clouds gather and coalesce into a colossal hand, blocking out the sun, which descends with formidable force. It seizes a black dragon, who had been gliding freely through the waters, lifting it from the depths of the ocean. Despite its thunderous roars and frantic struggles, the dragon is ensnared, seeking death. Witnessing this scene, a sharp glint flashes in Shen Xinghe's eyes. With a cold snort, he steps forward into the void. Extending his right hand, he grasps at the air, summoning the Jime sword, which transforms into a beam of radiant light. Flying into his palm, his gaze turns steely, and with a swift strike, he unleashes a dazzling silver sword light that sweeps across the heavens, instantly shattering the terrifying hand forged from clouds. The black dragon finally breaks free, swirling in the air before swiftly ascending to Shen Xinghe's side. Raising his head, he gazed at the elderly Daoist in the sky and let out a furious roar. Shen Xinghe, wielding his azure blade, coldly exclaimed, "Who is this old fool, daring to set their sights on my steed? Do you seek death? How dare you speak so boldly, ignorant wretch?" The white-browed Daoist snorted, casting a glance at Shen Xinghe. His gaze suddenly sharpened, his expression darkening to an extreme, and he bellowed in rage, "How can the aura of the prison dragon sect linger upon you? Did you slay my 2 disciples? You mean those 2 foolish imbeciles from earlier?" Shen Xinghe replied with a cold smile. "And if I did, what of it? Do you intend to avenge them? Impudent wretch, to offend an immortal and slay my beloved disciples. Today, I shall rend your body to pieces to quench my heart's fury." The white-browed Daoist roared, standing on the clouds and pointing a finger at Shen Xinghe. In an instant, the heavens stirred with tumult. Countless clouds swirled and converged, forming an astonishingly large finger spanning dozens of yards. The finger, surrounded by turbulent winds and clouds, resembled that of an ancient deity, emanating a terrifying force capable of obliterating the world as it thundered toward Shen Xinghe. "Cut!" Shen Xinghe scoffed disdainfully, his sword humming as he executed a diagonal slash toward the heavens. The magnificent sword energy swept across the sky, obliterating the colossal finger descending from above. Then, he stepped forward, soaring into the clouds, unleashing a brilliant sword aura that swept horizontally toward the white-browed Daoist. "Even a grain of rice can shine." The white-browed Daoist snorted dismissively, flicking his sleeves to release a streak of sword light that shattered Shen Xinghe's incoming sword energy. The 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle beneath the starry night sky. In the Zhanhai pavilion, Xianxia propped herself up with a delicate, feeble body, scanning her surroundings. She noticed that her garments had been torn to shreds. Gritting her teeth, she spat softly beast. She could only pick up a red veil that had fallen to the ground, wrapping it around herself to cover her exquisite figure. Her long, fair legs peeked through the sheer fabric as she took a cautious step forward, causing her delicate brows to furrow in pain, letting out a soft gasp. After a considerable amount of time, she finally managed to move to the railing, standing there. The cool sea breeze caressed her, making the thin, semi-transparent red veil flutter gracefully, accentuating her alluring curves and rendering her silhouette both enchanting and elusive. Xianxia lifted her head, gazing into the distance beneath the starry sky, witnessing the fierce battle between Shen Xinghe and the white-browed Daoist. Her eyes shimmered with astonishment, her heart secretly marveling as she murmured softly, "I never imagined that such a small spring and autumn-blessed land could give rise to such a remarkable and prodigious talent." Then, her cheeks flushed suddenly. Her silver teeth clenched as she indignantly muttered, "This scoundrel has been causing a ruckus all day and is still so vigorous and spirited. Does he not feel the slightest fatigue?" Chapter 49. Have you ever heard of the Exiled Immortal? A resounding boom echoed across the night sky as Shen Xinghe unleashed a single sword strike, shattering the formidable technique launched by the elder with white eyebrows. "You, mere mortal, indeed possess some skill. Your martial prowess has reached an unprecedented level. No wonder my two disciples met their demise at your hands. The elder, standing upon clouds, towered beneath the celestial expanse, his Daoist robe billowing in the wind as he cast a cold gaze upon Shen Xinghe, his eyes radiating a sense of disdainful superiority. Yet the path of martial arts is ultimately but a minor way. Even if one reaches the pinnacle of the mountains, they remain beneath the heavens, unable to compare to our immortal practitioner's grand path to the heavens. Today, I shall reveal to you, insignificant insect, some genuine celestial techniques. Allow you to truly witness the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. With that, the elder uttered a low cry. His hands swiftly came together before him, the seals of his incantation shifting like the wind, forming intricate gestures at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, his lips moved rapidly as he recited the incantation. Moments later, the spell was complete. With a disdainful snort, he pointed his right hand at Shen Xinghe. Instantly, the skies roiled as winds surged and clouds gathered. Even the stars trembled in response. Countless stars shone brightly, drawn by some mysterious force, cascading their brilliant light, swiftly converging beneath the night sky. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a towering figure, a divine general clad in resplendent silver armor, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Standing amidst the heavens, surrounded by turbulent winds and clouds, he emanated an extraordinary aura. With a sudden roar, a terrifying sound wave reverberated through the cosmos, causing the tranquil sea below to stir and rise into towering waves. Raising a colossal axe forged from radiant starlight, he descended upon Shen Xinghe with an overwhelming force, as if cleaving the very fabric of reality. However, in the face of this earth-shattering assault, Shen Xinghe showed no sign of fear. With a dismissive snort, he retorted, "What nonsense celestial technique is this? Do you think I am incapable?" As his words fell, he abruptly extended his left hand, sweeping his sleeve with grandeur. In an instant, the entire expanse seemed to fall into a profound silence. An immense and potent surge of magical energy erupted from within Shen Xinghe, coalescing behind him into an ocean of boundless magnitude. Moreover, a perfectly round, luminous moon ascended from the vast sea, casting its ethereal light to harmonize with the true moon in the distant night sky, showering the surroundings with a serene glow. Under the radiance of this chilling moonlight, the fabric of space and time within several hundred feet appeared to momentarily freeze. The once falling, cataclysmic axe beam from the sky now slowed to an almost languid pace. Shen Xinghe abruptly stamped his foot in the void, effortlessly extricating himself from the axe's deadly arc. His gaze brimmed with murderous intent as he wielded the azure blade, soaring through the expanse with an air of resolute determination. Like an arrow unleashed from a taut bowstring, unaffected by the distortions of time and space, he charged towards the white-browed elder. "How is this possible? You are also a practitioner of the ocean viewing realm. Why do I sense not even the slightest ripple of cultivation emanating from you? Moreover, what is this divine power?" As the elder beheld Shen Xinghe, who bore the crescent moon divine sword and was rushing towards him, his countenance shifted dramatically, and a tempest of dread surged within him. Never could he have anticipated that Shen Xinghe, aside from his martial prowess at the Earth Immortal level, was also a cultivator of the ocean viewing realm. Furthermore, the divine power he had unleashed was astonishingly capable of suspending time and space. Such an extraordinary and defiant ability could easily be deemed a genuine celestial technique. Was this truly something achievable by someone of the ocean viewing realm? The white-browed elder, overwhelmed by horror and sensing an intense life and death crisis, wasted no time in attempting to counter the impending threat. However, under the chilling moonlight radiating from the resplendent moon that had risen behind Shen Xinghe, his movements became agonizingly slow. As he reached into his sleeve to procure a pristine white jade talisman, in the next heartbeat, Shen Xinghe had already swept past him, the gleaming sword light vanishing in an instant. A straight, crimson line of blood swiftly emerged from the elder's neck, and the brilliance in his eyes dissipated with alarming rapidity, ultimately fading into a lifeless gray. As the auspicious clouds beneath his feet dispersed, his corpse fell from the void. Observing the lifeless body descending through the air, the black dragon's enormous eyes gleamed with an unmistakable fervor. One must understand that the corporeal form of a major cultivator from the ocean viewing realm harbored an abundance of celestial essence, akin to a walking repository of worldly elixirs, a rare and invaluable treasure. The black dragon roared heavenward, propelling itself forward, and swiftly engulfed the body in its maw. Your speed is commendable. Gather his treasures and return them to me, Shen Xinghe instructed, casting a glance at the black dragon. With a wave of his hand, he dissipated the divine power of the moonlit sea. The previously suspended time and space around them swiftly reverted to normalcy. The silver-armored deity, formed from the convergence of brilliant starlight, brought down a colossal axe from the heavens, cleaving into the ocean with ferocity. Instantly, the waters below churned violently, producing towering waves that crashed fiercely against the high cliffs along the shore. At that moment, Xianxia, who was observing the battle from the balcony of the sea-viewing pavilion, found herself unable to evade in time, becoming drenched by the splashing water from the cliffs. A delicate cry escaped her lips as the light, sheer red veil clung to her form, soaked, revealing her graceful silhouette in exquisite detail beneath the backdrop of undulating mountains and shadowy valleys. As she was about to return to the Zhanhai pavilion, a sudden gust of refreshing wind swept through, and Shen Xinghe appeared before her. With a calm gaze fixed upon Xianxia, he solemnly inquired, "Pray tell, who are you? Why do you inhabit the body of the Princess Chong?" Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's probing words, Xianxia instinctively furrowed her delicate brows, feeling deeply offended. However, upon witnessing the icy glint in Shen Xinghe's eyes, she was startled, her graceful figure trembling slightly, and her slender, smooth legs instinctively pressed together. Taking a deep breath, she feigned composure and replied, "I am Xianxia. Xianxia is I. How can there be talk of occupying a body?" Shen Xinghe's heart stirred as he scrutinized the individual before him, and with a grave tone, he asked, "If you are indeed the same person, why do you possess two consciousnesses? This matter pertains to the profound mysteries of the universe and bears significant weight. I advise you to refrain from probing too deeply." Xianxia replied coolly. Yet, scarcely had her words left her lips when a sharp crack resonated through the air. The folding sword in Shen Xinghe's hand struck heavily upon her pert backside, leaving a fiery red mark in its wake. Xianxia gasped in pain, her large, watery eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing Shen Xinghe's impassive countenance as he raised his sword once more, her complexion paled in fright. "Do not strike. I shall tell you, if you will but listen. Have you not heard of the legendary Exiled Immortal? Chapter 50. I shall ensure the fairy's delight." Exiled Immortal? At the mention of these words by Xianxia, Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened, a flicker of intrigue lighting up his eyes as he pondered the implications of such a title. Xianxia, her eyes deep and mysterious, pressed on, "Do you not feel that this realm is too small? This realm, too small?" Shen Xinghe's brows lifted in contemplation, revealing a thoughtful expression. Previously, he might not have harbored such a sentiment. After all, this realm spanned thousands of miles, encompassing the territories of several nations. For an ordinary mortal, it was vast beyond imagination. Even in a lifetime, one could scarcely traverse every corner of this world. However, as his cultivation progressed, especially upon reaching the celestial realm where one could soar through the skies, he found that in just a few days, he could traverse from the southernmost points of the southern Shu to the frigid north. What once felt like an infinite expanse now appeared to Shen Xinghe as a mere pond, incapable of containing the increasingly grandiose dragon that he had become. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Shen Xinghe's mind, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he continued, "Pray, elaborate on this matter. What is the true nature of this situation?" Having initiated the conversation, Xianxia felt compelled to reveal to Shen Xinghe the greatest secret of this realm. In truth, this realm is merely a small world, known as the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land. Beyond this modest sanctuary lies a vast and boundless expanse, which we refer to as the 9 provinces. For those mortals born within this blessed land, the 9 provinces represent the fabled celestial realm. After articulating this, Xianxia fixed her beautiful gaze upon Shen Xinghe, hoping to catch a glimpse of shock upon his countenance. Yet, to her dismay, his expression remained utterly serene, showing no signs of disturbance. After a moment of contemplation, he slightly flickered his gaze, processing the information before continuing to inquire, "What do you mean by fallen immortal?" This blessed land is named as such because the flow of time here is significantly swifter than in the 9 provinces. A single year spent within the blessed land equates to merely a day outside. Thus, for many, this place serves as an exceptional site for worldly trials. By paying a requisite fee to the celestial sect that governs this domain, individuals may enter for cultivation. Some descend in their true forms, departing after a period, while others fragment a portion of their soul to reincarnate within the blessed land, experiencing a full cycle of life and death. Regardless of the method of entry, all who enter in this manner can be regarded as fallen immortals in comparison to the mortals born here. I see. Shen Xinghe nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Xianxia. So, you are one such fallen immortal who has reincarnated into the blessed land, and the southern Chu princess Xianxia is your reincarnated self? But why in this case? Has your primary consciousness suddenly manifested? Isn't it all due to your reckless actions? Xianxia retorted, her beautiful eyes widening in indignation, her silver teeth clenched in frustration. The celestial sect that governs the spring and autumn blessed land not only allows outside cultivators to reincarnate and undergo trials, but can also influence the trajectory of events within this realm. With sufficient payment, one could select a reincarnation identity, even customizing one's life path. She had entered the blessed land because her beloved wished to undergo a cycle of reincarnation here, seeking to gather the accumulated fortune of this realm, nurtured over centuries. Thus, she followed, hoping that together they could weave a tale of romance within the blessed land. Little did she anticipate that Shen Xinghe would unexpectedly intervene. It is important to note that while the powerful beings of the external celestial sect can somewhat sway the major currents of this realm, they are hindered by barriers that separate worlds, making direct intervention exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the Southern Chu Emperor's decree, urging Xianxia to retain Shen Xinghe, had transpired merely days ago, a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Upon receiving the news, she immediately summoned a spellcaster to urgently transfer her complete soul into a blessed realm, awakening her consciousness. Yet, she was ultimately a step too late. Not only was she unable to rectify the situation, but she also found herself ensnared in Shen Xinghe's clutches, subjected to his torment throughout the day. At this thought, Xianxia could not help but grit her teeth, her heart brimming with indignation. Conversely, upon hearing Xianxia refer to him as a debauched scoundrel, Shen Xinghe remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her with keen interest, inquiring with a smile. According to your words, the cost of your soul's reincarnation into this blessed realm must be substantial. I presume your identity in the outside world, the 9 provinces, is not trivial either? Just as well, Xianxia retorted with a huff, her gaze once again reflecting an air of celestial superiority as she cast a sidelong glance at Shen Xinghe, stating, with your talent and cultivation, this modest spring and autumn blessed realm surely cannot confine you. It is likely that you will venture into the 9 provinces in due time. If you wish to avoid a most unfortunate demise, it will be prudent to be more agreeable now. Oh, Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as he regarded Xianxia. Are you attempting to threaten me? As he spoke, he stepped closer. What do you intend to do? Xianxia's countenance shifted, fear prompting her to take a step back. You have labeled me a debauched scoundrel, so naturally. I must engage in deeds befitting that title. Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, extending his hand to grasp her delicate shoulder, forcefully turning her to face the railing overlooking the sea. Leaning closer, he whispered with a playful tone, Fairy, behold this boundless sky and the sparse stars. Such a splendid scene cannot be squandered. Today, this mere mortal shall be impolite to you, a celestial being. Stop. No, I truly cannot endure this. Xianxia let out a low moan, gripping the railing tightly as she cried out with a quivering voice. Shen Xinghe, you scoundrel. One day I will surely kill you. Amused, Shen Xinghe chuckled, unfazed by her outburst. Gently, he swept her hair aside, asking, Do enlighten me about the sect that governs the spring and autumn blessed realm. You scoundrel. I will not divulge anything to you. Xianxia gasped, gritting her teeth in defiance. Excellent. I relish your defiant demeanor. Do maintain it for a while longer, and do not yield too swiftly. Shen Xinghe laughed heartily, then instructed, Hongxiu prepare the ink. Yes. Hongxiu replied obediently, retrieving an inkstone to begin grinding. Xiao Qinyun's expression immediately shifted, an ominous premonition rising within her as she anxiously queried, "What are you preparing the ink for?" "You shall find out shortly." Shen Xinghe's enigmatic smile conveyed a depth of meaning as he said, "The night is still young, and it is a rare occasion for a celestial being to descend to the mortal realm and experience the tumultuous world of humanity. I, as your humble host, shall ensure that you indulge in your desires before you depart." "How can one fulfill the role of a host in such a manner?" Xiao Qinyuan replied, her gaze hazy, biting her lip, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears on the brink of crying. Chapter 51. The Secret Record of Yinshu, the 15 Realms of Cultivation. The following morning, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Xiao Qinyuan let out a soft, alluring sigh as she awoke, her enchanting eyes fluttering open. A wave of languor washed over her entire being, as if she were on the verge of disassembling. Last night had truly exhausted her. Recalling the events of the previous evening, a flush of crimson rose to her delicate cheeks. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she couldn't help but bite her lip in frustration. "That scoundrel, I shall not let him off so easily." Though she vowed this, the truth was that Shen Xinghe had, as he desired, taken everything he wished from her. There was no denying his prowess. She found herself utterly unable to withstand his advances, ultimately surrendering and pleading for mercy. After a considerable time, Xiao Qinyuan finally mustered a modicum of strength. Supporting her seemingly fragile body, she stood upright, her right hand forming a gesture as she waved it before her. Instantly, a veil of mist enveloped her, coalescing into a smooth water mirror in the void. In the shimmering surface of the mirror, the reflection of Xiao Qinyuan's graceful and exquisite figure emerged. The mountains stood tall, the valleys deep, her skin as flawless as jade, a sight to behold. Like a masterpiece from the heavens, it bore no trace of imperfection. Yet, at this moment, the exquisite form, akin to a divine creation, was marred by numerous red and bruised marks. On her alabaster skin, bold strokes of dark ink inscribed a series of characters, weaving together a couplet of poetry. Gazing into the mirror, Xiao Qinyuan's eyes grew distant as she recited the verses aloud. "When the golden wind and jade do meet, they surpass countless encounters in the mortal world." Though that scoundrel was indeed lewd, his poetic talent was unparalleled, eclipsing even the most renowned young scholars across the realms. As she pondered these lines, her gaze drifted into a daze, murmuring to herself. Yet, she quickly snapped back to reality, spitting in disdain and gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Bah, that lascivious scoundrel is nothing but a refined beast, a debased gentleman. How can he even be compared to the talented scholars of the realm?" Her gaze involuntarily lowered. She found herself staring at the vivid red mark on her right thigh. There lay an unmistakable bright red seal, treasure of the galaxy. Upon seeing this striking stamp, Xiao Qinyuan's delicate body involuntarily trembled. Memories of the previous night flooded back as she recalled Shen Xinghe lifting that very seal. Despite her own struggles and resistance, a domineering scene unfolded as a heavy seal was stamped on her thigh. In that fleeting moment, a triumphant smile graced Shen Xinghe's face, as if he had claimed ownership over her very being. This body, she felt, had completely transformed into his private possession. The sensation of being ruthlessly and violently conquered stirred a tumultuous wave of emotions within Xiao Qinyuan's heart. Deep within, an indescribable feeling began to rise, one that eluded any form of expression. How infuriating! Xiao Qinyuan clenched her silver teeth tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with a mixture of shame and indignation. Reflecting upon her esteemed status in the vast realm of Jiuzhou, she shuddered at the thought of what might transpire if the events of yesterday were to be revealed to the world. Shen Xinghe, one day you shall undoubtedly regret your actions. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the sky, a magnificent black dragon, towering at 100 feet, danced and surged through the boundless sea of clouds, soaring forward. Shen Xinghe sat atop the dragon's head, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of light. Following an in-depth exchange with Xiao Qinyuan the previous night, Shen Xinghe had skillfully extracted a wealth of valuable information from her. Not only had he gleaned insights into the affairs of Jiuzhou, but he had also uncovered numerous secrets pertaining to this realm. For instance, the legendary Jiazi divine sword, forged every 60 years in the sword-casting city, was crafted through techniques passed down from the celestial gate that governs the spring and autumn blessed land. Its purpose was to select martial geniuses born within that blessed domain. Throughout history, all the extraordinary figures who attained the Jiazi divine sword had ultimately been controlled by that celestial gate after breaking through the void, becoming mere pawns under their command. From the moment he seized the Zhimei sword, Shen Xinghe had unwittingly intertwined his fate with that celestial gate, becoming a fish caught in their net. Moreover, the black dragon beneath him had long since attracted the attention of that celestial gate. The cultivators from Pengzhou Island had received directives from the celestial gate to capture the dragon once it leaped over the dragon gate, and subsequently transport it to the Jiuzhou realm. By subjugating the black dragon ahead of time, he had effectively intercepted the celestial gate's opportunity. It was certain that they would not let this transgression go unpunished, likely sending agents to eliminate or capture him. However, for the formidable cultivators of Jiuzhou, the spring and autumn blessed land was akin to a small pond, too weak to contain overwhelming power. As long as he could break through to the Golden Core stage or reach the seventh realm of martial arts, no one would stand a chance against him. Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. According to the information gleaned from Xiao Qinyuan, the hierarchy of cultivators was divided into 15 major realms. Currently, Shen Xinghe occupied the seventh realm, the Sea Observation Realm. Ascending further, the realms were respectively Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Transformation of Spirit, Refinement of Void, Cutting of Decay, Carefree, and Supreme, and the fabled, elusive 15th realm. As for the realms of martial arts, they are delineated into 10 distinct levels. The so-called pinnacle of martial arts, the earthly immortal within the spring and autumn blessed lands, is merely the 6th realm in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Nevertheless, although the levels of martial arts are fewer, their overall prowess surpasses that of cultivators of the same tier. For instance, a martial artist at the 6th realm, upon attaining a profound mastery, could rival a cultivator of the ocean-gazing realm. Should Shen Xinghe elevate his strength further, he would ascend to the utmost pinnacle within this blessed land, unafraid even of the formidable beings from the celestial sects of the 9 provinces. However, before that, he must first cleanse this blessed land of the celestial sects, spies, and influences. Rising from atop the black dragon, Shen Xinghe gazed towards the horizon where a splendid city gradually materialized. A flash of formidable brilliance flickered in his eyes. Within the city he beheld, there stood a magnificent 7-story pavilion adorned with intricate carvings, the legendary Listening Wind Pavilion, which had endured countless ages amidst the turbulence of the world, remaining steadfast through dynastic upheavals. It served as a powerful instrument for the 9 provinces' celestial sects to perceive the changing tides of this blessed land. At this moment, atop the enigmatic pavilion, 3 white-haired elders convened. In the center of the room, an octagonal bronze mirror embedded in the ground radiated a dazzling golden light, coalescing into 8 gleaming characters in the void. The northern Mang descends, blood sacrifices open the heavens. Chapter 52, Mortal Affairs, Beyond the Reach of Celestials. Gazing at the 8 characters that emerged in the void, the 3 elders' expressions sharpened, revealing a sense of urgency. Indeed, the sect was preparing to forcibly open the heavenly gates, descending into the mortal realm to eliminate the anomaly that was Shen Xinghe. A gray-clad elder spoke solemnly, while another in purple robes stroked his long beard and remarked leisurely, "Though this youth is prideful and unruly, his meteoric rise is astonishing. To flourish to this extent in such a modest, blessed land speaks volumes of his exceptional talent. Should the sect successfully subjugate him through the opening of the heavenly gates and subsequently train him, we would gain a formidable ally." The final elder, clad in blue, brightened with anticipation and declared, "Summoning a transcendent being of golden core cultivation to this blessed land demands a heavy toll, requiring a substantial blood sacrifice. When a northern Mang cavalry breaks through and descends, the world shall be engulfed in suffering, with the corpses of mortals piled high. We shall seize this opportunity to refine a few blood-imbued treasures, ensuring our presence here in this blessed land is not in vain." The other 2 elders, upon hearing this, smiled in agreement, ready to voice their thoughts. Yet at that very moment, their expressions suddenly changed in unison, and they turned their gazes toward the sky beyond the pavilion. Without a word, they vanished in a flash, leaping through the window and out into the open air. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of sword energy descended from the heavens, cleaving the ancient tower, which had stood for a millennium amidst countless tempests, asunder with a resonating roar. Dust billowed into the air as the structure collapsed. Surrounding pedestrians were startled by the sudden cacophony, their eyes instinctively drawn skyward. There, in the distant firmament, a fearsome black dragon, stretching 100 feet in length, plunged down from the vast expanse of clouds. Its powerful body writhed and twisted, and in an instant, it hovered ominously above the city. The immense dragon cast a shadow that obscured the sun, while atop its head stood a spirited young man clad in white, wielding a gleaming sword, resolutely facing the wind. His robe fluttered dramatically, radiating an unparalleled sharpness and resolve. This was Shen Xinghe? So this is the legendary dragon that traverses 1,000 miles and transforms into a sea dragon. It exuded an aura far more imposing than the tale suggested. What could have prompted Shen Xinghe to suddenly appear and shatter the listening wind tower with a single strike? Was he irked that his name was placed behind the sword ancestor, thus seeking confrontation? Who can say? Yet, today's events may not conclude amicably. Despite Shen Xinghe's extraordinary prowess, the listening wind tower has withstood the test of time, its depths unfathomably profound. Throughout the centuries, all who oppose the listening wind tower have met with dire fates. Today, it seems that Shen Xinghe may find himself in grave peril. From all directions, countless onlookers gazed upwards, engaged in hushed discussions. The three elders materialized in the sky, their expressions darkening as they beheld the crumbling edifice of the listening wind tower beneath them. Shen Xinghe, you possess audacity beyond measure. Do you have any notion of what the listening wind tower represents? How dare you, a mere mortal, wreak havoc here? You must be tired of living. Upon hearing the elder's furious admonitions, Shen Xinghe let out a cold snort, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What is the listening wind tower, if not a mere instrument of the celestial sect manipulating this blessed ground? For centuries, you have lurked in the shadows, inciting turmoil and strife. The affairs of this world should be governed by its people, without the interference of celestial beings. Today, I shall sever your grasp and vanquish you. The three old hounds guarding this place. You are aware of this land's greatest secret. The three elders' expressions shifted simultaneously, their faces hardening with an overwhelming murderous intent. In that case, we shall not allow you to leave. With that, the elder clad in purple let out a cold snort and took the initiative to attack. With a wave of his grand sleeve, a brilliant purple light surged forth from his robe. It was a translucent purple jade measuring rod. Upon its emergence, it erupted into a blinding purple radiance, swiftly transforming into hundreds, if not thousands, of shimmering jade rods. Every strike gleamed brilliantly, exuding an astonishing and terrifying might, akin to a tempestuous storm, howling through the air, aimed directly at Shen Xinghe. Chapter 53. The ritual of longevity opens the heavenly gate, an immortal's finger. Such trivial schemes are nothing but this. Observing the countless rays slicing through the air from below, Shen Xinghe scoffed disdainfully. With a swift motion, he swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a magnificent sword aura that swept across the vast sky, annihilating all the rays in its path. They transformed back into a purple jade ruler, spinning and soaring back to the side of the elderly man in purple robes. Simultaneously, the two elderly men in green and the one in blue launched their attacks, summoning a heavy greenstone seal as formidable as a mountain and a dazzling blue flying sword, both aimed at Shen Xinghe. Unfazed, Shen Xinghe stood firmly upon a black dragon. With his sword dancing like the wind, he continuously cleaved forth waves of impressive sword energy, engaging in a fierce battle against three cultivators of the viewing sea realm amidst the vast expanse of the sky. The citizens below raised their heads in awe. They gazed up at the astonishing scenes unfolding above, reminiscent of legendary battles between deities. Instantly, their hearts were stirred, and they were left in a state of shock. The three elders who emerged from the listening wind tower were, in fact, the legendary cultivators. No wonder the listening wind tower has withstood the test of a millennium. Remaining steadfast, it turns out that cultivators secretly wield power behind the scenes. Just moments ago, Shen Xinghe had mentioned that the listening wind tower acted as the hidden hand managing the mortal realm for some celestial sect from above. What could that possibly mean? Who knows? Such secrets are beyond the reach of us mere mortals. Yet, one cannot help but wonder who will ultimately triumph. Shen Xinghe or the three elders of the listening wind tower. It goes without saying that it must be Shen Xinghe. If he lacked confidence, Would he dare to confront them alone and unarmed? As soon as this thought crossed the mind of an onlooker, the battle in the sky shifted dramatically. Shen Xinghe formed a sword seal with his fingers, invoking the extraordinary technique of 8 swords flying together. 8 swords of varying colors manifested, their energies soaring, tearing through the air like 8 vibrant rainbows. They smashed the green stone seal of the elder in green into pieces. The elder emitted a muffled groan, blood spurting from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xinghe waved his sleeve. Instantly, a crimson beam shot forth from his cuff, transforming into a mystical fire mirror enveloped in blazing flames. This mirror was a relic left behind by the white-browed Daoists from the previous night. Last night, Shen Xinghe had specifically consulted Xianxia on the refinement method for this treasure. He had already inscribed his soul mark upon it, completing its initial refinement. Now, as it was summoned, it soared into the air, emanating an extraordinarily brilliant crimson light. Within the mirror's surface, fierce flames roiled, erupting into a fearsome crimson fire dragon. The entire form was composed entirely of blazing flames, emanating a terrifying heat that caused the surrounding void to warp and distort. With a thunderous roar, it lunged forward, claws bared, ferociously diving towards the elderly figure clad in green. The other 2 elders attempted to intervene, yet were thwarted by the sword aura unleashed by Shen Xinghe, rendering them incapable of rendering assistance. They could only watch helplessly as the elder in green was ruthlessly consumed by the frenzied crimson fire dragon. In a moment of desperation, he bit down hard and summoned a talisman, transforming it into a protective shield to fend off the onslaught of flames. With all his strength, he barely managed to escape from the terrifying inferno. However, before he could catch his breath, a massive shadow suddenly enveloped him. In shock, he looked up, his pupils constricting and his face draining of color. He beheld Shen Xinghe's steed, a black dragon, having approached him unbeknownst to him, with its maw brimming with sharp teeth. It lunged forward, devouring him whole. Junior Brother Song. The other 2 elders, witnessing the demise of the elder in green, felt their hearts constrict with rage and despair. They simultaneously recognized that they were no match for Shen Xinghe. If they continued down this path, they too would meet a grim fate akin to that of the elder in green. Sharing a resolute glance, they did not hesitate. They bit down on their tongues, forcing out a drop of their vital blood. The moment their life essence left their bodies, they felt their vitality plummet, as if they had aged decades in an instant. Yet, the brilliance in their eyes remained undiminished. With a fierce shout, they extended their right hands, dipping them in their vital blood, and swiftly traced intricate patterns in the air. In the blink of an eye, they conjured 2 profoundly mysterious blood-red talismans. These transformed into 2 streaks of crimson light, soaring skyward in an instant, reaching the heavens above. As the blood talismans ascended, the skies roiled and churned. An endless torrent of heavenly winds and swirling clouds converged from all directions, creating a colossal vortex with a diameter of thousands of feet in a vast expanse above. Within the eye of this vortex, sacred golden rays of light cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the boundless sky and sketching a faint outline of a celestial gate. An overwhelming aura, imbued with the essence of destruction, emanated from beyond that gate, as if an unfathomable supreme being were on the verge of crossing over into this world. The mere ripple of this aura sent waves of trepidation through the countless citizens below, as if they were directly facing divine wrath. Many of them fell to their knees, instinctively prostrating in worship. The 2 elders gazed at the ethereal silhouette of the celestial gate emerging in the vast sky, their eyes filled with exhilaration. With a cold gaze directed at Shen Xinghe, he spoke in a deep voice. Shen Xinghe, this is a fate you have brought upon yourself. Even if we exhaust our lifespans to open the heavenly gate and summon celestial beings from the upper realms, we shall slay you today. Enough with the empty bravado. Shen Xinghe retorted with a disdainful snort. To open the heavenly gate and descend into a blessed land, cultivators above the Golden Core realm require a vast amount of resources. Even if you too deplete your lifespans, it is impossible to attract a true Golden Core celestial. At most, you may be able to strike from afar a few times. But what can you truly achieve against me? Despite his words, Shen Xinghe's expression was gravely serious, not daring to let his guard down. Standing proudly in the void, he was firmly grounded by the winds, gripping a 3-foot azure blade, his long hair dancing wildly in the breeze. his gaze fixed intently on the shimmering golden heavenly gate high above. In the next moment, a voice, cold and authoritative, reverberated from beyond the heavenly gate, akin to a thunderous roar echoing through the vast sky. Shen Xinghe, you mere mortal, dare to disdain the celestial beings and offend the heavenly majesty. Your crimes are unforgivable. As the final word fell, an endless cascade of colorful celestial light erupted forth from the mysterious heavenly gate. A finger emerged from behind the gate, transforming in an instant under the radiant light into a colossal finger stretching 100 zhang in length. The surrounding winds and clouds roiled, exuding a terrifying aura capable of shattering the heavens and collapsing the earth, descending heavily upon Shen Xinghe. Chapter 54. The Celestial S Finger. Blood rains from the sky. Gasp! There truly exists a celestial being in the heavens. Shen Xinghe had provoked the celestial, who had personally descended to enact divine punishment upon him. A single point of that finger could wield such earth-shattering might, a feat only a legendary celestial could accomplish. I sensed that when that finger struck, even a towering mountain would be reduced to dust. How could a mortal body, no matter how strong, hope to contend with the celestial beings above? To withstand such divine authority? It seemed that today, Shen Xinghe was destined for dire consequences. In the city below, countless citizens gazed in awe at the colossal finger descending from the heavens, their hearts stirred and shaken. Many fell to their knees in droves, offering fervent prayers and prostrating themselves towards the ethereal golden gate in the distant sky. Meanwhile, in the sky, faced with the descending celestial finger, Shen Xinghe felt an unprecedented pressure enveloping him, as if the very void around him had solidified. Is this the power of a golden core cultivator? A peculiar light flickered in his eyes as he murmured. No wonder Xiao Qianyun spoke of the golden core cultivators in the 9 provinces beyond. They are indeed the true representatives of our kind. Such formidable beings, if they could truly unlock the celestial gates and descend upon this realm, I might only be able to temporarily evade their brilliance. Yet, standing apart from the world, extending their influence through a mere portal, what can they truly accomplish against me? A glimmer of fierce determination flickered in Shen Xinghe's eyes. His stature was erect, a proud figure standing against the heavens, akin to a divine sword unsheathed, radiating an unparalleled and sharp brilliance. With his left hand, he formed a seal, and a torrent of potent energy surged forth. The vast expanse behind him rippled with turbulence. In an instant, the heavens shifted, transforming from a clear azure sky into a vast cosmic night. A boundless oceanic illusion materialized, and a full moon, resembling a jade disk, slowly ascended from the immeasurable waters, emanating a luminous and sacred glow. The moon rose over the sea. Under the chilling light of this moon, time itself seemed to stagnate. The elder with white brows, lacking any semblance of resistance, was effortlessly beheaded by Shen Xinghe's sword. However, at this moment, the finger of the celestial being descending from the sky was far mightier than the elder. The air around the colossal finger roiled with tumult. The terrifying might it exuded sent the vast ocean conjured by Shen Xinghe into tumultuous upheaval. The pure white moon, rising from the sea, trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. Nevertheless, it ultimately served its purpose. It hindered the enormous finger's descent, causing its velocity to wane slightly. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, as the aura surrounding the finger was disrupted, a glint of brilliance shot forth from Shen Xinghe's eyes. Gripping the folded brow, sword tightly, it emitted a thunderous cry, its intent soaring, as if to rend the very firmament. Shen Xinghe bellowed, his feet firmly planted upon the celestial axis, and with a single stroke of his sword, he struck. The speed was so astonishing that no one could discern how he wielded his blade. All that was seen was a dazzling silver sword light flash across the vast sky. In the next heartbeat, a chilling scream echoed from the heavens above. The immense, terrifying finger of the celestial being, capable of crushing the skies, was cleaved in two by Shen Xinghe's unparalleled sword strike. All the powers it harbored dissipated in an instant, revealing its true nature, transforming into an ordinary finger that plummeted from the heavens. The severed end was impeccably clean, and droplets of crimson blood flowed from the wound, scattering radiant red light as they fell from the sky. In the eyes of the black dragon, an unmistakable fervor surged forth. Without uttering a word, it soared into the air, opening its maw wide, devouring the fallen finger and all the blood droplets. It twisted and danced in the sky, emitting ecstatic roars. Shen Xinghe, you dare to sever my finger. High above the 9 heavens, a frantic roar of unrestrained fury erupted from behind a golden, celestial gate. The sound reverberated like distant thunder, shaking the endless clouds. I shall sever your claws. Shen Xinghe scoffed, raising the blade in his hand to point towards the sky, his gaze icy and resolute. Those unafraid of death may descend from the heavens and test the sharpness of my treasured sword. Presumptuous ants, mere mortals of the lower realm. How dare you speak so boldly? The voice from beyond the celestial gate seethed with escalating rage. You have chosen the path to your demise. Within 100 days, I shall descend personally and shatter your corpse into 1,000 pieces. What nonsense! Yet another so-called celestial being barking like a dog. Dare to receive another strike from my sword. Shen Xinghe held no reverence for these pretentious beings, nor would he indulge their arrogance. With a cold snort, he swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a wave of sword energy that soared like a rainbow, cleaving into the celestial gate. Instantly, another furious roar echoed from behind the gate. The so-called celestial being, hidden beyond, had no time to utter another word. The once vague and ethereal celestial gate transformed into a burst of golden light and dissipated. The entire realm fell into silence. In the city below, countless citizens stood dumbfounded as if turned to stone. After a prolonged moment, a deafening uproar erupted. Heavens! What did I just witness? Shen Xinghe actually severed a finger from the celestial being. Could it be that the legendary celestial beings were not invincible after all? It seemed these so-called immortals were merely more powerful cultivators. The severed finger would surely not go unpunished. As the celestial being vowed to descend and exact vengeance upon Shen Xinghe, what kind of scene would unfold when the legendary celestial being descended to the mortal realm? Surely, it would herald a monumental battle. In the city below, voices surged like a tide. A cacophony of excitement as Shen Xinghe's act shattered the long-held belief of the celestial being's supremacy. The 2 elders from the Listening Wind Pavilion exchanged startled glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Without a word, they decisively turned to flee in opposite directions. Thinking to escape? Can you truly evade? Shen Xinghe coldly snorted, commanding the black dragon to ensnare the elder in purple robes, while he himself pursued the elder in blue. The elder in blue, filled with shock and anger, fled while shouting in a voice that belied his fear. Shen Xinghe, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe I fear you? If you are unafraid, then why do you run? Shen Xinghe retorted with a mocking smile, ruthlessly shattering the elder's bluster. He unleashed a sweeping strike, sending a cascade of sword energy towards the elder's back. Chapter 55. Where's my shortcoming? Feeling the fierce sword energy slicing through the air from behind, the elder in blue was instantly struck with a heavy sense of foreboding. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly turned around and summoned his azure flying sword, shattering the incoming sword energy. However, at that very moment, Shen Xinghe abruptly flicked his sleeve, releasing a streak of white sword light that shot forth with breathtaking speed, whistling through the vast expanse of sky. Before the elder in blue could react, the light circled around his neck, severing his head from his body. With a mere gesture, Shen Xinghe summoned the radiant sword light back to him, transforming it into a gleaming white jade flying sword. This exquisite sword was indeed a relic of the white-browed elder from the previous night. The treasures of cultivators could strike down adversaries from 1,000 miles away, proving to be remarkably effective in combat. Shen Xinghe nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, and then, with the sword in hand, he turned and pursued the last elder in purple who was fleeing. As Shen Xinghe turned, a red silhouette floated out from his embrace, transforming into a figure clad in crimson sleeves. Extending her delicate hand, she grasped the air, summoning a gust of ominous wind that coalesced into a red ribbon, binding the corpse of the elder in blue. Together, they altered their course, chasing after Shen Xinghe. In the distance, a black dragon was locked in fierce battle with the elder in purple. Ordinarily, the elder's cultivation far surpassed that of the black dragon. However, he had expended a significant amount of his vital essence to forcibly open the heavenly gate, leaving him severely weakened and struggling to break free from the dragon's relentless grasp. As Shen Xinghe approached, seizing the opportunity, he unleashed several swift strikes, effortlessly severing the elder's head. The black dragon roared with exhilaration, opening its massive jaws and swallowing the corpse whole. Satisfaction gleamed in its enormous golden eyes. with the three elders vanquished. Shen Xinghe had accomplished his objective and chose not to linger. He soared to the top of the black dragon's head, riding the winds and ascending into the vast sea of clouds. Below, countless townsfolk gazed up at the sky, their hearts tumultuous and unsettled. From this moment forth, the realm would no longer hear of the wind-listening tower, to dare to wield a sword against the celestial beings beyond. Severing the finger of an immortal with a single strike, Shen Xinghe rightfully claimed the title of the strongest throughout the ages. Yet, one could only ponder when the celestial being would descend upon the world to challenge Shen Xinghe in a climactic battle. To witness such an unprecedented confrontation would be worth a lifetime. As the discussions echoed among the masses, high above in the boundless sea of clouds, Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged upon the back of the black dragon, taking a moment to recuperate before slowly opening his eyes. Though he had successfully severed a finger of the celestial being, he had also come to deeply understand the terrifying might of those at the Golden Core realm. A solitary finger, extended from the heavens, possesses an astonishing and earth-shattering might. One can only imagine the terror that would accompany the true form's descent. To attain the status of a golden elixir practitioner is the aspiration of our kind, and I must hasten my cultivation. Shen Xinghe's method of enhancement is remarkably straightforward. To read a myriad of tomes, traverse countless miles, and behold the mountains and seas of the world. With a glimmer of determination in his gaze, he patted the head of the black dragon beneath him and declared, "Let us journey to Qinglu Mountain. I have heard that the spectacular waterfalls there are a wonder of the world, and we must witness them." The black dragon let out a resounding roar, swiftly adjusting its trajectory towards Qinglu Mountain. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Xinghe, and he lowered his gaze to the dragon below, pondering aloud. "I just realized I have yet to name you. I cannot simply refer to you as Black Dragon indefinitely. Let me think in the legends of my homeland. There exists a renowned steed known as Little White Dragon. Perhaps I shall call you Little Black Dragon instead." No sooner had Shen Xinghe uttered these words than the black dragon let out a fierce roar, rolling over unexpectedly and sending Shen Xinghe tumbling off. In the air, amidst a flurry of movement, the dragon transformed into a humanoid figure. With arms crossed and a cold gaze fixed upon Shen Xinghe, she emitted a disdainful huff. "I do not like that name. How could one so grand be referred to as little?" Shen Xinghe was taken aback, steadying himself as he gazed intently. The black dragon had transformed into a tall and imposing woman clad in dark attire, towering over him by a full head. Her long, flowing hair danced in the wind, revealing two black dragon horns. Her features were striking and elegant, with elongated eyes and prominent brows, exuding an air of regal confidence. In her golden eyes, a chilling disdain flickered, embodying the essence of a powerful and commanding presence. "Why, you are female?" Shen Xinghe exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Umph." The dragon crossed her arms and scoffed, remaining silent, seemingly displeased with the name Little Black Dragon. Shen Xinghe's gaze subtly swept over her impressive form, internally acknowledging her true stature. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Your scales are entirely black, and you have soared through the tumultuous seas to become a dragon. Henceforth, you shall be known as Xianxia." Xianxia the black dragon's eyes flickered thoughtfully as she savored the name, eventually nodding in approval. Then, silence enveloped the expanse above the cloud sea as Shen Xinghe and Xianxia exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Xianxia furrowed her brow and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me? Isn't it obvious? How can I ride you like this?" Xianxia's lips twitched slightly, and with a light huff, she rolled her body in the vast cloud sea, resuming her grand dragon form. Shen Xinghe stepped on her head, and together they soared towards Qinglu Mountain. Meanwhile, in every corner of the spring and autumn-blessed land, edicts cascaded from the heavens, bearing the commands of celestial beings and stirring the very winds of fate. The northern Mang Khanate issued orders, hastily summoning troops from various factions, preparing to march southward in the imminent days. In a mere span of days, the entire spring and autumn-blessed land was enveloped in an atmosphere of impending storm. Within the northern Liang royal palace, Li Fengxian practiced her martial arts in the courtyard, wielding the Feng Tian Huanji. Suddenly, a radiant beam of multicolored celestial light descended from the heavens, piercing her brow. Instantly, Li Fengxian trembled, her eyes fluttering shut. Moments later, she opened her eyes, revealing a fierce brilliance akin to two bolts of lightning. The spirit in her gaze had transformed. exuding an unmatched majesty that declared her rightful dominance over all realms. With a weapon in hand, she stepped forward. The fluctuations of her cultivation surged dramatically, propelling her into the realm of a grandmaster. With each subsequent stride, she ascended further, becoming a great master with 2 steps, and then transcending into the realm of divine beings with 3. The skies roiled with tumultuous clouds, manifesting an extraordinary cosmic spectacle. Li Fengxian slowly lifted her gaze to the heavens, a flicker of unusual light sparking in her eyes. Shen Xinghe, you are mine, in this life and the next. You shall not escape my grasp. Chapter 56, A Use for Your Head. What? The Northern Man Khanate is rallying its cavalry and will soon march south. Within the Grand Hall of the Northern Liang Royal Palace, Li Ji received reports from his subordinates, instantly struck with horror, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. It is crucial to understand that the 4 prefectures of Liangzhou are the strongholds of the Dali dynasty's northern border. Should the Northern Mang army descend, Liangzhou would undoubtedly bear the brunt. In recent times, he had been living in a state of constant dread, enduring relentless anxiety. He had heard tales of Shen Xinghe subjugating true dragons, slaying celestial beings, and dismantling the centuries-old Tingfeng Tower, achieving feats that astonished the world. Each news of these exploits sent tremors through his heart, filling him with regret and self-reproach, wishing he could chastise himself severely for letting such an extraordinary talent slip away. Amidst his regrets, a deeper fear gnawed at him. He worried that at any moment, Shen Xinghe might descend upon him like a black dragon, claiming his life. Tormented by unending remorse and dread, he had scarcely slept for days, his appearance becoming increasingly haggard. At this moment, upon hearing the dreadful news of the Northern Man cavalry's impending southern march, his anxiety surged to a peak. In desperation, he leapt from his seat, pacing frantically within hall. What shall I do? What can be done? Is it truly the heavens that conspire against Northern Liang? Just then, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, causing Li Ji's heart to quiver. He hurriedly exited the hall, gazing upward into the tumultuous heavens. In the sky, tumultuous clouds roiled, and brilliant rays of light illuminated the heavens, heralding an astonishing celestial phenomenon. Was this the portent of an earthly immortal's emergence? Li's pupils contracted, his heart pounding with exhilaration, swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. He could scarcely contain himself as he hurried toward the epicenter of this extraordinary event. Soon arriving at the courtyard of Li Fengxian. There, he beheld the striking figure of Li Fengxian, clad in white, standing tall with a Fangtian painted halberd in hand. His eyes gleamed with admiration as he approached her with eager steps, trembling with excitement as he inquired, Fengxian, have you truly entered the realm of the earthly immortals? Indeed, Li Fengxian replia, nudding calmly. Excellent, truly worthy of being my adopted daughter. The years of guidance from your foster father have not been in vain. Upon receiving Li Fengxian's affirmation, Li Ji was filled with uncontainable joy, his emotions soaring to dizzying heights. He felt as though he could proclaim, my daughter Fengxian is unparalleled in the world. Thus, they in Bailiang would possess their own earthly immortal. Yet, Li Ji was acutely aware that even with Li Fengxian's ascension, her singular strength would scarcely alter the precarious situation facing Bailiang. Nevertheless, this was the only glimmer of hope that had graced the region in months. Once the initial excitement subsided, a flicker of contemplation crossed Li Ji's eyes as he sighed. Addressing Li Fengxian with feigned solemnity, you and Xinghe are rare prodigies of martial arts. Stepping into the realm of earthly immortals at such a tender age, a match made by heaven, you should have united in matrimony to share the world's riches and honors. Alas, Xinghe, unable to comprehend my heartfelt intentions, has forsaken Bailiang. Otherwise, with both of you at my side, who would dare to challenge us? Hearing Li Ji's insincere words, Li Fengxian could not help but smirk inwardly, though her countenance remained composed as she replied coolly, Foster father, I possess a method that could win Xinghe back to my side. However, it requires borrowing something from you, and I hope you will grant your daughter's request. Oh, is this true? Li Ji exclaimed with delight, eagerly pressing on. You truly have a way to bring Xinghe back to Liangzhou? If you can accomplish this, I would not hesitate to part with 1,000 or even 10,000 items. He then inquired, what is the item you seek? Your head, dear father. I require it for my purpose, Li Fengxian stated with unwavering calmness. As the words fell from her lips, she raised her Fangtian halberd, its blade gleaming coldly. and swept it across Li Ji's neck. His eyes widened in shock as a crimson line appeared upon his throat. Li Fengxian's expression remained impassive as blood dripped from the blade, cascading down like a morose rain. Grasping Li Ji's hair, she severed his head from his body. On that fateful day, the Northern Liang king, Li Ji, was slain, and his severed head was brought into the Northern Liang palace. A declaration was made to lead the 4 prefectures of Northern Liang in rebellion against the Great Li dynasty, pledging allegiance to Northern Ming. The news reverberated throughout the realm, causing widespread astonishment. It is essential to note that the 4 prefectures of Liangzhou, located in the northwest of the Great Li, are known for their fierce populace and boast an elite cavalry of 100,000. This force was intended to serve as the first line of defense against the incursions of Northern Ming, representing a crucial asset for the Great Li dynasty in their struggle against the Northern cavalry. Yet, without a single battle fought, the 4 prefectures of Liangzhou rebelled outright, turning their formidable cavalry against their former allies. This act plunged the already precarious situation of the Great Li into further disarray. Countless citizens of the Great Li expressed their outrage, vehemently condemning Li Fengxian for his treachery and ingratitude. The imperial family of the Great Li was caught off guard by this sudden upheaval and hastily mobilized troops from across the nation to rush to the northern front, taking position in the key stronghold of Jinbei Pass. Within a mere month, an army of 300,000 was gathered at Jinbei Pass. Simultaneously, the elite cavalry of Northern Ming assembled, led by the Khan, Tuobalai, who personally commanded his forces southward, advancing directly towards Jinbei Pass. A monumental clash was imminent. In that moment, the entire realm turned its gaze toward Jinbei Pass, keenly watching this unprecedented battle that would determine the trajectory of the world, the rise and fall of dynasties, and the fate of countless lives. On a mountain peak that pierced through the vast sea of clouds, Shen Xinghe sat cross-legged, gazing at the distant horizon where a crimson sun, akin to a fiery orb, slowly ascended from the depths of the clouds, illuminating the world with its resplendent light. In quiet contemplation of this extraordinary spectacle, profound insights blossomed within his heart. Moments later, as he assimilated these revelations, a sudden flash of red appeared behind him, revealing a figure clad in crimson. With a graceful bow, she spoke, "Young master, I have gathered intelligence and ascertained that the Northern Ming army will officially launch their assault on Jinbei Pass tomorrow." Upon hearing this, a flicker of unusual brilliance ignited in Shen Xinghe's eyes. He understood all too well that the abrupt southern advance of the Northern Ming cavalry was aimed directly at him. For normal means of opening the heavenly gate and summoning celestial beings to descend upon this blessed land would require substantial resources. However, there existed an alternative method, inciting war within the blessed realm, leading to widespread suffering and bloodshed among the living. With the blood of the multitude, one could similarly conduct a blood sacrifice to the heavens and open the heavenly gate. If they wished to conserve their cultivation resources, he would defy their intentions. In this realm, the common folk are flesh and blood, living beings, not the insignificant ants that the so-called immortals, perched high above, could annihilate at will, nor mere sacrificial materials for opening the heavenly gate. To those unafraid of death, come forth. As his words echoed, the folding eyebrow sword in Shen Xinghe's hand suddenly sang with a resonant clarity, as if it were filled with uncontainable excitement. "Are you already yearning for this?" Shen Xinghe smiled gently, flicked the tip of his sword, and chuckled softly. "There is no need for haste. This time, I shall ensure you savor the true essence of celestial blood." With that, he stepped off the mountain peak. The previously tranquil expanse of clouds below suddenly erupted into turbulence. A magnificent black dragon, resplendent and formidable, surged forth from the sea of clouds, landing gracefully at Shen Xinghe's feet. Its 100-meter-long body writhed and danced wildly, soaring towards the distant northern sky. Chapter 57. Ascending north on the dragon, step forward and face death. The Northern Ming army had descended en masse upon the south, its scale unprecedented, reportedly numbering in the millions. This vast army encamped before the Northern Guard, an imposing sight with tents stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. In response, the Great Li dynasty acted swiftly, rallying hundreds of thousands of troops to reinforce the front lines. They occupied the towering walls of the Northern Guard, seemingly at a disadvantage, yet not without the capability to fight back. However, the Great Li dynasty had enjoyed years of peace, and its forces had not engaged in significant battles for a considerable time. The only exception was the Northern Liang army, stationed at the northern frontier and accustomed to conflicts with tribal forces, which had now allied with the Northern Mang dynasty. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the elite prowess of both armies was not on the same plane. To many observers, the fall of the Northern Guard was merely a matter of time. Thus, countless civilians fled southward. Along the roads and fields leading to the south, one could see families hastily escaping, their figures filled with urgency. In a northern town, a crowd gathered anxiously at the city gates, awaiting their chance to leave. Suddenly, a young boy looked up, his eyes wide with wonder, and pointed skyward, exclaiming, "What is that?" At his words, the crowd gazed upward in unison, their hearts shaken, eyes brimming with astonishment. "Is that a dragon?" A black dragon. Atop its head stood a figure. It was Shen Xinghe. In such dire times, he had suddenly taken to the skies on a dragon. What was his intent? Could it be that he was heading to the Northern Guard? It seemed highly probable. Shen Xinghe was renowned as the most powerful terrestrial immortal throughout history, a single man with a sword capable of contending against 1,000,000 troops. If he chose to intervene, he might very well turn the tide and help defend the Northern Guard. Hope surged among the citizens below as they felt a renewed sense of optimism. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Southern Chu dynasty, within a resplendent hall, Xianxia sat elegantly on an embroidered couch, a flower in her hand. With delicate fingers, she gently plucked the petals, casting them into a basin of water before her. Once all the petals were cast into the basin, her hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing a series of incantations that danced across the surface of the water. The petals floated gracefully, and a mesmerizing glow began to emanate from the basin. As if transformed into a mirror, a scene from miles away emerges. All intelligence regarding the realm of Jiuzhou that Shen Xinghe possesses has been extracted from her lips. She can naturally surmise that the sudden and unheralded mobilization of the Northern Mang dynasty, marching southward, harbors a far more sinister intent, to open the gates of heaven with the blood of the multitude, summoning the golden elixir immortals to descend upon this land to confront Shen Xinghe. Furthermore, she can deduce that, given Shen Xinghe's disposition, he is unlikely to remain passive. It is highly probable that he will make an appearance at the Northern Guard today. Yet you, a mere mortal born in this fateful land, regardless of your extraordinary talents, how can you possibly withstand the celestial beings from above? Exhausting your efforts in vain struggle is akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot, or an ant shaking a tree. Today, I shall witness how the arrogance and pride you harbor within your heart is shattered and crushed into utter despair. Xiao Qianyun bit her lip, a soft huff escaping her, as memories of that fateful night when Shen Xinghe had done everything to her flooded her mind. A surge of resentment welled within her, and her gaze turned toward the basin of water. As the surface rippled, images within the water gradually became clearer, revealing an imposing and magnificent city gate. This was the Northern Guard, the crucial battleground between the Great Li and Northern Mang dynasties, drawing the attention of the entire world. At that moment, upon the ramparts of the Northern Guard, a sea of ironclad soldiers stood ready, their long spears and halberds like a forest, densely packed with defenders. Countless soldiers scurried about, busily transporting thunderstones, logs, bows, and arrows to fortify the defenses. An atmosphere of impending storm and imminent battle loomed heavily in the air. Meanwhile, several miles away on the plain before the Northern Guard, a multitude of Northern Mang cavalry stood in disciplined formation. Robust horsemen, wielding curved sabers, sat astride their steeds, eyes ablaze with fervor and ferocity as they gazed upon the towering city gate ahead. This time, the Northern Mang came prepared. Among the ranks were not only the fierce cavalry, but also meticulously trained infantry formations, along with a plethora of siege weaponry brought by the Northern Liang army. 1,000,000-strong army spread across the plain, stretching as far as the eye could see. The glint of countless curved sabers and long spears reflected the sunlight, emanating a murderous intent that could sweep away mountains. Upon the walls of the Northern Guard, numerous commanding officers ascended the battlements. As they gazed upon the vast, formidable Northern Mang army on the plain, their faces turned grave, and their hearts sank to the depths of despair. There seemed to be scarcely any glimmer of hope for victory. In the heart of the Northern Mang army, the near 40-year-old Khan Tuabalai sat regally within a royal tent drawn by 8 splendid steeds. Fixing his gaze upon the distant Northern Guard, he raised his right hand and with a decisive flourish issued the command to attack. Soon, a haunting horn sounded from the rear of the army, echoing across the plains. Towering within the military formation, dozens of colossal trebuchets began to operate under the craftsman's deft control. Massive boulders, ablaze with fierce flames, whistled through the air, hurtling toward the northern gate with tremendous force. Below, the earth erupted with thunderous battle cries. Countless soldiers of the northern Mang, bearing shields and ladders, surged forward like an overwhelming tide, charging madly toward the northern gate. Archers, prepare to unleash your arrows. The commanding generals atop the northern gate felt a sudden chill, as orders echoed resoundingly across the battlements. Numerous soldiers drew their longbows taut, the razor-sharp, diamond-shaped arrowheads glinting coldly in the sunlight, poised to rain down a volley as soon as the northern Mang forces entered range. In that critical moment, a thunderous dragon's roar suddenly resonated from the sky behind the northern gate. The sound, imbued with an earth-shattering terror, quelled the clamor of the northern Mang army charging below. Countless defenders of the Great Li, taken aback, gazed upward in shock. There, they beheld a formidable black dragon, adorned with scales and horns, soaring majestically. It was enveloped in a tempest, roaring as it swept across the sky above the northern gate, diving toward the plains before the gate. With a deafening roar, it descended. Upon the dragon's head stood a young swordsman clad in white, exuding an air of defiance as he swung his sword with vigor. A blinding light erupted, a terrifying sword aura cleaving through the heavens, carving an immense chasm several miles long and several fathoms deep into the earth below. The swordsman then raised his sword, pointing it directly at the million-strong northern Mang army. His voice, calm yet chilling, resonated across the battlefield. Let this chasm mark the boundary. Whoever dares to take a step forward shall die. Chapter 58. My martial path surpasses yours. As Shen Xinghe's authoritative voice rang out clearly before the northern gate, the entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Countless eyes were drawn upward, gazing at the magnificent black dragon, and above it, the young swordsman, radiating an indomitable presence. It was Shen Xinghe. How did he suddenly arrive here? Is he here to assist us in defending the northern gate? Surely, let's not forget, Shen Xinghe is also one of our Great Li's people. How could he stand idly by as the iron hooves of the northern savages trample our splendid lands? This is wonderful. Shen Xinghe is the mightiest terrestrial immortal in all of history, capable of severing even the fingers of celestial beings, let alone these northern savages. The northern gate is saved. The defenders of Great Li, filled with renewed vigor, were ablaze with joy. Xiao Qinyun, gazing through the rippling waters, beheld Shen Xinghe arriving majestically on his dragon, a scene where he split the earth with his sword. As she admired the elegant figure, clad in white and pointing his sword toward 1,000 troops, her heart involuntarily quivered. Yet, she soon scoffed, her face contorted with disdain as she muttered, "What is so impressive about displaying power before a bunch of mortals? You truly dare to come to the Northern Pass. Let's see how you end up. The grandeur of your entrance will soon be matched by the tragedy of your downfall." Meanwhile, at the front of the Northern Pass, the once roaring and charging northern Mang army was struck silent by Shen Xinghe's imposing presence. They halted before the chasm cleaved by his sword, hesitating to advance another step. In the central military tent, Tuobalai narrowed his eyes, gazing skyward. Observing Shen Xinghe, standing proudly upon his black dragon, a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to cease their assault, for it was previously agreed that someone would handle Shen Xinghe. Once the northern Mang army stood still, a straight passage opened within the ranks. Under countless watchful eyes, a magnificent red steed galloped forth along this path. Upon the horse sat a striking figure clad in resplendent silver armor, wielding an imposing halberd. Her beauty was ethereal, her form graceful and exuding a remarkable aura. She was none other than the renowned Northern Liang female warrior, Li Fengxian. After bursting forth from the battlefield, she reined in her horse and raised her gaze towards Shen Xinghe in the sky, her expression composed as she softly spoke, "Xinghe, we meet again." Shen Xinghe looked down at the familiar yet distant Li Fengxian, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he replied, "I never expected you to be a celestial exile as well. If your reincarnation in this realm was merely for training, you should have no reason to awaken your consciousness and descend personally. That is indeed the case under normal circumstances, but who knew you would cause such great trouble? Thus, I had no choice but to venture down myself," Li Fengxian said, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Xinghe. She continued solemnly, The foundations of the 9 provinces Celestial Gate are formidable, far beyond your capacity to oppose. Do not continue to stand against them. Return to my side and fulfill our marriage contract. I can ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe furrowed his brows, looking at Li Fengxian with bewilderment. "Li Fengxian, have you lost your mind? I have long declared that our engagement is null and void, with no possibility of renewal. Please, cease your misguided persistence." At his words, Li Fengxian's delicate brows knitted tightly, her gaze icy as she responded, "Shen Xinghe, I, as a dignified celestial exile, am willing to renew our engagement, which is a significant concession. Do not be so ungrateful. All of this is for your own good. I am merely seeking a path for you." What a joke. Upon hearing Li Fengxian's words, Shen Xinghe couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Do not presume that your status as a reincarnated celestial being matters to me. I, Shen Xinghe, am not all impressed. As for your notion of acting in my best interest, it is nothing short of absurd. Back when I was under the banner of the king of Baoyang, you insisted that I bow down and serve Li Ji like a hound. Now you expect me to submit to celestial gates? Is this your version of goodwill? It is utterly laughable. My partner, the woman I cherish, is one who stands resolutely behind me in critical moments, supporting every decision I make, not someone like you who, under the guise of caring for me, incessantly critiques my every action. Your kind of kindness is better suited for someone else. I, Shen Xinghe, cannot tolerate it." Shen Xinghe's words struck like merciless daggers, piercing directly into Li Fengxian's heart, igniting her fury. Her chest heaved with indignation. Though she was a woman, her spirit, honed by years of martial training, was more formidable than many men. She fixed a frosty gaze upon Shen Xinghe, gritting her teeth and declaring, "You will endure, whether you like it or not. You are the man I, Li Fengxian, have chosen. In this life and the next, you shall not escape me." With that proclamation, she emitted a fierce snort and leapt into the air, wielding her halberd with ferocity towards Shen Xinghe. "Do you think you can force me against my will? You must possess the strength to do so." Shen Xinghe merely chuckled, unperturbed. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he unsheathed his sword, engaging in a fierce duel with Li Fengxian. Possessing the unparalleled sword body, he had recently traversed the wonders of the world on his steed, Xianxia, covering over 80,000 miles. His martial prowess was nothing short of extraordinary, nearly reaching the pinnacle achievable by earthly immortals. There was no need to elaborate on his strength. Li Fengxian, too, was a rare martial genius across the realm of the 9 provinces. This descent into the blessed land awakened her consciousness and brought forth a wealth of martial insights, rendering her abilities equally unfathomable. The two exchanged blows, their sword energy soaring, halberd light slicing through the air, engaged in a fierce battle high above, neither able to gain the upper hand. The magnificent and earth-shattering spectacle of their conflict left the million soldiers below utterly astounded. In the palace of the Chu kingdom, miles away, Xiao Qianyun gazed at the reflection of the battlefield upon the water's surface, a flicker of intrigue crossing her eyes as she murmured, "This woman, as cold as ice, has personally descended into the blessed land." From their earlier exchange, could it be that she truly harbors feelings for Shen Xinghe? If so, does that not mean I have inadvertently overshadowed her? With this thought, a manic smile crept onto Xiao Qianyun's lips, a rush of secret delight coursing through her. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion, exclaiming, "Pa, pa, pa. Xiao Qianyun, what exactly occupies your thoughts? What is there to rejoice about in such matters? You are undeniably the one at a disadvantage." As Xiao Qianyun was lost in her chaotic musings, the battle between Shen Xinghe and Li Fengxian reached a critical juncture. Li Fengxian stood proudly in the void, her long hair billowing in the wind, gazing intently at Shen Xinghe. "Shen Xinghe, your prowess is indeed formidable, but alas, your origins are too humble, your foundation too shallow. Within this modest paradise, it is difficult to encounter truly profound martial arts. My martial path surpasses yours." As her words echoed, she pointed her long halberd forward, an incredibly brilliant crimson light suddenly flaring from the blade. Chapter 59. The Celestial Gate opens, Immortals descend. "My martial path surpasses yours." As Li Fengxian's voice faded, a glimmer of brilliance shone in her eyes. The blade of her halberd radiated an astonishing crimson glow. A resounding cry of a phoenix pierced the heavens, and that flash of red light erupted into an overwhelming, searing heat. A titanic surge of true energy continuously flowed from Li Fengxian's body into her weapon. The halberd sang with a resonant clang, and a tempestuous red light engulfed the sky, transforming into a divine phoenix soaring through the heavens, carrying with it an unparalleled, destructive force that seemed capable of collapsing the very firmament. With a fierce thrust, she brought her halberd crashing down upon Shen Xinghe. In the face of Li Fengxian's awe-inspiring, earth-shattering strike, Shen Xinghe maintained an unflappable calmness throughout. Even the glint in his eyes remained undisturbed. Instead, a slight smirk played upon his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. With a gesture of his left hand, he cast his robe with a flourish, invoking the divine art of the rising moon over the sea. In the next moment, an immense surge of power surged forth from his energy sea. The void behind him trembled, revealing an endless expanse of ocean beneath the night sky, its surface gently undulating. The stars above were sparse, and the entire realm was enveloped in tranquility. A pristine, full moon gradually ascended from the sea, casting a cool, frosty light over the land. Under the embrace of this moonlight, time itself seemed to momentarily freeze. The fiery wing of the phoenix, manifested from the blade of Li Fengxian, slowed drastically in its majestic flight. Shen Xinghe, standing tall amidst the long winds, with the bright moon above him, wielded his sword in defiance, becoming the only one unaffected in this briefly suspended world. With a cold snort, he stepped forward. His speed was so swift that he appeared to vanish, instantly arriving above Li Fengxian's head. A flash of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he swung his sword, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword energy that descended like a breathtaking rainbow from the heavens, effortlessly cleaving the celestial phoenix conjured by Li Fengxian in twain. Then he continued to sweep forward, aiming a decisive strike at Li Fengxian. Alarmed, Li Fengxian's beautiful eyes revealed an unmistakable panic. Gritting her teeth, she tightly grasped her Feng Tianhua halberd, laboriously raising the shaft to shield herself. Clang! In the next moment, the brilliant sword energy unleashed by Shen Xinghe collided with Li Fengxian's weapon, producing a resonant sound. Li Fengxian let out a muffled groan as the tremor coursed through her halberd, causing her hands to tingle and the weapon to slip from her grasp. Her entire body was struck by an overwhelming force, plummeting earthward like a cannonball. With a resounding thud, she created a massive pit several yards wide upon impact. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers atop the walls of Jinbei Pass erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted. To them, Shen Xinghe was a beacon of hope against the Northern Mang army. At that moment, before the eyes of a million soldiers, defeating Li Fengxian was akin to striking a severe blow to the morale of the Northern Mang forces. Countless soldiers from the Northern Mang gazed up at the figure in white, standing proudly against the sky, falling into a profound silence. It felt as if a heavy mountain pressed upon their hearts, suffocating them with immense pressure. Such a formidable opponent, should he truly decide to act and defend Jinbei Pass? Who could dare to cross that line? A million troops were utterly subdued by the presence of a single individual. Moments later, as the dust in the pit settled, Li Fengxian emerged, kneeling on one knee, hand pressed against her chest. A trickle of blood escaped her lips, her hair a disheveled mess as she struggled to rise. Her face etched with unwillingness as she gazed upward. Shen Xinghe stood above her, sword pointed in her direction, his voice calm and measured. Your martial prowess may indeed surpass mine, but it constitutes your entirety. In contrast, I possess not only martial skills, but also the cultivation of the sea observation realm. To defeat you would be as effortless as turning my hand. Li Fengxian, furious and incensed, felt her anger boil over, spewing forth blood as she shouted at Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe, you will regret this. I am offering you one last opportunity. Do not stubbornly tread the path to your own demise. Once the golden core immortal descends, no one will be able to save you. No sooner had Li Fengxian's words faded than the skies above Jinbei Pass began to churn ominously. A tempest of wild winds and swirling clouds converged from all directions, rapidly spiraling across the vast expanse. In an instant, a vortex of clouds, 100 miles in diameter, formed. At its center, a colossal eye of cloud emerged, while the entire realm became adorned with fantastical and resplendent rainbows. Radiant beams of light cascaded, and the million-strong army before Jinbei Pass was instantly struck with awe, their heads tilting skyward, eyes wide with astonishment at the breathtaking celestial phenomenon. Shen Xinghe lifted his gaze to the boundless azure sky, observing the tumultuous celestial phenomena unfolding above. A cold smile graced his lips. At long last, they cannot contain their impatience. Willing to expend vast resources to forcibly open the heavenly gates to descend upon the mortal realm, Li Fengxian's expression shifted, her delicate brows knitting together. There is no time left. With a deep sigh, she spoke to Shen Xinghe in a solemn tone. Very well. Let the golden core immortal make his move, so you may truly comprehend the vastness of heaven and earth. Once you have tasted the bitterness of defeat, you will understand the depths of my goodwill toward you. Hearing Li Fengxian's words, Shen Xinghe felt an absurd anger bubbling within him. He pointed his sword and retorted coldly, "What nonsense about a golden core immortal? In my eyes, they're nothing more than mere chickens and dogs. Li Fengxian, today you shall witness clearly. Should any of those so-called celestial beings dare to descend, I shall slay them one by one until their hearts are filled with dread." As the two conversed, the celestial phenomena intensified. From within the massive, 100-foot-wide cloud eye, radiant strands of divine golden light cascaded as if descending from the ninth heaven. An endless array of celestial brilliance surged and coalesced across the vast sky, forming the majestic outline of a heavenly gate. Then, under the gaze of countless witnesses, the celestial gate slowly opened. A tremendous and overwhelming pressure emanated from beyond the gate, instantly filling the entire realm. Even the void resonated with celestial melodies. Magnificent golden lotuses bloomed in the emptiness, while clouds danced and radiant lights intertwined. A figure, ethereal and resplendent, bathed in golden celestial light, stepped forth from the heavenly gate. With an astonishing presence, he stood proudly amid the clouds, gazing down upon the world with indifference. Chapter 60. Only by forming the golden core can one be counted among our kind. What on earth am I witnessing? Is that golden gate in the clouds truly the legendary heavenly gate? Someone has emerged from within. The fabled celestial being has indeed descended to the mortal realm. Has the celestial being arrived with the intent to annihilate Shen Xinghe here at the North Town Pass? But if Shen Xinghe perishes, how shall we withstand the onslaught of the million-strong army of the Baiming dynasty? Is it truly the will of heaven to doom our great Li? Upon the walls of the North Town Pass, hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the great Li dynasty looked up in astonishment at the figure emerging from the heavenly gate, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. Initially, everyone was filled with excitement, reveling in the fortune of witnessing the descent of a legendary immortal, compelled to pay their respects. Yet, it soon dawned on them. If this immortal had come to eradicate Shen Xinghe, it would mean aiding the million-strong army of Baiming in clearing the last barrier standing before the North Town Pass. Should the North Town Pass fall, the iron cavalry of Baiming would surge southward, sweeping all before them. The entire Great Li dynasty shall be trampled underfoot, its land shattered. Countless common folk behind them are destined to become souls lost beneath the butcher's knife of the northern wilderness, enduring endless humiliation and torment. Contemplating these grim realities, a chill envelopes everyone, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, rendering the situation utterly unbearable. Why has this accursed immortal chosen this dire moment to descend? Neither arriving too early nor too late? Is it deliberate? The people of Great Li have always been simple and earnest, venerating the celestial beings. What transgression have we committed to warrant such punishment? What nonsense is this immortal? Clearly, a charlatan masquerading as a deity. Shen Xinghe must eradicate him. Yet, such an endeavor may prove exceedingly difficult, for he is a legendary immortal. Even if Shen Xinghe possesses unparalleled strength, what chance does a mere mortal stand against a celestial being? Alas, like our northern garrison, today may herald grave misfortune for us all. In the skies above, the enigmatic immortal who has stepped through the heavenly gates is enveloped in a rich radiance of immortality. He emanates a divine brilliance, dazzling and overwhelming, making it nearly impossible to discern his true visage, further enhancing his imposing presence. Standing proudly amidst the heavens, his voice booms like rolling thunder, resonating through the vast expanse. As he coldly intones, "Shen Xinghe, you have repeatedly defied the immortal order and should justly face eternal damnation. However, heaven is merciful. Considering your youth and the challenges you have faced in your cultivation, should you willingly bow and kneel in submission, a thread of hope may yet remain for you." As his words concluded, An immense pressure radiated from the mysterious immortal, akin to an ancient mountain, descending with relentless force upon Shen Xinghe. Instantly, Shen Xinghe felt a heavy weight upon his heart, overwhelmed by a formidable force. Yet, beneath this terrifying celestial might, he remained unfazed. He stood firm, like a towering pine, his long hair and robes billowing in the wind, his gaze coldly lifting to meet that figure in the sky. His eyes shone with a piercing brilliance, akin to a drawn sword, as he disdainfully remarked, "What nonsense is this immortal? Merely a cultivator of the Golden Core realm. Why bother with such theatrics?" Hearing Shen Xinghe unveil the truth, the Golden Core immortal was not incensed. Instead, he erupted in a hearty laughter. "You, a mere mortal from the lower realms, with such limited vision, cannot possibly grasp the significance of the term Golden Core immortal. It is said, only those who form the Golden Core may be counted among us. The chasm between realms is as vast as the heavens and the abyss. Even if your cultivation reaches the peak of ocean viewing, should you fail to achieve the Golden Core, in my eyes, you remain no more than an ant. Then I shall form the Golden Core," Shen Xinghe retorted. The Golden Core immortal, upon hearing this declaration, burst into laughter, as though he had heard the grandest jest. "Do you understand the immense fortune and resources required to cultivate a Golden Core immortal? In this modest spring and autumn paradise, with its shallow pond, how could it possibly nurture a dragon? How dare you entertain the delusion of forming a golden elixir in this realm, ascending to the heavens in one fell swoop? What utter folly!" Yet, no sooner had he spoken than his expression abruptly shifted, revealing a look of astonishment. He distinctly sensed an overwhelming and magnificent aura emanating from Shen Xinghe. During this time, while the 9 provinces Immortal sect busied itself inciting conflict and gathering resources to open the heavenly gate, Shen Xinghe had not remained idle. Riding the mysterious Xianxia, he traversed the world, having envisioned 9 renowned wonders of nature, from which he gleaned the profound truths of the Tao. His cultivation soared, reaching the pinnacle of the sea observation realm. Only one final epiphany was needed to gather 10 strands of Tao rhythm and step into the realm of the golden elixir. As for this last moment of enlightenment, Shen Xinghe had already chosen his site. At this very moment, gazing upon the vast plains before the North Town Pass, where an imposing army of 100,000 stood, a surge of valiant spirit coursed through him, echoing with the clang of iron and the thrum of war. In his mind, the mysterious scroll manifested the external scene, soaring into the sky in an instant. It converged in mid-air, transforming into a point of light, a mysterious Tao rhythm that flew to the figure below. Merging with the other 9 strands of Tao rhythm that circled around the figure, they coalesced into a golden star. Suspended above the figure's head, radiating strands of golden light that rendered the figure sacred and unparalleled. Simultaneously, within Shen Xinghe's dantian, an immense and formidable magical power rapidly converged in the sea of qi. In the blink of an eye, it solidified into a resplendent golden elixir, floating above the dantian like a blazing golden sun, emanating an everlasting and radiant golden light. The moment the golden elixir took form, the heavens trembled and a transcendent aura, ineffable by words, radiated from Shen Xinghe. It was as if he had become the singular and supreme sovereign of this realm. With every gesture, he exuded an aura of unparalleled superiority, transcending all existence. Even the so-called immortal, draped in dense, celestial light, standing beneath the heavenly gate in the skies, appeared diminished in his presence, reduced to mere embellishment. How could this be possible? On the ground below, Li Fengxian beheld this scene, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. 1,000 miles away, within the southern Chu imperial palace, Xiao Qianyun's incredulous exclamations echoed. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake." Without countless heavenly materials undergoing refinement, without the wear of time to temper him, how could one directly breach the golden elixir realm? Is this man a monster? Even among the heavens, the newly arrived golden elixir powerhouse from the 9 provinces was taken aback. The expressions on their faces underwent a dramatic transformation, their pupils dilating in disbelief as tumultuous waves of anxiety surged within. Impossible. Throughout history, there has never been a precedent for a golden elixir immortal emerging from a lower realm. You must be employing some form of illusion. Do not presume you can deceive me. With a heavy huff, he formed a hand seal, and with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, The atmosphere became charged with energy, unleashing an endless cascade of golden, celestial light. This brilliance flowed and gathered in the sky, coalescing into a multitude of chillingly radiant golden flying swords. The sound of their song shook the heavens, transforming into myriad dazzling rainbows that tore through the air, hurtling towards Shen Xinghe. In Chapter 61, the celestial powers astonished the world, as the sword peaks pointed skyward. With a mere gesture, countless swords soared into the air. Was this truly the legendary technique of an immortal? The sheer terror of those sword lights was overwhelming. It felt as though each beam could effortlessly cleave mountains asunder, wielding an unassailable might. With such a multitude of fearsome sword lights descending like a torrential storm, how could one possibly withstand it? Could Shen Xinghe endure? Surely he could, for he is Shen Xinghe. At the northern guard, countless soldiers looked skyward in awe, gazing at the multitude of sword lights cascading down from the vast expanse above. They were profoundly shaken, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Concern for Shen Xinghe gripped their hearts, leaving them in a state of anxious suspense. Yet, suspended in midair, Shen Xinghe remained unperturbed. In fact, a disdainful smirk played upon his lips, revealing a hint of derision. Such trivial skills dare to flaunt themselves before me. Truly, they seek their own demise. With that, he emitted a cold huff and waved his sleeve. Un intangible aura radiated forte, causing the countless golden flying swords that had shot down from the sky to suddenly halt, their movements frozen in place. Then, under the astonished gazes of many, they abruptly reversed their trajectories, soaring upwards with an even more astonishing sword intent aimed at the golden elixir immortal high above in heavens. It should be noted that Shen Xinghe had awakened the bloodline of the infinite sword body, a celestial sword among mortals, the supreme ruler of all swords. All worldly weapons heed his command. Any sword formed through sorcery, as long as it possesses the shape of a sword, is indeed a sword. The golden elixir immortal dared to attempt an assault on Shen Xinghe with sword-based sorcery, akin to showing off one's skills in front of an expert. An act of folly. The inevitable outcome would be retribution. As the golden elixir adept witnessed the countless beams of sword light he had conjured suddenly redirecting back towards him, his pupils constricted, his expression shifting to one of sheer horror. He hastily formed seals with his hands and unleashed another spell, summoning a terrifying gale across the vast sky, sweeping away the golden sword lights. However, Shen Xinghe's onslaught did not cease there. After returning the golden sword lights, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he boldly stepped forward. Meanwhile, extending his left hand, he pointed skyward. Instantly, the heavens stirred, dark clouds converging from all directions. They coalesced into an immensely thick finger of azure cloud, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, and thunderously barreled towards the gold core expert high above in the heavens. This was the cloud-pressing finger, a technique discovered by Shen Xinghe after vanquishing 3 elders of the Listening Wind Tower, uncovered among their relics. The colossal, cloud-pressing finger soared into the sky, rapidly approaching. The fearsome pressure unleashed a fierce wind, causing the gold core expert's robes to flutter and his long hair to thrash wildly. In a moment of panic, lacking time to invoke other spells for defense, he clenched his teeth and summoned a black tortoise shell. With a surge of energy, it swiftly expanded, transforming into an enormous shield that stood before him. The cloud-pressing finger struck it, producing a thunderous roar as the entire finger shattered into fragments. Although the gold core expert emerged unscathed, he could not suppress a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps, his expression turning grim. As a distinguished celestial being from the upper realm, it was utterly humiliating to be repelled by an insignificant ant from the lower realm. This was a disgrace he could scarcely bear. He was acutely aware that many eyes were observing his every move from beyond the heavenly gate. If he could not even handle a mere lower realm insect, how could he avoid ridicule? Upon returning, how would he face his sect? The thought ignited a tempest of indignation in his chest. Resolving to employ the most overwhelming and ruthless methods to utterly crush Shen Xinghe and restore his dignity, he let out a cold snort, casting a frosty gaze upon Shen Xinghe, and declared in a deep voice, "Shen Xinghe, even if you have truly formed a gold core, what does it signify? You are but a lowly insect from the lower realm, barely stepping into this domain. How could you possibly grasp the profound mysteries of the gold core? Today, I shall show you what true celestial prowess entails." As his words echoed, He rapidly altered his hand seals, casting multiple spells upon the tortoise shell before him. The mysterious black shell trembled violently, its surface illuminating with countless exquisite golden patterns. Then it split apart in mid-air, transforming into 18 pieces of armor that aligned in the void, moving along an incomprehensibly intricate trajectory. The gold core expert snorted coldly, forming seals with his hands and channeling energy. The 18 armor pieces trembled in unison, the golden symbols inscribed upon them radiating dazzling golden light. An endless stream of magnificent golden light surged through the vast sky, coalescing into a colossal golden bagua diagram with a diameter of 1,000 jong. Endless celestial light swirled upon it, slowly rotating in the sky, emanating a terrifying pressure akin to an abyssal ocean, descending upon Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe raised his gaze, staring at the golden bagua diagram that was descending from the heavens. Sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from above, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of piercing brilliance. With a cold snort, he formed a seal with his hands and waved towards the heavens. Instantly, the void beneath his feet surged, coalescing into an immensely heavy shadow of the earth. Then, with a thunderous roar, the ground shattered. Towering peaks, like formidable swords piercing the sky, erupted from the earth, pointing directly towards the firmament. He directed this assault towards the golden bagua, descending from the heavens. This was a divine technique he had comprehended days prior, when contemplating the wondrous sight of the myriad sword peaks. Now, as he unleashed it, dozens of sky-piercing, sword-like peaks shot forth, each one as perilous as a blade. Their sharpness emanated a brilliance that seemed capable of rending the very heavens. They collided with the golden bagua, descending from above, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the surface of the golden bagua instantly cracked, revealing a web of interwoven golden fissures before shattering into a terrifying tempest of energy that swept across the sky. How could this be? You, a mere practitioner from the lower realms, how could you possibly wield such astonishing magic? The golden core cultivator, having witnessed his spell being disrupted, let out a muffled groan, his mind swirling with disbelief. However, he quickly recalled something, and his pupils constricted sharply. Drawing in a deep breath, he gazed incredulously at Shen Xinghe, exclaiming in shock, "No, this is not mere magic. It is a divine ability. You have actually comprehended a divine ability." Chapter 62. I ask the celestial beings above, who dares to tread upon this mortal realm? You have indeed grasped the divine ability. The golden core cultivator hovered in the air, astonished as he gazed at Shen Xinghe, his heart churning with turbulent waves. It is known that while common mortals often conflate magic and divine abilities, true cultivators understand that they are entirely distinct entities. Legend has it that eons ago, when humanity was still in ignorance, there were no cultivators in existence. Some ancient sages, observing the heavens, mountains, rivers, and the changing of the seasons, comprehended the profound truths of the universe. Thus, they attained extraordinary divine powers. Later, some of these sages sought to pass on their insights to future generations. However, the principles of divine abilities are rooted in the cosmic Tao, enigmatic and profound, only to be grasped intuitively, not articulated. Thus, those mighty beings could only distill the essence of divine abilities into a simplified form, recording it in a manner comprehensible to the world. This led to the cultivation methods and various spells known to later generations. Yet, even in their distilled forms, these methods remained extraordinarily intricate and obscure. Only a select few with exceptional talent and insight could decipher the underlying mysteries and become true cultivators. Therefore, to some extent, in the myriad paths of cultivation that exist in the world, all are derived from the evolution of divine powers. In contrast to the ordinary spells of immortals, divine powers are attained through enlightenment, thus aligning more closely with the grand principles of heaven and earth. Consequently, they often possess an extraordinary nature, wielding immense and awe-inspiring might. However, it is precisely due to their origin and enlightenment that divine powers are shrouded in profound mystery, elusive and devoid of any discernible patterns. To comprehend them, one must have the right timing, advantageous circumstances, and harmonious relationships, truly a blessing bestowed by the heavens. Many cultivators dedicate their lives to the aspiration of mastering a divine power. Yet, even after a lifetime of effort, they may find themselves unfulfilled. Take, for instance, this alchemist of the golden elixir, who has spent years in pursuit of the Tao, yet has never even glimpsed the legendary realm of enlightenment. The prospect of grasping the grand divine powers is far beyond his reach. Yet at this moment, an insignificant cultivator from the lower realms, akin to an ant in his eyes, astonishingly manifests the divine power he has tirelessly sought for years. How could this not shock him? How could he not feel an overwhelming sense of jealousy? How dare a mere ant-like cultivator perceive divine powers? How dare he wield such powers? This so-called immortal, descended from the heavens, now bore an expression of sheer ferocity. His eyes, bloodshot with jealousy, fixated on Shen Xinghe. With a furious shout, he gestured grandly. Instantly, the 18 black tortoise shells in the sky shifted their positions. The golden runes upon their surfaces burst forth with dazzling radiance. A terrifying torrent of vast energy surged and coalesced in mid-air, forming a lifelike golden dragon. Its thousand-jong body appeared as if forged from eternal gold, each scale distinct and radiating brilliant golden light. Mighty and robust, it twisted and soared through the air, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar as it swooped down upon Shen Xinghe with ferocity. Such arrogance! Shen Xinghe regarded it with disdain, a cold snort escaping his lips as he waved his sleeve once more. Instantly, the void behind him churned, revealing an endless expanse of clouds. A crimson sun, akin to a fiery elixir, leapt forth from the sea of clouds, casting forth the gentle light of dawn. Though this light was not overwhelming, unlike the blinding brilliance of the midday sun, it could instantly envelop a vast distance, dispelling the long night and endless darkness, restoring light to the entire world. Wherever this radiance traveled, nothing could resist its advance. The golden dragon, with its fierce demeanor, diving from the sky, appeared as if it were the waning remnants of a night under the dawn's glow. It emitted a mournful dragon roar as its colossal form rapidly dissolved and disintegrated, vanishing in an instant. Then, the unstoppable rays of the red sun continued their ascent towards the heavens, illuminating the golden elixir practitioner. Another divine power. How could this be possible? The expression on the face of the golden core cultivator suddenly shifted dramatically, his heart racing in a tumultuous frenzy, teetering on the brink of madness. He could hardly fathom that Shen Xinghe, with a mere flick of his hand, had summoned yet another divine ability. Did this young man consider such arcane arts to be as commonplace as cabbages, conjured at will? When did divine powers become so devalued? Yet, despite his astonishment, he dared not underestimate the terrifying rays of the rising sun that bore down upon him. His countenance hardened in resolve, and he hastily formed hand seals. He called forth the 18 fragmented turtle shell pieces suspended in the air, reassembling them into a complete shell, now towering several yards in size, positioned defensively before him. The surface of the shell, adorned with myriad innate mysterious patterns and postnatal engraved runes, radiated with formidable defensive prowess. As the divine light of Shen Xinghe's morning sun illuminated the shell, it trembled violently, its surface runes pulsating with brilliance. However, it ultimately withstood the onslaught, successfully blocking the attack. Yet, the golden core immortal seemed to have forgotten that Shen Xinghe was not merely a newly ascended cultivator, but the most formidable terrestrial deity throughout the annals of spring and autumn's blessed lands. As he invoked the turtle shell to fend off Shen Xinghe's assault, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. He stepped into the void, moving with the swiftness of the wind. After a few strides, he ascended to the heavens, closing the distance to the golden core immortal. With a fierce flourish, he swung his sword. The golden core immortal, fully engaged in channeling the turtle shell artifact to withstand the divine attack, was struck with an overwhelming dread upon sensing Shen Xinghe's movement. Yet, there was no time to react. In an instant, the blinding sword light cleaved through the air, decisively severing his head from his body. The colorful clouds he had been standing upon dissipated in an instant, and the headless corpse plummeted into the abyss. In the immense dragon eyes of Xianxia, an unmistakable desire and fiery fervor glimmered. Without uttering a word, the dragon's body surged forward with the speed of the wind, directly opening its maw to consume the headless corpse of the immortal. Shen Xinghe extended his left hand, beckoning through the air to seize the formidable turtle shell artifact, which he examined briefly before tucking it away. He then reached out again, grasping the head of the golden core immortal. The expression on the face was one of sheer terror, embodying the profound despair of the last moments of life. Crimson droplets of blood streamed from the severed neck, cascading into the void. Shen Xinghe stood resolutely in the winds, brandishing the Immortals' head aloft. Clad in flowing white robes that billowed with the breeze, he raised his sword, pointing it towards the resplendent, celestial gates high above. His gaze was as piercing as the blade itself, his voice reverberating through the vastness as he coldly inquired, "I ask the celestial beings above, who dares to tread upon this mortal realm?" Chapter 63. The four Immortals descend. The seven-tiered golden tower shakes heaven and earth. Who among the celestial beings dares to tread upon this mortal realm? Shen Xinghe's voice soared with an indomitable spirit, resonating like thunder across the vast expanse, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the soldiers of the Great Li station upon the walls of Jinbei Pass were profoundly shaken, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of awe. Could this be but a dream? Shen Xinghe has truly accomplished the unimaginable, slaying an immortal. The legendary beings are not invulnerable. Severing their heads leads to their demise. Who among the celestial beings dares to descend upon this world, drawing his sword to question the heavens? How magnificent! A true man, a true hero, should indeed embody such valor. Who remembers the name of the divine sword in Shen Xinghe's grasp? It is called Zhimei Jian. With 300,000 sword immortals in the heavens, even they must bow their heads in deference to me. Today, the title is rightfully earned. Even if the legendary 9 heavens immortals were to descend upon our world, what of it? We too possess our own immortals among mortals. Shen Xinghe is the sole true immortal who has attained enlightenment amidst the myriad of worldly struggles. This is splendid. Our Great Li is saved. On the walls of Jinbei Pass, countless soldiers were filled with fervor and exhilaration, gazing towards the vast expanse of the 9 heavens. With the bloodied head of an immortal in hand, the figure drawing his sword to question the heavens evoked intense emotions within their hearts. On the plains before the pass, the million-strong army of the Baiman dynasty gazed upon this scene, their spirits shaken, revealing expressions of sheer astonishment. Even the steeds of many cavalrymen became restless beneath them. How could this be possible? Li Fengxian stood upon the earth, her gaze fixed in awe upon the heavens, her enchanting eyes reflecting profound shock. She could hardly fathom that Shen Xinghe had grown to such extraordinary heights, capable of slaying a golden core powerhouse. In the palace of Nanshu, 1,000 miles away, Xiao Qianyun's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. Her rosy lips formed an A shape, wide enough to fit a chicken egg. After a moment, she regained her composure, her heart tumultuous, her chest rising and falling with fervent emotion, as she beheld the image of the man clad in white. Standing tall and drawing his sword towards the heavens, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. A hint of bewilderment flickered in her beautiful eyes, and she found herself murmuring, "This prodigal son, though exceedingly shameless, possesses redeeming qualities if he refrains from mischief. Alas, he underestimates the power of the immortals from the mountains of the 9 continents. Even if he has slain a golden core immortal, they will send forth even more powerful beings to subdue him. How can an arm possibly outmuscle a thigh?" With a soft sigh, Xiao Qianyun shook her head. Just as her words fell, an enraged roar emanated from the heavenly gate above Jinbei Pass. "Shen Xinghe, you dare to slay an immortal? Such heinous transgressions warrant the utmost punishment." This terrifying voice seemed to embody unparalleled authority. The moment the celestial gate behind the heavenly portal reverberated, the skies above transformed dramatically. It was as if the heavens were enraged. With the once clear expanse of azure suddenly cloaked in ominous clouds, fierce winds howling mercilessly, terrifying bolts of lightning, akin to colossal silver dragons, danced amidst the roiling storm clouds. Resonant thunder echoed across the firmament, exuding a cataclysmic aura that instilled profound dread in the hearts of all living beings. Beneath, on the earth, and atop the city walls, the million-strong armies of the Li and Beimang were struck with an overwhelming sense of fear, as if it surged from the very depths of their bloodlines. In the next instant, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, the resplendent golden gate in the heavens erupted with an unprecedented celestial brilliance. 4 figures, enveloped in a rich, divine radiance, emerged from the celestial gateway. Suspended in midair, they exuded an air of superiority, surveying the mortal realm with indifferent gazes. Each of them was surrounded by a magnificent, sacred light that rendered the ordinary mortals below unable to bear the sight. They emanated an overwhelming, terrifying pressure that seemed to envelop the entire domain, akin to the tumultuous waves of a boundless ocean. On the plains, countless steeds of the Bei Meng cavalry whinnied in fear, kneeling and trembling. In the northern city, the previously exuberant and fervent Daoist soldiers were suddenly doused with cold dread, their bodies quaking violently as despair clouded their eyes. Could it be true? Had four celestial beings truly descended at once? Were they intent on surrounding and attacking Shen Xinghe? What utter nonsense! How could these so-called celestial beings of the nine heavens be so devoid of martial ethics? Was there truly no one else in the vast realm of mortals who could stand alongside Shen Xinghe in battle? After all, they were legendary immortals, lofty and omniscient. Even the mightiest of terrestrial deities would find themselves out of place in such a battle. On the city walls, innumerable Daoist soldiers murmured in agitation, their hearts sinking with despair as they beheld the four exalted figures in the vast firmament, deeply troubled for Shen Xinghe's plight. Shen Xinghe stood proudly amidst the tempest, his white sword robe billowing fiercely in the gusts of wind, his long hair fluttering like a banner. His eyes slowly narrowed as he gazed into the sky. Among the four descending golden elixirs, the foremost figure was a middle-aged man with a stern visage, holding aloft a resplendent seven-tiered pagoda. With a commanding step, he looked down upon Shen Xinghe with an icy glare, his voice resonating with a chilling authority. Shen Xinghe, your transgressions are egregious, and you shall be punished. Now that we, the four immortals, have graced this realm, do you not hasten to surrender? Do not dare to underestimate you mere four immortals. Even if the 8 immortals and 100 more were to descend, what fear could my sword possibly harbor? Shen Xinghe scoffed disdainfully, casting aside the severed head he held in his left hand. In an instant, Xianxia let out a frenzied roar, dashing forward and devouring the head. Then, Shen Xinghe raised the blade of his sword high, pointing it defiantly at the four figures in the sky. You four shall meet the same fate. The golden core immortals shall serve as fodder for my steed. Ignorant wretches, prepare to meet your end. The four golden core immortals were instantly engulfed in fury, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The leader, a middle-aged man, let out a cold snort, casting a golden pagoda into the air. Together, the four summoned their combined powers. With a thunderous roar, the pagoda soared, transforming into a majestic structure towering 100 feet high, radiating blinding golden light. It emanated an overwhelming aura, as if it could suppress the heavens and earth, descending upon Shen Xinghe with formidable might. Chapter 64. The Sword Approaches. An 8th-rank treasure. As Li Fengxian beheld the imposing, terrifying golden pagoda descending from the heavens, her pupils constricted, revealing profound shock. It is known that the power of an 8th-rank treasure is celestial in nature. Even a typical nascent soul powerhouse would find it daunting, struggling to escape unscathed when faced with the combined might of 4 golden core cultivators. To transport such a formidable treasure into the spring and autumn blessed land requires unfathomable resources. This clearly illustrates the determination of the Jiuzhou immortal sect to subdue Shen Xinghe. In the sky, Shen Xinghe's expression was equally grave. He sensed an overwhelming and unyielding pressure emanating from the majestic golden pagoda. Yet, he harbored no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit surged higher. His long hair billowed in the wind like a celestial blade unsheathed, radiating an unyielding battle intent. With a cold huff, he cast his sword aside, bringing his hands together before him to swiftly form seals. The space behind him trembled, manifesting an expansive ocean of night. A full moon ascended slowly, casting down a chilling, ethereal glow. The technique was profoundly mystical. That seemingly gentle moonlight, akin to flowing water, concealed the terrifying power to freeze time and space. However, the pressure from the golden pagoda was overwhelmingly fierce. Surrounding the tower, radiant light cascaded, seemingly unaffected, continuing its relentless descent. High above, the 4 immortals sneered coldly, their voices dripping with arrogance. Shen Xinghe, accept your fate and cease your futile struggles. Can a mere firefly contend with the brilliance of the full moon? No matter how exquisite your divine abilities may be, you have merely just formed your golden core. How could you possibly withstand the supreme might of an 8th-rank treasure? A mere ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly deluded. Shen Xinghe let out a cold snort, his expression remaining utterly unperturbed. The determination in his gaze was unwavering as he continued to weave intricate hand seals to summon his divine powers. The clouds billowed beneath the crimson sun. The sword peak pointed towards the heavens. The waterfall cascaded down 3,000 feet. The desert surged with wild sands. As Shen Xinghe's hands moved gracefully, the golden elixir within him trembled, radiating a resplendent golden divine light. An inexhaustible torrent of majestic spiritual energy surged forth from his being, akin to a deluge breaching its dam. Vast and breathtaking vistas unfurled in the void, releasing an overwhelming display of divine might to counter the golden divine tower descending from the ninth sky. This unparalleled spectacle instantly left the million-strong armies of both the Great Li and Northern Mang in a state of profound shock, stirring tumultuous waves of awe. Even the four exalted golden core immortals, perched high above and brimming with arrogance, felt their hearts pound wildly, their eyes widening as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. What on earth has this youth comprehended in terms of divine powers? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a Dao ancestor, or a rare seed of cultivation born once every 10,000 years? They could hardly believe that such extraordinary talent could emerge from a mere blessed land. Today, no matter the cost, he must be subdued. The four golden core powerhouses' emotions surged, and without hesitation, they simultaneously executed their hand seals, intensifying the force propelling the Linglong treasure tower. In an instant, the tower trembled, emanating an even more dazzling golden radiance. It loomed like an immense, primordial mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure that warped the surrounding space as it bore down upon Shen Xinghe with great ferocity. However, Shen Xinghe, summoning every ounce of his strength, unleashed a series of divine techniques, each compounding upon the last, creating an equally formidable force. For a moment, the two sides found themselves locked in a fierce standoff in midair, engaging in a violent clash. On the vast earth below, amidst the million-strong armies and countless soldiers, an eerie silence fell. All gazes were lifted skyward, captivated by the grand spectacle of the duel, breath held in tense anticipation. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the mysterious celestial gate, surrounded by ethereal light in the ninth sky, suddenly blazed with brilliance. Another golden core immortal stepped forth, descending from the heavenly portal. What on earth? For against one is not enough, and they dare to send reinforcements? Do these so-called immortals of the ninth heaven possess no sense of dignity? Shen Xinghe's thoughts raced, filled with disdain for these pretentious beings, mere tricksters devoid of martial virtue. Be cautious, Shen Xinghe, cried the soldiers on the city walls, their worry for him reaching a fever pitch. The fifth golden core immortal emerged from the celestial gate without a moment's hesitation. A flash of light appeared in his palm, and without uttering a word, he summoned an exquisitely sharp silver dart, transformed into a radiant beam of brilliant silver light, like a shooting star cleaving through the firmament. It surged towards Shen Xinghe with fervent intensity. Roaring in fury, Xianxia unleashed a thunderous dragon roar, his colossal dragon form coiling protectively before Shen Xinghe. With a fearsome snap, his gaping maw expelled the golden core of the recently devoured golden core immortal, directing it towards the silver dart. Though the innate golden core of a golden core cultivator possesses boundless potential, it was, after all, not Xianxia's own cultivated core. In this moment of haste, its power could hardly be unleashed. With a resounding clang, fine fissures suddenly marred the surface of the golden core. The silver dart veered slightly, glancing off Xianxia's massive dragon form. In an instant, scales shattered, and crimson dragon blood cascaded through the air, revealing a grievous wound. Yet, it had successfully shielded Shen Xinghe from this potentially lethal strike. Beast, how dare you thwart my endeavors? The enraged golden core immortal bellowed, sweeping his grand sleeve. Instantly, the clouds above swirled chaotically, coalescing into an immensely heavy white cloud mountain. Without mercy, it descended to crush Xianxia, hurling him from the sky to the ground below. The terrifying impact caused the earth to tremble, fracturing it with deep, intersecting cracks. Xinghe, cease your struggle. You are no match for them. Below, Li Fengxian inhaled deeply, shouting towards Shen Xinghe, yield now, and I may still intercede on your behalf. However, her words were abruptly interrupted. A crimson soul apparition burst forth from Shen Xinghe's embrace, gracefully descending and materializing into the figure of Hong Xiao. With a sharp crack, She delivered a stinging slap across Li Fengxian's cheek. Silence. Li Fengxian. You are but a facade. You know nothing of my master. Do not disturb his resolve. The unexpected slap from Hong Xiu momentarily stunned Li Fengxian, leaving her rooted in disbelief. In the heavens above, Shen Xinghe let out a resounding laugh. Gazing upon the fifth golden core immortal who had stepped forth from the celestial gate, he revealed a disdainful smirk and declared with indomitable spirit, "What nonsense is this about golden core immortals? You cowardly wretches, relying solely on treasures to ambush and harm. Do not think that 5 of you intimidate me. Even if 100 more were to come, what fear would I? Shen Xinghe, harbor, let the sword come forth." Chapter 65. The sword is cold as autumn frost. One step to slay an immortal. Let the sword come forth. Standing proudly in the skies, Shen Xinghe issued a commanding shout. In that moment, the bloodline power of his limitless sword body surged to its zenith. An overwhelming, intangible sword intent erupted from within him, spiraling skyward. In the ethereal space surrounding him, it coalesced into an invisible sword of celestial sharpness. Pointing towards the heavens, it sang with a resounding clarity, eager to rend the very fabric of the sky. Meanwhile below, upon the boundless earth, on the battlements of the Northtown Pass, stood the fierce soldiers of the Great Li, alongside the vast army of 1,000,000 from the northern Mang on the plains before the pass. In this moment, every soldier wielding a sword unleashed a resounding chorus of blade song, their swords trembling with fervor. Then, as if summoned by an unseen force, the blades erupted from their sheaths, soaring towards the heavens. Although the majority of the troops were armed with standard weaponry that did not include swords, a select few were indeed equipped with long swords. Furthermore, nearly every officer of the Great Li dynasty bore a sword at their side. Additionally, the storied arsenal of the Northtown Pass, laden with exquisite swords, resonated with a vibrant hum, sending forth a multitude of blades that sliced through the air. The call of Shen Xinghe summoned forth a staggering number of swords, amounting to tens of thousands. Countless blades, gleaming with cold brilliance, ascended from the earth. They resembled a myriad of silver rainbows piercing the sky, akin to an endless deluge of swords cascading upwards, striking against the firmament. In Shen Xinghe's eyes, a radiant light sparkled as he formed a sword gesture, propelling the dazzling sword lights into a frenzied dance across the vast expanse of sky, weaving and intertwining. In a mere instant, they converged into a vividly alive and fearsome sword dragon, each scale a sharp blade glinting like snow. Soaring through the heavens, the sword dragon coiled and twisted, its sword aura sweeping in all directions, emanating an unparalleled aura of terror. With a thunderous roar, it surged forth from behind Shen Xinghe, charging towards the towering golden structure that loomed like a mountain. Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic sound reverberated through the cosmos. Under the sheer force of the impact, the swords that formed the dragon shattered with a resounding clang, dispersing into fragments. Yet, the violent shockwave produced by these broken blades caused the immense golden tower to tremble violently, resonating with a booming sound. High above, the 4 golden core celestials instantly changed countenance. They hastily combined their powers, channeling their energy to stabilize the magnificent tower with all their might. A glint of resolute brilliance flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he grasped the broken brow sword in his hand. With a single step, he soared upwards, racing towards the 4 golden core celestials who were manipulating the tower in the heavens. "Foolish wretches, do not overstep your bounds," thundered the 5th golden core celestial descending from the heavenly gate, unleashing a furious roar. He propelled a silver dart with lightning speed towards Shen Xinghe. With a cold snort, Shen Xinghe's eyes gleamed with icy light. The power of his bloodline surged, elevating his essence to its zenith. With a commanding shout, he swung his sword, cleaving the precious magical artifact crafted with countless efforts by the golden core celestial directly in two. The golden core cultivator's treasure shattered, and under the pull of the disrupted energy, his face turned pale, a muffled groan escaping his lips as blood spurted forth. Within him, a storm of disbelief raged as he gazed incredulously at Shen Xinghe. How is this even possible? My meteoric shuttle is a pinnacle 6th grade treasure. How could it possibly be shattered by a mere mortal sword? Shen Xinghe's gaze turned icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As he coldly scoffed, You so-called celestial beings, do you not pride yourselves on being above all, superior in every way? Today, I shall sever your heads with what you deem mundane iron." With that declaration, he stepped forward and instantly soared into the heavens. His sword swept fiercely, aimed at the head of a golden core cultivator. This cultivator had witnessed firsthand how the foremost golden core immortal was slain by Shen Xinghe's blade after descending into the Blessed Land. Upon seeing Shen Xinghe approach, terror gripped him, and he was utterly aghast. His pupils constricted in horror, and without uttering a word, he attempted to summon his treasure for defense. However, before he could even make a move, a full moon rose slowly from the void behind Shen Xinghe, casting a chilling, silvery glow. Under the illumination of this ethereal moonlight, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. The golden core cultivator felt a frigid light reflected in his eyes. In a fleeting moment, Shen Xinghe's blade had already sliced through his neck. After dispatching his enemy, Shen Xinghe's expression remained unperturbed. His eyes glinted with relentless malice. With the bright moon hanging above and his feet treading upon the boundless sky, he continued his path of destruction. The sword energy flowed like frost, claiming one immortal with each step. In an astonishing display of speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he traversed the vast expanse of the sky, taking 4 steps and unleashing 4 strikes in succession. When he finally halted, a droplet of crystal-clear, blood-red essence, resembling a ruby, slowly slid down the blade. In the next moment, the 4 golden core immortals behind him found their clouds dissipating beneath their feet and their celestial radiance fading away, revealing their ordinary human forms. Their bodies plummeted from the sky like decayed timber. Gasp! The last golden core immortal inhaled sharply, his eyes reflecting boundless dread. The majestic demeanor that once characterized him had vanished, replaced by a pallor devoid of color as he turned to flee. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the shimmering golden gate in the heavens, desperately attempting to escape back beyond it. But how could Shen Xinghe allow him to succeed? With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he gestured with his left hand, summoning a torrent of ominous clouds that gathered in the vast sky, forming an impenetrable shroud that blotted out the sun as thunder rumbled throughout the expanse. Terrifying silver lightning, akin to myriad serpents in a frenzied dance, descended from the churning clouds, striking with ferocious intensity. "Open for me." In a frantic bid for survival, the golden core cultivator, in desperation, expelled his own life essence, manifesting as a blazing sun that erupted into a brilliant radiance. The terrifying aura emanating from him dissipated the thunder and dark clouds above, revealing a majestic expanse of the heavens, adorned with celestial light, reminiscent of a golden celestial gate seemingly within arm's reach. The golden core cultivator's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, a glimmer of life igniting within him as he yearned to rush into the heavenly portal. Yet, just as one foot was poised to cross the threshold, an extraordinarily brilliant silver sword light pierced through the air like a comet, striking him fiercely and penetrating his chest, directly impaling his heart. Feeling the excruciating pain surging from his chest, the golden core immortal shuddered violently, emitting a wretched scream. Slowly lowering his gaze to his chest, he beheld a bloodied blade protruding from it. The sword hummed with a chilling resonance, exuding an unparalleled aura of death. Under normal circumstances, a golden core cultivator possessed immense vitality. Even with a shattered heart, they could leverage their formidable cultivation to maintain their existence temporarily and seek to mend their heart's pulse. However, the terrifying force contained within Shen Xinghe's strike had, upon piercing his chest, unleashed its full might, shattering his internal organs simultaneously. Such a grievous injury left even a golden core immortal powerless to reverse his fate. The light in his eyes swiftly waned, transforming into ashen despair. With a final, reluctant glance at the magnificent heavenly gate, now tantalizingly close, he succumbed to the cold embrace of death, his lifeless body plummeting from the heights of the sky. Shen Xinghe's gaze was devoid of warmth as he extended his right hand, summoning the broken sword back into his grasp. With a vigorous flick, he dislodged the blood that stained the blade. He then raised the sword high, pointing it toward the vast expanse of the heavens, the magnificent golden gate looming above. In a cold, commanding voice, he proclaimed, "I have yet to find satisfaction today. Send more of your kind down." His voice echoed like thunder, resonating across the heavens, clearly reaching the ears of every soldier below. It also penetrated the celestial realm beyond the gate, where the so-called Immortals heard his challenge. Yet this time, a profound silence ensued from beyond the gate. No thunderous retorts followed, leaving a strange stillness in their wake, subdued by Shen Xinghe's ferocity. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless witnesses, the resplendent golden gate began to dim, showing signs of imminent dissolution. Shen Xinghe stood proudly in the void, his white robe billowing majestically. With a cold gaze and his sword pointed toward the sky, he declared with fervor, "Those beyond the gate, heed my words. As long as I, Shen Xinghe, draw breath in this realm, there shall be no immortals among mortals. If you dare to open the heavenly gate and descend, for every one of you that comes, I shall slay another." Shen Xinghe's voice was chillingly cold, infused with the youthful exuberance of ambition and an unmatched, domineering strength. In an instant, his words reverberated through the heavens and the earth. On the city walls of Jinbei Pass, countless generals and soldiers of the Great Li dynasty were stirred to their core, excitement surging within them, igniting a fervor. Shen Xinghe had truly accomplished the unimaginable. All the celestial beings descending from the 9 heavens, none escaped unscathed. Every last one was slain, unable to return to the heavens. With a single sword in hand, he struck fear into the hearts of the heavenly immortals, compelling them to close the gates of heaven and refrain from descending. What a spectacle this was! As long as I remain on earth, no celestial being shall inhabit it. With a sword directed at the immortals, such overwhelming grandeur. 300,000 celestial sword immortals must bow their heads in deference before me. This poetic sentiment was vividly embodied in that moment. The youthful aspiration soared to the heights of the sky, daring to call forth the blood of the immortals. How many chivalrous heroes in the realm have dreamed of this? This battle today shall undoubtedly be etched in history, sung through the ages. We are fortunate beyond measure to witness this battle against the immortals, rendering our lives worthwhile. How splendid it is that even the celestial beings retreat. The Great Li dynasty is truly saved. In the imperial palace of Nanshu, thousands of miles away, Xiao Qinyun's beautiful eyes widened. Gazing into the rippling basin of water, she beheld the figure, sword in hand, pointing towards the heavens, exuding an unparalleled pride as if unrivaled by anyone in the realm. Her heart swelled uncontrollably. Unbidden, memories of that night spent with Shen Xinghe played in her mind. Beneath her lavender dress, her long, slender legs instinctively drew closer together. Biting her lip, she murmured, "This scoundrel, he is not only domineering towards women." Though unwilling, she could not help but wholeheartedly acknowledge that at this moment, Shen Xinghe was truly handsome, almost irresistible. Meanwhile, on the walls of Jinbei Pass, amidst the jubilant cheers of countless soldiers echoing throughout the land, Li Fengxian stood alone on the open plain before the pass, enveloped in desolation. The imprint of a slap from Hong Xiu lingered on her cheek, accompanied by a searing pain. Yet, she seemed oblivious. Her gaze vacantly lifted towards the vast expanse of the heavens, where stood a figure of striking stature, radiating an aura that overshadowed the universe, momentarily lost in a daze. Slowly, she lowered her head to gaze at her waist, where a delicately crafted silver sword hung. Moments ago, in a time of peril, Shen Xinghe had summoned all swords within a radius of 10,000 miles with a single command. Even a rusted, broken iron sword buried in the sands for years was called forth, soaring into the air to aid him in battle. Yet, he had not summoned her sword. Why? How could you be so heartless towards me? Am I not worth more than the grass by the roadside in your eyes? Li Fengxian felt a wave of grievance wash over her, clenching her fists tightly in response. Hong Xiu let out a cold snort, her expression frigid as she mercilessly mocked. "Do not feign innocence here. What grievances do you possess? The young master did not borrow your sword, yet do you lack hands and feet to wield it yourself? Do not forget, you are a transcendent being with the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal. Xianxia was able to use her own body to shield the young master from fatal blow. Are you merely to stand idly by? You profess your love for him, yet in his hour of need, you cannot steadfastly stand by his side. Instead, you repeatedly position yourself in opposition to him, aiding his enemies in their attempts to suppress him. You never reflect on your own shortcomings, only laying blame upon him. The state of your relationship has reached this point entirely due to your own misdeeds. A woman like you, who feigns superiority and is self-righteous, is wholly unworthy of the young master." With that, Hong Xiu snorted again, transforming into a streak of crimson light that soared towards Shen Xinghe. However, her words struck Li Fengxian like a series of sharp daggers. leaving her pale and trembling, murmuring in a daze, "Am I truly as despicable as she claims? But I am merely a woman. I only wish for him to cease his reckless endeavors and remain steadily by my side. What wrong have I committed?" In the sky, Shen Xinghe, wielding his azure blade, coldly fixed his gaze upon the golden celestial gate until it completely closed and vanished. Only then did he slowly lower his head. Looking towards the million-strong army of Baimen before Jinbei Pass, he spoke in a calm, yet resolute voice. "Baimen shall retreat to the grasslands. For 10 years. No military action shall be taken." Chapter 67. This woman, indeed, requires some discipline. Shen Xinghe's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the heavens with undeniable authority. The million troops of the Baimen dynasty were instantly shaken to their core. Under Shen Xinghe's formidable presence, they could not help but step back several paces, inciting a wave of chaos. One man commands 1,000,000 soldiers. Within the central tent of Baimen, Khan Noble rose, gazing at the figure in the sky with eyes filled with reluctance. However, having witnessed the earth-shattering battle moments prior, no matter how much resentment he harbored, he dared not defy Shen Xinghe's will. It is no exaggeration to say that, at this moment, Shen Xinghe's words were the law of this realm. His commands echoed throughout the world, and none dared to disobey. Taking a deep breath, Noble could only wave his hand, commanding the army to retreat. Moments later, the sound of a horn signaling the withdrawal resonated from the rear of the Baimen army. The million troops began to retreat in an orderly manner. Upon witnessing the scene, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers defending Dali erupted with excitement, their cheers resounding through the heavens. As the Northern Mang army began its retreat, Shen Xinghe had accomplished his purpose for the day and found no reason to linger at Zenbaigwen. He called out to the wounded Xianxia, who had been severely injured by the spell of a golden core immortal that had struck him from the sky. With a mighty roar, the 100-foot dragon body surged into the air. Opening its great maw, it inhaled deeply, summoning a tempest that swept away the corpses of the golden core immortals along with their magical artifacts. With a powerful sweep of its form, the dragon ascended to Shen Xinghe's feet. Shen Xinghe stepped onto the dragon's head, riding it into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the vast sea of clouds, disappearing from the sight of all. Throughout this, Shen Xinghe never turned to glance at Li Fengxian below. At this moment, the heavens stretched vast and boundless. The soldiers atop the Zenbaigwen ramparts of the Great Li were exulting in loud cheers. On the plains before the fortress, the Northern Mang dynasty's million-strong army retreated in an orderly fashion. Only Li Fengxian stood alone upon the desolate earth, her hair tousled by the cool breeze as she gazed blankly at the sky, the direction in which Shen Xinghe had departed. It felt as though the entire world had cast her aside, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of loneliness and desolation. The words spoken by Hong Xiu before her departure echoed incessantly in her ears, causing her delicate frame to tremble. Biting her crimson lip tightly, she clenched her fists, her sharp nails embedding deeply into her palms. A stream of tears slipped from the corners of her eyes as she murmured in utter confusion, "Master, have I truly erred? What am I to do now?" After leaving Zenbaigwen, Shen Xinghe settled cross-legged atop Xuanqi's head. The light in his eyes flickered subtly, revealing a contemplative expression as he began to devise his next course of action. In the recent battle, he had confronted and slain all 6 golden core immortals that descended from the heavenly gate. Although this brought him a sense of satisfaction, it irrevocably severed any ties with the celestial sect that backed them, establishing an irreconcilable enmity. Currently, his cultivation had nearly reached the pinnacle permitted within this realm. As long as he remained in this blessed land, no one could pose a threat to him. However, it must be noted that having learned of the existence of a broader world beyond this modest sanctuary, Shen Xinghe could not resign himself to a lifetime confined to this small domain. He needed to find a way out. According to the information obtained from Xiao Qinyan, the sect that governed the Spring and Autumn Blessed Land was known as the Spring and Autumn Dao sect. While it may not rank among the foremost celestial sects in the vast realm of Jiuzhou, its foundation was formidable. Within the sect, there resided a peak ancestor at the 12th realm. Yet, this ancestor remained perpetually sequestered in seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs, leaving all matters of the sect to be overseen by several formidable figures at the 11th realm. Even a formidable warrior at the 11th realm possesses a terrifying strength, one that is far beyond my current capabilities to withstand. It is imperative that I continue to strive and elevate my cultivation by several more realms. Shen Xinghe murmured, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. In the following year, Shen Xinghe rode his mystical steed, Xianxia, traversing the vast expanse of the Blessed Land. Journeying over 1,000,000 miles, his martial prowess consistently broke through barriers, culminating in the attainment of the 8th realm of martial arts. During this time, he reveled in the gentle breezes of spring, admired the flourishing blossoms of summer, gazed at the luminous moon of autumn, and watched the snowflakes dance in winter. Beholding countless wonders of the world, amidst the breathtaking spectacles of nature, he gleaned insights into the profound rhythms of the universe. Eventually, his internal golden core shattered, giving rise to a nascent infant, successfully breaking through to the Yuan infant realm. However, thereafter, both his martial realm and qi cultivation began to stagnate. It appeared that this modest spring and autumn blessed land could only sustain his cultivation to this point. Just as Shen Xinghe found himself in a quandary, he unexpectedly encountered Xianxia atop a mountain peak. Upon meeting, Xianxia burst into hearty laughter and directly addressed Shen Xinghe's concerns. You are worried that once you shatter the void and leave the blessed land, you will be intercepted by the powerful figures of the spring and autumn Dao sect, correct? There is no need for such apprehension. Any cave, heaven, or blessed land, if one forcefully departs by shattering the void, will be randomly transported to any location within hundreds of thousands of miles. This is precisely why the spring and autumn Dao sect deliberately passed down the forging method of the Jiazi divine sword. It is intended for the martial seeds nurtured in this realm to be tracked and captured as they shatter the void and enter the world of the 9 continents. As long as you do not bring the Zheme sword with you when you shatter the void, the spring and autumn Dao sect will be powerless against you. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened. Such vital information had not been revealed to him by Xiao Qinyan. It was evident that she had deliberately concealed it, aiming to ensnare him within the spring and autumn Dao sect's trap. This woman certainly requires a thorough reckoning. Shen Xinghe silently scoffed, resolving to confront her decisively before leaving the blessed land. Raising his head to regard Xianxia, he remarked with some surprise, I did not expect that you're also an exiled immortal. Your status in the outside world of the 9 continents must be quite remarkable, I presume. What significant status could I possibly possess? I am merely an inconsequential itinerant Taoist, Xianxia replied, patting Shen Xinghe on the shoulder with a knowing laugh. However, the 2 women you have entangled with are indeed of considerable significance. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the 9 continents. With that, he rose and strode away with grace. The 2 women related to me must refer to Li Fengxian and Xiao Qinyan. Are their identities in the realm of the 9 continents truly extraordinary? Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he murmured to himself. After a brief moment, she rose to her full height and stepped forward, soaring above Xuanqi's head, her tone devoid of emotion as she commanded, Go to Nanchu. No matter how formidable her background may be, what does it matter? If she intends to play tricks to ensnare me, she shall be met with severe retribution. Chapter 68, Shattering the Void, Ascending to the 9 continents. In the depths of winter, with snowflakes cascading from the sky, Xiao Qinyan once again found herself at the Zhanhai Pavilion, perched upon a lofty cliff by the estuary of the Lanjiang River. Despite her fervent resistance to the events of that fateful night, feeling as though her innocence had been tarnished, this place possessed an inexplicable allure for her. Over the past year, she had been drawn back here time and again, unable to resist its pull. At this moment, draped in a fox fur cloak, Xiao Qinyan stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing out at the sea. Her mind involuntarily conjured vivid images from the past, causing her to momentarily lose herself in reverie. After an indeterminate span of time, a maid approached from behind, her tone respectful as she reported, Princess, young masterby is seeking an audience outside the pavilion. Do not let him in, Xiao Qinyan replied, her delicate brows knitting together. You all may withdraw. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Bai Yichen was, after all, the one she held dear in the vast realms of the 9 continents. It was for the sake of experiencing an extraordinary love with him in that blessed land that she had followed her soul's reincarnation into this realm. Yet, she had never anticipated the interference of Shen Xinghe, which left her at a loss on how to face Bai Yichen, often avoiding him instead. Deep within her heart, another figure frequently surfaced. What was it that they said? When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. It had been so long since she had seen that charming rogue, whose sweet words had once captivated her. With a tone tinged with melancholy, Xiao Qinyun murmured to herself. Her two autumn-like eyes gradually clouded with a veil of mist. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind her. Xiao Qinyun's brows furrowed in response. Her fair face shrouded in frost as she coldly exclaimed, "Did I not say that without my command, no one is allowed to enter? And if I insist on entering, what will you do about it?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Qinyun trembled, incredulity washing over her as she turned to face him. Shen Xinghe, when did you arrive?" "I have been here for a while," he replied nonchalantly. The implication struck her. Had he witnessed all that she had just done? Xiao Qinyun's face flushed crimson, embarrassment overwhelming her, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Shen Xinghe wasted no time with pleasantries, letting out a cold snort before inquiring gravely. "The Jiazi Divine Sword is a positioning tool of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect. If it is used to shatter the void, your location will be revealed, falling into the trap of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect. Am I mistaken?" Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, surprise flickered across Xiao Qinyun's face. How do you know? If I were unaware, I would be utterly trapped by you." Shen Xinghe let out a cold snort, advancing closer, and forcefully grasped the delicate, porcelain-like visage of Xiao Qinyun. As Xiao Qinyun felt the seething fury in Shen Xinghe's gaze, her slender form trembled involuntarily. Fear and an unusual emotion flickered in her eyes as she stammered. "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Shen Xinghe replied with a chilling laugh, lightly patting Xiao Qinyun's exquisite cheek. "Princess, tell me, if one commits a wrongdoing, should they not be punished?" "Yes, they should." Xiao Qinyun gasped, her breath quickening with anxiety. "It seems the princess possesses a clear understanding of right and wrong." Shen Xinghe smiled faintly, taking a seat at a nearby table, and said nonchalantly, "Prepare the ink." Hong Xiu promptly appeared, retrieving the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, arranging them meticulously on the table, ready to grind the ink. Upon seeing the array of writing supplies, Xiao Qinyun's eyes twitched slightly, stirring memories of a profound nature. Just then, Shen Xinghe abruptly commanded, "Let her grind herself." At his words, Hong Xiu ceased her actions immediately and respectfully stood behind Shen Xinghe. Xiao Qinyun obediently stepped forward, taking the ink stick and beginning to grind it in the inkstone. As she ground the ink, she grappled internally with conflicting thoughts, two voices arguing incessantly. "Xiao Qinyun, this scoundrel is clearly bullying you. Why do you obey him so? Yet, if I disobey, he will surely impose even harsher punishments. What choice do I have?" Watching the inky stick gradually dissolve and spread in the inkstone, anticipation of what was to come quickened her breath, a peculiar sensation coursing through her heart. Meanwhile, outside Zhanhai Pavilion, despite the refusal of his request for an audience, Bai Yichen remained unwilling to depart. Standing amidst the biting wind and snow, he hoped to catch a glimpse of Xiao Qinyun upon her exit. A female attendant, noticing his shivering form in the cold, felt a pang of sympathy and spoke up. "Young Master Bai, though the princess is reluctant to meet, it is said that your musical talent is unparalleled. Why not play a piece to convey your sentiments?" "Indeed, how did I not think of that? Thank you for the reminder." Bai Yichen's eyes lit up as he expressed his gratitude to the attendant. Shortly thereafter, a melody filled with deep emotion, poignant and sorrowful, resonated through the snowy winds outside the pavilion. He has not left. Inside Zhanhai Pavilion, Xiao Qinyun's hair cascaded like a waterfall, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Upon hearing the music from outside, her expression shifted subtly. "Do not move." Shen Xinghe's displeased voice came from behind. Xiao Qinyun clenched her teeth, refraining from moving, emitting soft gasps as her body quivered slightly. Listening to the distant melody, enduring Shen Xinghe's merciless punishment, an enigmatic sensation flowed within her heart. The following noon, Xiao Qinyun slowly awakened, feeling as if her entire body had been disassembled, plagued by persistent aches and lingering echoes of fatigue. A glance to her side revealed a sharp, chilling longsword resting upon the ground. Simultaneously, the words spoken by Shen Xinghe as he departed resonated in her ears. "Take this sword to Jiuzhou. I will personally come to retrieve it." "How dare you command me? You scoundrel? Even my father wouldn't dare to issue such orders." Xiao Qinyun hissed through gritted teeth. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand and grasped the folded brow sword. "No, I shall take this sword with me, awaiting your arrival to claim it. Should you dare to show yourself before me in Jiuzhou, I shall make you regret it." With a determined shake of her delicate fist, she resolved to stand her ground. Meanwhile, atop a mountain 1,000 miles away, Shen Xinghe gazed upon the majestic and formidable form of the 100-foot dragon, Xianxia, and remarked, "Your appearance is far too conspicuous. Could you not adopt a more ordinary guise?" Xianxia nodded and, with a mighty roar, soared into the sky, twisting and turning before diving back down, transforming into a coiling dragon ring that adorned Shen Xinghe's left index finger. "Excellent, this is much more suitable," Shen Xinghe said, satisfied as he twirled the ring on his finger. With a gentle stamp of his foot, he ascended from the mountain peak. The void above him shattered in an instant. Reviding a spatial passage. Without hesitation, Shen Xinghe stepped into the portal, departing from this modest haven of spring and autumn and entering the vast realm of Jiuzhou. Chapter 69. The confrontation of two celestial maidens at the moment Shen Xinghe broke through the void and ascended to Jiuzhou, thousands of miles away in the distant northern Liang. Li Fengxian, who was honing her martial prowess with a halberd amidst a vast expanse blanketed in deep snow, suddenly felt a stirring within her heart. She halted her movements, raising her gaze toward the south. In that instant, her sight pierced through the endless storm, catching sight of a figure striding upon the mountain peak, vanishing into the void. "Since you have ascended, what reason do I have to remain in this mortal realm?" Li Fengxian murmured, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. With a soft snort, she gathered her energy and shattered her own heart's pulse. Her enchanting phoenix-like eyes slowly closed, leaving behind a graceful form, propped against her halberd, standing resolutely amidst the swirling snow, gradually enveloped by the drifting white flakes. Several days later, within the southern Chu imperial palace, Xiao Qianyun sat listlessly at a table, her flawless alabaster hand gently caressing a long sword before her, then turning to gaze out the window. Gazing out the window at the desolate landscape, where the cold wind howls and the vegetation withers, her beautiful eyes glimmered as she murmured, "Boring, utterly boring. This mortal realm is so devoid of interest." With that, she lifted a cup from the table, brought it to her lips, and drained its contents in one swift motion. Moments latte. Her soft and delicate form languidly slumped over the table, her enchanting eyes slowly closing. Meanwhile, in the depths of the spring and autumn Daoists mountain gate, a forbidden area known as the Lotus Pool lay, off limits to all but the chosen. Ethereal mists swirled above the water, where gigantic lotus flowers blossomed, partially concealed in a hazy fog, resembling a scene from a celestial paradise. Upon some of the lotus platforms, figures sat in meditation. Those who had paid their dues to the spring and autumn Dao sect, their souls reborn to cultivate within this blessed land. On one of the lotus platforms sat a woman clad in white, her demeanor cool and composed. Her features and mannerisms bore a striking resemblance to Li Fengxian, possessing an upright posture akin to a jade pillar. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of vibrant vitality. As a gentle breeze swept by, she suddenly opened her eyes, their phoenix-like brilliance illuminating the surroundings as she rose gracefully from the lotus seat. Not far away, on another lotus platform, a graceful woman in purple, her face veiled by a light gauze, also slowly opened her eyes. The moment her gaze met the world, a refreshing wind caressed her hair, brightening the very essence of the atmosphere. Then, a flash of light appeared before her, materializing into a chillingly sharp sword. Drawing the sword, she stood tall. Li Fengxian turned her head, and upon seeing the sword in the woman's hand, her pupils constricted. Her delicate brows furrowed as she demanded, "Why is this sword in your possession?" Jiang Yuyao scoffed lightly, initially reluctant to engage with Li Fengxian. However, realizing this was an opportunity to provoke the woman before her, she shifted her gaze with a knowing smile and said leisurely, "Naturally, it was given to me. He has bestowed many gifts upon me." Li Fengxian's expression shifted dramatically, recalling the whispers she had heard in the blessed land. Her delicate fists instinctively clenched. Yet, she quickly inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury, and with a contemptuous smile, retorted, "I never imagined the pure and noble princess of Fuyao City would so shamelessly abandon her beloved in favor of another." As her words hung in the air, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the mists of the lotus pool to swirl, revealing Bai Yichen seated upon a lotus platform, a green lotus leaf gently swaying above him. Li Fengxian's words struck a painful chord in Jiang Yuyao's heart, causing her expression to shift dramatically. She clenched her silver teeth and retorted with a sarcastic edge, That is still preferable to those who are self-deluded and one-sidedly affectionate, yet still face disdain. Who are you referring to? Whoever it is, they will know. In an instant, the small lotus pond became a cauldron of tension, with the two women exuding a palpable animosity, suggesting that any disagreement could erupt into a fierce confrontation. On a slab of green stone beside the lotus pond sat an elder from the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, meditating. He was tasked with safeguarding the physical forms of souls reincarnated into this blessed land. Witnessing the rising quarrel between Li Fengxian and Jiang Yuyao, he felt a surge of anxiety. Both women hailed from formidable backgrounds, each more illustrious than the other. As a mere 11th level cultivator, he could not afford to offend either side. He could only stand by the pond and implore them gently, "Ladies, please temper your tempers. Cease this quarrel." As he spoke, he swiftly conveyed a warning through his spiritual senses to several other 11th level experts within the sect. The situation has changed. Jiang Yuyao has brought out Shen Xinghe's divine sword, and he may have quietly ascended to the 9 continents. Relay this information and ensure that all celestial ferry ports within 1,000,000 miles are closely monitored. Any suspicious individuals must be reported immediately. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak several 100,000 miles away from the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, Shen Xinghe inhaled deeply, gazing at the vast expanse before him, murmuring, "Is this truly what they call the 9 continents? Indeed, the heavens are high and the earth vast, far surpassing a mere blessed land." After ascending to the 9 continents, Shen Xinghe's first sensation was one of expansive freedom, a feeling of elation washing over him. It was as if a colossal dragon had emerged from a small pond into the boundless ocean, finally able to roam freely without restraint. After taking a moment to breathe in the fresh air, a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in Shen Xinghe's eyes. At present, my most pressing concern is to exit the influence of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect and swiftly familiarize myself with this realm of the 9 continents. However, the 9 continents are not like the blessed land. Their territories are vast and boundless, stretching millions of miles. Traveling alone would be exceedingly exhausting. It would be best to locate a celestial ferry port and embark on a celestial vessel for my journey. Moreover, the gathering of cultivators at these ports presents an excellent opportunity to gather information and acclimate to the 9 continents. With these thoughts, Shen Xinghe murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with determination. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, chose a direction at random, and soared into the sky. 3 days later, after numerous inquiries and disguises, the transformed Shen Xinghe finally arrived at a celestial ferry port known as Guazhu Ferry. This port was situated atop a high mountain, with towering cliffs serving as its docks. A fleet of celestial ferries, each with its unique form, lay anchored upon the boundless sea of clouds at the cliff's edge. Much like many other celestial docks, this place transcends mere transit. It is a bustling marketplace of ethereal beings. Ascending the mountainside, one passes beneath an archway inscribed with the words Guazhu Ferry, arriving at a lively thoroughfare. Along both sides of the street, towering pavilions stand proudly. Establishments such as the Wanbao Tower, Qinji Workshop, Bundled Goods Pavilion, and Drunken Spring House offer a plethora of wares. Countless pedestrians traverse the thoroughfare, entering and exiting the pavilions and shops. At a glance, it appears no different from an ordinary, bustling market. Shen Xinghe stood beneath the lofty arch, his gaze fixed upon the Drunken Spring House. There, enchanting maidens adorned in vibrant skirts swayed gracefully, their flowing sleeves dancing in the breeze. Stationed by the second-floor railing, they playfully called out to passers-by, prompting Shen Xinghe to exclaim, "Who says immortals lack charm? It is indeed the art of cultivation that brings forth such allure." However, as a refined scholar of noble character, Shen Xinghe could not possibly indulge in such frivolities in broad daylight. At the very least, he must attend to his responsibilities first. Previously, in a fierce battle at the Northtown Pass, he had vanquished 6 golden core immortals, seizing a wealth of precious treasures from them. Yet, as his cultivation advanced, those treasures had lost their significance for him. Shen Xinghe entered a celestial shop named Yunzhong Tower, where he exchanged all his items for the celestial currency widely circulated throughout the 9 continents. The divine currency of the 9 continents is categorized into 4 types, ranked by value, the highest being the golden essence copper coins, crafted from the 5 elements divine gold, adorned with celestial patterns such as the rainbow bridging the sun and auspicious clouds from the east. Next are the exquisite spirit jades, engraved with landscapes, followed by ordinary spirit stones, which bear floral and avian motifs. The value of these currencies decreases in order, with an exchange rate of 1 to 100. Ultimately, Shen Xinghe sold all his possessions, receiving 3 golden essence copper coins and 72 celestial coins in return. With the coin pouch in hand, he departed from Yunzhong Tower, strolling along the thoroughfare, intending to explore the celestial marketplace for new curiosities. However, as he brushed past a finely dressed mother and son, the youth, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, suddenly appeared to sense something. He turned back, fixating on the ring on Shen Xinghe's left index finger, transformed by Xianxia. A glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. Grasping the sleeve of the woman beside him, he pointed at Shen Xinghe and declared, "Mother, I want that ring on his hand." The elegantly attired woman halted, following her son's gaze. Upon seeing the ring on Shen Xinghe's finger, she did not inquire about the boy's reasoning, but called out to Shen Xinghe as retreating figure, "You, stop right there." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Shen Xinghe's spirit stirred slightly. Pause for a moment and cast your gaze backward. Not far behind, a pair of elegantly dressed individuals, a mother and her son, exuded an air of superiority. "Were you just calling for me?" "What a silly question. If not you, then who else?" The middle-aged woman, adorned in resplendent attire, scoffed, her expression radiating unyielding pride. With a nonchalant glance at Shen Xinghe, she assertively declared, "Consider yourself fortunate. My son has taken a liking to your ring. Name your price, and we shall purchase it." Shen Xinghe furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "I shall not sell this ring." "Not for sale?" The woman let out a cold huff, her demeanor darkening instantly. "That is not for you to decide." Shen Xinghe's countenance also turned icy as he retorted, "What, do you intend to seize it by force?" "If necessary, yes. What do you do about it?" The young man, clad in opulent garments, sneered derisively at Shen Xinghe, lifting his chin in arrogance. "You should inquire about our esteemed Sun family of Xianxia. Anything I desire has always been within my grasp." Chapter 71. With a snap, a life is taken. The wrath of a golden core master descends. Upon hearing the name of the Sun family, Shen Xinghe felt a flicker of intrigue and recognized the merit in the boy's words, deciding it prudent to gather further information. Thus, he inquired of the passers-by, "Esteemed friends, who might the Sun family of Xianxia be? Could anyone enlighten me? If you are unaware of the Sun family, you must not be a local cultivator. They are the most formidable lineage within tens of thousands of miles, with a golden core ancestor presiding over them." One bystander warned, "You cannot afford to provoke them. It is best to surrender the ring." Hearing these words, Shen Xinghe's confidence surged. After all, it turned out this was merely a minor golden core family. Observing the haughty demeanor of the mother and son, one might mistakenly think they had a formidable powerhouse backing them. Shen Xinghe quietly scoffed to himself, yet, for the sake of caution, he resolved to probe further into their backgrounds. Thus, he feigned concern and stated solemnly, "What of this golden core ancestor? Does having such support grant one license to act with impunity?" Indeed, the presence of a golden core ancestor does bestow such privilege. The young man smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. "If you are wise, you will hand over the ring without resistance. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. If I refuse, do you truly intend to resort to force?" Shen Xinghe's brow knitted tightly as he insisted, "Let us not forget, dueling is strictly prohibited within the ferry terminal. This rule is absolute. The golden core immortal overseeing Guazhou Ferry would not tolerate such recklessness." Yet, upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, the young man erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Rules? Those are meant for you wandering cultivators without backing, not for someone of my stature. To speak candidly, the golden core immortal stationed at Guazhou Ferry is an intimate friend of my ancestral clan, the Sun family. Even if I were to kill you publicly today, I would face no repercussions. So it is, I comprehend now." Shen Xinghe nodded lightly, having gleaned a general understanding of the situation in the 9 provinces through this brief exchange. In truth, it bears little difference from the mortal realm of the spring and autumn paradises. Brute strength reigns supreme. More critically, he had ascertained that the audacious arrogance of this youth stemmed from the mere backing of 2 golden core cultivators. One could only wonder where he derived such audacity, daring to flaunt his power before him, utterly ignorant of the meaning of mortality. Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's admission of understanding, the elegantly dressed youth mistakenly believed he had instilled fear in Shen, which only served to inflate his pride further. He extended his hand towards Shen Xinghe, demanding imperiously, "Now that you comprehend, Are you not hastening to surrender that ring? I'd rather not. Shen Xinghe retorted with a cold laugh, raising his right palm, fingers curling to unleash a formidable burst of sword energy. In an instant, it shot forth, piercing through the youth's brow. A stark crimson dot appeared on his forehead, and the light in his eyes faded rapidly, extinguished in the blink of an eye. So, the middle-aged woman shrieked, rushing to embrace the lifeless body of the youth, her cries filled with disbelief. Yet, no matter how she wailed, she could not summon back her son's life. Shen Xinghe's sudden and thunderous strike left the onlookers around them in profound shock. No one anticipated that Shen Xinghe would kill the youth at the slightest provocation. Alas, this young man acted too impulsively. The youth was a direct descendant of the Sun family, of noble lineage. His death at Guazu Ferry would surely not be overlooked by the Sun family. Even the Golden Core Immortal overseeing Guazu Ferry could not remain indifferent. This young man was likely to face dire consequences. The finger snap he had executed seemed to unleash an invisible sword chi. Could it be that he is a martial artist? Yet, to what realm has he ascended? At that moment, an angry bellow echoed from a distant mountaintop. Who dares to commit such a crime at Guazu Ferry, slaying the bloodline of my dear friend? As the voice fell, a dazzling golden light erupted from the summit. A resplendent celestial radiance ascended to the heavens, then abruptly dove downwards. In an instant, it hovered above the mountainside, transforming into a white-haired elder clad in yellow, who looked down upon Shen Xinghe with an imposing presence and a frigid glare. Seeing the elder arrive, the middle-aged woman felt as though she had found her anchor. She immediately pointed at Shen Xinghe, gritting her teeth, and beseeched the elder, Senior Wu. It was this man who killed my Long-er. I implore you to take action, seize him, and exact vengeance for Long-er. The elderly man surnamed Wu looked down upon Shen Xinghe, his voice laced with fury as he thundered, "You audacious wretch! Do you even comprehend your transgressions? Oh, pray tell, what crime have I committed?" Shen Xinghe's gaze was as frigid as ice, and he let out a disdainful snort. With that utterance, he allowed a mere fraction of his martial prowess to seep outward. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a tumultuous storm brewed, with thunder reverberating through the heavens. It was as if the heavens themselves were incensed, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire Guazu Ferry. Chapter 72. My rules are unyielding. What is happening? Why is the sky suddenly transformed? It must be due to that young man in white. In a fit of rage, he has managed to alter the very fabric of nature. He must be at least a 7th realm martial artist. What? A 7th realm martial artist. Such a being is akin to a Golden Core Immortal. This young man possesses such formidable power at an age so tender, it is utterly astonishing. Could he be an ancient being who has returned to youth? Witnessing the astonishing spectacle of the sky's tumult, the throngs of onlookers were immediately struck with awe and trepidation. Even the elderly man Wu found his pupils constricting and his expression shifting. The previously arrogant demeanor he bore was swiftly subdued. With uncertainty, he gazed at Shen Xinghe and inquired solemnly, "Who exactly are you?" "What I am is of no concern to you," Shen Xinghe retorted coldly, his voice unyielding. "Do you seek vengeance for this young man?" The elderly man Wu was no fool. He would never risk incurring the wrath of an unknown entity of equal standing over a mere junior. However, as the guardian of Guazu Ferry, he could not allow himself to be intimidated before the crowd by Shen Xinghe's mere words. Thus, he steeled himself and invoked the authority of his backing, declaring in a low voice, "Guazu Ferry is the celestial crossing of the Hidden Moon sect. Personal duels are strictly forbidden within its confines. Your brazen act of violence here is quite against our regulations." "Those are your regulations. My rules permit no disrespect without dire consequences." Shen Xinghe's gaze remained icy as he fixed it upon Wu, his tone measured yet resolute. "I have heard of your close ties with the Golden Core ancestor of the Lingxiu Sun family. Are you here to defend your old friend's descendants?" Under the chilling scrutiny of Shen Xinghe's gaze, the elderly man Wu felt a shiver run down his spine, a sudden chill enveloping him. It was as if uttering a single wrong word could lead to his demise. A colossal crimson character for danger flashed in his mind, pulsating with urgency. What on earth is this young man's origin? He is certainly no ordinary 7th realm martial artist. He may possess even greater strength or formidable hidden cards. In any case, he is not someone I can provoke. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the elderly man's forehead, and he hastily replied, "You jest, sir. I'm scarcely acquainted with the ancestor of the Lingxiu Sun family. We are merely passing acquaintances." The middle-aged woman, adorned in splendid attire, was rendered speechless upon hearing those words. She hastily knelt on the ground, imploring the Elder Wu with tearful cries. "Elder Wu, please do not be intimidated by this scoundrel. How profound can his abilities be at such a tender age? Is merely a facade. If you wield your powers, you will undoubtedly subdue him effortlessly. Our ancestors will be eternally grateful and will reward you handsomely." Silence. The Elder Wu was immediately incensed. He had just intended to turn the tide in his favor, and her words were driving him toward ruin. Fixing a cold glare upon the woman, he admonished in a deep, furious tone, "Your son's arrogance and tyranny are the very reasons for his current misfortune. He has brought this upon himself, and bears no blame from others." Upon hearing this, the woman's countenance turned ashen, yet she remained unwilling to concede, murmuring through her tears, "But he is still just a child." The failure to educate one's offspring is the fault of the parents. The blame for today's events lies entirely with you, wretched woman. If you continue to pester me, you shall join him. The Elder Wu scoffed, fearful that her incessant whining would ensnare him further. A glint of lethal intent flashed in his eyes as he swept his sleeve, unleashing a black whirlwind that extinguished her spirit in an instant, leaving her lifeless on the ground. Turning to Shen Xinghe, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, stating, "This mother and son duo have offended you and have received their just punishment. I hope my actions are to your satisfaction." Observing the Elder Wu's decisive execution of the woman, Shen Xinghe was taken aback. Nevertheless, he could genuinely sense the Elder's strong will to survive. Since the Elder had gone to such lengths, Shen Xinghe chose not to press him further. He merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning and departing. As Shen Xinghe's figure faded from view, the Elder Wu let out a profound sigh of relief, his palms drenched in cold sweat, experiencing a palpable thrill of having escaped death. It had been many years since he had felt such a potent sense of life-and-death crisis after breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Taking a deep breath, he waved his sleeve to gather the bodies of the Sun family and swiftly retreated to his cave dwelling. Once both Shen Xinghe and the Elder Wu had left, the surrounding crowd began to converge, their astonishment evident as they engaged in fervent discussions. Who exactly was that young man? At such a young age, possessing such extraordinary martial prowess. How come we have never heard of him before? Perhaps he is a young powerhouse from another continent? After all, with the imminent opening of the Immortal Gourd Paradise, young elites from the 9 continents are gathering here in our Immortal Gourd continent. Is indeed plausible, especially since he seemed unaware of the Sun family from Xianxia. With the opening of the Immortal Gourd Paradise, the assembly of the younger generation's strong contenders promised to ignite fierce rivalries and conflicts. Unbeknownst to many, the exquisite treasures birthed within the celestial cave of the Xianxia Island await to whom they shall fall. Amidst the murmurings of the crowd behind him, Shen Xinghe had already arrived at the bustling hall of the Guazi Ferry. For the price of 20 floral and avian coins, he procured a ticket for the swiftest vessel heading north, along with a geomantic chart of Xianxia Island. As he made his way to the ferry, the discussions around him revealed a significant piece of information. The island he now stood upon housed a renowned Xianxia cave, which nurtured a singular celestial root of heaven and earth. This extraordinary entity underwent cycles of decay and revival every millennium, blossoming every 3,000 years, bearing fruit after another 3,000, and reaching maturity yet again after another 3,000 years. Only once every 10,000 years would it yield 7 gourds, each embodying profound truths of the universe, capable of being refined into magical artifacts of infinite utility. Given the immense value of this celestial root, no mountain-dwelling immortal could claim alone. Moreover, as a modest cave, the Xianxia cave's interior was fragile, prohibiting entry to cultivators of the 5th realm and above. Consequently, the myriad sects of Xianxia Island reached an accord. Whenever the celestial root matured and the cave's entrance was opened, each sect could dispatch their elite disciples to compete for the opportunities within. Additionally, ambitious young talents from other great continents would traverse great distances to partake in this grand event, marking a fierce contest among the younger generation of practitioners across the 9 continents. The Xianxia cave, housing the celestial root, could only produce 7 treasure gourds once every 10,000 years. Shen Xinghe gently stroked his chin, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "I shall claim 7. Is that too much to ask?" Chapter 73. The nascent soul battles the golden elixir. The advantage is mine. Above the cloud sea before the Guazu ferry, magnificent celestial vessels floated with grandeur. These vessels, each with distinct forms, varied from colossal tortoise-shaped ships capable of traversing vast expanses of cloud to entire mountain islands suspended in midair, inscribed with immortal formations, soaring through the skies. Among them was Shen Xinghe's vessel, an immense redwood ship, boasting a length exceeding 100 yards, gliding gracefully over the endless cloud sea. The lower deck was laden with cargo, while the upper portion featured an imposing 5-story structure. Upon validating his ticket and boarding, Shen Xinghe retreated to his chamber. Seated at the table in the center of the room, he unfurled the geomantic chart of Xianxia Island before him, focusing intently. The map illustrated the island's topography, broad at both ends and narrow in the center, resembling a colossal treasure gourd, thus the island's name. The expanse of Xianxia Island could be divided into 2 regions, upper and lower, with the central constriction serving as the boundary. The vast map was dotted with conspicuous azure points, each marking a notable location. Each small point represents a celestial ferry scattered throughout the enchanting Xianxia Isle. Shen Xinghe's gaze swept across the map, swiftly locating the position of Guazu Ferry. Nestled in the southwest region of the lower Xianxia Isle, at the lower left corner of the entire map, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, the mightiest sect of immortal cultivators is the Xianxia Daoists, which governs the Xianxia blessed land and boasts 12 formidable masters. The renowned Xianxia Dantian is situated at the heart of the upper region of Xianxia Isle, marked distinctly on the geomantic map. Shen Xinghe silently estimated the distance from Guazu Ferry to Xianxia Dantian. The straight-line distance on the map already reached an astonishing several million miles. If one were to travel by celestial ferry, the actual journey could exceed 10 million miles. This, mind you, is merely a single isle among the 9 continents. Moreover, it is said that Xianxia Isle is the smallest among the 9 continents. The vastness of the central divine continent is more than 10 times that of Xianxia Isle. One can only imagine the sheer expanse of the 9 continents. It is no wonder that the golden core cultivators of Xianxia Daozong possess such an air of superiority, viewing the Xianxia blessed land as a trifling pond. However, the distance in this case serves as a blessing for me. The long voyage could nearly elevate me to the 9th realm of martial arts. After all, Xianxia Dantian will not open for another 2 years, so there is ample time, and no need for haste. Shen Xinghe murmured, as a glimmer of light flickered in his palm, revealing 3 golden essence copper coins he had just acquired from the Cloud Tower. Previously, having vanquished 6 golden core immortals in the Xianxia blessed land, he had already encountered the celestial coins of Tianxiang, Shanshui, and Huanyao, while sorting through the possessions of those 6 individuals. Yet, this was his first sighting of the most valuable golden essence copper coins. The 3 coins were slightly larger than the mundane copper coins circulated within the Xianxia blessed land, heavy in hand, shimmering with golden light. The reverse side of the coins bore an intricate design depicting an immortal achieving enlightenment and ascending amidst clouds, while the obverse side featured 4 distinct inscriptions: Flying Dragon in the Sky, Eternal Righteousness, Yuan Heng Li Zhen, among others. It is said that this golden essence is of innate origin and is an indispensable material for forging divine weapons of the 9 heavens. The quantity of this substance remains constant in the world, yet powerful beings continually gather golden essence to refine divine weapons, resulting in a dwindling supply over time, thus enhancing its value. These 3 diminutive golden essence copper coins, though gleaming brightly and appearing as new, may have circulated in the world for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Shen Xinghe fixated on the 3 coins in his hand, murmuring softly. At that moment, he suddenly felt a slight tremor throughout the room. The celestial ferry had finally set sail and was in motion. Shen Xinghe approached the window, opened it, and gazed outside, where a sea of clouds billowed gracefully. Mountains of various shapes emerged from the vast sea of clouds, retreating gracefully as the celestial vessel embarked on its journey. Instantly, the scenery appeared picturesque, filling the heart with tranquility, and thus began a moment of contemplation and enlightenment. In the mind's eye, a mysterious scroll unfolded. A diminutive figure, imbued with an ethereal essence, boarded a grand ship, sailing across the expansive canvas towards the horizon, leaving behind a shimmering golden trail. Meanwhile, in the spring and autumn Dao sect, situated hundreds of thousands of miles away, within a spacious and radiant hall, An elderly man with graying hair held a crimson communication jade pendant in his hand. His gaze swept across the other individuals present, and he spoke. I have just received a report indicating the appearance of a mysterious 7th-level martial artist at Guazhou Crossing. Although there are discrepancies in his appearance, it is possible he is the rogue who has emerged from the blessed land in disguise. Brothers, who among you will venture forth? As soon as the elder finished speaking, a middle-aged man clad in black stood up and asserted, Allow me to go. If it truly is that brat, I shall surely break his limbs and bring him back to the sect. The elder cast a glance at the man in black and replied, Song, although that rogue hails from the lower realms, his strength is formidable. You must exercise caution and never underestimate him. Rest assured, brother, the middle-aged man retorted dismissively. Even if that lad possesses exceptional talent, he is merely at the golden core stage. In such a short span of time, how could he possibly attain the nascent soul? With my nascent soul cultivation, capturing him will be a breeze. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the elder's concerns deepened. He turned his gaze towards a woman in blue, who sat with her eyes closed, and said, Wang, you should accompany Song. It will be prudent for you both to support one another. At this declaration, the expressions of everyone in the hall shifted subtly, revealing their surprise. They nodded in agreement, proclaiming, Indeed, let Sister Wang accompany Brother Song. Sister Wang is a nascent soul sword cultivator, and her innate flying sword is exceedingly formidable. Once unleashed, even some transformation stage experts must evade its edge. With the two of them together, no matter how capable that lad may be, he shall undoubtedly be unable to stir any waves. Amidst the discussions, the woman in blue opened her eyes, which gleamed like sharp lightning, illuminating the hall. Her expression remained serene as she rose gracefully, acknowledging her orders with a soft affirmation before turning to exit the hall. Brother, you're placing too much importance on that Shen Xinghe. A mere ant from the lower realms does not warrant such a grand mobilization. The black-clad Song cultivator huffed in dissatisfaction, feeling somewhat slighted. However, having reached this point, he refrained from further comment, sweeping his sleeve as he exited the hall. He and the woman in blue soared into the sky as two streaks of sword light, heading towards Guazhou Crossing. The elder gazed at the sword light created by the two figures as it receded into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly as he murmured, a Yuan Ing confronting a golden core, and it's 2 against 1. No matter how one computes it, the advantage rests with me. Thus, it should be utterly foolproof. Chapter 74. In truth, I am a Yuan Ing practitioner. The celestial fairy, upon departing from Guazhou, soared through the winds and clouds, journeying northward at a pace of thousands of miles each day. Shen Xinghe, finding himself with ample leisure, would retreat to his chamber, seated by the window, admiring the vast and magnificent landscapes below, contemplating the Dao through the scenery. Alternatively, he would allow Xianxia to transform into a string of prayer beads, which he would idly manipulate while engrossed in his reading. His cultivation in Confucianism, Taoism, and martial arts steadily advanced alongside the journey, continuously refining his prowess. On occasion, when fatigue from reading set in, Shen Xinghe would summon Hongxiu to knead his shoulders and legs, allowing himself to unwind. He might also ascend to the 3rd level's tea hall to sip tea, engaging in light-hearted conversation with fellow passengers to pass the time, while discreetly gathering intelligence regarding the affairs of the 9 continents. Days passed in a tranquil manner, and before he knew it, 10 days had slipped by. They had traversed more than half of their journey and were nearing the next celestial ferry terminal, which lay beyond the influence of the Chunqiu Dao sect. Once he arrived there and transferred to another ferry, Shen Xinghe would be able to completely shed the threat posed by the Chunqiu Dao sect. As long as he exercised caution and refrained from revealing his true identity, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to trace his whereabouts. On that afternoon, Shen Xinghe, as was his custom, ventured to the tea hall, sharing a table with several other passengers. No sooner had he seated himself than he overheard fellow travelers animatedly discussing the Xianhu Cave Heaven and the young masters of the 9 continents. A millennium prior, the Xianhu Cave Heaven yielded 7 gourds, several of which were refined into sword-nurturing gourds, highly coveted by sword cultivators across the realm. Thus, with the opening of the Xianhu Cave Heaven, sword cultivators from all corners were eager to participate. It was said that more than half of the top 10 young sword cultivators from the North Ming Sword Continent had already set forth for Xianhu Continent. Even from the Central Land Divine Continent, which is regarded as the cradle of sword cultivation, several promising sword practitioners had crossed continents to arrive. It is widely acknowledged that among practitioners of the same realm, sword cultivators possess the most formidable lethality. In terms of sheer combat prowess, they often surpass those of a higher realm. The 10 young talents of Xianhu continent, while undoubtedly exceptional, might find it challenging to gain the upper hand against these incoming sword cultivators. Moreover, it was rumored that Princess Jiang Yuyao of the Fuyo continent had also arrived at Xianhu continent and was currently engaged in a cycle of enlightenment within the Chunqiu Dao sect. She would soon emerge to head north, participating in the contest for the treasures of the Xianhu cave heaven. Upon hearing the name Jiang Yuyao, Shen Xinghe's gaze sharpened momentarily. On the night before his ascension, he had inquired about her from Xiao Qianyun and learned that her name in the 9 continents was indeed Jiang Yuyao. At that time, Jiang Yuyao had sat above, her long hair flowing as she looked down upon Shen Xinghe with an air of unparalleled arrogance. Claiming an esteemed identity within the realm of the 9 continents, one must heed the wisdom of submission, for should one ascend and wish to escape torment and demise, it is prudent to acquiesce rather than confront. The inevitable consequence would be the merciless suppression by Shen Xinghe, leading to a lamentation that evokes the image of a weeping pear blossom. However, after extensive inquiries during his days in the 9 continents, Shen Xinghe has finally unraveled the illustrious background of Jiang Yuyao, which indeed surpasses all imagination in its grandeur and power. Even among the few passengers sharing a table with Shen Xinghe, upon hearing her name, they could not suppress their exclamations of awe. In the vast expanse of the 9 continents, aside from the central divine continent, our human race occupies 2.5 of the outer realms. Centuries ago, the southern Fuyo continent was still under the domain of the demon race. It was only through the valiant efforts of the formidable Jiang Wentian, a practitioner of the 14 realms who descended southward, engaging in a blood-soaked battle against the great demons of Fuyo City, that half of the continent was claimed. As Jiang Wentian's only daughter, Jiang Yuyao is regarded as a treasured jewel, and it is not an exaggeration to call her the princess of Fuyo continent. Legend has it that her beauty is unparalleled, a true epitome of grace that captivates the 9 continents. What manner of man could possibly be worthy of such an ethereal being, so pure and unattainable? Hearing the nearby gentleman's admiration, Shen Xinghe's expression turned peculiar, as vivid images of her tear-streaked face and her nails digging into her back while she cried out for mercy surfaced in his mind. Were it not for witnessing that side of her, he might have believed the praises sung about her purity. However, that particular state of hers could only be evoked through profound and continued interaction. Under normal circumstances, she maintained an air of aloofness and regal dignity, keeping others at a distance. Thus, in a sense, describing her as pure and unapproachable is not entirely inaccurate. After all, aside from Shen Xinghe, no one else in this world has glimpsed Jiang Yuyao's other side. Contemplating this, Shen Xinghe felt an inexplicable sense of pride and satisfaction in possessing such a rare treasure. A subtle smile gracing his lips. "What is amiss with you, my friend? Why the sudden lewd smile?" questioned the young cultivator who had earlier expressed his admiration, eyeing Shen Xinghe with curiosity. "Oh, nothing. I simply recalled something delightful," Shen Xinghe replied, taking a sip of tea to maintain his composure. The young cultivator scrutinized Shen Xinghe for a moment, then asked with intrigue, "Why do I sense no trace of spiritual energy emanating from you? Are you, perchance, a mere mortal?" Although the celestial vessels of the 9 continents are not solely reserved for the immortal beings atop the mountains and any wealthy individual, including ordinary mortals, may board, such instances are indeed rare. Thus, the youth found himself intrigued by Shen Xinghe, who appeared unremarkable and devoid of any discernible aura of cultivation. "It is not that I lack cultivation. Rather, it is your own limited perception that cannot discern my true realm. In truth, I am a practitioner of the nascent soul stage." Shen Xinghe poured himself another cup of tea and spoke calmly. "If you are a nascent soul cultivator, then I must be a formidable being at the pinnacle of the 5th realm." The young cultivator burst into laughter, and the 2 other cultivators at the table also chuckled, clearly dismissing Shen Xinghe's words. At that moment, the young cultivator's gaze fixated on the mysterious black bead bracelet that Shen Xinghe was adorning. His eyes gleamed with interest as he inquired, "Brother, this bracelet looks exquisite, dark and lustrous. Where did you purchase it?" "It is not for sale. It is a genuine manifestation of a black dragon." "Ha! If you don't wish to share, that's fine, but why concoct such an obvious lie to deflect?" The young cultivator scoffed, his tone dripping with disbelief. Yet, his gaze remained glued to the black dragon bracelet in Shen Xinghe's hand, revealing his desire to hold and admire it. At that moment, the celestial ship that was sailing suddenly jolted, coming to a halt. The expressions of the many cultivators in the tea hall shifted, revealing their confusion and uncertainty. Then, voices from outside pierced the air. Who goes there? Why do you obstruct our celestial vessel? We are nascent soul elders of the Spring and Autumn Dao sect, suspecting that a target we seek is concealed aboard this ship. We require a thorough inspection. Chapter 75. The wrath of a nascent soul alters the heavens. It was indeed a nascent soul powerhouse from the Spring and Autumn Dao sect. There was someone aboard this vessel whom they were pursuing. The simultaneous appearance of two nascent soul cultivators raised questions about the identity of their target. Capable of mobilizing such forces, could it also be a nascent soul cultivator? Who could it be? Upon hearing the conversation from outside, the cultivators in the tea hall were taken aback, their eyes shimmering with curiosity. This tea hall was located at the forefront of the third level of the ship, with windows on three sides perpetually open. Everyone turned to look, and through the windows, they could witness the unfolding events outside. The young cultivator seated with Shen Xinghe let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest as he addressed Shen Xinghe. Fortunately, it is not an attack by a great demon, merely an obstruction for inquiry. It does indeed concern us ordinary loose cultivators much. Indeed, it does not pertain to you. Shen Xinghe replied, nodding lightly with an air of tranquility, filling his cup anew. He then stood and made his way towards the window. Hey, where are you going? The young cultivator was taken aback, astonished, and called out to Shen Xinghe's retreating figure. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. As Shen Xinghe advanced, his previously unassuming aura began to surge with every step he took. With each stride, his cultivation level ascended dramatically, from mud body to chi refining, to divine intent, to cave dwelling, to sea observation, to golden core. By the time he reached the windowsill, his cultivation aura had ascended to the Yuanying realm. With a gentle stamp of his foot, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring out through the window. The young cultivator gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment as he realized that this individual was indeed a formidable Yuanying master. Recollecting the words he had exchanged with Shen Xinghe moments earlier, a wave of apprehension washed over him, causing him to break into a cold sweat, filled with regret for his earlier lack of restraint. Had he unwittingly offended this Yuanying powerhouse, he would have been utterly oblivious to the peril that awaited him. The vessel, a celestial fairy, was guarded by a powerful golden core cultivator. Upon learning that the individuals blocking their path were two Yuanying elders from the Trinchio Dao sect, he was taken aback and dared not display any negligence. He hurriedly exited from the upper deck of the ship, clasping his fists in greeting to the two elders. He intended to exchange pleasantries and welcome them aboard, while also conducting a thorough search for their quarry. However, at that very moment, an astonishing aura of immense cultivation erupted from the cabin behind him, sending a tremor through his senses. In an instant, a figure stepped forth, ascending to the heavens. It transformed into a tall, handsome youth clad in white, his robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of confidence and nonchalance. Without uttering a word, he soared through the skies, charging directly towards the two Yuanying cultivators of the Trinchio Dao sect. Shen Xinghe, it is indeed you. You have managed to cultivate to the Yuanying realm. Though Shen Xinghe had altered his appearance, the two elders, having witnessed his unparalleled prowess in slaying 6 golden core immortals after the Tianmen incident, immediately recognized him by his aura. The black-clad elder song's pupils constricted in shock upon sensing Shen Xinghe's formidable energy fluctuations. Even a normally aloof and expressionless woman of the Wang clan felt her heart race, astonished by the unexpected breakthrough in Shen Xinghe's cultivation. No one could have anticipated that Shen Xinghe's abilities would advance so dramatically in such a short span of time. His talent was nothing short of terrifying. If left unchecked, his growth could become uncontrollable. It was imperative that they capture or eliminate him today. The two exchanged a resolute glance, their determination solidified. Elder Song, enraged by Shen Xinghe's audacity to confront both of them, felt deeply offended. With a heavy snort, he summoned forth a black flag, gripping it tightly in his hand, and coldly admonished, Shen Xinghe, how dare you, a mere flickering firefly, challenge the brilliance of the full moon? How audacious to dare engage in combat with me and my esteemed sister Wang. Such arrogance is simply beyond comprehension. Surrender at once. As the words left his lips, he forcefully waved the grand flag in his grasp. Instantly, an astonishingly terrifying pressure emanated from the flag. In the heavens above, the winds and clouds transformed in an instant as endless dark clouds converged. A menacing black dragon's head, measuring 100 feet in diameter, emerged from the swirling mass of clouds. It opened its colossal jaws and unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. A fierce black wind erupted from its mouth, transforming into a dreadful tempest, sweeping across the sky towards Shen Xinghe. The blue-clad woman, a practitioner of the nascent soul stage, wasted no words. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she issued a sharp command, opening her mouth. Immediately, an icy gust flowed forth, coalescing into a crystalline sword, seemingly forged from pure ice. The blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, surrounded by a flurry of frost and snow. Wherever it passed, the void itself seemed to freeze. Encased in a layer of frost, it transformed into a frosty divine rainbow, hurtling towards Shen Xinghe. Is this the true power of a nascent soul cultivator? Indeed, the fury of the nascent soul stage alters the very fabric of the heavens. This is no mere rumor. It possesses genuine celestial prowess. The blue-clad woman is a nascent soul sword cultivator. Among cultivators of the same stage, sword practitioners hold great respect, and even a divine transformation expert would likely tread carefully in the face of a nascent soul sword cultivator's life sword. The young man in white was already at a disadvantage facing two opponents, and with the addition of a sword cultivator, his prospects today seemed grim. The numerous cultivators aboard the celestial vessel were awestruck as they witnessed the two nascent soul experts unleash their formidable techniques, shaking the very heavens. They instinctively held their breath, revealing expressions of tension and concern. Yet, in the face of the fierce assault from the two nascent soul cultivators, Shen Xinghe exhibited no fear. Instead, a derisive smile graced his lips, betraying a sense of disdain. Back at the North Town Pass, when he had merely entered the Golden Core stage, he had effortlessly countered 5 adversaries of the same rank, wielding an 8th-grade treasure to turn the tide. How could he be intimidated by just 2 opponents now? Shen Xinghe regarded them with utter indifference. A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes as he issued a low command. Forming a seal with his hands and sweeping his sleeves, his formidable power surged forth. In an instant, the void behind him rippled, and a radiant moon slowly ascended. Chapter 76. A single fist shatters the flying sword. 2 fingers slay the nascent soul. As Shen Xinghe formed the seal with his hands and waved them, he unleashed his divine power. The space behind him erupted with brilliant light as a pure white moon rose majestically, casting a serene and chilling glow. Following this, the surrounding void trembled, revealing an expansive ocean of boundless grandeur. A winding river, resembling a jade ribbon, flowed from the distant horizon, stretching for miles and cascading into the sea. In the vicinity of Shen Xinghe, a realm spanning 1,000 fathoms suddenly transformed into an expansive canvas, reminiscent of the moon's reflection upon a vast river. Shen Xinghe, akin to a graceful celestial being under the moonlight, traversed the void with an air of elegance. While the scene of this divine manifestation bore a striking resemblance to the once glorious moon rising over the sea, it was fundamentally different. Over the past year, Shen Xinghe had journeyed through the spring and autumn-blessed lands, exploring the world's breathtaking landscapes. Amidst his contemplations, he had diligently pursued the mysteries of a cryptic scroll within his mind, as well as the enigma of a mysterious figure. Gradually, he began to unravel its secrets and attain profound insights. The 3 guiding principles he discerned: reading myriad books, traveling extensive distances, and observing the mountains and seas of the world, each corresponded to the paths of Confucian cultivation, martial prowess, and immortal ascension. Within these 3 avenues of spiritual development, Confucian scholars cultivate understanding through literature, nurturing their inherent righteous spirit. Warriors hone their bodies through martial training, with the essence of cultivation lying in the enhancement of physical strength. Although the methods of immortal practitioners appear primarily focused on cultivating qi, the ultimate aim of this practice is to refine qi into the void, ultimately achieving the state of the primordial spirit where the essence resides. These 3 paths of cultivation correspond to the human trifecta of essence, qi, and spirit, ultimately converging in the pursuit of the profound principles of heaven and earth. Upon realizing this, Shen Xinghe pondered the possibility of merging his three distinct practices, which had previously operated independently, into a singular, more formidable divine technique. After over 6 months of exploration, he finally discerned a method to initially lay the groundwork with the Taoist techniques of immortal practitioners, and then, amid the celestial phenomena born of these techniques, to recite poetry that resonated with their essence. This would create a harmonious resonance, allowing the noble literary spirit to bridge the realms of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing the vitality and charm of the divine manifestation. Ultimately, drawing upon his martial prowess, he would immerse himself within the extraordinary phenomena of the divine. Every gesture and stance would embody the might of the cosmos, its power nothing short of terrifying. Today marked the first occasion on which Shen Xinghe wielded this newfound technique in combat. With graceful movements and steps that seemed to dance upon the air, he strode confidently within the celestial manifestations. With each step, he recited a line of exquisite poetry aloud. The spring river's tidal waters meet the sea's expanse. The moon above the ocean rises with the tides, shimmering along the waves for thousands of miles. Where can one find a spring river devoid of the moon's brilliance? As these timeless verses, imbued with noble spirit, flowed from Shen Xinghe's lips, they elicited a profound resonance with the universe, causing the extraordinary phenomena of the divine manifestation to grow ever clearer. The luminous moon hung high in the sky, casting its cool radiance in all directions. The Song clan cultivator, brandishing a great banner, summoned a fearsome gale, yet upon entering the realm of Shen Xinghe's divine manifestation, the wind was instantly quelled, its power dissipated. As a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, it merely stirred the garments and long hair of Shen Xinghe. The life-bound flying sword of the nascent soul sword cultivator continued to gleam with brilliance. Endless frost and snow swirled around, hurtling towards Shen Xinghe. Wherever it passed, it resembled the harsh winter's passage, causing the ocean within the divine manifestations to be encased in a thick layer of solid ice. Yet, under the illumination of the cold moonlight, its speed significantly diminished. The waters and sky melded into a seamless expanse, with the solitary moon hanging high in the firmament. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he clenched his right fist and forcefully struck out. At the moment of his punch, the sea behind him surged with tumultuous waves, and the moonlight showered down with a silvery glow, even shaking the myriad stars in the sky. It seemed that within this single punch, the vast and formidable power of the entire realm was converged. The momentum was grand, relentless, and it struck fiercely against the incoming flying sword. A resounding clang echoed. The life-bound flying sword of the nascent soul cultivator, sharp and unparalleled, let out a mournful cry. The crystalline blade, as transparent as ice, shattered into a myriad of intricate cracks. Then it exploded into countless fragments. Hiss on the celestial vessel behind. Countless cultivators witnessing this scene widened their eyes in astonishment, drawing in a sharp breath, their minds profoundly shaken. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? Who on earth is this young man in white? He shattered a nascent soul cultivator's life-bound flying sword with a single punch. This is utterly outrageous. Is he a practitioner of the immortal arts or a martial artist? Furthermore, why did he recite poetry while attacking? Could it be that he is also a Confucian practitioner? Indeed, I can distinctly sense that he is amplifying his divine powers with the righteous energy of Confucianism. He must be a gentleman of refined character. Does this imply that he embodies the essence of Confucianism, Taoism, and martial arts all at once? Moreover, the profundity of his mastery in all three is unfathomable. How could this be possible? This youth possesses an astonishing talent, destined to achieve greatness given time. On the celestial vessel, a wave of emotion surged among the cultivators, and in the midst of their shock, the two nascent soul experts from the Spring and Autumn Tao sect were particularly shaken, their expressions turning pale with fear, especially the female cultivator clad in blue. Upon having her life-bound flying sword shattered by Shen Xinghe's punch, she coughed up blood on the spot, her aura instantly withering, her complexion turning ghastly pale and utterly exhausted. Junior Sister Wang, this prodigy is far too formidable. We are no match for him. We must retreat swiftly. The man in black, his face changing dramatically, waved his large banner forcefully and, without further ado, turned to flee. However, how could Shen Xinghe allow them to escape? With a cold snort, he recited another 2 lines of poetry with resounding clarity. Who first beheld the moon by the river? In which year did the river moon first shine upon man? Generations of life are endless, yet the river moon appears similar year after year. The moment his voice fell, the silvery moon, suspended in the heavens, suddenly radiated an unparalleled brilliance, illuminating the surroundings with its cold, ethereal glow. The realm of mystical phenomena expanded exponentially in an instant, enveloping the two Yuan-Ing cultivators, who were in a state of utter panic and poised to flee. Their forms stiffened immediately, under the eternal and indomitable light of the Jiang moon. The very fabric of time and space around them seemed to freeze, rendering their movements agonizingly slow. A glint of lethal intent flickered in Shen Xinghe's eyes as he stepped forward with the swiftness of a gale. His right hand formed a sword with 2 fingers, striking out like the wind, as if lightning itself, piercing the foreheads of the 2 cultivators with a forceful jab. 2 streams of razor-sharp sword energy erupted forth, directly penetrating their skulls. The 2 Yuan-Ing experts from the Chunqiu Dao sect trembled violently, their eyes losing their luster. Chapter 77. Go summon the ancestor of refining void. Shen Xinghe's 2 fingers unleashed successive sword energies, directly penetrating the heads of the 2 Yuan-Ing masters. However, the vitality of a Yuan-Ing cultivator is far superior to that of a Golden Core practitioner. Even with their skulls pierced and their bodies destroyed, they would not immediately succumb to death, nor would their souls dissipate. Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from their dantian, manifesting 2 palm-sized, vividly lifelike Yuan-Ing figures. Surrounded by endless divine radiance, their eyes were filled with terror. Without uttering a word, they transformed into 2 streaks of colorful light, darting toward the distant sky. Yet, the Yuan-Ing forms were merely embryonic manifestations of their true spirits. Once separated from their corporeal vessels, they became exceedingly fragile. Shen Xinghe would not allow them to escape. A cold glimmer flickered in his gaze as he snorted disdainfully and swiftly pointed his fingers again. Radiant light flickered from his fingertips, unleashing 2 formidable silver sword blasts that soared through the sky like a rainbow in a tempest. Effortlessly, they pierced the fleeing Yuan-Ing figures, sapping their vitality. At that moment, the black dragon bracelet coiled around Shen Xinghe's wrist suddenly awakened with a deafening roar. It leaped into the air, manifesting as a formidable dragon body, hundreds of feet in length. With a thunderous cry, it surged forward, pursuing the 2 fleeing Yuan-Ing figures with blinding speed. In the midst of their sheer terror, it opened its massive jaws and voraciously devoured them whole. Afterwards, it spiraled around, consuming the fallen bodies of the 2 Yuan-Ing cultivators, who had lost their support in the air. Instantly invigorated, the mighty dragon body danced majestically across the vast expanse of sky, commanding the winds with an awe-inspiring presence. With a single punch shattering his innate flying sword and 2 fingers extinguishing the Yuan-Ing masters, who was this formidable being? His power was truly terrifying. Could it be that he had already transcended Yuan-Ing and reached the realm of Huashen? The individuals overseeing the Spring and Autumn Dao are surely not in their right minds, dispatching 2 Yuan-Ing cultivators to apprehend this person. This is hardly an act of pursuit. It is akin to delivering a meal. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the multitude of cultivators aboard the celestial vessel collectively gasped in astonishment. Among them, a youthful cultivator gazed into the distant sky, where a fearsome black dragon, exhaling clouds and mist, roared and danced wildly. His heart was instantly shaken, his eyes widening in disbelief. That bracelet, could it truly be a genuine dragon? Standing aloft, Shen Xinghe observed the fervent excitement radiating from Xianxia and could not help but chuckle. Shaking his head, he lifted his left hand, beckoning gently as he spoke softly. "All right, return." Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's summons, Xianxia let out a low roar and dove in the heavens. In a flash, her massive dragon form shrank to mere inches, landing delicately in Shen Xinghe's palm. Initially, when Shen Xinghe forcibly subdued her, Xianxia felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. She believed her noble dragon lineage deserved more than to be a mere mount for a human cultivator, feeling it beneath her dignity. However, as time passed, her perspective gradually shifted. Ever since aligning with Shen Xinghe, her existence had been filled with unparalleled abundance. During the battle at the Northern Pass, she consumed the corpses and golden cores of 6 Jindan Immortals in a single sitting. After more than a year of digestion, she had fully refined and absorbed the gains, surpassing the rewards of a millennium of arduous cultivation. Her cultivation soared to new heights, reaching the Jinan realm. Now, merely a few days into her arrival in the Nine Continents, she had already feasted upon 2 Yuanying Immortals. With such nutrient-rich sustenance, what dragon could resist? The initial resistance she felt had now completely transformed into a deep-seated attachment, fully acknowledging Shen Xinghe as her master. At this moment, having transformed into a few inches in length and resting in Shen Xinghe's palm, she first raised her exquisite little black dragon head and affectionately rubbed against his thumb. In a flash of light, she then reverted to her bracelet form. Shen Xinghe smiled gently, grasping the bracelet in his hand, playing with it as he turned and soared back to the celestial ship. Returning to the tea hall, he settled at the table and took a sip from the cup of tea he had poured earlier. The temperature was just right, still warm. Noticing that the few companions of the table were all standing, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. "What are you all standing for? Please sit down." "Huh? Of course," they replied, trembling as they took their seats, their expressions fraught with tension, scarcely daring to breathe. The young cultivator who had previously bantered with Shen Xinghe now felt a prickling unease, as if sitting on pins and needles. With great nervousness, he stammered, "Elder, I was ignorant just now and did not recognize your esteemed identity. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. Do not be anxious. I am not a senior. You may simply address me as brother." With a hint of resignation, Shen Xinghe sighed, realizing that a tragically thick barrier now separated them. Even the voices of other cultivators in the tea hall had diminished considerably. The heights are indeed lonely. Unable to suppress a sigh, Shen Xinghe finished his tea and rose. Returning to his chamber, he tossed the bracelet transformed from Xianxia onto the table. Xianxia promptly opened its mouth, skillfully ejecting the treasures obtained from the 2 Yuanying cultivators. It then reverted to its bracelet form and flew back into Shen Xinghe's palm, seeking the disc. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe leisurely played with Xianxia, counting his spoils. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, within the expansive hall of the Chunqiu Dao sect, several Yuanying powerhouses were gathered, engaging in conversation. Days prior, Brother Song and Sister Wang had sent word that the mysterious figure appearing at Guazhou Ferry was likely Shen Xinghe. They had traced him to the celestial ferry he boarded and were now in pursuit. Calculating the time, they estimated that they should be catching up soon. Given their cultivation levels, dealing with an ant who had ascended from a blessed land would be a mere formality, assuredly without a hitch. As they deliberated, a disciple suddenly flew into the hall, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Masters, grave news! The life jade, tokens of Brother Song, and Uncle Wang have shattered." "What?" The Yuanying cultivators in the hall were instantly shaken, their expressions transforming dramatically. They understood all too well what the shattering of life, jade, token signified. This cannot be. Is it possible that both Brother Song and Sister Wang, in collaboration, were unable to contend with that fiend from the lower realms? No, surely, something unforeseen must have occurred. I refuse to believe that they were slain by Shen Xinghe. Must we truly summon several elders of the transformation stage to eliminate that rogue? Time is of the essence. Even now, that rogue is hundreds of thousands of miles away, and even transformation stage powerhouses would be powerless to intervene. The elder seated at the head clenched his fist, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he commanded solemnly, "Hasten to summon Ancestor Lianshu." Chapter 78. The Great Peng soars south, awakening the life sword. Since slaying the 2 Yuanying cultivators of Chunqiu Dao sect, Shen Xinghe encountered no further disturbances along his journey. 3 days later, the celestial vessel successfully arrived at the next ferry. There, Shen Xinghe altered his appearance once more and boarded another celestial ferry, continuing his journey northward. After several such changes, he had completely evaded the pursuit of Chunqiu Dao sect. During his journey northward, he spent most of his time aboard celestial ferries, occasionally lingering near larger ferry ports to enjoy leisurely days, relishing the local scenery. At times, masquerading as an ordinary young gentleman, he ventured into the mortal city, indulging in the melodies of taverns and the delicate art of flower arrangement. He reveled in the diverse customs and traditions of the vast realms. Thus, traveling northward, exploring mountains and waters, he inadvertently spent more than half a year. His journey had reached its midpoint, approaching the central area at the confluence of the upper and lower Immortal Huzhou. On this day, Shen Xinghe sat leisurely in his chamber, reclining by the window, absorbed in a book. Hong Xiu quietly sat beside him, her slender fingers plucking the strings of an ancient zither, producing melodious notes reminiscent of lofty mountains and flowing waters. Suddenly, the The celestial vessel shuddered slightly, gradually decelerating until it came to a complete halt. A cacophony of voices erupted from the deck outside. Shen Xinghe's curiosity was piqued, and he displayed a hint of intrigue. He set aside the tome in his hand, rose to his feet, and made his way outside. Hongxiu also stood, transforming into a wisp of crimson spirit, slipping into an ancient jade pendant that hung at Shen Xinghe's waist. This soul-nurturing jade was a special purchase from a shop at an immortal fairy, renowned for its exceptional ability to nourish the spirit, far surpassing the mere few centuries of cultivation possessed by the heart of the ghost mother tree. Since then, it had become Hongxiu's new abode. Upon stepping outside, Shen Xinghe found the deck of the celestial vessel brimming with numerous cultivators. All gazed intently at the horizon, their eyes wide with awe. A chorus of exclamations rising and falling amongst them. Following their gaze, Shen Xinghe beheld the astonishing scene before him, and his heart too was stirred, his eyes widening in shock. In the distant sky, a tempestuous wind surged, and amidst this boundless gale soared an extraordinarily massive bird, its body nearly 10,000 feet in length. Its colossal wings spread wide, obscuring the sun, resembling two immense clouds hanging at the edge of the heavens. Each flap of its wings sent tremors through the surrounding hundreds of miles, conjuring frightful gales. The creature passed by the celestial ferry, heading southward into the far reaches. Yet, at that very moment, this titanic bird, exuding an overwhelming presence, displayed signs of fatigue in its wing beats, as if it were nearing the end of its life force. Trailing behind the colossal bird, at a distance of thousands of feet in the sky, were streaks of sword light in various hues, resembling a river composed of gleaming blades, relentlessly pursuing the avian giant. Despite having traversed the 9 realms and journeyed northward aboard the celestial ferry over the past half-year, Shen Xinghe was still profoundly impacted by the breathtaking spectacle unfolding before him. Meanwhile, the murmurs of the surrounding crowd drifted into Shen Xinghe's ears. Could that magnificent bird ahead be the legendary roc? Indeed, it is the roc. According to legend, its true form is the Kuan, a colossal sea fish that dwells in the frigid depths of the northern sea. Upon reaching a certain stage of growth, it leaps from the ocean's surface in June, transforming into the roc, soaring on the winds toward the southern sea. If it successfully migrates, it will undergo a complete metamorphosis, becoming the divine beast Kuanpeng, capable of traversing the seas and roaming the heavens with ease. Yet, Xianxia lies to the east of the world. If it intends to fly to the southern sea, why would it venture into Xianxia? What you may not realize is that all supreme divine beasts must endure numerous tribulations to refine their bloodlines. For instance, a dragon that traverses rivers and seas in search of transformation into a true dragon must face countless hardships, and the roc's journey southward is no different. It is said that during its flight from the northern sea to the southern sea, it will neither eat nor drink, nor rest or sleep, unable to pause even for a moment, which is a tremendous test of endurance. It will also confront fierce winds, thunderous tribulations, and various trials, potentially even losing its way. The roc before us may have strayed from its path, landing in Xianxia. Judging by its condition, it appears to be on the brink of exhaustion, nearing death. But what of the multitude of cultivators trailing behind? Clearly, they await its demise. Have you not heard that a roc that falls during its southern migration will transform into treasures, its body becoming the precious Fuyao, which does not descend into the azure void? The renowned city of Fuyao is built upon a Fuyao that stretches for thousands of miles, hence the name of the southern Fuyao continent. Once this roc perishes, the remnants of its body will yield substantial fortune for the cultivators following behind. However, pursuing Fuyao is a laborious endeavor. Though this roc appears to be nearly spent, no one can predict how much farther it can fly. Many of those cultivators are destined to be left behind, their efforts amounting to naught. Shen Xinghe listened to the discussions of the crowd, gazing at the vast sky ahead. The enormous roc, its wings resembling the clouds that touch the heavens, was nearing the end of its life, yet still strived to fly. His gaze momentarily drifted, and he found himself murmuring softly. In the northern sea, there is a fish named Kuan, transformed into a bird. It is called the roc. Could it be that Xianxia himself once traversed the 9 continents? Shen Xinghe's heart surged with emotion, and in his murmurs, he too was lost in contemplation of the scenery. In the depths of his consciousness, he envisioned a vast scroll depicting 1,000 zhang rocs soaring toward the heavens, bursting forth from the scroll. However, This rock did not transform into a wisp of celestial rhythm as other sights had during his moments of insight. Instead, it spread its wings and cried out triumphantly in the depths of Shen Xinghe's awareness. In the end, the corporeal form disintegrated, transforming into countless resplendent divine lights, which coalesced into an unparalleled azure flying sword, manifesting within Shen Xinghe's sea of consciousness. It emanated an incomparable, astonishing sword intent. Is this my life-bound flying sword? Shen Xinghe's spirit was instantly shaken, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. At that very moment, as his life-bound flying sword took shape, the colossal rock soaring in the distance seemed to sense something. It emitted a piercing cry, abruptly flapping its immense wings. Unexpectedly, it altered its course, heading directly towards the celestial vessel. Chapter 79. I have come to aid you. What is happening? Why has the great rock suddenly changed direction towards us? As the great rock turned to approach, the myriad cultivators aboard the vessel were instantly struck with alarm, their faces paling in disbelief. This is not good. Among the crowd, some well-informed individuals instinctively contracted their pupils, their minds racing in terror as they exclaimed. It is said that even if the rock's southern migration fails, if it can find assistance from humans, its spiritual essence may return to the northern underworld and be reincarnated. Therefore, some rocks in their final moments will gravitate towards areas dense with cultivators, hoping to gain the aid of a powerful being to assist in their transformation. Could it be that this rock assumes there are strong individuals aboard our vessel, prompting it to approach? What? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, incredulous gasps escaping their lips. Are you jesting? Given the size and aura of this great rock, it likely possesses at least 10th tier cultivation, unless a transformation deity intervenes. Who could possibly slay it? Yet, transformation deities are extraordinarily rare. There are hardly any in the entire immortal Gourd continent, and most of them reside in seclusion on various celestial mountains, making encounters exceedingly unlikely. This is bad. We must flee. A wave of panic swept through the celestial vessel as the cultivators hastily took to their sword lights, soaring into the air in a state of utter alarm. However, many cultivators, lacking sufficient cultivation, could not perform sword flight. They were left aboard the vessel, helplessly watching the enormous rock, nearly 10,000 feet in size, stirring the winds of heaven as it rapidly approached. Even from several dozen miles away, the tumultuous winds it generated were already sweeping towards them, causing many cultivators to struggle to maintain their footing, desperately clutching the railing of the vessel to stabilize themselves. As they beheld the rock drawing nearer, despair filled their eyes. Soon, only Shen Xinghe remained standing alone on the deck of the vessel. He stood tall and unwavering like a green pine, resolutely anchored against the wind. His white sword robe was torn by the raging gales, flapping violently, while his long hair danced wildly in the tempest. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes was sharp and piercing, akin to the edge of a drawn sword, radiating an intent capable of cleaving the heavens. He could distinctly perceive that the rock's approach was a reaction to the awakening of his life-bound flying sword. Sensing the aura emanating from the Sword of Destiny, it surged toward me. Do you wish to borrow my sword to transcend and reincarnate, returning to the North Sea? Very well. This sword, awakened through the visualization of you, indeed bears a connection to you, and thus it is fitting to resolve this karmic bond. I shall assist you. As these words fell, a divine light suddenly condensed in Shen Xinghe's eyes. He formed a sword seal with his hands and pointed forward. A flash of azure light ignited at the center of his brow. In the next moment, a sword approximately 7 inches long, gleaming with the clarity of jade and radiating a sky-blue hue, shot forth from Shen Xinghe's brow. The instant the sword appeared, the entire realm seemed to freeze in time. The mighty winds ceased, and the drifting clouds hung still, as if the world was reduced to this singular beam of sword light, transforming into a dazzling azure arc. It shot through the vast sky, piercing into the brow of the enormous rock. The 7-inch azure sword seemed minuscule against the rock's colossal frame, which spanned nearly 10,000 feet. However, the moment it struck the rock's brow, the massive body, with its wings stretched wide, trembled violently. In its enormous golden eyes, a flicker of relief, as if it had endured countless tribulations, emerged. With a final resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, its colossal wings ceased their flapping. Having traveled an unfathomable distance from the North Sea, the weary creature could finally rest, gently hovering in the air. In the next instant, wisps of pale, blue spiritual light floated from the rock's immense body, drifting toward the distant northern horizon like scattered stars. Could it be that I am not seeing things? Such a fearsome rock has been slain by a single sword. Who is this individual, a transcendent being, perhaps a sword cultivator of the transformation realm? There are but a few sword cultivators above the transformation realm in Xianxia, and I have never heard of such a figure. Moreover, his sword is azure. Unlike the renowned swords of the top cultivators. Could it be a young powerhouse from another continent? It is quite possible. It appears that with the opening of the Xinghe cave, the powerful from all continents have gathered, and a fierce contest is inevitable. The scene of Shen Xinghe slaying the towering rock with a single sword sent shockwaves through all present. Whether it was the myriad cultivators who had just taken flight from the celestial ferry, or those who had pursued the rock, they were all stunned. Countless gazes converged on Shen Xinghe, standing proudly at the bow of the ship, filled with profound respect. Behind him, the surviving cultivators looked at Shen Xinghe's upright figure with astonishment and gratitude. Yet, Shen Xinghe remained indifferent to these gazes. Standing at the bow of the ship, with a casual gesture, I summoned my life-bound flying sword back to my side. Simultaneously, a flash of radiance emanated from the corpse of the great rock ahead. A cerulean divine feather, swirling with a faint vortex of wind, and a resplendent azure demon core materialized from its body, transforming into two streaks of azure light that actively soared towards Shen Xinghe. These were the divine feather of the Kunpeng and the life-bound demon core. The moment these two treasures appeared, the gazes of numerous cultivators surrounding the area brightened with unmistakable fervor, revealing an uncontainable desire. For these two artifacts were the most valuable possessions upon the entire corpse of the great rock, each worth a fortune. Enough to incite envy and bloodshed, even among the divine transformation experts. Yet, at this moment, despite the fervent gazes of thousands of cultivators in the skies nearby, none dared to act recklessly. They watched as the two extraordinary treasures sliced through the sky, landing in Shen Xinghe's palm. Transforming into a bracelet, the petite Xianxia, coiled around Shen Xinghe's wrist, immediately brightened her gaze and eagerly made her way to his palm. Her eyes glimmered with desire as she beheld the divine core of the Kunpeng, suffused with radiant light. You greedy little creature. You haven't even digested those two nascent soul cores yet, and now you have your sights set on this divine core. Aren't you afraid of overindulging? Xianxia swiftly wrapped her diminutive dragon body around one of Shen Xinghe's fingers, affectionately rubbing her dragon head against him, her golden eyes brimming with a playful charm. All right, since you desire it so much, I shall grant it to you. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she opened her mouth and eagerly swallowed the demon core. Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Transforming back into a bracelet, she coiled around Shen Xinghe's wrist once more, subtly rubbing her small horn against his wrist in an affectionate gesture. Shen Xinghe smiled gently and turned to gaze at his life-bound flying sword, which hovered in the air. Among the myriad cultivators in the world, those who wield flying swords are countless. However, not every practitioner of the sword can be deemed a sword cultivator. Only those who, through their very essence, successfully nurture their life-bound flying sword are worthy of the title. Each sword cultivator's life-bound flying sword gives rise to a unique divine ability at its inception, through the intimate connection of life and death. Shen Xinghe could distinctly sense the nature of his life-bound sword's divine ability. It was the ultimate speed of the world, unrestrained and free, akin to the Kunpeng soaring through the heavens. It was liberated from all divine powers and laws, capable of shattering all barriers and obstructions, embodying the essence of supreme freedom.